I, Chao Kun, found myself in a dilapidated temple outside the city of Linen, filled with hope that the system would alter my fate. Yet, I discovered that my only reliance was upon a dull-edged third-generation Gue Che, leaving me uneasy in this ancient era. As I pondered how to navigate my circumstances, the sound of hooves outside shattered my solitude and despair. I looked up to see two unfamiliar figures approaching, which stirred a flicker of caution within me. Upon closer inspection, I beheld a striking pair, a young man in his early 20s, exuding a scholarly air and possessing a depth of character, alongside a youthful woman whose features were imbued with the innocence typical of her age. Both were drenched from the rain, prompting me to invite them over to my side, which offered more dryness. After speaking, I grasped my third-generation Gue Che and moved to the other side of the fire. The scholar expressed his gratitude, while the young woman gazed at my weapon, her eyes alight with curiosity. "Young sir, may I borrow your knife for a moment?" Her request caused my brow to furrow. Uncertain of their intentions, the young scholar, with a reassuring smile, said, "Do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill will. If you are unwilling, we shall not press." To affirm his words, the young woman suddenly raised her hand. A glimmering cold light shot towards the corner, where I beheld the silver-ringed snake that had caused me much anxiety, now pinned to the wall by a silver needle. After a few struggles, it became still. It was a venomous snake. Even if pierced, it shouldn't succumb so swiftly unless the needle was poisoned. A wave of alarm surged within me as I hastily tossed my third-generation Gue Che to the beautiful young woman, who deftly caught it. With a resounding clang, the Gue Che was drawn, its blade shimmering. "The material is commendable, but it is dull. Do you intend to traverse the martial world with this?" I contemplated explaining its nature as a weapon of virtue. At that moment, the scholar spoke again. "Do not be afraid, young brother. I am Lu Zhanyuan, hailing from the Lu family estate in Jiaxing." Upon hearing this, my spirits brightened. It was the esteemed young Master Lu, a figure I had long admired. Recognizing my immediate acknowledgement of him as young Master Lu, he seemed to appreciate my familiarity with the Lu estate, which eased the atmosphere considerably. I recalled the words of Huang Rong from the return of the Condor Heroes, who had remarked on the two Lu family estates that once held great renown in Jiangnan, one led by her senior apprentice brother, Lu Qingfeng, at Lake Tai, and the other represented by Lu Zhanyuan. To be named alongside Lu Qingfeng suggested that Lu Zhanyuan was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, how could the macho have taken an interest in him? I pondered to myself, the beautiful young woman before me would later become renowned as the Scarlet Serpent Fairy. Li Macho. Reflecting upon her fate, I scrutinized the two individuals once more. I remained uncertain whether Lu Zhanyuan was indeed a scoundrel. After all, even within this desolate and dilapidated temple, he maintained the demeanor of a true gentleman. Although it may have been for the sake of Li Macho, his comportment genuinely left me devoid of any feelings of aversion towards him. Possessing commendable martial skills, he refrained from exploiting his abilities to intimidate others, a quality that is indeed rare to find. I set my mind at ease, watching as Li Macho retrieved a small porcelain vial from her bosom and began to sprinkle its contents in the four corners of the dilapidated temple. The ground was soon swarming with cockroaches and centipedes scuttling away. Truly, she's a master of survival in the wild. "Young master, this is for you." Li Macho suddenly presented me with a warm, white porcelain bottle. Upon opening it, I was greeted by the delightful aroma of royal jelly. A pleasant surprise. Could it be JB jelly? This is indeed a treasure. I gulped it down, and the vial was emptied in an instant. As I pondered what to gift in return, I could only find half a pack of Huazi cigarettes. Thinking to myself that I could not possibly offer this to Li Macho, that would be rather embarrassing. However, since it was already out, I decided to indulge myself first, lighting one with my lighter. Yet, just as I exhaled the first puff of smoke, I noticed the expressions of Lu Zhanyuan and Li Macho subtly change, followed by their silent inhalation and cultivation. They must have misunderstood my actions as some nefarious practice. In a hurry, I offered a cigarette to Lu Zhanyuan. "This is a specialty from my hometown. There's only half a pack left. Would you care for one?" Li Macho also reached out, saying, "What about me? I shared the royal jelly with you. You cannot deny me something good." I stiffened and explained, It's not that I'm withholding it from you. This is something that men in my hometown smoke, and it tends to cause bad breath, which women generally dislike. She continued to extend her hand, undeterred. No worries, the royal jelly specifically eliminates bad breath. May I have one? Summoning my courage, I handed her a cigarette and lit it for her. Limacho mimicked my actions and took a puff, then, quite naturally, exhaled a cloud of smoke. Before placing a hand on her head and saying, "Luga, I feel a bit dizzy." Alarmed, I quickly assured her, "Dizziness is a normal reaction. It's just your first time." Lu Zhanyan observed that Limacho quickly regained her composure, appearing not to be under the influence of any drug. Yet, I remained hesitant to smoke myself. What if both of them fell prey to it? As I turned my head, I caught sight of Limacho blowing rings of smoke. My expression darkened. What transformation might Limacho undergo in the future? Chapter 002. Brother Lu, a good man, rest assured to leave it to me. The rain fell incessantly, and the atmosphere was far from harmonious. Beneath the same roof, one could gradually sense a shift in the heart. Chao Kun ultimately could not retain his last half-pack of cigarettes. With each affectionate call of Brother Chow from Limacho, he became increasingly lost in himself. It was only when Limacho, with a beaming smile, tucked the half-pack into her clothing that Chao Kun silently chastised himself for failing the test. However, having consumed Limacho's honey tonic, he felt a warm embrace as he drifted into slumber, needing no blanket. Upon reflection, it did not seem entirely a loss. In the dilapidated temple, the flickering flames cast dancing shadows. Lu Zhanyan, squinting his eyes, felt a sense of relief once he saw that both Chao Kun and Limacho were soundly asleep. Navigating the martial world was no simple task. It was rife with deceit and treachery. The fact that this lad could sleep so soundly indicated that he genuinely harbored no ill will. Lu Zhanyan draped his outer garment over Limacho and sighed softly as he approached the temple entrance. Limacho was innocent and kind-hearted, skilled in martial arts, and possessed of striking beauty. Who in this world could resist such a woman? Unfortunately, as a scion of a prominent family, he was already bound by an early engagement. His betrothed was the adopted daughter of Wu Santong, one of the four guardians of Master Eden of the Southern Emperor. Lu Zhanyuan lacked the courage to call off the engagement. On one hand, there was the match arranged by his family, and on the other, a captivating girl encountered on the road. Lu Zhanyuan felt as though he were being torn asunder. Chao Kun slept remarkably soundly through the night. Upon waking naturally, he discovered that the fire in the temple had long extinguished, and both Lu Zhanyuan and Limacho were nowhere to be found. After all, it was merely a fleeting encounter, and Chao Kun had no reason to trail after them. He recalled that Limacho was a few years older than Huang Rong, which, when considering the timeline of the legend of the Condor Heroes, suggested that Huang Rong was likely still confined on Peach Blossom Island by her father, while Guijing was diligently training in the desert with Mayu. There was little use in pondering such matters now. With no martial prowess to speak of, one held no sway in this world. He needed to devise a way to learn martial arts. At that moment, a melodious voice suddenly echoed in Chao Kun's mind. "You have struggled to survive the apocalypse and have fortuitously passed the first day. Reward: unlimited sustenance." Chao Kun was left utterly bewildered. Apocalypse survival? Wasn't he in a world of martial arts? Yet the system offered no explanations. It merely dispensed the reward and fell silent. Unsure of what unlimited sustenance entailed, Chao Kun called out to the air, "I want to eat Longjiang pig trotter's rice, double serving of trotters, and make it fatty." In the next instant, a steaming bowl of Longjiang pig trotter's rice appeared before him, suspended in midair. It was only after Chao Kun steadied himself that the floating ceased. Having consumed a bottle of the honeyed tonic the previous night, he was ravenous, and the sudden appearance of the pig trotter's rice was nothing short of heavenly. Just as he was relishing his meal, a voice rang out from behind him. "Oh, Brother Chow, you're sneaking a delicious bite without me." Turning around, he found a young girl standing behind him, her face radiant with mischief and a smile playing on her lips. "You haven't left yet? What? Do you wish for me to depart sooner?" No. How could I ever let you go? What nonsense are you spouting?" The words carried a hint of ambiguity, causing Limacho's cheeks to flush as she playfully landed a light punch on Chao Kun. Gradually, Chao Kun began to grasp Lu Zhenyuan's feelings. This girl was indeed rather innocent. A mere jest would send her heart racing and her face aflame. To put it more poetically, she was unreserved in love and hate. More bluntly, one might say she had a touch of infatuation. The crux of the matter was that he never perceived himself as teasing her, merely indulging in light-hearted banter. Yet, when he eventually spurned her affections, she berated him as a scoundrel, accusing him of irresponsibility and vowing to hunt down his entire family. All these thoughts swirled in Chao Kun's mind, for he remained oblivious to the true nature of Li Macho's relationship with Lu Zhenyuan. Just last night, everything seemed fine. How had it come to pass that only Li Macho remained today? Brother Lu mentioned he had matters to attend to and asked me to look after you for a time. He will return within 3 months at the latest. Chao Kun reflected, feeling a sense of assurance. Lu Zhenyuan intended to use him as a decoy, keeping Li Macho here while he rushed back to wed He Yuanjun. He was wagering on Li Macho being a kind-hearted girl, reluctant to abandon him, a defenseless soul to fend for himself. Given Li Macho's Na'vi nature, Lu Zhenyuan even believed Chao Kun could win her over in this interval. Such was Lu Zhenyuan's cunning. Chao Kun could only silently pat his chest with his fist. Good brother, you truly are remarkable. He casually conjured a bowl of pig trotter rice and offered it to Li Macho. Don't accuse me of hoarding. I've saved this portion just for you. Li Macho, with a ghostly grace, floated to Chao Kun's side, tugging at his clothing to peer inside. Hey, what are you looking at? Why are you rummaging through my clothes? I just want to see where you procured this bowl of rice. Chao Kun feigned an attempt to snatch it away. Eat if you wish, or don't if you prefer. Why all the chatter? Li Macho skillfully dodged, leaping onto the roof of the dilapidated temple, joyfully indulging in the pig trotter rice, even tossing bones in Chao Kun's direction. Woman, you are truly too much, she teased. Hee, come up here and try to hit me. Seeing that she seemed to genuinely believe Lu Zhenyuan's tale of their reunion in 3 months, Chao Kun chose not to shatter the opportunity his brother had provided. After finishing their meal, he carelessly tossed the paper bowl aside and produced 2 bottles of soda. Tossing one directly onto the rooftop, Li Macho, from behind, produced a feather duster and deftly flicked it toward the airborne soda bottle, reeling it into her grasp. This was the ancient tomb sex flowing cloud sleeve technique, akin to the golden lock and silver bell of the little dragon girl, Li Macho's own duster skills, and the technique Yanghua employed after losing his arm. Chao Kun could only gaze at her with envy, pondering when he might acquire such formidable martial prowess. After their playful antics, Chao Kun and Li Macho rose to depart the broken temple, heading towards Linen City. Li Macho mentioned that Lu Zhenyuan would seek her out in 3 months, and intrigued by the Southern Song's imperial city, Chao Kun did not oppose her. Along the way, he fashioned an identity for himself as a disciple of Taoism, attributing all his earlier feats, like conjuring pig trotter rice, to Taoist sorcery. As for whether Li Macho believed or not, Chao Kun was indifferent. Upon entering the city, he initially worried about lacking a travel permit and being questioned by the gate guards. However, he soon observed Li Macho handing over money and pulling him along. While the soldiers hastily made way as if avoiding a plague, Li Macho explained, "We clearly belong to the martial world. Although your sword appears merely intimidating, it indeed possesses a fearsome presence, and they would not dare to trouble you." Chao Kun touched the 3rd-generation Guiche at his waist, pondering its unexpected utility in critical moments. Once inside the city, Chao Kun and Li Macho began to explore. He first sought out a spice shop, trading a bottle of peppercorns for 20 taels of silver. In the Southern Song dynasty, pepper was considered a luxury item, with some places even allowing it to be exchanged directly for gold. While Chao Kun undoubtedly incurred a loss by trading for 20 taels, it nonetheless provided him sufficient funds for lodging. Chapter 003. She was born in 98. I can't compete with her upon entering the city. Chao Kun truly realized the extent to which his boundless sustenance reward for surviving the apocalypse was extraordinarily advantageous. To put it bluntly, warfare hinges on logistics, on the supply of weapons and provisions. If Chao Kun were to wholeheartedly support the Southern Song dynasty, he could easily overwhelm the Northern Jin kingdom with his infinite resources. However, he had no intention of doing so. How favorable could the future generation's impression of the Southern Song be? If the goal were to expel the invaders and restore China, it would be better to campaign independently for votes. This reflects a distinctly different mindset before and after gaining such power, underscoring a sense of unwavering confidence. Chao Kun ventured into a tailor's shop to procure a new outfit, intending to change out of his previous eccentric attire at the inn. Subsequently, he accompanied Li Macho to the Lion. "Sir, how many rooms do you require?" "2 rooms, please." "Ah, my apologies, kind sir, but only 1 room remains." Noticing the innkeeper subtly signaling him with 2 fingers, Chao Kun instantly understood. "Macho, it seems there is but 1 room left. What do you think?" "It's no problem. 1 room will suffice." "You may decide, Brother Chao." Suppressing his excitement, Chao Kun smiled at the innkeeper. "Then I shall trouble you for it." He escorted Li Macho into the room before returning to settle the payment. After providing double the room fee, Chao Kun re-entered the guest room to find Li Macho smiling at him. "Brother Chao, what did the innkeeper's gesture mean earlier?" "Goodness." Chao Kun felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that this woman possessed formidable martial skills, rendering his subtle communication with the innkeeper transparent to her. As a disciple of the ancient Tomb sect, she was undoubtedly formidable. Even the young little dragon girl was capable of overpowering renowned figures like Hao Datong during her debut. Yang Guo, upon exiting the tomb in his teenage years, was among the few top-tier martial artists who could contend with him. Although Li Macho had not studied the rejuvenation techniques of the ancient tomb, her capabilities upon leaving were not significantly inferior to that of little dragon girl. Otherwise, how could she have eluded control while wreaking havoc across the martial world for over a decade? Observing Li Macho's expression, which hinted at a reckoning, Chao Kun understood that her anger was feigned. With nowhere else to rest, what was the harm in sleeping at this inn? Unless, perhaps, she still harbored feelings for Lu Zhanyuan. Chao Kun seemed to have stumbled upon a revelation. Logically speaking, a woman in love would hardly choose to share a room with another man, would she? Although Chao Kun possessed a certain charm, Li Macho was not the type to be so easily swayed. He cast a questioning glance at Li Macho, but refrained from saying more. Li Macho felt a tinge of guilt under his gaze, but chose not to press the matter further. Chao Kun first visited the inn's bathhouse to cleanse himself before donning his newly acquired attire. Upon returning to the guest room, he ordered several local delicacies from the serving boy. As they dined and conversed, Chao Kun continued to refine his identity as a mountain Taoist, while Li Macho recounted tales of her life within the ancient Tomb sect. "Brother Chao, I know you wish to learn martial arts, but my sect does not accept male disciples." "Mocho, what are you saying? If you are unwilling, how could I ever compel you to act against your will?" After a few cups of yellow wine, Li Macho began to speak freely. "Brother Chao, what do you think of Brother Lu's feelings towards me?" Chao Kun sensed the gravity of the question and could only respond with a vague answer. "Brother Lu is a modest gentleman, hailing from a prestigious family. If one were to choose friends, he would undoubtedly be an excellent candidate." "Speak the truth." Li Macho suddenly raised her gaze to Chao Kun, her tone slightly intensified. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Kun decided to be candid. "My acquaintance with Brother Lu is limited to a few exchanges. To be honest, I perceive that he harbors some weighty thoughts that I cannot quite decipher." Li Macho laughed. You two cannot see through him, right?" "Neither can I." Chao Kun was taken aback. "What is there to find amusing?" Li Macho took another sip. "In truth, I dislike this feeling of uncertainty. Unlike you, who can see through things at a glance." Chao Kun stood up in exasperation. "How do you ascertain that I can see through everything? Pray tell, what do you think I am considering at this moment?" Li Macho suddenly produced a half-pack of cigarettes from her pocket and presented it to Chao Kun. "What do you mean by this? You disapprove of my smoking, am I correct?" Chao Kun fell silent. Li Macho continued. "You care for me more than Lu Zhanyuan does, am I right?" Chao Kun felt a chill run down his spine. Li Macho pressed on. "You wish for Lu Zhanyuan to depart swiftly. You do not desire for me to be with him, am I correct?" Chao Kun did not outright deny it. Li Macho concluded. "One last question. You have feelings for me, am I correct?" Chao Kun, filled with despair, exclaimed, "Am I truly that easy to read?" Liamo Cho smiled sadly. In fact, I confronted Brother Lu last night when he was leaving. He stated he was already betrothed and did not wish to delay me. I was quite angry at the time, and alone on the roadside, I smoked 3 cigarettes. When dawn broke, I looked at the discarded butts and for some inexplicable reason thought of you. Upon returning, I found you indulging in delectable treats. Chao Kuan recalled the scene and exclaimed in anger. At that moment, you were still teasing me, spitting out bones at me. Liamo Cho laughed again. So, when you claim to be a Taoist, raised in the mountains, I genuinely believed you. You are indeed too easy to read. As Chao Kuan observed Liamo Cho's cheerful demeanor, his heart filled with irritation. Someone once told him that the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she becomes. Today he had experienced it firsthand. Liamo Cho inquired. The one who spoke such words must also have been a striking young lady, correct? Chao Kuan felt overwhelmed by Liamo Cho's sharp wit. Can we still be friends? Liamo Cho presented a devilish temptation. Do you truly wish to remain merely friends? Chao Kuan gazed at Liamo Cho, and the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. Did you take that seriously? Since I left my master's tutelage, every man I have encountered has shown an affinity for me. Brother Chao, being with you brings me great joy. Yet, you harbor many secrets within. You do not speak, and I do not inquire. Let us take some time apart. Perhaps fate will allow us to cross paths again, and you may then share your answer with me. If you please. With that, Limacho opened the window and, in a swift motion, vanished from sight. Chao Kuan sat on the stool, gazing at the half-filled glass of wine that Limacho had left untouched, beginning to regret the fleeting moments of hesitation that had just transpired. What a misfortune! Chao Kuan tugged at his own hair in frustration. Before his time travel, he had been manipulated by insincere women on numerous occasions, which had led to an instinctive self-defense mechanism whenever he encountered beauty. Yet, Limacho was not one of those self-serving, artfully deceptive individuals from his past life. Oh, it appears I have glimpsed someone regretting their choices, striking the table in dismay. Suddenly, a head popped out from outside the window, grinning as it regarded Chao Kuan. Look, we have also been apart for a while. Now that fate has allowed us to meet again, have you come to a decision? Chao Kuan thought to himself. She was born in 98. I cannot compete with her. Chapter 004, Transformed. The indomitable dual-gun Limacho. In the Ueli Inn, room number 2, Limacho hummed a cheerful tune, her eyes sparkling as she observed Chao Kuan. Don't be so glum. Put on a smile. Your expression suggests I have wronged you in some way. I understand that my sudden return must have left you feeling rather embarrassed, but the outcome is favorable. Wouldn't you agree? What has happened to that heartbroken visage of yours? Care to restore it for this little sister to see? You've gone too far. I do have my pride. Faced with Limacho's taunts, Chao Kuan had contemplated retaliating, yet in her presence, he felt like a powerless, ordinary man. It is said that a forcibly picked fruit is never sweet, but one must possess the strength to pick it in the first place. Chao Kuan lacked that power. With a mere flick of her wrist, Limacho could easily subdue him. Just wait. One day, when we both have mastered the 9 yin and 9 yang techniques, you shall see. She huffed. With their feelings mutually affirmed, the days ahead began to blossom with sweetness. Past romantic entanglements had been fraught with deceitful women, leaving him in a state of considerable emotional turmoil. Now, suddenly engaging in a delightful romance, Chao Kuan felt his very soul beginning to transcend. Together, they strolled through the streets of Linen, indulging in culinary delights and enjoying performances, returning to the inn each night to embrace one another in slumber without crossing the final boundary. As Chao Kuan would say, a wedding must precede any further intimacy, with her master as a witness. Limacho's happiness remained ever present. Being with Chao Kuan filled her heart with an unwavering sense of security. One morning, while Chao Kuan had yet to rise, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. You have valiantly survived the apocalypse, persevering for an entire week, unlocking the apocalypse shelter. Apocalypse shelter. You may designate any residence as an apocalypse shelter, enhancing its external defenses to withstand nuclear blasts, while providing permanent access to water and electricity, alongside the opening of a basic weapon cache. Note, when you establish a new shelter, the old one will automatically vanish. Only one shelter can exist at a time. Chao Kun instantly felt invigorated. Just as he worried that his lack of martial prowess might hinder Macho, fortune had smiled upon him. Had he truly survived in the apocalypse? Reflecting on the past week, he realized he had indeed given his all. Each night, he lay beside Macho, striving to avoid any missteps. He had truly been relentless. Of course, significant errors were to be avoided, while minor ones could be overlooked, lest he become a monk. Xuanzi, do you harbor some misunderstanding about monks? Gently, he rose from bed, careful not to awaken Macho. Chao Kun began the process of transforming his current room into an apocalypse shelter. Upon completion, a three-dimensional spatial diagram of the room appeared in his mind, allowing him the freedom to customize his shelter. First came the matter of spatial dimensions. Following the operational guidelines, he expanded the modest 15-square-meter room into an expansive 300 square meters. From the outside, the room appeared unchanged, yet the interior had swelled to an astonishing 300 square meters. The exterior walls have been fortified to withstand nuclear blasts. In this era of warfare, as long as Chao Kun remains hidden within the transformed guest room of the Inn, even an army of thousands poses no threat to him. Excitedly, Chao Kun arranges his familiar modern furnishings within the 300 square meters of space, dividing it into several distinct areas: a kitchen, a bathroom, a study, a living room, a bedroom, a gym, and an arsenal. The commotion creates quite a disturbance, awakening the slumbering Macho. Initially disoriented, she gazes around, feeling as though she has yet to fully awaken, as if ensnared in a dream. Her eyes then fall upon Chao Kun, who is eagerly fiddling with an assortment of peculiar items. In the next moment, the previously spacious room abruptly contracts, reverting to its original guest room appearance. Come with me, Macho. I shall introduce you to some delightful experiences. Chao Kun beckons. With a head full of questions, Macho follows him out of the city, where he requests her to lead him to a secluded location. Without hesitation, she allows Chao Kun to rest upon her back and swiftly sets off using her lightness skill. It is said that Dian Wei is unbeatable in foot combat, and Elbu reigns supreme on horseback. Together, they are an indomitable force. In this moment, Chao Kun feels a similar surge of confidence, wielding dual pistols while Macho, with her unparalleled ancient tomb lightness, serves as his steed. Surely, this formidable duo could contend even against the 5 greatest masters. Chao Kun's spirits swell, emboldened by the modern weaponry at his disposal. He is no longer the man who merely stood behind Macho. Arriving at a small grove, he brandishes an MP5 submachine gun and begins firing at a nearby ancient tree. The Doomsday weapon cache contains 4 weapons: the 2 MP5s he is currently using and 2 Glock 17 pistols. All 4 weapons are impervious to wear and possess infinite ammunition, easily summoned back into the system's space, ensuring they will not fall into the hands of others. Macho watches as Chao Kun unleashes a torrent of firepower, reducing the century-old tree to splinters. Glancing at the ice spirit silver needles she possesses, her confidence momentarily wanes. Chao Kun thrusts the gun into her hands. From now on, use this. It far surpasses your silver needles. Accepting the submachine gun, Macho quickly shares in Chao Kun's exhilaration. The fear of insufficient firepower is an instinct ingrained in humanity. Compared to Chao Kun, Macho, with her superior martial arts skills, completely disregards the recoil, shooting with precision and steadiness. Coupled with her ancient tomb lightness, Chao Kun witnesses her chase down a leopard, firing as she pursues. The leopard, unable to fight back or escape, finds itself in a dire predicament. Regrettably, the leopard's skin is left riddled with holes, a pity, as Chao Kun had hoped to fashion it into a tempting outfit for his beloved. As Chao Kun and Macho indulge in their marksmanship amidst the forest, the local wildlife suffers a stroke of bad luck. In these times, the notion of protecting animals is virtually non-existent. In the original tale, Macho captures leopards to feed little Guixiang, and now they revel in their thrill. Ultimately, Chao Kun chooses to establish their sanctuary within a concealed cave, where he and Macho settle in together. Within the sanctuary, There is an abundance of water and electricity, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. A bathroom is available for showers, complemented by a restroom adorned with pristine toilet paper. Whenever hunger strikes, Chao Kun claps his hands, and delectable dishes appear daily, each a unique delight. After a few days, Li Macho quickly acclimates to this lifestyle. Had such amenities existed in the ancient tomb, she would have never considered fleeing her home. After residing in the cave for several days and honing their marksmanship, Chao Kun proposes to Li Macho that they wed in the ancient tomb. Without hesitation, Li Macho equips herself with 2 Glock handguns and dons a bulletproof vest. Even if confronted by Huang Yaoshi's formidable finger techniques, Chao Kun remains oblivious to how she might falter. The enchanting and formidable Li Macho has been transformed by Chao Kun into an invincible dual-gun-wielding figure. It remains uncertain what kind of impact this will have on the martial world. Chapter 005 Nano Battle Armor? Army Macho to the teeth. Departing from Linen City, our destination is Zhongnenshan. In modern times, one would simply take the high-speed train, arriving in mere hours. However, in ancient times, especially for someone like Chao Kun, who is utterly inept even at horseback riding, this journey becomes a true test of endurance. Fortunately, Chao Kun has unlocked the Doomsday shelter, and he and Li Macho opt for the secluded mountain paths. When fatigue sets in, they unfurl the shelter, retreating inside to bathe, rest, and dine, before resuming their journey with the shelter retracted. In the mountains, encountering venomous snakes and fierce beasts, their survival hinges solely on the whims of the benevolent goddess, Li Macho. As they travel northward, they aim to reach the Yellow River and find a ferry to navigate upstream, entering the Guangzhou region via the Luo River. The banks of the Yellow River now lie within the territory of the Jin dynasty, and their journey inevitably brings them face to face with some ill-fated officials and bandits. In days gone by, Li Macho would have dismissed them with a mere display of her lightness skill. Yet now, the efficiency of wielding a submachine gun proves far less taxing than relying on agility to escape. They transform into a formidable duo, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Li Macho finds a growing sense of harmony with Chao Kun. Had it been Lu Zhanyuan, he would likely have chided her against unnecessary violence. But Chao Kun is different. As a time traveler, he is solely concerned with the feelings of his beloved. Chao Kun possesses his own moral compass, discerning the line between decisive action and innate malevolence. When faced with minor adversaries, he unleashes Li Macho as a battle beast. And after a flurry of gunfire, they continue unimpeded. Should they encounter a siege by officials, they can simply deploy the Doomsday shelter, taking refuge within while firing outward, leaving their foes with no choice but to endure the onslaught. This dynamic duo even casts doubt among their contemporaries, who suspect they might be the long-missing Black Wind twins. Upon hearing this rumor, Chao Kun couldn't help but chuckle. The Black Wind twins had fled to the desert years ago to evade the pursuit of their master, Huang Yaoshi. When Guojing was merely 8, he dispatched the copper corpse Chun Xiandang with a dagger, while Mei Chaofeng, blinded, retreated to the central plains, hiding within the Zhao Wangfu. With this reflection, a spark ignited in Chao Kun's eyes. Indeed, the Zhao Wangfu of today is not the same as it will be when the storyline unfolds years later. Perhaps it harbors skilled martial artists akin to the likes of Ghost Gate's Dragon King, Sha Tongtian. However, such adversaries would pose no challenge for Li Macho, who could navigate the Zhao Wangfu with ease, even without a weapon. Her lightness skill is no jest during the divine Condor era. She had even dared to assert before Huang Yaoshi that if she wished to leave, he might not be able to detain her. As for the so-called experts in the Zhao Wangfu, who cannot even contend with the fledgling Guojing and Huang Rong, Chao Kun genuinely considers them mere trifles. Moreover, there is the medicinal serpent nurtured by Liangzi Wang for decades. If he were to collect it a few years earlier, its efficacy would be far from diminished. With a well-formed plan, Chao Kun shared his intentions with Li Macho. Upon hearing that they would be infiltrating the Zhao Wangfu to acquire the Nani manual, her face brimmed with excitement. Along their journey, they had eliminated no fewer than 80 soldiers of the Jin dynasty. These Jin troops had colluded with the bandits along the way, committing unspeakable atrocities of arson, murder, and plunder. The two of them were unyielding in their quest to rid the world of such evildoers, harboring a deep-seated animosity even towards the Jin imperial family. The Jin dynasty had three political centers: Shangjing Huingfu, Zhongjing Dadu, and Nanjing Kaifengfu. At this moment, the Jin royal family resided in Zhongjing Dadu, and in order to avoid alarming their adversaries, the duo chose to temper their actions, lest they discover wanted posters bearing their likenesses before even entering the city. However, Chao Kuen's apprehensions were unwarranted, as long as Li Macho refrained from using her submachine gun and opted for a different method of killing. It would be nearly impossible for others to link them to the notorious bandits. After several days, they finally arrived at the outskirts of Dadu. Disguised as a middle-aged couple, they entered the city. Once inside, they found it inconveniently located near the residence of Prince Zhao. "Brother Chao, shall we make our move tonight?" she inquired. "Not yet. Let's wait a couple more days," he replied. "All right, during these days, I will scout around the Zhao residence while you await my return." "No, you misunderstand my intention. We do not need to scout the Zhao residence. What I meant by waiting a couple more days is that in 2 days, it will have been a month." "A month?" Li Macho was puzzled by Chao Kuen's words, while he merely held a conjecture regarding the matter. After all, his Doomsday survival system had granted rewards for surviving a day and a week, so it stood to reason that surviving a month would merit a reward as well. Once he received the monthly reward, he could then proceed to the Zhao residence to acquire the 9-in manual of the medicinal snake, ensuring a far greater likelihood of success. Though Li Macho's martial prowess surpassed Chao Kuen's entirely, she exhibited utmost tenderness and obedience in his presence, believing it only natural to follow her husband. When Chao Kuen suggested waiting, she complied without probing further. Residing in the inn, they transformed their room into a sanctuary. Li Macho practiced her meditation, while Chao Kuen utilized the gym equipment to enhance his physique. Eventually, Li Macho found the fitness apparatus intriguing and enjoyable, embodying the goddess of fitness, while Chao Kuen took on the role of Coach Chao, correcting her form. The young couple, enveloped in the bliss of romance, found delight in each other's company, no matter the activity. On the morning of the second day, Chao Kuen finally heard the anticipated announcement. "You have survived a month in the desolation of the apocalypse. Reward: Nano Battle Armor." Ding! Detection indicates that the host possesses a partner. An additional Nano Battle Armor has been granted. Chao Kuen retrieved 2 ring-like devices from the system's storage, donning one upon his wrist. The black bracelet swiftly enveloped him like a liquid, forming an imperceptible protective layer around his body. "Macho, could you strike me?" he asked. "Are you serious?" she replied, hesitating. Let us first try without using internal energy." Li Macho had noticed an apparent layer encasing Chao Kuen, but it vanished almost immediately. Trusting him, she delivered a strike to his shoulder. To her astonishment, as her palm made contact, a ripple spread outward from his shoulder, making her strike feel as though it had landed upon cotton. Upon witnessing the scene, Chao Kuen exhaled in relief and subsequently urged Li Macho to exert greater force. As Li Macho intensified her strikes, she ensured that no harm befell Chao Kuen before employing her internal energy. Ultimately, she discovered that even at her utmost effort, she could inflict no injury upon him. At this juncture, Chao Kuen's confidence began to swell. He drew a pistol and shot himself in the thigh. Naturally, he aimed away from the bone, as even an unpreventable injury would only result in a mere graze. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed, yet Chao Kuen remained unscathed. In the end, he brandished a submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire upon himself for half a minute. Remarkably, the nanotechnology armor displayed merely a 1 damage report, and within 10 seconds, the nanobots autonomously restored it to pristine condition. Truly, this formidable nanotechnology armor was designed to withstand apocalyptic scenarios. Chao Kuen surmised it was crafted to endure the impact of a Barrett rifle, rendering Li Macho's icy silver needles utterly ineffective against its defenses. He then equipped Li Macho with another set of nanotechnology armor, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. This evening, the Zhaowang mansion was bound to be exceedingly lively. Chapter 006, securing the 9-in manual and returning to the ancient tomb. The night had grown deep, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The guards within the Zhao royal residence were drowsy in the latter half of the night. Chao Kun and Li Macho had arrived near the palace, with Li Macho gliding through the air like a specter, signaling to Chao Kun at the opportune moment. Standing outside the palace walls, Chao Kun, upon receiving her signal, made a swift leap over the high barrier. This was a remarkable enhancement of power and speed bestowed upon him by the nano battle armor. Although it resembled brute strength rather than any form of lightness, Chao Kun believed that extraordinary feats could indeed emerge from sheer might. If he could achieve such feats, then Li Macho, equipped as she was even more formidable. He felt as though he had armed her to the teeth, capable of compelling even the 5 absolutes to kneel before her and present her with offerings. Such devotion to one's wife, elevated to this degree, would surely be astonishing in a world of transmigration. The two dashed through the inner precincts of the palace, the nano armor adapting its hue to the environment. While it could not render them invisible, they appeared akin to pure-blooded, luckless individuals roaming the night in the nude, with their mouths covered, making them difficult to distinguish. Soon, they reached their first destination, the palace pharmacy. Having previously equipped their handguns with silencers, the duo crouched atop the pharmacy roof and peered down through a dislodged tile. The pharmacy was dim, devoid of light, rendering the interior invisible. However, Li Macho, possessing formidable inner strength, assured Chao Kun that no one was inside. Once they entered through the window, Chao Kun produced a lighter, and under its feeble glow, they searched the premises but found nothing of value. Chao Kun had anticipated this. Liang Ziwen had been tending to snakes in the Changbai Mountains before accepting an invitation from Wanyan Honglai to bring his medicinal snakes along. Uncertain of Liang Ziwen's arrival time, and with no sign of the medicinal snakes, it seemed likely that he was still enjoying himself in the mountains. With no success in locating the snakes, the two continued unperturbed to their next destination, the rear courtyard of the palace. On their way, Chao Kun noticed a particularly rudimentary structure, speculating it to be a replica of Niu village, where Bao Shiro resided. He held no interest in Bao Shiro. After all, Wanyan Honglai, the 6th prince of the Jin dynasty, had devoted over a decade to raising her son without taking a wife or concubine, yet that still failed to move her. Of course, this perspective might seem somewhat detached. Had one viewed it from Yang Tiexin's standpoint, such loyalty from a wife would indeed be a treasure beyond measure. Before long, they discovered a vegetable garden in the rear courtyard, alongside a thatched cottage. Concerned that his footsteps might alert Mei Chaofeng inside, Chao Kun instructed Li Macho to proceed alone. As for whether Li Macho could contend with Mei Chaofeng, her 9-in white bone claw could hardly rival the firepower of an MP5 submachine gun, which would undoubtedly breach the defenses of the nano battle armor. Li Macho floated like a wraith to the door of the thatched cottage. Their intent was to seize the 9-in manual, and without hesitation, she aimed her silenced handgun at the door latch and fired. As she pushed the door open, a shadow lunged out from within, and Chao Kun, perched against the courtyard wall, watched with keen interest. The clash between the two women promised to be a spectacle worth witnessing. Mei Chaofeng struck at Li Macho with a fierce blow, yet Li Macho did not evade. Instead, she retaliated with 2 precise shots at Mei Chaofeng. Chao Kun approached to inspect the situation, noting that the woman, once presumably fair of face, now bore the scars of her ruined eyes, a sight that would surely haunt the dreams of any child who glimpsed her. Wounded by the 2 shots, Mei Chaofeng staggered back, clutching her injury, but Li Macho swiftly dispatched a few icy silver needles. Though Mei Chaofeng's other senses had sharpened due to her blindness, she was unable to evade the needles in her current state. Fortunately, as Li Macho had not yet mastered the 5-poison secret transmission, the silver needles were not poisoned, merely incapacitating her rather than leading to her swift demise upon contact. Li Macho closed in and employed a pressure point technique to subdue Mei Chaofeng, soon discovering a malodorous piece of human skin on her person. Chao Kun, showing no mercy towards this wicked sorceress who practiced her craft on the living, stepped forward and delivered a fatal shot to her head, avenging Xingyi. Having secured the lower volume of the 9-in manual, the two hastily departed from the scene of the incident, with Chao Kun unconcerned that Huang Laxi would retaliate on Mei Chaofeng's behalf. His own wife was now far more formidable than Huang Loxi. The 9E manual is divided into 2 volumes. The first outlines the principles and inner cultivation methods, while the second consists of martial techniques compiled by Huang Chang. Unlike Mei Chaofeng, Li Macho possessed the authentic inner cultivation methods of the ancient Tomb sect, a refined system created by Lin Chaoying that rivaled the abilities of Wang Chongyan. Thus, they lacked for inner cultivation techniques. Practicing the martial arts from the lower volume of the 9E manual would undoubtedly surpass the skills of the illiterate Black Wind twin evils. After departing from the Wang residence, the pair quickly distanced themselves from the capital, heading towards the ancient tomb. Chao Kun was aware that within the secret chamber of the ancient tomb lay the Yangzong inscriptions, which included the muscle change and bone-forging chapter from the upper volume of the 9E manual, capable of enhancing one's foundation and potential, rendering any need to grind through the Zhubo Tong instance on Peach Blossom Island unnecessary. The combination of the ancient tomb's inner cultivation and the Yangzong inscriptions would likely enable them to reach the inner strength level akin to Yanghua in due time. After nearly a month of travel, they arrived at the tomb of the living dead in Zhongdu. Li Macho stood anxiously outside the gates of the ancient tomb sect, her heart fluttering with unease. In the past, whenever she ventured out, her master had turned a blind eye, allowing her to charm her way back into his good graces with a show of contrition. However, this time, she had returned with a man to wed and sought her master's blessing, a blatant contravention of the sect's customs. Before long, Chao Kun encountered Li Macho's master, who bore no name and was known simply as Lin's maid, following Lin Chaoying's lineage. It was uncertain whether her martial prowess ranked among the 5 absolutes of the martial world, but she was surely not far from that distinction. The JB needle of the little dragon girl, the ice soul silver needles of Li Macho, and the unique binding techniques of the ancient tomb sect were all innovations of this Lin maid. Her most notable achievement was having once wounded Ouyang Feng using the mechanisms of the ancient tomb and her silver needles, a feat that indicated her capability to raise the little dragon girl despite Ouyang Feng's vengeful nature. Chao Kun understood that at such a critical moment, he could no longer hide behind a woman. A man must step forward when the situation demands, ready to shoulder responsibility. Aunt Lin, who is your aunt? Let her speak for herself. Well, it seems that one's temper is rather fiery. Is it not said that the master of the little dragon girl possesses a gentle demeanor? Chao Kun approached with the mindset of meeting his future mother-in-law. One cannot simply resort to American-style swordplay at the slightest disagreement. Lin, the maid, swiftly pulled Li Macho aside, rolled up her sleeve to glance at the mark of the gecko, and then, appearing somewhat calmed, turned her gaze towards Li Macho before directing her attention back to Chao Kun. It is commendable that she still observes etiquette. Seizing the opportunity, Li Macho pouted, "Master, Brother Chao claims he wishes to formally take me as his wife and has always treated me with courtesy." This statement was merely a ruse to deceive her master, as the nature of their nightly shared slumber was a topic Li Macho dared not mention. Chao Kun discerned that Lin's gaze towards Li Macho resembled that of a mother observing her child. As long as no fundamental transgressions were committed, her heart was likely to soften. The 3 stood at the entrance of the ancient tomb, enveloped in a silence that hung heavily in the air. Finally, Lin spoke. "Let us enter and converse. We must not provide others with fodder for ridicule." Chapter 007, Marriage Apprenticeship, My Blissful Life in the Ancient Tomb Within the Ancient Tomb. Visibility was nearly non-existent, leaving Chao Kun in a state of profound darkness. Fortunately, Li Macho held onto his hand, guiding him through a series of twists and turns until a faint glow of fire emerged in the distance. Following the ancient tomb's master and disciple, Chao Kun soon discovered that they had entered a vast cavern, the marks of past excavations evident upon its walls. Several oil lamps flickered along the cavern's walls, evoking memories of his childhood when candles were lit during power outages. The trio arrived at a stone table, where maid Lin took a seat, beckoning Chao Kun to join her. As Li Macho attempted to sit down, she caught a glance from her master and promptly stood back up, casting a pitiful look at him. This time, Chao Kun was well prepared for his visit, having suffered greatly from a deceitful woman in his past life. He could not afford to falter now that he had found a wife who genuinely loved him. Observing the resolute glint in Chao Kuen's eyes, Maid Lin softly remarked, "My master has always told me that all men in the world are fickle." Chao Kuen could not help but retort, "Do you truly believe that?" With a subtle smile, Maid Lin replied, "Whether I believe it or not, does it hold any significance for you?" Chao Kuen nodded earnestly. "It is of great significance, as it pertains to my ability to marry." "You are quite straightforward," she said. "I shall not beat around the bush. Our sect, the Ancient Tomb School, does not traditionally accept male disciples. You are presented with two choices. First, I will consent to your union with Macho and act as your witness. But you must join our Ancient Tomb School and remain here for life. Second, you may take Macho and leave the tomb, severing all ties with our sect and refraining from claiming to be a descendant of the Ancient Tomb. I choose the first option," Chao Kuen declared without hesitation. "Oh, have you truly considered your decision? Life within the Ancient Tomb is not as pleasant as you might imagine. Should you choose to settle here, you will need to consume our sect's 7 stars heartbreak powder. I shall provide you with the antidote at regular intervals to prevent you from yearning for the outside world. Should you find the solitude unbearable." With that, she retrieved a porcelain vial from a nearby cabinet and poured out a dark pill. Without a moment's pause, Chao Kuen took the pill and chewed it, finding its texture soft and chewy, with a taste reminiscent of the sweet and sour fruit leather from his childhood. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck him. How could Macho watch him consume this without uttering a word of protest? He turned to Li Macho, only to find her face streaked with tears, yet adorned with a radiant smile. Upon glancing at Maid Lin, he noticed a look of satisfaction upon her countenance. "What in the world have I just ingested?" Li Macho rushed to Chao Kuen's side, wrapping her arms around him as she explained. "It is merely the 6 fruit pill we use to stave off hunger. Macho, we have yet to conduct the wedding ceremony. Such behavior is improper." Gao Kun exclaimed, glancing at Maid Lin as he tentatively asked, "Should I now address you as master?" Maid Lin, observing the affectionate closeness between Li Macho and Chao Kuen, stood and said, "First, accompany me to pay homage to the portrait of our ancestral matriarch." Chao Kuen was filled with joy and promptly followed Lin Shernyan, who was about to become his master, into the traditional initiation ceremony of the Ancient Tomb sect. He recalled the 3 classic steps Yonghua took when he joined the sect, paying homage to the ancestral matriarch, reverencing his master Zilongnu, and spitting at the portrait of Wang Chongyang. Similarly, Chao Kuen began by venerating Lin Xiaoying, then his master, and finally, he spat at the portrait of Wang Chongyang. However, Chao Kuen had been feeling a bit unwell lately, plagued by a thick phlegm that left him quite uncomfortable. Yet, his master appeared to be quite pleased, believing this to be heaven's retribution against the faithless Wang Chongyang. The Ancient Tomb sect had no strict worldly customs, and that very evening, Chao Kuen and Li Macho were wed at his master's behest. Li Macho donned the bridal gown worn by Lin Xiaoying in her youth, and under the watchful eyes of their master, she and Chao Kuen joyfully united as husband and wife. Chao Kuen noticed a hint of moisture in his master's eyes. What is love in this world, that it compels one to pledge life and death? The master proclaimed, "Macho, Kuen, from this day forth, you shall be husband and wife. This is a gift from your master." As they received the box from their master, Li Macho gasped, "The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? Why has master never bestowed this upon me before, and why now?" The master gently patted her head. "Silly girl. You were unable to practice this technique before. Now that you are married, of course I shall give it to you." Chao Kuen suddenly understood. This was the very skill that Yonghua and Zilongnu practiced amidst the flowers, and indeed, Macho had been unable to train without a partner. Zilongnu herself only began to practice this martial art after being with Yonghua, a fact that even the master had never experienced. Unaware of the intricacies behind it, Li Macho took the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and accompanied Chao Kuen to their bridal chamber. After a night passed, Chao Kuen felt as if his bones were floating. "I am now a married man," he exclaimed, brimming with happiness. Upon waking, Li Macho tenderly assisted Chao Kuen in dressing. After he had completed his morning routine of brushing his teeth and washing his face, he took his wife to meet their master, infusing the moment with ceremonial significance. Upon seeing their master, Chao Kuan conjured a lavish banquet reminiscent of a five-star hotel, setting it upon 2 stone tables. "Master, from now on, I shall take charge of the meals in the ancient tomb." He then proceeded to explain his identity as a wayward Taoist to his master, who, though surprised, chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Was this how all members of the ancient tomb sect behaved? After breakfast, the master began to formally impart the martial arts of the ancient tomb sect to Chao Kuan. Though he was earnest in his studies, he was ultimately a novice without any prior martial foundation, starting from the most basic teachings of debating scriptures and recognizing acupoints. However, Chao Kuan did not mind. He enjoyed a life of abundance within the ancient tomb, receiving his master's affectionate guidance akin to that of a father, who was patient and meticulous in his teachings. His wife would also offer him supplementary lessons at night, always eager for him to quickly grasp the inner workings of martial arts, facilitating their joint practice of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. To this end, Chao Kuan even took to sleeping on the cold jade bed, although it was initially uncomfortable. With Macho by his side providing constant encouragement, he gritted his teeth and devoted himself to rigorous training, determined not to disappoint his wife or master. Time passed unnoticed, and Chao Kuan gradually adapted to this newfound life. The practice of martial arts ultimately relies on scientific principles. The enhancement of one's inner strength is fundamentally derived from the body's ability to refine energy from food. Chao Kuan ensured a daily intake of ample high-quality meats, and the increase in both he and his wife's inner strength garnered admiration even from their master. One morning, while Chao Kuan was meditating on a cold jade bed, he heard a familiar voice resonate in his mind. He swiftly checked the system interface and discovered a new option for the Apocalypse Mall. Upon entering, he was met with a dazzling array of products. The page appeared somewhat chaotic until he noticed several categories at the top: daily necessities, weapons and ammunition, sci-fi gadgets, and extraordinary potions. Goodness, this surely puts us on the path to invincibility. Chapter 008, Montag Shows Joy. Adopting the little dragon girl, Chao Kuan gazed at the absurd merchandise within the apocalyptic marketplace, his heart racing with exhilaration, particularly when he laid eyes on the cosmic battleships and the assortment of extraordinary abilities contained within the potions. He nearly faltered in his cultivation practice. It felt as though one were using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Hastily, he ceased his training, stepping down from the cold jade bed to reassess the Doomsday marketplace. However, when Chao Kuan beheld the currency employed in the marketplace, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. To purchase items, one requires marketplace points? How does one acquire these marketplace points? A daily sign-in reward of 100 points? Are there no other avenues? Glancing once more at the cosmic battleship valued in the hundreds of billions, Chao Kuan thought to himself, "Are you jesting with me?" Fortunately, the essentials in the daily goods category were relatively affordable, with prices akin to those in his homeland before his transmigration, and the points held a value comparable to soft currency, especially the medicines within. Though martial practitioners seldom fall ill, it is prudent to be prepared. Upon reflection, it seemed as if he could receive a daily allowance of 100 points. Without hesitation, Chao Kuan procured several packs of Safi for his wife, ensuring she could rest easy during those few days each month. Of course, he could not neglect his master, who, though only in his early 40s, also had similar needs. However, such matters should not be addressed personally. It would be best to have Mo Cho deliver them to his master. Before Chao Kuan could present his offerings, Mo Cho delivered delightful news. "My husband, I bear joyful tidings." "My dear, truly?" "Indeed, I have been feeling nauseous lately, and my master checked my pulse." "Is the pulse of joy?" Chao Kuan was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, his expressions betraying his composure as he cradled his wife's still flat belly, murmuring to himself, "Am I to be a father? Am I to be a father? Ha ha, I am to be a father." The arrival of the Doomsday marketplace was serendipitous. With its various medicinal offerings, Mo Cho would face fewer unforeseen circumstances during her pregnancy and childbirth. Nevertheless, caution was paramount. Although his wife was a formidable martial artist, He recalled the trials Huang Rong endured during the birth of her twins and the return of the Condor Heroes. Chao Kun began to diligently study the ways of fatherhood, tending to his wife with utmost care. His master, too, began to venture out frequently, claiming he would find an experienced midwife for Mo Cho. Half a month later, upon hearing commotion outside the ancient tomb, Chao Kun assumed his master had returned. However, upon opening the grand door of the tomb, he was met with an unexpected sight. A basket was placed outside, containing an abandoned infant not yet a year old. Within the basket, he discovered a jade pendant engraved with the character for dragon, confirming this was indeed the fabled little dragon girl. With his master still absent, Chao Kun brought the little dragon girl back to the tomb. Mo Cho, upon seeing her husband return with an infant, immediately inquired about the situation. "I have no idea. I found her at the entrance. I did not see who abandoned her," Chao Kun replied. Li Montag Hu exclaimed, "Our ancient tomb is situated in such a remote location. The only ones aware of our entrance are the esteemed members of the Chuanjian sect. Surely, some scoundrel has created this mess." Chao Kun countered, "What do you suggest we do now? We cannot simply abandon the child to fend for herself. Can we?" Li Macho gazed intently at the infant nestled within the basket, then turned her gaze to Chao Kun. "What if we were to adopt her? She could be a companion for our child in the future." Chao Kun nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin. "I share your sentiment. The atmosphere in the ancient tomb is rather sparse. Having an additional presence would certainly enliven it." Li Macho exclaimed with excitement, "If we have a son, we could raise her as a child bride. If we have a daughter, she would simply gain an older sister." Chao Kun replied, "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. We must first await our master's return and his thoughts on the matter. We wouldn't want to create any misunderstandings." "Oh dear, let's not speak of such ominous things," she exclaimed. "Our dear wife must carry to term." Giggling, she added, "Look, my husband," she smiles. "What is that foul odor?" Both turned toward the infant in the basket, exchanging glances. Chao Kun, having purchased a pack of diapers from the market, was nearly astounded at how close he came to exhausting his earnings for the day. Raising a child certainly demands considerable resources. Fortunately, having recently read several self-help books for new fathers, he was now applying his newfound knowledge. He carried the baby into the bathroom, where he gently washed her with lukewarm water, changed her into a fresh diaper, and then bought a bottle along with some infant formula. Holding the little dragon girl, Chao Kun marveled at her delightful cooing, pondering the extraordinary nature of this world. Having traversed the realms of the legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy and now nurturing the young dragon girl himself, was this a plot conceivable by an ordinary mind? Days later, upon his master's return to the ancient tomb, the sight of Chao Kun cradling a child caused his expression to shift dramatically. "Has Macho given birth prematurely?" he pondered, shaking his head. "No, she is still under 4 months. Such an early delivery is improbable." Chao Kun, smiling, recounted the origins of the infant alongside Macho. While their master observed the child in Chao Kun's arms, a nostalgic expression gracing his features. "When I first found you, you were no larger than this, resembling a porcelain doll, so rosy and utterly adorable. Back then, my master was still alive, and neither of us knew how to care for an infant. Fortunately, Granny's son was there to assist us. Alas, after your first year, my master succumbed to illness, departing from this world. It would be more accurate to say that you accompanied me through that difficult time rather than the other way around. Without you, my master would have struggled to endure those days." Li Macho recalled her own childhood memories, moved to tears by the reminiscence. At that moment, their master turned to her and said, "However, I have returned with Granny's son this time. She was a renowned midwife in the Guangzhou region, ensuring your safe delivery." Li Macho exclaimed in astonishment, "But Granny's son returned to her hometown 2 years ago to mourn her father. It has not yet been 3 years. How could she have returned?" Their master chuckled. "Upon learning of your pregnancy, she promptly gathered her belongings and traveled with me." Chao Kun then recollected that there was indeed a granny son in the ancient tomb, who had followed Lin Chao for quite some time. Yet he had not encountered her during his prolonged stay. Could it be that the author had forgotten her existence and was merely patching up the narrative? Where was Granny's son? Why did she not accompany their master? She expressed her intention to procure some medicinal herbs in the town at the foot of the mountain to bolster your health. Despite my insistence that it was unnecessary, she was resolute in her decision to purchase them. However, Granny Sun is no ordinary martial artist, as long as she does not encounter a master of the caliber of the Seven from Chuanjin. Even the average third-generation disciple of Chuanjin might not stand a chance against her. Before long, Granny Sun arrived at the ancient tomb, her back burdened with a large pack. Upon seeing Chao Kuan, her face broke into a smile, causing creases to form. So this is our esteemed son-in-law. Truly a remarkable figure, a perfect match for Miss Li. Initially puzzled by Granny Sun's reference to his wife as Miss Li, Chao Kuan soon recalled that she also addressed Zilong Nu as Miss Long, rendering it less surprising. With Granny Sun's arrival, Chao Kuan was relieved of the temporary responsibilities of a caregiver, entrusting Zilong Nu to a professional. Chapter 009, Journey to Peach Blossom Island. Gathering the 9 scriptures with the return of Granny Sun, the ancient tomb bustled with unprecedented liveliness. For adults and an infant, along with yet-to-be-born children, could easily fill 2 tables for a game of landlord. Chao Kuan seized the opportunity to feign a casual discovery of a hidden passage within the tomb. Stumbling upon the remnants of the 9 scriptures left by Wang Chongyang, the martial arts foundation of the ancient tomb sect ascended to new heights. The master, already nearing the level of a grandmaster, entered seclusion for half a month upon acquiring the remnants of the 9 scriptures. Once she had thoroughly comprehended its contents, she emerged to share her insights with her 2 disciples. Chao Kuan, who had always found the archaic texts daunting, was fortunate to have his master break the scriptures down into digestible pieces, allowing him to learn swiftly. Within a few months, both Chao Kuan and Li Macho had mastered the essence of muscle and bone transformation from the 9 scriptures, greatly enhancing their physical prowess. This proved immensely beneficial for Macho during her pregnancy. When her term was completed, she effortlessly gave birth to a pair of twins. Both children were boys, whom Chao Kuan named Chao Yun and Chao Feng, while also bestowing the surname Chao upon the little dragon girl, naming her Chao Xuan. As for her inherited jade pendant inscribed with the character for dragon, Chao Kuan decided to keep her lineage a secret, raising her as his own daughter. Eldest sister Chao Xuan, second brother Chao Yun, and third brother Chao Feng would one day have the potential to establish a powerful faction. Thus, a new force within the ancient tomb sect was born. While the world outside shifted with tumultuous currents, Chao Kuan reveled in a tranquil life of martial training, child-rearing, and companionship with his wife, savoring the sweetness of their days. As time passed, the events of the legend of the Condor Heroes were approaching their commencement. Following the sword debate at Mount Hua, the 5 greats had agreed to reconvene at Mount Hua 25 years later for the next sword debate. The second sword debate would mark the climax of the legend of the Condor Heroes, which spanned merely 3 to 4 years from Guojing's return to the Central Plains to the sword debate at Mount Hua. By estimating the timing of this event, one could deduce the approximate return of the 7 heroes of Jiangnan with Guojing to the Central Plains. Naturally, keeping track of Yang Kang's age at the Zhao Royal Mansion would yield even greater accuracy. Yet Chao Kuan found himself too occupied for such endeavors. His current objective was to accompany his wife to Peach Blossom Island, seizing the opportunity to acquire the scriptures before the old mischief maker could pass them to Guojing. Otherwise, with Guojing's noble intentions to safeguard Xiangyang for decades and ultimately sacrificing himself for the nation, Chao Kuan could not bear to harm him merely for the sake of the 9 scriptures. After all, with his protagonist aura, even if he could not obtain the 9 scriptures, he might encounter other fortuitous events. Chao Kuan's priority was to ensure the well-being of himself and his family. Although the exact location of Peach Blossom Island remained elusive, it was not entirely untraceable. Just as Ouyang Feng had once hired a fleet to propose to Ouyang Ku, Chao Kuan and Li Macho set off from the ancient tomb to the southeastern coastal regions to gather intelligence about Peach Blossom Island. Among the waterway-based factions like the Sea Sand Gang and the Giant Whale Gang, news traveled swiftly. Chao Kuan and Li Macho, both adept in the art of soul manipulation, sought out the leader of the Haisha Gang for a brief inquiry, thereby determining the approximate location of Peach Blossom Island. Subsequently, Chao Kuan made his way to the coastline near the island, deliberately targeting mute boatmen, and soon came across a mute servant of Peach Blossom Island. Employing his soul manipulation technique, he swiftly took control of the servant, compelling him to reveal the island's general location. In truth, Peach Blossom Island was not far from shore. Huang Yaoshe often played his jade flute to summon a small boat, traversing between the island and the inland coast. He would never dare to flaunt his prowess if the distance were too great. Before long, the duo arrived at Peach Blossom Island, and upon beholding the flourishing peach trees, Chao Kuan and Li Macho plunged directly into the fray. Their purpose was not to breach the Peach Blossom array, but rather to seek out the old mischief maker, Zhou Batong. Thus, Chao Kuan had no need to comprehend the array's intricacies. He merely needed to head toward the mountainous region and call out a few times to see if Zhou Batong would respond. The way of heaven compensates for the excessive and supplements the insufficient. Hence, the void triumphs over the solid, and the inadequate prevails over the abundant. Who is it? Who is reciting the 9E manual? This question served to draw Zhou Batong from his seclusion. Following the sound, Chao Kuan and Li Macho soon discovered a disheveled figure outside a cave. Without hesitation, Chao Kuan signaled to his companion, and they launched a combined assault. After exchanging a few blows, Zhou Batong quickly retreated, pondering how the techniques resembled those of his former companion. His senior had always cautioned him against provoking women, which he had dismissed at the time. However, after incurring the wrath of the South Emperor's wife, he now found himself in a similar predicament. Seeking refuge from women on Peach Blossom Island, Zhou Batong mused that Huang Yaoshe might believe his prolonged absence from the world stemmed from an inability to defeat him. If that were the case, how could a 9E manual remain in his possession for so many years? Ah, you two youngsters lack martial ethics. Ganging up on an old comrade. Should you continue, I shall unleash my ultimate technique. But soon, Zhou Batong realized that even with his skills in dual combat and the emptiness fist, he was still no match for their combined efforts. Will you speak? Will you not speak? Zhou Batong, overwhelmed and unable to retaliate, shouted in frustration. Why don't you ask? How am I to know what to say if you do not inquire? At that, Chao Kuan and Li Macho ceased their assault. Chao Kuan instructed Li Macho to keep an eye on Zhou Batong while he ventured into the cave, overturning every visible stone until he uncovered the upper volume of the 9E manual, buried beneath a large rock. With the manual in hand, the two wasted no time in retracing their steps, leaving Zhou Batong in a state of utter bewilderment. Hey, wait for me, young heroes. Chao Kuan turned to Zhou Batong and inquired, what do you want to follow us for? You're not welcome here. Zhou Batong, feeling familiar with them, replied, oh, come now. If you desire the 9E manual, just talk to me. I am not unwilling to share. Chao Kuan, perplexed, asked, are you serious? Zhou Batong nodded. You must be disciples of my senior's former companion from the ancient tomb sect, right? Oh, why are you hitting me again? Li Macho, retracting her fist and glaring fiercely at him, retorted, your senior, Wang Chongyang, is the most notorious heartbreaker in the world. How dare you bring that up? Mention it again, and I shall strike you once more. Zhou Batong, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed, why the hostility? There's no need for such fierceness. You sound like a shrew. What did you say? I shall end you. You have already done so. Chao Kuan, having soothed his wife's emotions, turned to Zhou Batong and stated, unless you clarify your words, we shall not take you with us. With a sense of resignation, Zhou Batong replied, you have seized my 9E manual. It is rather dull for me to remain here. Chao Kuan pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Just as Zhou Batong's face lit up with hope, he noticed Chao Kuan brandishing an unusual weapon in his direction. But your boredom bears no relevance to me. Begone. With a flurry of precise shots from the human outline gun, Zhou Batong fled in haste, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Chapter 10. The Catastrophe of Shaolin. The male and female bandits seized the 9-yang divine skill upon reaching the harbor of Peach Blossom Island. It was indeed the case that the mute boatmen had vanished with their vessels. However, this posed no challenge for Chao Kuan, as the nano-battle armor enabled him to breathe underwater. During their previous visit to Peach Blossom Island, He had merely been uncertain of the direction, thus opting to traverse the surface of the sea. Now, having established their bearings with Limacho, they plunged directly into the depths, returning to the inland coast in mere half a day. In the distance, the old mischievous man observed their remarkable descent into the ocean with astonishment, his worldview shattered. "Did you truly take that route? What purpose remains for me here?" He lamented. "No, no. When Huang Yaoshe returns, I shall seek a contest with him. Should I prevail, I shall be free to leave." As Chao Kuan and Limacho returned to the mainland, Limacho held the well-preserved manual that Zhou Badong had wrapped up, feeling a tinge of disdain. Yet, compared to the putrid human skin manual previously in the possession of Mei Chaofeng, this was hardly significant. "My dear, shall we return to the ancient tomb?" she inquired. Chao Kuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Since we are already out, we might as well make the most of it and acquire additional manuals. Are there more divine skill manuals?" Limacho pressed. Chao Kuan nodded. "Where are they located?" she asked. With a smile, he replied, "At Shaolin Temple." Indeed, this venture was not solely to retrieve the first volume of the Nining Manual from Peach Blossom Island. It also necessitated a visit to Shaolin Temple to obtain the Nine Yang Divine Skill. Currently, there exist two versions of the Nine Yang Divine Skill. The original version created by Bodhidharma and the newer version devised by the Drunken Monk. Should it be the original Nine Yang Divine Skill, it would undoubtedly be nestled within the Lankavatara Sutra in the scripture repository of Shaolin Temple. Conversely, if it were the newer version, the Drunken Monk conceived it after engaging in a drinking contest with Wang Chongyang, inspired by the Nining Manual. Wang Chongyang had passed away over 20 years ago, and the Drunken Monk, not a youth at that time, was likely no longer living. Thus, regardless of which version of the Nine Yang Divine Skill it may be, it would assuredly reside within Shaolin Temple, unless the Drunken Monk had achieved immortality and still roamed the earth. Yet, even if the Drunken Monk were still alive, Chao Kuan felt no trepidation. His accomplishments in the ancient tomb sect were remarkable, augmented by the high-tech nano-battle armor and an assault rifle with infinite ammunition. Even the legendary monk of the dragon and the desert could be swiftly dispatched. Should a confrontation prove overwhelming, he could always retreat to his sanctuary. After all, the monk's might could hardly surpass that of a nuclear explosion. Along the way, Chao Kuan recounted the origins of the Nine Yang Divine Skill, specifically the version attributed to the Drunken Monk. Since aligning with Chao Kuan, Limacho, once sharp-witted, had seemingly dulled, adopting his reckless reliance on firepower. Upon hearing of their impending journey to Shaolin Temple, she exhibited no fear, as though embarking on a leisurely trip. After the Northern Song dynasty relocated southward, Shaolin Temple had sealed its gates. The monks, it seemed, possessed such character. In times of prosperity, they emerged to amass wealth, while in turmoil, they hid away, indifferent to the chaos surrounding them. This time, Chao Kuan and Limacho had no intention of extending courtesy to Shaolin Temple. Armed with an assault rifle and a handgun each, they charged into the temple with unbridled ferocity. "This is a sacred ground of the Buddha. Who dares approach? You are commanded to retreat at once." A group of formidable monks at the entrance menacingly raised their staffs, directing them towards the couple, Chao Kuan and his wife. While a hail of gunfire from the apocalyptic firearms welcomed them, the relentless sounds of gunfire echoed. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang! Bang! The alarms sounded. A master is attacking the temple. The monks within Shaolin Temple were quickly drawn to the commotion outside, gathering in droves. These Shaolin monks possessed an unwavering confidence, believing that even when faced with a regular army encircling the mountain, they could repel the invaders. This was the essence and self-assurance cultivated over a millennium. Yet, another wave of gunfire ensued, and the bewildered Shaolin warriors fell like waves crashing upon the shore. Ultimately, the sight of countless bodies scattered across the ground shattered their initial courage and resolve. Without needing instruction, they instinctively dispersed in search of cover. However, their efforts proved futile. The two assailants had maximized their offensive and defensive capabilities, their speed and range far outstripping those of their opponents. The duo employed their agile skills to pursue the Shaolin monks, eventually forcing many of the temple's esteemed abbot and senior monks into the open. Initially, this group of elders, seeing the carnage around them, felt bolstered by their numbers and sought to conclude the conflict swiftly. Yet, as they charged forward, they were met with the overwhelming firepower of the MP5, which compelled them to retreat. Cease fire. Must you continue this onslaught? Is there some misunderstanding between us? If you gentlemen desire something from our Shaolin, please speak freely. We can negotiate. Upon hearing these words, Chao Kuan paused his relentless assault. The abbot, sensing an opportunity, felt he had found the right approach. These two formidable figures were indeed terrifying. Without hesitation, they had decimated nearly half of the Shaolin monks. If this continued, the temple's legacy would be at risk. To preserve the land, but lose the people, is to lose all. To preserve the people, but lose the land, may allow for survival. The elder monks understood this principle well. They recognized the necessity of yielding when the time called for it. As long as life endured, there was always a chance for resurgence. Chao Kuan pondered for a moment before addressing the abbot. We wish to visit your temple's scripture repository to procure 2 texts. We kindly request your guidance. The abbot internally lamented, regretting that the group at the gate had so carelessly offended these individuals without inquiry. If you seek martial arts manuals, we have them prepared. All 72 techniques of Shaolin are backed up. Even during the Northern Song Dynasty, figures like Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo were provided with copies, and we did not protest. This was indeed a case of a scholar encountering soldiers, where reason fell short. However, upon Chao Kuan's request, the abbot found himself perplexed. You do not desire the 72 techniques? You merely wish for the I Ching Jing and the Lankavatara Sutra from the first floor of the repository? I am aware of the value of the I Ching Jing, but what purpose do you have for the Lankavatara Sutra? In the town below Mount Shaoshi, one could purchase 10 copies for a mere silver tael. If you wish to read it, you might as well buy it yourself. Yet, daunted by the ferocity of the two, the abbot dared not voice his displeasure. Upon arriving at the scripture repository, Chao Kuan instructed the abbot and the others to remain outside, while he and Imo Cho entered with a young monk familiar with the repository to retrieve the texts. This approach would prevent the monks of Shaolin Temple from discovering the concealed layers within the Lankavatara Sutra upon their initial acquisition, thereby allowing them to covertly swap and manipulate its contents. As for the I Ching Jing, Chao Kuan, too, was merely taking a shot in the dark. This particular text had been pilfered by Zhu during the Tianlong era, later making its way into the hands of Yutan. However, intriguingly, during the Ming Dynasty's time of the smiling, proud wanderer, the Shaolin Temple once again presented the I Ching Jing. This could suggest either that they had retrieved it from abroad, or that the Shaolin Temple possessed a backup of the manuscript. Upon testing, Chao Kuan noted that the opponent could indeed produce the I Ching Jing, leading him to conclude that a backup was likely in existence. Even if the I Ching Jing were reclaimed, it would serve merely as a reference. The martial arts of Shaolin Temple are fraught with hidden dangers, leaving practitioners in dire straits during advanced stages of training. His true objective lay solely within the concealed Jiang divine art, embedded within the Lankavatara Sutra, a secret even the Shaolin Temple itself remained oblivious to. Chapter 011. The reversal of the celestial polarities. The indulgent father, Li Macho, before departing from the Shaolin Temple, Chao Kuan delivered a stern warning. Should this matter come to be known in the martial world, regardless of the channels through which it spreads, we shall return to Shaolin. Next time, we shall not come alone. Though this proclamation may seem audacious, it is predicated on the understanding that the monks of Shaolin remain oblivious to our true intentions. At least for the foreseeable future, the tales of their massacre will not circulate widely throughout the realm. It is not that we fear the formation of an anti-Chao Kuan alliance. Rather, it is a desire for tranquility. The Shaolin monks will undoubtedly not suffer this indignity silently. And none comprehend better than Chao Kuan the malevolent thoughts brewing within these monks. In the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, various sects conspired under the guise of celebrating a birthday to assail Wudong, concealing the nefarious Chung Kuan among them. Similarly, in the smiling, proud wanderer, the inadvertent exposure of the Sunflower Manual led to an assault on Mount Hua by demonic forces, culminating in the emergence of the invincible Dongfang Bubi. It is evident that a group of monks, having dined well and grown idle, have turned their thoughts to mischief perpetually scheming in the shadows. Turning his gaze to his wife, Chao Kun felt an immense satisfaction. She never concerned herself with right or wrong. Whatever Chao Kun desired to pursue, she wholeheartedly supported. Such a bold endeavor as directly assaulting the Shaolin Temple would indeed be challenging for any other female lead to match Chao Kun's audacity. A fine lady transforming into a female fiend alongside him. He could only chuckle at the irony. After leaving the Shaolin Temple, Chao Kun contemplated whether to seek the Pusku serpent outside of Xiangyang City. After much deliberation, he ultimately deemed it a waste of time. Numerous enhancements to physical strength were readily available in the apocalyptic shop, where 1,000 points could procure basic strength-enhancing potions and physical fortitude elixirs. As for consuming a snake's gall, Chao Kun felt he lacked the protagonist's divine aura. Should he inadvertently ingest a parasite, he would be at a loss for remedies. Currently, the martial arts manuals in his possession were sufficient for a decade or more of training in the ancient tomb. As the saying goes, one cannot chew more than they can swallow. Therefore, Chao Kun resolved to know when to retreat. The world is vast, and the martial realm even more so. The two of them journeyed through mountains and waters, reveling in boundless joy. Alas, despite Chao Kun's deliberate indulgence in roasted lamb and seafood feasts in the wilderness, not a single beggar approached him, seeking to exchange martial skills for sustenance. It was a clear indication that he lacked the protagonist's halo to obtain martial arts secrets. He must rely on his own diligent hands and feet, as no pie would fall from the sky to land in his lap. Upon returning to the ancient tomb, Chao Kun resumed his ordinary life. He practiced daily, cared for his child, accompanied his wife, and collected points through daily check-ins. The 9 manual and the 9 Yang skill remained as enigmatic as ever, first entrusted to his master, who would translate the arcane ancient texts into comprehensible language for Chao Kun. Subsequently, the master would perform a preliminary practice to identify any potential pitfalls in the training process, summarizing optimal solutions to impart to Chao Kun and Macho. Having a master to guide him was a blessing. Chao Kun vowed to ensure his master would not meet the same premature fate as in the original tale. A long life, at the very least, was his earnest wish. The 9 Yang skill, embodying utmost strength and vitality, made Chao Kun ponder whether it would indeed be suitable for female practitioners. Yet truly, the master is deserving of his title. After a slight modification, Mo Chao's practice flows smoothly and effortlessly. It is only logical. If women were indeed incapable of martial arts, how would one explain the creation of the Amei 9 Yang technique by Guixiang? Given Guixiang's profound martial arts foundation at that time, she undoubtedly understood the importance of adaptability, elevating the principle of pragmatic utilization to perfection. While it is said that the master leads one to the door, the cultivation relies on the individual. Having a master supervising the practice can indeed prevent one from taking many detours. Moreover, after mastering the 9 Yin and 9 Yang techniques, the master's martial prowess has advanced by leaps and bounds. In a few years, should the opportunity arise to participate in the Huashan sword debate, one could easily defeat the likes of the Eastern Heretic and the Western Poison, the Southern Emperor and the Northern Beggar, without uttering a sound. The complete 9E manual is now in my possession. At that time, Guijing would only have learned the first volume from the old mischievous boy, and the subsequent events would likely be influenced by the butterfly effect. However, Chao Kun would not allow such matters to burden his mind. The downfall of the Southern Song dynasty has its destined path, and he must first ensure the well-being of those around him. Chao Kun resides in seclusion in the ancient tomb with his wife and children, while the outside world undergoes rapid changes. The once mighty Jin dynasty is declining under the Mongolian assault, while the Southern Song, positioned in a corner, still believes it has grasped the patterns of the northern nomadic tribes. The Liao dynasty was formidable, yet within a century, it waned and was supplanted by the Jin. The Jin dynasty, too, was powerful, but within a century, it fell and was replaced by the Mongols. In the eyes of the Southern Song Emperor, as long as they pay tribute and pacify these barbaric tribes, relative peace between the North and South can be maintained. Once their most formidable warriors age, the subsequent generations, having not experienced such affluence, will inevitably continue to decay. The notion is not unfounded, yet they could not foresee that the Mongols are far more formidable than their predecessors, the Liao and Jin. They swept across the Eurasian plains, galloping across the banks of the Danube, earning the ultimate title of the Whip of God, turning their attention to assault the southern Song. This punch harnesses the collective might of the entire Eurasian expanse. How can one defend against it? On this day, Chao Kuan observes his 3 children engaged in a playful skirmish. The eldest, Chao Shuang, also known as the Little Dragon Girl, possesses the highest martial skills, having the advantage of being a year older than her 2 younger brothers. In their teenage years, her additional year of training is noticeably advantageous. Her brothers, Chao Yun and Chao Feng, also exhibit commendable martial prowess. Although they are slightly inferior to their sister, they are both formidable young masters with mastery over the 9 yin and 9 yang internal energies. Furthermore, having been tutored by the esteemed masters of the ancient Tomb sect since childhood, Chao Kuan estimates that even the combat prowess of Zhang Wuji from the Bright Summit dungeon would pale in comparison to his 3 little ones. All right now, come over for a meal. A distant call from Li Macho echoes, prompting the 3 children to swiftly conclude their playful battle and rush toward the dining hall. Losing a fight is acceptable, but one must never lose a meal. The cuisine of the ancient Tomb sect is more lavish than that of the imperial palace. Over the years, Li Macho has developed a passion for cooking, with Chao Kuan providing her with an array of ingredients to unleash her culinary creativity. Compared to summoning food with the ability of unlimited consumption, Macho finds that preparing meals with her own hands is far more meaningful. "Mother, what are we having today?" Li Macho stood before the dining table, clad in an apron, smiling as she announced, braised lamb with carrots, sweet corn soup, charcoal grilled steak, steamed eggs with shrimp, and, of course, the mango millefeuille cake that Frost loves the most. "Mother, you are biased. You always prepare her favorite dishes," they exclaimed. "Indeed, Mother. You should occasionally show some concern for me and my second brother as well." Chao Kuan, observing the harmonious and warm scene before him, chuckled and declared the meal open. Though Li Macho was nearing her 40s in just a few years, she appeared as youthful as someone in their early 20s. This was partly due to the internal cultivation techniques of the ancient Tomb sect that preserved her youth, and partly because of the various skincare products that Chao Kuan had purchased for her from the marketplace. In the original tale, the little dragon girl referred to Li Macho as her senior sister. They had engaged in numerous battles over the years, yet now Macho had become her mother, their bond even surpassing that of her 2 sons, verging on a form of doting madness. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, a voice suddenly called from outside, "Miss, son-in-law, come out and take a look." Chapter 012, A Life of Wandering, willing to call you father. As the group approached the ancient tomb, they spotted a young boy of around 10 years old trailing behind Granny Sunday, clad in the robes of the Chuanjian sect. His body bore numerous marks of beatings, yet he still possessed an extraordinary and delicate beauty. Who else could it be but Yanghua? Chao Kuan rubbed his forehead, wondering if the inertia of the plot was truly that substantial. Had Yanghua, just as in the original tale, been sent to the Chuanjian sect on Zhongnan Mountain by Guojing? "Granny Sun, what is the matter?" Upon hearing Chao Kuan's inquiry, Granny Sun succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. She had witnessed the Chuanjian sect's disciples pursuing the child and, unable to stand idly by, had intervened to rescue him. Over the years, Granny Sun had trained in some of the martial arts from the 9-yin manual alongside Chao Kuan and his companions, making her more than capable of dealing with the Chuanjian sect's Taoists. The Chuanjian sect, aware of the growing reputation of the ancient Tomb sect, did not press the matter further after Granny Sun intervened, refraining even from threats. After all, they had witnessed their master, Zhou Batong, return from a visit to the tomb with a swollen head. Yanghua was 4 years younger than Chao Shuang and 3 years younger than Chao Yun and Chao Feng. The age difference was not significant. The 3 young ones at the tomb simply regarded one another as playmates, and they welcomed Yanghua with open arms. Currently, the ancient tomb was largely under Chao Kuan's authority, as their master had taken on a more hands-off approach. Given that Chao Kuan had already broken the rules of the ancient Tomb sect by accepting a male disciple, there was little resistance to taking Yanghua in. Chao Kun himself had a fondness for the heroic Yonggwa, having already taken in the little dragon girl. Adding Yonggwa would not pose any harm. However, rules still needed to be established. Chao Kun understood that Yonggwa, having spent considerable time in the tomb, would naturally desire to venture outside. Thus, he refrained from imposing the rule of eternal confinement upon him. Rest assured, do you know why this place is a forbidden zone for the Chuanjian sect? Because this territory belongs to our ancient tomb sect. Upon reaching this point, the Chuanjian disciples were left merely staring, lacking the courage to proceed further. Young Guo, a bit bewildered, followed Chao Kun, finding the people around him far more amiable than the detestable Taoists of the Chuanjian sect. The group returned to the dining area, where Chao Kun instructed Granny Sun to set a place for Yonggwa and invited him to sit down for a meal. Having been an orphan since the age of 7 or 8, even after being adopted by Guo Jing and Huang Rong on Peach Blossom Island, he had never experienced such a lavish feast. Initially, he felt somewhat restrained, but as he continued to eat, he couldn't help but succumb to his appetite, gnawing on a fragrant, charcoal-grilled lamb chop. Ah, this child, why cry while eating? Li Macho gently wiped Yonggwa's face with a handkerchief, her expression filled with compassion. Having endured years of solitude, Yonggwa had developed a reserved exterior and a sensitive heart. At this moment, despite the myriad of emotions he wished to express, he found himself at a loss for words. Chao Kun, having faced numerous obstacles in his own life after graduating from university in his previous existence, understood Yonggwa's current mindset well. Excessive concern might only make him uncomfortable, so normal communication would suffice. After the meal, Chao Kun instructed his 2 sons to take Yang to find a room to settle in, prepare some new clothes for him, and familiarize him with the modern living conditions within the ancient tomb. Yonggwa gazed at the bizarre and wondrous sights of the tomb, illuminated brightly by the fluorescent lights above, as if it were day. The 2 brothers leading the way resembled twins, reminding Yonggwa of the Marshall siblings from Peach Blossom Island. However, these 2 brothers exuded an air of refinement that far surpassed that of the aforementioned Marshall siblings, radiating an indescribable warmth and approachability. You are Yonggwa, correct? I am Chao Yun, and this is my brother Chao Feng. The lady sitting beside us during the meal is our elder sister, Chao Shuang. Brother Yun, brother Feng. Chao Feng, who had always been the youngest at home, was quite flattered by the address. He jovially put his arm around Yonggwa's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, now that you have joined our ancient tomb sect, once you master the martial arts, you can seek revenge against the Kansan sect. As our father says, our sect's skills are unparalleled." Chao Yun, perceptive and astute, noticed Yonggwa's expression of skepticism. Wasn't Granny Sun formidable when she rescued you just now? Instantly, Yonggwa recalled how Granny Sun confronted those from the Kansan sect, causing the once arrogant Taoists to cower in fear, unable to voice their anger. He replied, "Though I have not witnessed Granny Sun's prowess firsthand, I can surmise that her martial skills must be impressive. Those Taoists from the Kansan sect dared not even lay a hand on her." With a grin, Chao Feng added, "Granny Sun's skills rank at the very bottom of our ancient tomb sect, yet she can easily handle the 7 heroes of Kansan." Yonggwa was taken aback. Granny Sun can defeat the 7 heroes of Kansan, and she's merely the weakest among your sect? Chao Yun nodded. "Indeed, but do not misunderstand. We are speaking of one-on-one combat. If the 7 heroes were to attack together, Granny Sun would not be able to withstand them." Yonggwa inquired further, "Have you heard of the gallant Gua from Peach Blossom Island and Master Huang?" Chao Yun affirmed, "I have heard my father mention that Gua's martial skills are now considered among the top 5, making him a formidable figure in the martial world. Gao Feng Yin does it. But that is only if our ancient tomb sect members do not venture out. Our father has said that when we step into the martial world, we are what he calls supermodels." "Yes, that's the term, supermodels," Chao Yun declared with pride, "even without mentioning our parents or our grandmaster. Just the 3 of us siblings alone would not necessarily be outmatched by Gua." Yonggwa was clearly skeptical, but neither Chao Feng nor Chao Yun appeared anxious to argue. "Our father has said that only those who are half-baked feel the need to hurriedly prove themselves to others." In any case, Yonggwa made himself comfortable in the ancient tomb. A few days later, as his injuries healed, Chao Kun presented Yonggwa with 2 choices: First, you may become my disciple, and I shall accept you into the ancient tomb sect. Second, I can adopt you as my son, and henceforth, the ancient tomb sect shall be your home. Moved to tears, Yang Guo expressed his profound gratitude. Having endured a life of solitude and hardship, I am eternally grateful for the benevolent care of Granny's son, the shelter provided by Uncle Chow, and the kindness of Aunt Chow, along with my elder brothers and sisters. I, Yang Guo, solemnly vow to the heavens that from this day forth, I shall regard Uncle Chow as my adoptive father, and I will steadfastly uphold filial piety, dedicating myself to the preservation of the ancient tomb sect. Should I ever betray this oath, may heaven and earth conspire against me. With a mere flick of his finger, Chao Kuan summoned a force that lifted Yang Guo, a display of martial prowess that truly transcended his understanding. It seemed that in this lifetime, influenced by the butterfly effect, Ouyang Feng was unable to reverse the 9-yin manual, and after a stalemate with Huang Yaoshi at the Huashan sword debate, he returned to the White Camel Mountain. Consequently, Yang Guo did not have Ouyang Feng as his adoptive father, nor did he learn the toad skill. Yet he was still beaten to the point of defection from the Chuanjin sect. The ancient tomb family grew once more, and Yang Guo happily earned the nickname Yang Xiaoxi, becoming the devoted shadow of the trio known as the Three Little Ones. Chapter 13. The storms emerge from the ancient tomb. The twin dragons renowned in the Jianghu life within the ancient tomb is not as monotonous as one might expect. Chao Kuan and Li Macho have resided there for 3 to 5 years, occasionally venturing outside for a reprieve. As the children gradually mature, it becomes increasingly impractical to confine them within the tomb, devoid of any interaction with the outside world. This is particularly true for the two sons, Chao Yun and Chao Feng, who, at the age of 18, are ripe for adventure. To avert any untoward incidents, Chao Kuan thoughtfully equipped them with 2 sets of nano-battle armor. The young men possess both their father's steadiness and their mother's cleverness. Under Li Macho's earnest guidance, they set forth with provisions in hand. Unlike their father, they lack infinite resources and must thus manage their finances wisely while navigating the world beyond. Fortunately, they have the diligent Shuang by their side, whose tranquil disposition contrasts with the brother's restless yearning for exploration. Yang Guo's martial skills are primarily imparted by Shuang, while Chao Kuan occasionally checks their progress, testing the fruits of their training. It must be said that Yang Guo's innate understanding and potential truly reflect his status as a child of destiny. His pace of learning surpasses that of his peers. Reflecting upon the original narrative, one recalls that when he was taken in by the little dragon maiden, he was still but a youth, yet she could already best how Datong in combat. Remarkably, just a few years later, upon their emergence from the ancient tomb, Yang Guo and the little dragon maiden's martial prowess had grown strikingly comparable. Indeed, had the little dragon maiden not learned the intricacies of Zhou Buitong's dual combat techniques, she could wield the Jade Maidenheart sword technique single-handedly. Before his injury, Yang Guo's combat abilities would have exceeded hers. Although Yang Guo's temperament may lean towards the extreme, such fervor has its merits. He is profoundly loyal to those who treat him with kindness, never becoming a thankless ingrate. Thus, Chao Kuan feels assured in imparting the martial arts of the ancient tomb to him, offering his teachings without reservation. Gradually, Yang Guo is moved by Chao Kuan's sincere treatment, fully accepting this adoptive father and regarding him with genuine filial affection. He shares with Chao Kuan the story of his upbringing in Jiaxing with his mother, culminating in his harrowing experiences while being pursued by the Chuanjin sect. While Chao Kuan is aware of the plot of the legend of the Condor Heroes, he refrains from divulging the circumstances surrounding Yang Kong's demise, instead advising Yang Guo to diligently train in the tomb and seek the truth of his father's fate through his own strength. Yang Guo harbors a strong resolve, working far more diligently than before, driven by a newfound motivation. The merger of the 9 Yang internal skill, the ancient tomb's lightness technique, and the 9 Yin strategies culminates in a brilliance that is truly remarkable. At times, Chao Kuan cannot help but marvel at the protagonist's aura. Were he not a mere bystander, he might struggle to rival these exceptionally gifted characters. While Chao Kuan remains ensconced in the ancient tomb, honing his secondary character. Chao Feng and Chao Yin swiftly established their renown in the Jianghu. One can only imagine the stir caused by two enhanced versions of Zhang Wuji, brothers at that. Making their way through the world, subtlety is not an option. They first roamed the Guangzhou region, which has fallen under Mongolian control. In the face of the ferocity of the Mongol soldiers, the brothers heed their parents' teachings, ready to act when the moment calls for it. Soon, the two individuals achieved their first title in the Guangzhou region, the twin dragons of the ancient tomb. When Grandma Sun conveyed this news back to the tomb, Chao Kuan nearly burst into laughter. It was akin to the characters Ko Zhong and Su Xiling from the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty acquiring their endgame power at the very start. How could fellow martial artists continue to thrive in such a landscape? After spending over half a year traversing the Guangzhou region, the duo set their sights on the direction of Xiangyang City. After all, Yang Guo resided in their ancient tomb, and Guojing had provided years of nurturing for Yang Guo. It was imperative to inform Guojing and Huang Rong of Yang Guo's plight and current circumstances. Upon arriving in Xiangyang, they fortuitously encountered Mongolian soldiers besieging the city. Without a moment's hesitation, the brothers sprang into action, incinerating the Mongolian army's supply lines. After repelling the Mongolian assault, Guojing warmly welcomed the two exceptionally skilled youths before him, expressing his gratitude on behalf of the citizens of Xiangyang. There is no need for such formalities, Uncle Guo. We have come primarily to deliver news regarding our brother. Guojing, bewildered, inquired, Your brother? Gao Zun et Lai. Our brother is Yang Guo. He was nearly bullied to death by the Taoists of the Chuanjin sect, but fortunately, he encountered our father, who took him as an adopted son. The brothers then recounted the entire experience of adopting Yang Guo, also elucidating the reasons behind the Chuanjin sect's maltreatment of him. After listening, Guojing sighed. I had no idea that my actions in defeating Huidu would lead to such suffering for Guo. It is truly my fault. Chaoyan reassured, Uncle Guo, do not worry. Shao Si is with us. My father personally teaches him martial arts, and he will undoubtedly become a remarkable figure in the future. Guojing had witnessed the brothers pierce through the Mongolian encampment and burn their provisions, understanding the terrifying prowess they possessed. Yet he felt compelled to test their skills, as having been confined within Xiangyang for years. He was merely a martial artist eager to encounter formidable opponents. Chao Feng and Chao Yin were not like Zhang Wuji, who began practicing the Nine Yang divine skill in his teenage years. They commenced training at 3, started bone forging at 5, and began cultivating the optimal paths of the 9 Yin and 9 Yang techniques devised by their parents by the age of 7, with elite masters enhancing their combat experience daily. Although they had yet to reach 20, their inner strength, techniques, and combat experience were so extensive that they left Guojing and Huang Rong questioning their own capabilities. Meanwhile, Guo Fu and the younger Wu siblings watched in astonishment as any one of the brothers could contend evenly with Guojing, profoundly challenging their worldviews and life perspectives. Especially for Guo Fu, who always felt the need to flaunt her parents' identities. Witnessing individuals capable of matching her father in combat left her momentarily speechless. As for the younger Wu siblings, the sheer ferocity of these brothers made them wonder just how much stronger their father must be. Yang Guo was taken in as an adopted son by their father, and the relationship between the three of them had never been particularly amicable. If Yang Guo were to acquire even a fraction of the skills possessed by these two brothers, how could they ever hold their heads high in his presence? Huang Rong, as the leader of the Beggars sect, swiftly gathered pertinent information regarding the twin dragons of the ancient tomb. Memories of words extracted from Zhou Buitong's lips surged into her mind. Was it not true that the Peach Blossom Island was once invaded by a pair from the ancient tomb sect, who had stolen the first volume of the 9 Yin manual from Zhou Buitong? However, it was evident that their acceptance of Yang Guo was a gesture of goodwill towards Guojing, and since the 9 Yin manual belonged to Zhou Buitong, their trespass onto Peach Blossom Island could hardly be considered a grave offense, as they did not wreak havoc during their stay. The two brothers, having been warmly entertained by Guojing, stayed for a few days before hastily departing. Yet, just as they were about to leave, someone called out to them. Chapter 014 Farewell to Lu Zhanyuan. Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang make their appearance months later. Chao Feng and Chao Yun return to the ancient tomb. accompanied by a considerable number of individuals. Among the crowd, Chao Kun spotted a middle-aged couple, the man appearing somewhat familiar. Brother Liu? Chao Xindi. Ha ha ha, what brings you here? Brother Liu? And this must be your esteemed wife. Please come in. The visitors were indeed Liu Zhanyuan and his wife He Yuanjun. A few years prior, when the Mongolian troops advanced southward, the Liu family had relocated from their estate in Jiaxing to Xiangyang for safety. On the day the Chao brothers departed Xiangyang, they fortuitously encountered Liu Zhanyuan, who recognized them due to the striking resemblance they bore to Chao Kun and Li Macho. In addition to the Liu couple, they brought along two young maidens, around 15 or 16 years of age. Liu Zhanyuan introduced them as his two juniors, Liu Wushuang and Cheng Ying. They had come to visit the Chao couple and decided to bring the young ladies along for some amusement. Besides these four from the Liu family, Chao Feng and Chao Yun had also returned with Guofu and the two Wu siblings. Although Guofu claimed she wished to see Yanghua, her gaze continuously gravitated towards the Chao brothers. The Wu siblings, who had insisted on accompanying them, found themselves at a loss as they observed Guofu gravitating towards the Chao brothers. They were far too intimidated to express any anger, let alone jealousy, as the power disparity was overwhelmingly in favor of the Chao brothers, who could easily best Guijing in a duel. Moreover, the Chao brothers regarded them merely as juniors of the ancient Tomb sect, with their elders possessing even greater martial prowess. What could the Wu siblings do? Show displeasure? That would be courting disaster. Thus, they could only awkwardly smile while silently shedding tears, burying their sorrows deep within as they watched their beloved lady gravitate towards others. It was the first time in many years that the ancient tomb welcomed such a multitude of guests, and Chao Kun had no intention of concealing anything. He promptly led them on a tour of the tomb. Initially, everyone had anticipated a dark, damp, and eerie environment, yet upon entering, they discovered it was entirely different from their expectations. Bright electric lights, convenient running water, clean flushing toilets, warm bathtubs, comfortable mattresses, and spacious sofas greeted them. Guofu, who had always considered herself a daughter of privilege, now felt her previous worldview was narrow in comparison. The lifestyle within the ancient tomb made her home on Peach Blossom Island seem rather meager. She experienced the sensation of a country bumpkin stepping into the city, finding everything fresh and intriguing. Upon seeing Yanghua again, Guofu's eyes sparkled with delight. Chao Kun treated his family with utmost generosity, and Yanghua, with his martial prowess and maturity, had undergone a significant transformation. Once possessing a handsome exterior laced with a hint of brooding charm, he now exuded confidence and composure, no longer maintaining the distance he once had from others. Furthermore, the garments Chao Kun had prepared for him were crafted from fine materials, enhancing his noble demeanor. As for the Wu siblings, they realized their chances were utterly futile. Chao Kun naturally observed Guofu's demeanor. This girl, having only encountered various beggars from the beggar sect and the likes of the Xiaowu, found herself momentarily rooted to the spot upon encountering three exquisite young gentlemen of similar age. Moreover, she had been overly sheltered by her parents, with every emotion transparently displayed on her countenance. Mo Cho remarked that it was reminiscent of the time she first met him. Gazing at the handsome young men with wide-eyed admiration, blissfully unaware that others had noticed. After spending 3 days in the ancient tomb, Liu Zhanyuan and his wife decided to take their leave for Xiangyang, yet Guofu stubbornly resisted the idea of departing. Seizing the opportunity, the Xiaowu remarked on the admonitions given by their master and mistress before their departure, suggesting that Guofu's presence might intrude upon the daily lives of the two Chao brothers. Chao Kun watched in amazement. The Xiaowu's infatuation with Guofu was palpable. Even in the presence of Xiaoer, a striking beauty, these two brothers seemed oblivious. Chao Kun recalled a saying from his previous life: if one did not genuinely adore someone to the core, who would willingly play the role of a sycophant? To outsiders, it may seem a humble position, yet within their own hearts, they might find profound joy. It is a complex matter. Ultimately, Guofu reluctantly accompanied Liu Zhanyuan and his wife as they departed. Concerned for their safety on the journey, Chao Kun insisted that his two sons escort them back. One must realize that the Zhongnan Mountains were now under Mongolian control. Had it been Liu Zhanyuan and he Yuan Jun alone, Chao Kun might have felt less anxious, as they were formidable martial artists. However, with the addition of Guo Fu and the two inexperienced youths, the level of danger escalated significantly. In the latter part of the legend of the Condor Heroes, the combination of Huang Yaoshi, the old eccentric Master Yideng, and Huang Rong, with the Xiaowu and Guo Fu being pursued by 500 Mongolian soldiers, culminated in a narrative where all managed to escape to Xiangyang, albeit with injuries. Thus, one must not merely consider the upper limits of a team, but also its significant shortcomings. Before their departure, Chao Kun expressed to his sons that if they wished to avoid returning to the ancient tomb, they should revel in their youth and explore the world for a few more years. These two young men had reached the age suitable for marriage. Both Chao Kun and Li Macho intended for them to accompany them back to Xiangyang, hoping they might find favor with Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying, the daughters of Liu Zhanyuan. As for Guo Fu, both Chao Kun and Li Macho held her in somewhat low regard. In truth, this girl, in terms of beauty, was nearly equal to Xiao, even more radiant than Li Macho in her youth. Yet her character was somewhat difficult to comprehend, revealing little potential for the qualities of a virtuous wife and mother. There are even rumors circulating online in later years suggesting that after Guo Fu married Yel Qi, she sought out Yang Guo, but these are likely mere fabrications from netizens. Over the years, Chao Kun's proficiency in ancient literature had advanced remarkably. He began emulating Huang Chong and Zhang Sanfeng, immersing himself in various ancient texts, deeply exploring his martial arts. Furthermore, Chao Kun was also discussing Xiao's marriage with Li Macho, as she was nearing 20 years of age, an age at which it seemed unreasonable for her to remain unmarried. However, Xiao was resolute in her stance against marriage, and despite Li Macho's repeated attempts to persuade her, she remained steadfast. Chao Kun was not particularly anxious about this matter. After all, he was not a product of this era. In his time, the average age for women to marry for the first time was already 36 years. His daughter still had ample time ahead of her. In a few years, when Yang Guo matured, perhaps Schwanger would find herself drawn to him. At present, Chao Kun felt a sense of paternal affection, as if he could depart from this world at any moment. Thus, he cherished every single day he remained here. As a result, he spent several years at home, during which his two sons provided him with a small yet profound emotional awakening. To his surprise, Chao Yun had developed feelings for Guo Fu in Xiangyang, eagerly returning to implore his parents to assist him in proposing. When Li Macho noticed that only Chao Yun had returned, she inquired about his brother, to which Chao Yun chuckled and replied, "Oh, him? He has fallen for a young lady in the Valley of No Regrets and cannot bear to leave." Chapter 015. A Return to the Past? A Realm Reset? The Zombie Apocalypse? The marriage of one's son is a significant affair, and as parents, one cannot remain secluded in an ancient tomb, indifferent to the world. The Valley of No Affection is located near Tongwan. One must take a boat across the Yellow River from Luoyang to reach Tongwan, with a Fengling ferry, often featured in the legend of the Condor Heroes, lies just across the water. Chao Kun and Li Macho personally visited the Valley of No Affection to pay their respects to the valley's master, Gongsun Ji. Despite being only slightly older than Chao Kun, possessed a rather eccentric family martial art. In his unbroken state, he could single-handedly subdue both Yang Guo and Xiao Long Nu. However, after tasting blood, his martial prowess was utterly diminished. Initially, Chao Kun harbored little fondness for Gongsun Ji. Yet Gongsun Lu Ao, his daughter, was pure and unsullied, making her an excellent choice for a daughter-in-law. Contemplating this, Chao Kun resolved to grant Gongsun Ji an opportunity. After discussing the marriage of their children, he gifted Gongsun Ji some seeds of high-yield crops, such as potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes. The expansive grounds of the Valley of No Affection were ideally suited for cultivating seedlings, potentially serving as a food supply base in future confrontations with the Mongols. Although Gongsun Ji's character was somewhat duplicitous, the substantial benefits offered by Chao Kun soon led him to allow Chao Kun to take his daughter away to the ancient tomb for the wedding arrangements. Upon returning, Gongsun Lu Ao promptly chose an auspicious date to wed Chao Feng. Subsequently, Chao Kun accompanied by his family, journeyed to Xiangyang City to formally propose to Chao Yun. Given that Gui Jing and Huang Rong were unable to send their daughter to the ancient tomb, and Chao Yun could not become a son-in-law in their home, both families agreed to hold the wedding in Xiangyang, after which Chao Yun would take Wefu back to reside in the ancient tomb. At this juncture, Chao Kun was already contemplating the impending Mongol invasion. Gui Jing harbored an almost foolish loyalty to the Song dynasty, and he would never entertain the notion of rebellion. The system had alerted Chao Kun that he must depart from this world once the events of the legend of the Condor Heroes concluded, and time was insufficient for him to effectuate a change of dynasty. Thus, he sought to provide a contingency for his descendants. He set his sights on two locations, Hainan Island and Taiwan Island. The Southern Song dynasty was already well-versed in maritime trade. While not as extensive as the Ming dynasty's overseas commerce, the clandestine development of these two islands held considerable promise. Chao Kun collaborated with Gui Jing and Huang Rong, who assisted in sheltering refugees fleeing from the north in Xiangyang City, subsequently transporting them in batches by water to the Treasure Island. Meanwhile, Chao Kun ensured a steady supply of food for these refugees, preventing hunger along their journey. Chao Kun's agricultural bounty was inexhaustible. As much food as the refugees required was readily available. Both islands were suitable for farming, and as long as Chao Kun maintained control over the food supply, he had no fear of dissent among those he would eventually lead. Gui Jing remained largely oblivious, perceiving Chao Kun as being equally concerned for the welfare of the people. However, Huang Rong discerned Chao Kun's long-term strategy, which led her to feel more at ease in marrying off her daughter. She had a clearer understanding of the dynamics of the world than her husband. While they could sacrifice themselves for their country, it was essential for their daughter to have an escape route, a concern that Chao Kun's actions perfectly addressed. Thus, the longer Gui Jing held his ground in Xiangyang, the lesser the pressure he faced in secretly cultivating new forces in the rear. Consequently, every year, Chao Kun would provide a substantial supply of provisions directly to Gui Jing rather than to the city's commander, El Wendy, ensuring that these resources were utilized within the Xiangyang region. With Chao Kun's unwavering support, Gui Jing and Huang Rong no longer needed to convene any heroic assemblies. In these times, sustenance equated to military strength, and the defenses of Xiangyang no longer required Chao Kun's concern. Years later, Kublai Khan gathered a group of martial arts masters and, seizing the opportunity during Huang Rong's childbirth, launched a surprise underground assault on Xiangyang. However, they were met with the well-prepared all-star lineup of the ancient Tomb sect, and the King of the Golden Wheel was swiftly vanquished by Chao Kun with a single punch, leaving no room for bravado. At this moment, the Shaolin Temple, which had defected to Kublai Khan, was suddenly reminded of the terror they once experienced under the dominion of Chao Kun and his wife. Coupled with the secret defection of Zhao Zhijing from the Chuanjin sect, Kublai Khan dispatched troops to besiege the ancient Tomb sect at Zhongnan Mountain. Yet, Chao Kun had anticipated this. The ancient Tomb sect had stealthily relocated to the new city on the Treasure Island years prior, and his own sanctuary was established there as well. With a master overseeing, the security of their rear was hardly an issue. Several years later, millions of citizens had been relocated to the two islands, and with Chao Kun's foresight in significantly advancing maritime technologies, the Mongol forces, after annihilating the last vestiges of the Southern Song dynasty in the naval battle at Yashan, found themselves utterly at a loss regarding these two islands. The Han lineage flourished here, extending their influence into Southeast Asia through a robust maritime system, constantly poised to counterattack the Central Plains once the Yuan court became vulnerable. However, that is a tale for another time. After establishing the specific framework, Chao Kun and Li Macho wandered the rivers and lakes, seldom appearing before the public eye. Some claimed to have seen them in the South Seas. Others speculated that they had ventured north to assassinate Kublai Khan, while yet others believed they traveled to the other side of the ocean in search of a new continent. In truth, one day, while Chao Kun and his wife were admiring the evening glow atop Mount Tai, he suddenly vanished from the summit. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the world he inhabited before his journey. The reflection in the mirror revealed a youthfulness consistent with his pre-travel self. as if time had paused the moment he transcended, rendering his experiences merely a dream. The system. Upon closing his eyes, he realized the system remained in his mind. The button signifying the crossing into a new world was activated, ready to facilitate another journey at any moment. Chao Kuan surmised that he had remained in the legend of the Condor Heroes universe until reaching the maximum allowable duration, at which point the system had forcibly summoned him back. Wait, was there a change in the system panel? Unlocked universes. Legend of the Condor Heroes. The return of the Condor Heroes. You may traverse between these two universes at any time and place. Upon return, the universe will reset. What does this mean? Chao Kuan casually selected a time and place where Li Macho was to immolate herself in the Valley of No Affection to initiate his traversal, rushing into the flames to rescue her. However, without a word, Li Macho retaliated with a 5 poisons divine palm. Hastily, Chao Kuan recited the return incantation and instantly found himself back in the modern world, his emotions in disarray. Was everything I have previously experienced merely akin to a game replica, a virtual realm that could be reset at any moment? Chao Kuan sat on the sofa in the living room, still reeling from the enormity of this upheaval. Just as he was attempting to collect his thoughts, a sudden shriek from outside pierced the air. Don't come any closer. Please don't approach. Chao Kuan stepped onto the balcony and beheld a man lunging at a woman on the neighboring balcony. The woman desperately wielded a pot lid, pressing it against the man's face, striving to prevent his head from drawing nearer. An unsettling feeling flashed through Chao Kuan's mind. Could it be that his so-called apocalyptic survival system was somehow linked to this world he inhabited before his crossing? Chapter 16. Wait, I shall rescue you at once. Chao Kuan swiftly tore down the curtain and flung it towards the neighboring balcony. The curtain ensnared the man's neck as if it possessed an automatic tracking feature. With a firm tug, Chao Kuan pulled back, swiftly yanking the man away, yet he continued to struggle desperately toward the woman. Quite a strong fellow, isn't he? It was then that Chao Kuan discerned the man's profile, leading him to suspect that this creature was likely a zombie. Seeing the creature subdued, the woman hastily entered her home without a glance back, locking the balcony door behind her and drawing the curtain closed. Chao Kuan couldn't help but commend her cleverness as he released his grip on the curtain. The male zombie, now obstructed by the glass door and the curtain, shifted its focus entirely onto Chao Kuan. In an instant, it lunged toward him, disregarding the nearly 2-meter gap between their balconies. Thus, before Chao Kuan's very eyes, the creature executed a leap of faith, plummeting from the 30th floor. Peering down at the spot where the zombie had fallen, Chao Kuan, with his keen eyesight, observed that the courtyard of the first floor was teeming with wandering zombies. He promptly retreated into his room, recalling the location of his phone beneath his pillow. Having traversed into the world of the legend of the Condor Heroes for several decades, Chao Kuan's memories of his past life had begun to blur. Yet the familiar surroundings gradually revived many of his long-buried recollections. He unlocked his phone with his fingerprint, only to discover that the time displayed was precisely that of his reincarnation, having just passed an hour since his arrival. This led him to deduce that during his previous life's transition, the apocalypse must have already commenced, albeit it had yet to infiltrate his idyllic community. Hence, the peculiar Doomsday survival system had accompanied him through the transition. Now, back in reality, the survival system remained intact, boasting decades' worth of accumulated points from his time in the Condor world, rendering him quite affluent. Upon checking the news on his phone, he found that the zombie virus had indeed erupted simultaneously across the globe, with officials urging the public to remain indoors and await rescue. The short video application was inundated with various clips of zombie attacks, and numerous individuals reported that emergency calls went unanswered. Chao Kuan attempted to place a call himself, only to find it impossible to connect. Thus, the chaos of the apocalypse had truly begun. His years of experience in traversing different worlds had instilled in him a calm demeanor in the face of adversity. He settled down in his home once more, determined to reorganize himself after his return. Firstly, the Doomsday system was still operational, containing the points he had amassed over decades in the Condor world. Although he had expended some of these points early on for necessities like diapers during his time raising a child, the expenditure had been minimal, and in subsequent years, he had seldom utilized those points. Calculating the timeline, he recalled that he had adopted the little dragon girl precisely a year after his arrival in the Condor world. Based on the original narrative, she was 19 when she took in Yonggwa, 23 when she emerged from the ancient tomb. And after a 16-year sojourn at the bottom of the cliff following the tragic leap at the Valley of Oblivion, she participated in the Battle of Xiangyang, marking the conclusion of the Divine Eagle storyline. In rough estimation, Little Dragon Girl would now be around 40 years of age, suggesting that his total duration in the Condor world was approximately 41 years. Upon reviewing the sign-in points in the Doomsday Mall, aside from what has already been spent, there remains a sum of 1,422,063, which translates to over 1,400,000 when rounded. However, a notification in the mall indicates that I have currently departed from the Doomsday realm, thereby suspending the daily sign-in feature. How perplexing. Does this Doomsday system truly comprehend where the apocalypse resides? When I am absent from the end times, you allow me to sign in daily, yet upon my return, you disable the function? Chao Kun attempted to purchase a knife in the mall, fortunately discovering that the remaining points could still be utilized. Testing the waters further with the rewards of the Doomsday system, he found that the unlimited resources reward was still accessible, prompting a heavy sigh of relief. The Doomsday shelter function remained intact, along with the 4 guns inside. Lastly, the 2 pieces of nano armor were still present, merely the daily sign-in had ceased. Aside from the rewards from the Doomsday system, all of Chao Kun's cultivated powers had vanished, as he had reverted to his pre-transmigration body, which was understandable. However, due to the return of his soul, some habitual movements he had learned could still be instinctively executed, akin to when he ensnared the zombie on the adjacent balcony with a curtain, purely muscle memory. Nevertheless, his memories persisted, allowing him to retain the martial arts he had studied, ready to be recultivated at any moment. After some contemplation, Chao Kun decided to venture back into the world of the legend of the Condor Heroes, without a specific aim to pursue the plot, simply seeking to dwell for 24 hours by a picturesque seaside. Ultimately, he still could not activate the sign-in point rewards, indicating that in a world where he had already achieved completion, the sign-in rewards could not be triggered again. Upon returning to the modern world, Chao Kun glanced at the time on his phone. He had spent 24 hours in the Condor world, while barely a second had passed outside. If he were to encounter danger in the future and sought refuge in the martial arts world, he would still have to confront the same perils upon his return. Having nearly grasped his current situation, Chao Kun found himself in no rush to depart. The myriad martial arts worlds held an ethereal quality in his heart, while the real world remained the foundation of his existence. Especially after being forcibly returned from the Condor world, the reset of that realm left a significant impact on him. The love and familial bonds he had experienced there turned out to be mere illusions, akin to completing a game level where emotional value was gained. Yet the reality remained distinct. Although the current world had activated a Doomsday mode, all his classmates, friends, acquaintances, beloved anime, films, and literary works resided within this realm. Compared to the martial arts world, the reality offered a profound sense of stability to Chao Kun. Should I glimpse you once more? Would I still feel that pure innocence of our youth, as unadorned as it once was? Suddenly, his phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, Chao Kun furrowed his brow slightly, but answered the call. Hello, Chao Kun? How are things on your end? There's a horde of zombies outside my door, blocking me in. Hurry and save me. All right, wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Having finished his call, Chao Kun hung up and resumed his internet browsing at his computer desk, setting his phone to Do Not Disturb mode. The caller was none other than Zhou Qingma, one of the several manipulative women he had previously mentioned, who often played mind games with him before his journey through time. Zhou, a sales associate in a shopping mall, had met Chao Kun through a matchmaking arrangement, initially underestimating him, believing her skills in fishing for compliments were unparalleled. However, having encountered numerous insincere women, Chao Kun had become immune to many common tactics. Ultimately, this woman was also drawn to his handsome appearance and occasionally arranged casual encounters with him, both understanding that their relationship was purely physical. Zhou Qingma lived not far from Chao Kun, residing in the Huaran New City community across the street from the Happiness community. a mere 5-minute walk away. Yet now, asking Chao Kun for help? Even if he possessed the ability, he could only retort with 2 words. Why should I? Chapter 17. The sarcophagus descending from the clouds, Zhou Qingma gazed at the unreachable phone number of Chao Kun, her expression marred by despair. Is he truly so heartless? Although I have been the one supporting him over the years, can we truly disregard the facts? Has he committed no fault at all? Moreover, we are not merely casual acquaintances. We have shared nights as a couple. They say that a day of marriage equates to 100 days of grace. Yet now, when calamity strikes, he chooses to abandon me without a second thought. Very well, I shall remember this, and once the storm has passed, I will have my reckoning. She opened her social media, unearthed a photograph from when she had cried her eyes out, and after some edits, crafted a message to accompany it. Ultimately, she bore the weight of everything alone. At that moment, Chao Kun was undoubtedly preoccupied, having no time to concern himself with a woman's online theatrics. He initially attempted to meditate, assessing the capabilities of his current physique. However, without a master to aid him in channeling his internal energy, he sat in the living room until dusk, barely managing to sense a faint trace of energy within himself. How he longed for the days of having a master by his side. Nonetheless, discovering any semblance of energy was a step in the right direction. Every journey begins with difficulty, and the initial attempts are often the most challenging. With practice, he would gradually attune himself. The sanctuary has yet to be established, and he currently possessed no internal energy, rendering him unable to maintain heightened vigilance even in slumber. He initiated the sanctuary's formation, reinforcing the defenses of his home from the walls to the windows and from the floors to the ceilings. Satisfied with his efforts, Chao Kun treated himself to 2 cheeseburgers, patting his belly contentedly before quickly drifting off to sleep. How wonderful it would be to possess a cold jade bed at home, allowing him to cultivate even in slumber, thereby accelerating his training. Upon awakening the next morning, Chao Kun noticed an eerie quietness outside. Stepping onto the balcony, he gazed down to find numerous zombies wandering in a state of mindlessness. Curiously, he retrieved his binoculars to observe the scene below, pondering why some individuals, after being attacked by zombies, were reduced to mere bones, while others were bitten yet spared, only to transform into zombies themselves. Did the zombies possess a unique selection mechanism? Was it not a privilege granted to all to become one of them? Were the unworthy merely consumed, denied even the chance of transformation? As he pondered this, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Thank you so much for yesterday, brother. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I might not have survived to this moment. Chao Kun turned to see the woman from the previous day, now clad in clean, orderly attire, her face adorned with a subtle touch of makeup. However, Chao Kun was no longer the naive young worker. He had encountered numerous captivating heroines in the martial arts realm and had wed a truly exceptional wife. He saw through her intentions immediately. She simply sought to latch onto a strong ally to alleviate her anxiety. He nodded kindly in acknowledgement, smiling as he replied, "It was merely a coincidence yesterday. I could not stand idly by while you were in peril. If you wish to express your gratitude towards me, would you be so kind as to offer some food? My pantry is utterly bare, and I have gone hungry since last night. My stomach is quite uncomfortable." A look of surprise flickered across the woman's face. "Allow me to bring you some food. I observed this morning that there are no zombies in the corridor on the 30th floor, so we can venture out safely." With that, she returned from the balcony to the interior, and before long, a knock echoed from outside. Chao Kun beheld the plastic bag of provisions in her hands, noodles, rice, and a few condiments like soy sauce and monosodium glutamate. "You are exceedingly generous. I do not require so much. Just the rice will suffice, as I can prepare some congee." "How could that be?" she retorted, her tone slightly elevated as she insisted on thrusting the items into his hands, her pale fingers inadvertently brushing against his arm. Suddenly, Chao Kun felt a warmth coursing through his body. He quickly reminded himself that although his demeanor had grown as steady as a seasoned veteran, his physique remained that of a youthful man, unchanged. "Very well, I shall accept your kindness. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." This was precisely the response the woman had been awaiting. and her face brightened with delight. "Shall we add each other as friends on Green Bubble?" Chao Kuan smiled as he took out his phone to add her as a contact, nodding as he introduced himself. "I am Chao Kuan. And you?" "I am Fong Ting." "Goodness, fortunate that there are no crows around." After returning home with the provisions she provided, Chao Kuan carelessly placed the items into the refrigerator. He was not in want of supplies, yet food in this apocalyptic world held a different significance, one that he believed Fong Ting understood as well. Borrowing grain from her was akin to borrowing her life. If she claimed to be grateful for his saving grace, it was time to see if her words held weight. It was reminiscent of those who, upon winning the lottery, hastily call relatives and friends to borrow money, only to find that when others learn of their good fortune later, they feel too embarrassed to ask for financial assistance. This was precisely the notion that Chao Kuan was entertaining, if she were unwilling to lend him provisions. When her supplies eventually dwindle, would she still have the audacity to approach him for food? Ultimately, regardless of her motives, Fong Ting brought him a considerable amount of food, indicating that she was not the type who merely spoke of gratitude without action. Even if she sought something in return from Chao Kuan, she at least grasped the principle of give and take, refraining from morally coercing him without cause. Such a neighbor would not leave Chao Kuan feeling perturbed for extending his assistance. In the apocalyptic shop, extraordinary potions were available for purchase, with even the most affordable priced at 1 million points. These potions promised safe awakening of abilities without side effects, allowing one to choose from various powers. At this moment, Chao Kuan had no intention of redeeming any, given the current state of affairs. He could easily cultivate some inner strength over a couple of months to manage the zombies adeptly, should an urgent situation arise in the future. Awakening the corresponding abilities as needed would maximize the efficiency of resource utilization. In the realm of a zombie apocalypse, it is, in truth, a rather mundane affair. The terror evoked by the zombies in cinematic portrayals is merely a construct of the director's artistry, as they deliberately suppress humanity's formidable firepower. The military's engagement with the undead is often restricted to light machine guns, and even then, not utilizing full-power ammunition. Were heavy machine guns employed, these grotesque creatures, upon being grazed by a bullet, would lose limbs with ease. At that moment, an unsettling sensation of dread and anxiety washed over Chao Kuan. He hurried to the balcony to gaze down below, finding nothing amiss. In the sky, on the adjacent balcony, Fong Ting pointed fervently toward the heavens, calling out to Chao Kuan. Upon raising his gaze, his heart leapt into his throat. A colossal black sarcophagus was descending slowly from the clouds above. Its descent was not rapid, yet the clouds appeared to part as if shielded by an invisible barrier, revealing a circular void. The sarcophagus, emerging from this circular aperture in the clouds, descended to the ground, standing tall and imposing, a sight that stirred the very soul. Chapter 018, The Black Sarcophagus, Restoring Inner Strength. The sarcophagus, whose precise height remains uncertain, manifests as a vertical, elongated form with a square base. Its descent is not particularly rapid. Rather, it appears to be gently lowered by an enigmatic force, devoid of free fall. Upon its vertical landing, Chao Kuan estimates the height of the sarcophagus. The first skyscraper of Jiangcheng, standing at 475 meters, seems but a mere toy in its presence. Chao Kuan surmises that the height of this sarcophagus must be at least 3,000 meters, and this is merely his estimation. The actual height is likely even greater. At that moment, Fong Ting, holding her phone, calls out to Chao Kuan. "Quick, look at the news. This monstrous entity is appearing all over the world, not just here." Chao Kuan hastily retrieves his phone and opens the news website, confirming that this colossal black sarcophagus is descending over major cities nationwide. It is not confined to domestic borders. Internationally, the phenomenon persists, with land being secondary to its prevalence at sea. These sarcophagi plummet into the oceans, some embedding themselves in the seabed, while others stand resolutely on the surface, connecting the depths of the ocean to the sky above. Chao Kuan feels somewhat like a harbinger of doom. Having just remarked on the relatively low difficulty of a zombie apocalypse, the universe swiftly escalates the stakes. Humanity's greatest fear stems from the unknown, and Chao Kuan is left to ponder the implications of these black sarcophagi's arrival on Blue Star, suspecting that the outcomes are unlikely to be favorable. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter rotors reaches their ears. Chao Kuan and Fong Ting look up to see a formation of approximately 10 armed helicopters flying straight toward the black sarcophagus. It is the military. As the helicopters pass overhead, survivors in the nearby residential areas rush to their windows and balconies, shouting and signaling for help. Regrettably, the helicopters, with a clear objective, disregard the cries for assistance, ignoring the plight of those below. The situation seems to exceed Chao Kuan's control. He watches as the helicopters approach the distant sarcophagus, gradually vanishing from sight as they recede. He wonders what the military might discover in that location. But he knows he will not venture near the black sarcophagus while the situation remains unclear. He is a survivor, as long as he remains cautious. He can continue to grow stronger without risking himself in unfamiliar territories. By the way, Fong Ting, do you know how these zombies appeared? Gao Kun inquiries. Before his traversal, Blue Star was entirely normal. Upon his return, only 2 hours had elapsed, and in that brief span, the world has been overrun by zombies. A phenomenon that does not seem to stem from a gradual viral spread. Fong Ting reflects, I'm not entirely sure how it happened. I just felt a bit dizzy yesterday morning and then fainted. When I awoke, I found my husband unconscious, burning with fever. I attempted to lower his temperature with a wet towel, and then he transformed into a zombie and lunged at me. I barely made it to the balcony when you rescued me. Chao Kuan compares the timing of Fong Ting's fainting spell with his own traversal, noting that they coincide almost perfectly. Thus, I find myself transported to the world of the legend of the Condor Heroes at the very moment of the apocalypse, along with the survival system for the end times. Regardless, I must prioritize cultivating my internal energy, for possessing such power will significantly mitigate the threat posed by the undead. After exchanging pleasantries with Fong Ting, Chao Kuan returned from the balcony to his living room, seeking a quiet corner to resume his meditative practice. Fong Ting gazed at his departing figure, her thoughts lingering unspoken. She had meticulously adorned herself today, deliberately waiting on the balcony for his emergence. Having experienced firsthand the overwhelming strength of her husband, now a zombie, she recognized that Chao Kuan, with a single hand, could effortlessly drag away her transformed spouse, indicating he possessed formidable skills. Such a man, in times of peace, might merely find himself toiling as a laborer in a moving company. However, in the apocalypse, a man wielding martial prowess equates to a bastion of security. Fong Ting and her husband had only recently acquired their marriage certificate and had yet to hold a formal wedding. Just yesterday, her husband had come to her home to discuss the arrangements for their upcoming nuptials, only to encounter the onset of the apocalypse. She had hoped to reserve their first night together for their wedding night, but fate had other plans, depriving her husband of that fortune. It is said that a man must traverse mountains to pursue a woman, while a woman must navigate vales to pursue a man. Fong Ting believed she had given ample hints, yet the man next door seemed oblivious to her advances. She glanced down at her purple spaghetti-strap dress, pondering whether she lacked allure. Chao Kuan, seated in his living room, swiftly calmed his mind, achieving a state of tranquil clarity. Fong Ting's subtle intentions did not escape his notice. However, having experienced profound love in the world of the legend of the Condor Heroes, he understood the intricate dance of mutual affection between a man and a woman, granting him a resolute will far more steadfast than that of the average person. While he did not dismiss the allure of a beautiful woman making advances, he recognized that Fong Ting was not yet sufficiently assertive, her thoughts still entangled in the pre-apocalyptic mindset of courting. She was responsible for providing hints, while he was expected to comprehend them and dutifully respond, thereby surrendering the initiative to her. Regrettably, if this was her approach, he found himself unwilling to engage. In the ensuing days, Chao Kuan refrained from visiting the balcony, setting his phone to do not disturb mode, wholly devoted to his home cultivation. His internal energy training primarily focused on the 9 Yang divine skill, incorporating elements of the 9 Yin scriptures and the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Although he lacked the assistance of the cold jade bed, he ingeniously utilized the infinite food exchange to procure a substantial quantity of ice, filling his bathtub and submerging himself within it, effectively mirroring the benefits of the cold jade bed. After 7 days, Chao Kun emerged from the bathtub, observing the boiling water as he concluded his practice. Whether it was his reincarnation granting him greater proficiency or the heightened concentration of spiritual energy in the aftermath of the apocalypse, he felt that his progress in cultivating internal energy was markedly faster than it had been in the world of the legend of the Condor Heroes. Initially estimating a time frame of at least half a month to 20 days to cultivate his internal energy, he accomplished this feat in a mere 7 days. With this newfound power, he could execute attacks, defenses, and agility with ease, greatly enhancing his safety. Though the Doomsday shelter is designed to withstand nuclear attacks, the presence of the ominous black monolith has caused Chao Kun to lose faith in the shelter's defensive capabilities. No one knows the true nature of this entity, its purpose for descending upon Earth, or what it conceals within. Over the course of the past week, the black monolith has stood silently in various locations across Blue Star, impervious to the relentless efforts of scientists who have been unable to extract even a speck of its dust. The material strength of this dark coffin is so formidable that it has left local scientists in a state of despair, rendering any research utterly futile. However, for the survivors of Blue Star, this has turned out to be a silver lining. After initially succumbing to panic, the residents of the happy community have set aside their fears regarding the monolith. They now find themselves confronting a far more pressing concern. Many households are running out of food. Shopter nu ni fang ting moves. Rooftop market, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Chao Kun approached and opened it, revealing Fong Ting, her expression fraught with anxiety. "What has happened?" he inquired, glancing apprehensively around. Fong Ting asked, "May I come in to speak?" "Of course," Chao Kun replied, stepping back to allow her entry. Watching as she gently closed the door behind her, he retrieved a bottle of nutritional drink from the refrigerator and seated himself opposite her. "I have set my phone to do not disturb these past few days, but your number is on my white list. What cannot be discussed over the phone?" After sipping half the bottle, Fong Ting cast a complex gaze at Chao Kun, realizing that this man was evidently well provided for. A week had passed since her household supplies had dwindled, and Chao Kun appeared to be free from the pangs of hunger. The single bag of rice she had given him previously could not possibly sustain him until now. "Are you aware of the current power dynamics within our community?" Fong Ting inquired. Upon seeing him shake his head, she continued, "Due to the scarcity of resources and food, the security team, organized by the property management, has cleared the zombies from the underground parking lot." Chao Kun looked at her. There must have been a considerable number of zombies in the parking lot. Their ability to clear it likely cost several lives. Fong Ting nodded solemnly. Indeed, several security personnel and tenants have perished. Consequently, the underground parking has transformed into a marketplace for goods, with many residents engaging in barter. The property management and security collect a certain amount of supplies as an entry fee to the parking lot, and there has been little dissent, particularly considering the lives lost in the cleanup. Chao Kun asked, "Have you ventured into the underground parking?" Fong Ting shook her head. "I dare not. I can manage for a few more days without taking that risk." At that moment, Chao Kun opened his phone and discovered he had been added to the community's resource exchange group, casually browsing through the historical messages. As he had imagined, most participants were trading food for food. Those attempting to exchange luxury items for instant noodles returned empty-handed. Fong Ting continued, "However, a significant portion of the residents are dissatisfied with the property management and securities fees, which has led to the rooftops of each building becoming small trading markets as well." Chao Kun turned his gaze to Fong Ting. "Did you come to me because of these individuals?" She nodded. "Yes, this morning, due to the scarcity of supplies at home, I ventured up to browse. Upon returning, I noticed several men had been following me. I hurried back inside and, peering through the peephole, saw those men standing at my door. Unsure of their intentions, I hid behind the door and listened until they departed, after which I came to find you." Chao Kun regarded Fong Ting, understanding her predicament. A woman of her beauty, targeted by men in this apocalyptic world, could only seek refuge for one reason. "So, you wish to take shelter here?" Fong Ting gently bit her lip, her eyes fixed on Chao Kun, within her water-like gaze. One could perceive a blend of determination and shyness. I understand. If you wish to stay here, feel free to move in. My home is equipped with a custom security door that, as long as it remains closed, cannot be breached from the outside. Fong Ting's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Brother Chow. I will go back and bring the remaining food over. With that, she stood up and left for her own home. Chow Kun left the door ajar, clad in nano armor and wielding a firearm with unlimited ammunition, unafraid of encountering either zombies or rioters. Fong Ting swiftly transported the remaining supplies from her home to Chow Kun's, totaling 2 bags of noodles, one of which had already been partially consumed. Given Fong Ting's appetite, this 1.5 bags would suffice for at least a week. Chow Kun discerned that Fong Ting's desire to relocate was not merely driven by the depletion of provisions. Rather, she sought a sense of security. When Fong Ting opened Chow Kun's refrigerator to find it brimming with food, her gaze shifted to him, filled with a hint of reproach. With so much food, why did you borrow supplies from me last week? Chow Kun waved his hand dismissively, urging her not to feel awkward. Yet he refrained from explaining the source of his food. Once Fong Ting had settled in, Chow Kun suggested that she rest at home while he ventured up to the rooftop. Although he lacked for food, the prices of luxury items in the apocalypse marketplace were equivalent to those in reality. Asking him to spend hundreds of thousands of points on a Rolex would be akin to demanding his life. In a world where a single pack of instant noodles could be exchanged for a Lamborghini, Chow Kun was eager to see if he might procure something of personal interest. With no concerns at home, as the shelter's security was solely under his control, he did not require keys to exit. His thoughts alone could unlock the door. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found it teeming with vendors, resembling a bustling marketplace. Each building in the happy community housed 4 units, with 4 households per unit, amounting to 16 families per floor and 480 households across 30 stories, predominantly consisting of 3-person families, easily totaling over 1,000 residents in a single building. At least 100 individuals were peddling their wares on the rooftop, with no visible authority exerting control, creating an atmosphere akin to a spontaneously organized free market. As Chow Kun strolled through the stalls, he discovered an assortment of items he desired. For instance, at a stall run by a chubby vendor, a variety of model figurines were on display. Chow Kun crouched down and inquired, "What are you looking to trade for these?" The vendor glanced up wearily at Chow Kun and replied, "A wedding dress frame for a pack of instant noodles. An alloy MG Extraordinary Assault Freedom Gundam for a bottle of mineral water. A 6-to-1 prize figure of Nico Robin for 3 packs of noodles. And a titanium alloy Optimus Prime for 5 packs. If you're interested, I also have a 1-to-1 alloy skeleton Gyuli Reba silicone figure at home, complete with automatic heating and cleaning, better than a real girlfriend. Price is negotiable." Upon hearing this, Chow Kun was struck by the sheer absurdity of the vendor's offerings. What in the world was a 1-to-1 alloy skeleton silicone figure? Should he consider purchasing it for a critique? Never mind. Within my abode resides a stunning beauty, a true paragon of perfection. Thus there is no need to lower my standards. I retrieved a package of instant noodles from my backpack, having acquired the titanium alloy Optimus Prime. As I toyed with it, I continued my leisurely stroll. At such a time, the prospect of bartering instant noodles for a transformer captivated many vendors, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. "Hey there, brother. How about a nearly new PS5? Just 95 fresh. I'll throw in 2 controllers. Brother, would you fancy a bracelet made of exquisite gold enamelwood? Just a morsel in exchange would suffice. Brother, how about a wife? My lady is quite delightful. Young man, what do you think of a mature lady? Do not be deceived by her age. She possesses great wisdom and will ensure your experience is unforgettable." I felt as though I had transformed into a wealthy tycoon, with all eyes fixated upon my bag, reflecting their yearning desires. Such is the reality of the apocalypse. Chapter 20. The self-assured Zhou Qingma Chow Kun, like a naive youth who remains oblivious to the intricacies of the world, meandered through the rooftop marketplace, perusing one stall after another. Upon discovering items that piqued his interest, he unhesitatingly opened his backpack, exchanging instant noodles with the vendors in a swift transaction. By the time he departed from the bustling market, his backpack was brimming with various acquisitions. As he approached his home, he noticed a figure lurking around the corner of the staircase, seemingly tailing him. However, he dismissed it. To him, ordinary individuals posed no threat, even if they were to detonate the building. The shock absorption system in his sanctuary would ensure the safety of his family amidst any descent. Upon his return, Chao Kuan observed Fong Ting seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in a television show. He retrieved a packet of jieting from his backpack and handed it to her. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she softly expressed her gratitude before placing the item in the room he had temporarily arranged for her. Once Fong Ting retreated to her quarters, Chao Kuan displayed the titanium alloy Optimus Prime he had just acquired atop a cabinet, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, a man remains a boy at heart. Even after living for decades in the world of the legend of the Condor Heroes and becoming a grandfather, he still found himself enamored with such treasures upon returning to reality. His backpack contained 2 watches, recognizable to him as Vacheron Constantine and Patek Philippe, though he lacked knowledge of their specific models. They certainly exuded an air of sophistication. Additionally, he collected some jewelry, knowing it would prove useful in the future. Furthermore, he gathered an assortment of multi-functional Swiss Army knives, batons, and hammers. While he might not personally utilize them, his wealth afforded him the luxury of indulgence. When Fong Ting emerged, she nervously sat beside Chao Kuan, her heart racing. She believed her feelings were evident, yet Chao Kuan displayed an unexpected level of gentlemanly restraint. Although his gaze was unabashedly filled with admiration, the more risque and violent scenario she anticipated had yet to unfold. Am I merely indulging in self-deception? Fong Ting began to doubt her own allure. Having recently moved into Chao Kuan's home, she constantly reminded herself to tread carefully. If he had approached her with more overt intentions, she would have felt somewhat relieved. However, his treatment of her as a mere friend, encouraging her to feel at home and freely consume the food in the refrigerator, left her feeling somewhat constrained. Ultimately, it was Chao Kuan who went to the fridge to fetch her a whole roasted chicken and a fruit salad. Only then did she tentatively begin to eat. Having visited the rooftop marketplace, she was acutely aware that many women there had to sell themselves just to afford a morsel. Although Brother Chao made no demands of her, this did not grant her the right to accept everything without question. She felt compelled to prove her worth to him. Fong Ting bit her lip, as if resolving to take action. After changing into a different outfit, she quietly settled on the sofa, awaiting Chao Kuan's return, hoping to surprise him. However, after he retreated to his room, silence enveloped the space. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that she mustered the courage to knock on his door. "Brother Chao, are you coming out for dinner?" "All right, just a moment, I'll be right out." Chao Kuan completed his final grand cycle and emerged from the bathtub, filled with ice, drying himself with a towel before donning a fresh set of clothes. Upon entering the living room, his gaze was immediately drawn to Fong Ting, adorned in a rather alluring yellow outfit reminiscent of a viral sensation. Observing her subtle expressions, Chao Kuan swiftly grasped her psychological state. This woman, despite her seemingly modern demeanor, possessed a fundamentally traditional character. Having accepted his kindness, she felt compelled to reciprocate, unlike certain opportunistic women who shamelessly accept generosity without a thought. Achoo! Across the street, Zhou Qingma sneezed, convinced that the rogue Chao Kuan was, once again, unable to resist thinking about her. To earn my forgiveness, he might as well be dreaming. However, it had been a week, and her pantry was nearly bare. She believed in sustainable aquaculture, never seeking the naive souls within her community. Given the current circumstances, she dared not pursue any admirers in her neighborhood. Who could tell if the person waiting outside her door was a devoted follower or a predatory wolf? Sigh, perhaps I should afford Chao Kuan a chance to apologize. After all, he still harbors feelings for me. Achoo! Sudenu, Gao Kun Smith said. Before he could reach for a tissue, Fong Ting, leaning beside him, offered one. "Thank you," he replied, taking the tissue to wipe his nose, wrapping an arm around Fong Ting's shoulders as they quietly watched the news. Chao Kuan was not a man plagued by any obsessive cleanliness. As long as a woman was not prone to reckless behavior, he welcomed her presence. Yet, he was taken aback to learn that Fong Ting was already engaged. And what is more, she had a new car. How embarrassing for her ex. Mathematics teacher, where's the process? Language teacher, what about the details? Shinhee teacher, consider yourself fortunate to have escaped. As Chao Kun watched the news, he found himself critiquing his so-called apocalypse system, which bore no resemblance to a true apocalypse. Other systems might reward their users with stunning women and bountiful rewards, while his seemed as exhausted as Fong Ting, offering little in the way of conversation. Luckily, he had mentally prepared himself, if the system did indeed offer rewards for collecting women. Upon arriving in a world akin to that of the legend of the Condor Heroes, he would be at its mercy. Even women he might not favor would have to be courted for the sake of rewards, which felt fundamentally misguided. This way, however, was rather agreeable, letting fate decide while pursuing his own preferences. It is often said that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. In apocalyptic novels, male protagonists often resort to demeaning tactics to train their female counterparts, even going so far as to make them eat from the ground like dogs, believing this would increase their loyalty. Chao Kun did not consider himself to possess such magnetic charm. He preferred to engage with women based on mutual respect. Of course, if he were to extend respect without receiving it in return, he had ample means to teach the other party what respect truly entailed. As a certain e-commerce magnate once stated, I never shortchange my brothers, but whether you are my brother is for me to decide. Fong Ting, having surrendered herself to Chao Kun, finally released the weight that had burdened her heart. Chao Kun exerted no pressure upon her. Everything transpired with her willing consent. Contrary to her previous imaginings, she found herself unexpectedly reveling in the experience. At that moment, a peculiar thought surged within her. 3 years of romance with her husband paled in comparison to the sheer exhilaration of merely 2 hours spent with Chao Kun. As she closed her eyes, her mind was wholly consumed by his image, leaving her both mortified and exhilarated. Yet, this man bestowed upon her an unprecedented sense of security, enveloping her in a profound happiness from which she found it challenging to extricate herself. Fong Ting gazed at Chao Kun, feeling as though her very soul had been redeemed. Chapter 021. Brother Chao, there's something awry. Since moving into Chao Kun's home, Fong Ting's worldview has been consistently challenged. Chao Kun's limitless capacity for indulgence was never intended to be concealed from her. It served no purpose. Instead, as Fong Ting gradually engaged with him, her disposition evolved to a state of natural acceptance. Owing to his character, Chao Kun, even in ancient times, eschewed the pretentiousness of superiority. Fong Ting possesses a commendable temperament. She is discerning, knows when to advance and retreat, and understands the appropriate boundaries, which is sufficient. Adults merely select. They do not seek to change others. Forcing a manipulative person to alter herself to accommodate you may appear as submission on the surface. Yet internally she feels she is enduring humiliation. Such a mindset in a woman is akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. You claim to possess a system capable of elevating her loyalty to 100 and ensuring it never declines? How envious I am. Alas, our household system lacks such brainwashing capabilities. However, Chao Kun is not greedy. He finds solace in the modest capabilities of his system. With nano armor protecting him while he sleeps, he is untroubled by the fear of ambush, blissfully holding Fong Ting close until dawn breaks. What do you wish to eat in the morning? Can you provide anything I desire? Observing Fong Ting's teasing gaze, Chao Kun pondered how, in just one night, this woman had transformed so dramatically. It was as if he had discovered the expressway to a woman's heart, as the writer once remarked. After some playful banter, Fong Ting ordered a spicy noodle dish with kidney, hailing from the Sichuan Chongqing region, where she had completed her university studies and remained to work. Savoring the noodles, Fong Ting felt her life rejuvenated with purpose. Chao Kun, in the morning, brought a steamer of rich, oily dumplings and a bowl of egg wine, appearing rather unpretentious. Following breakfast, he donned his backpack and ascended to the rooftop market. Numerous vendors, previously seated, rose upon his arrival. This gentleman, upon spotting something he fancied, genuinely exchanged food for it, offering prices more reasonable than most, eschewing exorbitant haggling. The vendor who had sold him the Optimus Prime figurine enthusiastically inquired, "Brother, are you still interested in that life-sized silicone figure with an alloy skeleton I mentioned yesterday? How about I offer you a 50 discount?" A nearby vendor scoffed. "Save your breath, mate. It's not that he finds it overpriced. He is simply disgusted by the fact that it's been used. Can't you see that?" The portly vendor's face flushed crimson as he stammered, "But I've already said it can self-clean and disinfect. What does it matter?" The mocking vendor retorted. "So when your wife returns after a delightful romp, you'll act as if nothing has transpired?" This remark rendered the chubby vendor speechless. Chao Kuan chuckled as he continued his stroll. He decided that the alloy skeleton figurine was better suited for someone in need. He truly had no desire for it. Ultimately, perhaps due to having purchased all the desirable items the previous day, he found himself unimpressed by today's offerings as he wandered around. Standing atop the rooftop, gazing at the distant, still stone sarcophagus, Chao Kuan harbored an unsettling premonition that danger was brewing within. However, this stone coffin now resembles the planetary engines from the wandering Earth, densely embedded in every corner of the blue planet, leaving him with no place to hide. Remaining in the metropolis, at least there would be dangers shared among many, dispersing the risks. After observing the stone coffin for a while, Chao Kuan departed from the rooftop market and returned home. Behind him, someone continued to follow. Chao Kuan was aware they were hesitating over whether to take action against him. Yet, the collapse of human societal order necessitates a process. Once instances of stalking and murder arise, who would dare to frequent the rooftop market they had painstakingly established? They were still weighing the pros and cons. If the profit from a heist could surpass the benefits they derived from the rooftop market, they would act without hesitation. Chao Kuan was not the kind of protagonist reborn in a post-apocalyptic world, seeking vengeance against neighbors who conspired against him. He harbored no animosity towards them. Upon his return to this desolate reality, he had even contemplated nourishing his neighbors with his infinite provisions. However, he understood the principle of reciprocity. If he were to unconditionally support these individuals, over time, they might come to regard such generosity as their due. Should he ever reduce their supplies, they would likely turn against him, vocally expressing their grievances. Thus, to cultivate his own influence, he must ensure that they first endure the trials of the apocalypse. Those who ultimately survive would better appreciate the value of his benevolence. Compared to the frigid dystopias in novels where temperatures plummet to -70 or 80 degrees. The greatest advantage of a zombie apocalypse is that the city's water and electricity supply can still keep pace. As time swiftly passed, a week had gone by, and Fong Ting had acclimated to life with Chao Kuan. Apart from meals, he spent the remainder of his time in the bathroom, reportedly practicing Qigong. Fong Ting, meanwhile, kept a vigilant eye on various news reports and happenings in the surrounding neighborhoods, promptly relaying any significant information to Chao Kuan. In the living room, while enjoying a salmon avocado salad, Fong Ting felt a tinge of absurdity, while others were battling fiercely over a packet of instant noodles. She found herself controlling her diet due to the abundance of food she had enjoyed recently, opting for low-calorie options to maintain her figure. Whenever Chao Kuan practiced, he would lock himself in a bathroom, claiming that disturbances could lead to obsession, necessitating a particularly quiet environment. Thus, whenever she encountered noteworthy news, she would first document it, awaiting the moment when Chao Kuan emerged for dinner to present her findings. However, today, circumstances seemed to have shifted. Before mealtime, Fong Ting abruptly knocked on the bathroom door. Brother Chao, you need to come out, there's something happening." Knowing Fong Ting would not jest about such matters, Chao Kuan immediately ceased his practice, hastily wrapping a towel around himself before stepping out. "What's going on? Look outside." Chao Kuan followed Fong Ting's, his expression turning grave. The stone coffin, which had been silent for half a month, was now emitting thick black smoke. This smoke billowed forth from the coffin, rapidly descending like the cold air from a refrigerator, then spreading outward from the ground. Chao Kuan promptly accessed the official news website and was met with reports stating that all the black coffins around the globe had simultaneously emitted a dark smoke. In a short span, the surface of Blue Star became shrouded in a thick layer of this black mist, reaching an approximate height of 30 meters, enough to engulf a typical residential building up to the 9th floor. residing on the 30th floor. Chao Kuan observed as the city streets outside his window were swiftly cloaked in darkness, a profound sense of unease welling within him. "Brother Chao, look at the community chat," exclaimed Fong Ting as she thrust her phone before Chao Kuan's gaze. Chapter 022. The arrival of black fog and the contaminated spiritual energy within the homeowners group. Videos continued to refresh incessantly. These clips were shared by residents of the lower floors, and as Chao Kuan casually viewed a few, his brow furrowed in concern. In the videos, the areas shrouded in black fog exhibited a disturbing transformation in the zombies. Originally resembling ordinary humans, the zombies, nourished by the fog, experienced a grotesque expansion of their muscles, growing in size, while some even evolved sharp claws. Survivors who had sought refuge in street-side shops found their safety shattered as the evolved zombies tore through rolling shutters, unleashing desperate wails. While the streets had once posed a threat, the survivors in the community had managed to band together to cleanse the underground parking garage and the courtyard zombies. However, faced with the evolved creatures, the residents of the lower floors were suddenly engulfed in a profound sense of insecurity. Could the community's entrance doors withstand the onslaught of these evolved zombies? Doubts filled their minds, prompting them to spontaneously capture footage of the creatures in the black fog, thus fostering an atmosphere of panic within the community. Those residing on higher floors should not feel too secure if evolved zombies could infiltrate the lower levels. It was only a matter of time before they reached the higher ones. This was troubling indeed. The speed at which the zombies were evolving far exceeded his expectations. He had suspected that the black stone coffin was anything but ordinary. Currently, it remained uncertain whether the black fog was toxic, yet it was evident that the ordinary doors and windows of residential buildings could not filter out this ominous mist. Residents on the 9th floor and below watched in horror as the fog slithered through every crevice of their homes. Fear and despair etched across their faces. Many abandoned their homes altogether, hastily ascending to the upper floors in a desperate attempt to escape the fog's reach. Numerous individuals even carried bedding to the rooftop, creating makeshift sleeping arrangements. The gathering provided some solace, alleviating a fraction of their collective panic. Fong Ting, watching the videos, felt increasingly alarmed. Her previously cultivated sense of security under Chao Kuan's guidance shattering significantly. Observing Fong Ting's distress, Chao Kuan thought to himself that if she felt this way, the state of the others was all too predictable. Indeed, upon checking his phone, he found messages from Zhou Qingma frantically pleading for his attention. "Chao Kuan, are you there? I realize my mistakes. I truly do. Chao Kuan, please respond. I know you can see this. I acknowledge that I was wrong. I shouldn't have accepted your money while refusing to be your girlfriend. I swear, I've never let another man touch me. Please believe me." As he read Zhou Qingma's messages, Chao Kuan remained non-committal. His criteria for choosing a partner were not based on superficial allure. The distinction between a seemingly flawless new car and a reliable second-hand vehicle was evident. Clearly, the latter offered greater value. With the world outside engulfed in black fog, this woman still harbored thoughts of him traversing the perilous mist to seek her out, showing no regard for his safety. Such a woman, Chao Kuan thought, could very well meet her own demise. As time ticked away, some residents of the lower floors who had not relocated continued to send messages in the group, their anxiety palpable. From the feedback they received, it seems that the black mist does not possess significant toxicity, as the residents living within it have not exhibited any noticeable deterioration in health. "Brother Chao, look at this news." Suddenly, Fong Ting exclaimed, pointing at the computer screen. Chao Kuan leaned in closer and saw a video in which a man's arm abruptly swelled, resembling the transformation of a zombie. "Brothers, it appears that excessive exposure to this black mist may lead to evolution." Without further ado, he declared, "I'm going downstairs to take a few more breaths of it." The video has since been removed, with an official announcement stating that the components of the black mist have yet to be analyzed. The public is urged not to spread rumors and to await further updates from the authorities. Chao Kuan exchanged a glance with Fong Ting, both resolute in turning their attention to the community owners group. However, it was evident that there were no reports of mutated individuals as seen online. Brother Chow, what should we do? Even Fong Ting understood the difficult choice they faced, to embrace the black mist or to remain on the top floor and observe the situation unfold. If the black mist truly facilitated human evolution, those who ventured down first would gain a significant advantage. Once those individuals completed their transformation, the residents who stayed behind would become mere playthings for the evolved. After pondering for a moment, Chao Kuen's gaze shifted towards the sci-fi prop section in the Doomsday Mall. There, he discovered a product named Air Composition Detector, priced at 100,000 points. Purchase. A device resembling a health monitoring wristband materialized in Chao Kuen's hand. He donned the detector, enveloped himself in a nano-armor, and instructed Fong Ting not to open the door for strangers before stepping outside. Living on the 30th floor, with the rooftop just above, the stairwell leading to the safety exit was bustling with activity. Some were moving their families upstairs, while others, spurred by the online news, sought to test their luck below. Fortunately, unlike certain protagonists in apocalyptic tales who offer food and shelter in exchange for female companionship, even the residents who had previously engaged in transactions with him on the rooftop were unaware of his true wealth. Descending from the 30th to the 10th floor, he observed that the 9th floor was already shrouded in black mist. Chao Kuen extended his wristband into the mist, maintaining contact for 30 seconds before retracting his arm. The analyzer promptly began to assess the composition of the black mist. Initially, it displayed complex chemical equations that Chao Kuen found difficult to comprehend. But soon the wristband translated the findings into layman's terms for him. Contaminated low-grade spiritual energy. Absorption may promote biological mutation or evolution, but will pollute the biological intellect. With significant side effects, it is advised to purchase a purification agent from the Doomsday Mall, which can cleanse internal pollutants for safe evolution. Chao Kuen immediately checked the purification agents in the Doomsday Mall, noting that the price was reasonable at 100,000 points per bottle. He promptly purchased one, uncapped it, and drank it on the spot, then boldly strode towards the black mist. Upon entering the mist, he activated the breathable function of his nano-armor, allowing himself to be completely enveloped. In the next moment, he felt a strange energy permeating his skin, though the process of absorption was somewhat gradual. Chao Kuen endeavored to expedite the process through the method of channeling energy into his body, and soon he began to perceive a distinct transformation within himself. To articulate it simply, his body felt remarkably at ease, yet his mind was in a state of tumult, akin to the burgeoning frustration of a novice driver on the verge of road rage. Naturally, this was a feat achievable only by someone like Chao Kuen, who had returned from a realm of martial arts, well-versed in manipulation of internal energy. For an ordinary individual, entering such a state instantaneously would be utterly impossible. They could only languish in the black mist, gradually engaging in energy exchange through their respiratory system. After 10 minutes, Chao Kuen emerged from the black mist on the 10th floor, his face radiating an unmistakable joy. This black mist truly possessed remarkable potency. Chapter 023. The thrilling 30-fold experience boost. Chao Kuen stood in the corridor of the 10th floor, calmly experiencing the transformations occurring within his body. After expelling the violent toxins from the dark mist, it felt as though he had activated a speed enhancement for practitioners of internal energy. In just 10 minutes of absorbing the energy, Chao Kuen's internal strength visibly expanded. What had originally required a small cycle of energy circulation now felt akin to having completed several grand cycles. Chao Kuen estimated that a single day of training in the dark mist would yield results equivalent to a month of practice on the rooftop. A 30-fold experience boost? Moreover, the analyzer indicated that absorbing the dark mist could lead to mutation and evolution. Mutation and evolution are, in fact, two distinct paths. The individual from the video whose arm had thickened was likely a case of mutation. However, mutation is fraught with uncontrollable variables. Some individuals mutate swiftly in the dark mist, while others remain unchanged. Evolution, on the other hand, appears subtle, with no apparent physical transformation. Yet internally, the seeds of evolution are germinating. Once the time is ripe, the body will initiate the evolution, elevating one's life dimension to a higher realm. Upon returning home, Chao Kun had no intention of divulging his findings to the public. There exists a particular breed of individuals online who are most insufferable. Those who only pose questions without offering solutions. Champions of criticism. To them, every situation is problematic. Yet when asked for remedies, they merely shrug in ignorance. Chao Kun found himself in a similar predicament. He could not purchase purification agents for everyone. Thus, there was no need to voice the notion that the dark mist was toxic. People are inclined to believe what they wish to believe. If Chao Kun were to assert that the mist was harmful while simultaneously immersing himself in it, would they not consider him a fool? Once home, Chao Kun promptly provided Fong Ting with a vial of the purification agent. He was ever generous with those close to him. Upon seeing the vial, Fong Ting did not hesitate and downed it in one go. "How does it taste?" he inquired. "Colorless and tasteless, even more insipid than drinking pure water." "Huh, prepare yourself. We are moving." "Where to?" "To reside within the dark mist, of course." Upon hearing this, Fong Ting immediately began to pack her belongings. This unwavering trust in Chao Kun's decisions was precisely why he held her in such high regard. Nevertheless, he did share some reassurances with her, such as informing her that what she had just consumed was the antidote to the dark mist toxins. As for the origins of the antidote, Chao Kun chose not to elaborate, and Fong Ting refrained from probing further. Chao Kun stored the shelter and assisted Fong Ting in donning another piece of nano-armor, which inherently enhanced the wearer's physical capabilities. It took Fong Ting a considerable time in the living room to acclimate to it. The two descended from the 30th floor to the 9th via the elevator, and as the elevator doors opened, a rush of dark mist enveloped them. Visibility in the corridor was severely diminished, and as they descended, it only grew worse. By the 7th floor, sunlight was entirely obscured, yet Chao Kun wielded a powerful flashlight to ensure they could see clearly in the corridor. The more perilous the place, the safer it becomes. Chao Kun led Fong Ting down the stairs, layer by layer, until they reached the ground floor. He illuminated the dark mist with a powerful flashlight, roughly identifying the positions of the wandering zombies in the community, and then promptly set up their sanctuary in the courtyard. "Let us go." In the next moment, Chao Kun grasped Fong Ting's hand and swiftly dashed toward the entrance of the sanctuary. Thanks to the nano-battle armor that masked their scent, the zombies in the courtyard had yet to react by the time they entered the sanctuary. The sanctuary was approximately 10 meters away from the building entrance, and Chao Kun chose to relocate mainly for peace and quiet. Given the current dire circumstances, it was highly unlikely anyone would dare to emerge from the buildings. The sanctuary's defenses were sufficient to ensure their safety, prompting Chao Kun to decisively abandon the top-floor apartment. The dark mist even aided in concealing Chao Kun's movements. The residents above the 10th floor were completely oblivious to the fact that a base had been established in the community courtyard, demonstrating a profound understanding of the war fog. Once the sanctuary was properly arranged, Chao Kun imparted a simplified version of the 9 manual's internal energy cultivation to Fong Ting. Having grown up watching martial arts films, Fong Ting was no stranger to internal energy. The remarkable abilities Chao Kun displayed further deepened her trust in him, and her attitude toward learning became exceptionally earnest. Mimicking his master from years past, Chao Kun utilized his internal energy to help Fong Ting comprehend the flow of energy. Perhaps due to the environment shrouded in dark mist, Fong Ting's comprehension of the energy principles progressed even more swiftly than Chao Kun had experienced. Once Fong Ting had essentially mastered the path of internal cultivation, Chao Kun devoted himself to utilizing the dark mist to amplify his training. With a 30-fold experience boost, he felt that even sleep was a waste of time, yearning to dedicate every hour to cultivation. Fong Ting soon became enamored with the exhilarating sensation of rapidly growing stronger, her gaze toward Chao Kun becoming increasingly tender. Thus, the two immersed themselves in their training amidst the dark mist, dedicating only a small portion of their time to understanding the changes in the outside world. A month later, Chao Kun successfully opened the Run and Du meridians, allowing the spiritual energy within the dark mist to flow as pure internal power throughout his body. Moreover, a unique energy distinct from internal power coalesced at his forehead, forming a distinctive diamond-shaped pattern. Chao Kuan discovered that he could use this pattern to move objects with his mind. This marked the completion of his initial evolution through the absorption of spiritual energy from the dark mist, a capability he named psychokinesis. While an ordinary person awakening psychokinesis could only passively wait to absorb spiritual energy from the dark mist to enhance their telekinetic strength, Chao Kuan could actively accelerate the absorption of the dark mist through internal cultivation, quickly creating a significant gap between himself and ordinary individuals. Furthermore, the violent toxins within the dark mist would erode human rationality, theoretically making it increasingly difficult for dark mist evolvers to control themselves as they grew stronger, posing greater risks. Unless scientists could discover a method to eliminate the toxins of the dark mist, only Chao Kuan and Fong Ting could safely remain within it to complete their evolution. During this month, fierce battles unfolded between the evolved zombies in the dark mist and the survivors within the community buildings. The survivors within the building have long exhausted their food supplies. If they wish to avoid succumbing to starvation, they face a grim choice: either turn against one another or venture outside the community in search of sustenance. Many survivors have, to varying degrees, gained enhancements from the encroaching black mist, prompting them to band together and explore beyond the confines of their neighborhood under the pressing weight of survival. As the mystical energies within the black fog bolster their physical capabilities, the risk of transformation from zombie bites and scratches has diminished. Moreover, the higher their evolutionary state, the clearer their visibility becomes within the mist, granting them a glimmer of hope. The survivors had discovered, over 2 weeks ago, the shelter that Chao Kuan had established in the courtyard, yet he had constructed it with a pure metallic shell, devoid of doors or windows. Those outside were unable to breach its defenses, nor could they ascertain what lay within, leading to a gradual indifference towards the structure. However, today, through the observation hole of the shelter, Chao Kuan glimpsed a familiar silhouette: Zhou Qingma. Chapter 024. The official black mist breathing technique? Zhou Qingma. How did she arrive? With the entourage trailing behind her, it seems she has come to flaunt her power. Chao Kuan swiftly weighed the pros and cons of the situation in his mind, instructing Fong Ting to remain at home while he donned his protective gear and stepped out of the shelter. Confident in his accelerated cultivation pace, he believed himself to be far ahead in the current version of events. Glancing at his phone, he noted that Zhou Qingma had sent her last plea for help a fortnight ago. This indicated that she had either found a benefactor or encountered some fortuitous opportunity that granted her the courage to survive in this apocalyptic world. It appeared more likely to be the latter. Chao Kuan was not one to shy away from harboring the darkest suspicions about others. Zhou Qingma's aggressive arrival with her entourage could hardly be a gesture of gratitude for his previous indifference towards her. As Zhang Wuji's mother once remarked, "The more beautiful a woman, the more petty she can be." Zhou Qingma exemplified this notion. Unwilling to adopt a defensive posture, Chao Kuan followed her without hesitation, brandishing an MP5 submachine gun, aiming it at her group from behind. The sound of gunfire erupted, boo-boo-boo-boo, without a word exchanged. And disregarding any potential misunderstandings, Chao Kuan launched a surprise attack, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon Zhou Qingma and her companions. Before she could comprehend the unfolding chaos, she was struck by numerous bullets from behind, the relentless gunfire raining down upon her. With disbelief etched on her face, she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness without ever discerning the identity of her assailant. Chao Kuan continued to unleash a merciless torrent of bullets, rendering Zhou Qingma and her group unrecognizable before he approached and delivered a few final shots to their heads. Uncertain of whether Zhou Qingma intended to cause him trouble, he adhered to the principle that it is better to err on the side of caution than to overlook a threat. He recalled the lesson that villains often perish through excessive dialogue, granting no opportunity for the enemy to retaliate, engaging instead in a swift, silent assault. The scent of blood attracted the zombies lurking in the black mist. With a swift motion, Chao Kuan returned to the shelter, observing as the undead consumed Zhou Qingma and her companions, finally allowing himself to relax. When faced with a threat, it must be eradicated immediately. When there is none, provocation is unwise. He He was not the archetypal protagonist of a post-apocalyptic novel, uncertain of how the future would unfold. He had no intention of becoming a neighborhood champion, needlessly provoking the frail nerves of his neighbors. While he would not assume the role of a community warrior, the inevitable outcome of such conflicts would indeed give rise to one, particularly among the survivors whose powers were continuously augmented by the black mist. The stronger they became, the more they succumbed to irrationality and rage. Amidst the bloodshed and chaos within the community, Chao Kuan and Fong Ting remained sheltered, leading a life detached from the turmoil outside. A month later, the population of the happy community had dwindled to a mere two-digit number, consisting solely of robust men. Armed with fire axes and crowbars, they engaged in continuous skirmishes with small factions from neighboring communities, all in a desperate bid to seize the scant food supplies from the nearby supermarkets and malls. At this juncture, Chao Kuan had been cultivating in the black mist for 2 months. He discovered that the spiritual energy within the mist served as an extraordinary tonic for enhancing internal strength. Previously, he had felt that the 30-fold experience boost was a conservative estimate. Indeed, from a quantitative perspective, it hovered around 30 times, yet in terms of quality, the internal energy refined from spiritual power was exponentially purer than that cultivated from grains in the martial arts world. To describe it in martial arts terminology, it was akin to the distinction between acquired true energy and innate true energy. On this day, for lunch, Chao Kuan and Fong Ting enjoyed a meal of dumplings, filled with pork and cabbage, as well as beef and scallions. Fong Ting, now also cultivating her internal strength, had a significantly increased appetite. Yet her physique leaned ever closer to perfection, even capable of dazzling in the 3D realm. After their meal, the two leaned together, scrolling through news on their phones. Although the outside world had long been deprived of electricity and water, the shelter remained well supplied. Many domestic short video apps had become inaccessible due to server neglect or damage to the data centers. The only app functioning properly was a newly developed one called Doomsday Alliance, which combined chat and short video features widely utilized by the survivors. Suddenly, Chao Kuan noticed a pinned video on the homepage of Doomsday Alliance, titled Black Mist Absorption Technique 1.0. Upon opening the video, he saw an elderly man in a white training uniform, sitting cross-legged on the ground, while voiceover explained the rhythm of the elder's breathing and important considerations. After watching the video, Chao Kuan was impressed by the authenticity of the official content. This black mist breathing technique 1.0 genuinely enhanced the efficiency with which survivors absorb the mist. After trying himself, he found it could increase absorption efficiency by approximately 30%. For ordinary individuals, however, it was a double-edged sword. The toxic elements within the black mist remained unresolved, and the faster one absorbed the mist, the quicker one's sanity would unravel. Chao Kuan even suspected that the officials might possess a more efficient breathing technique. Yet due to the issue of the black mist as toxins, they refrained from offering a more effective version to the general populace. Nonetheless, it was apparent, even to Fong Ting, that the officials were likely grappling with a more formidable problem, compelling them to resort to such measures, allowing the public to rapidly gain strength at any cost, despite the side effects. Of course, having some form of breathing technique was better than none. Losing one's sanity would inevitably take time, whereas losing one's life could occur in an instant. After lunch, Chao Kuan dedicated half an hour to teach Fong Ting lightness skill and sword techniques. In martial arts, internal strength is but one aspect, combat experience is another. The difference between having a master to guide one through techniques and fumbling alone with a martial arts manual is self-evident. Even Zhang Wuji was able to cultivate the nine-yang divine art independently only after laying a solid foundation in his youth on Ice and Fire Island with his parents and Xie, followed by further studies on Wudong Mountain and in Butterfly Valley. Fong Ting cherishes her current life immensely. All her relatives and friends from her hometown in Sichuan and Chongqing have vanished without a trace. Before her parents passed away, they video called her, urging her to live on with resilience. She has never disclosed this matter to Chao Kuan. In his presence, she remains the obedient, understanding, and gentle neighborly girl. Fong Ting is acutely aware of how invaluable the teachings Chao Kun imparts to her are in this apocalyptic world. The only thing she can do is to diligently practice and learn, striving to become Chao Kun's capable assistant, able to share the burdens of the impending doom, rather than merely serving as a decorative vessel for a man's desires. Chapter 025, Special Operations Team of Jiangxing No. 3 Official Shelter, a helicopter soared just under 100 meters above the encroaching black mist. On board, alongside the pilot, were 3 individuals clad in tactical gear. They belonged to the Special Operations Team of Jiangxing No. 3 Shelter. Team Leader Zhao Hao, with an official power level of LV3. Team Member Luo Feng, with a power level of LV2, and Team Member Tang Xin, boasting a power level of LV5. As they surveyed the streets of Jiangxing, shrouded in the ominous black haze, Luo Feng couldn't help but express his astonishment. In merely 2.5 months, this city, with its millions of inhabitants, was on the verge of becoming a ghost town. Do you see the peace building over there, Team Leader Zhao? Let me tell you, a while back, a friend took me to the 8th floor for some fun. Now the entire building is teeming with zombies, not a single normal person in sight. What a pity. All right, we've arrived at our destination. Luo Feng, please ascertain a reliable point for us to disembark. Got it, I'm looking now. No need to rush me, Captain. Luo Feng lowered his gaze, his eyes faintly shimmering with a blue glow. Currently, 4 official shelters had been established in Jiangxing, each positioned at the cardinal points surrounding the dark stone coffin. Since the black mist enveloped the blue star, a small fraction of the population had undergone mutations. Luo Feng was one such individual. His eyes not only pierced through the black mist, but also the structures themselves. Furthermore, he could perceive the energy intensity within living organisms, allowing him to assess their specific capabilities. Thus, despite his official power level being merely LV2, he had been included in this exploration mission. Team leader Zhao Hao had served in an unnamed military unit within the country, and when the apocalypse struck, he fortuitously found himself in Jiangxing, where he was swiftly reassigned to the official shelter. The authorities had roughly categorized energy levels based on the intensity of black mist energy within a human body. An energy level of LV1 indicated that one of the body cells were enveloped in black mist energy. Consequently, team leader Zhao Hao's cellular coverage stood at 3, while Tang Xion's reached 5. It was no secret that the black mist eroded human rationality, a fact well recognized by the officials. They had synthesized a set of breathing techniques to combat the black mist, drawn from the insights of martial arts practitioners nationwide. However, practical application had revealed numerous challenges. The most significant issue was the rapid absorption of black mist by the human body, which could lead to a collapse of reason, transforming individuals into indiscriminate killing machines. Through countless experiments, officials had determined that the cellular coverage of black mist could not exceed 10. Surpassing this threshold would result in an immediate loss of rationality, rendering one akin to the aberrant zombies. Fortunately, the black mist only permeated up to 30 meters above the ground. Individuals like Tang Xin, whose energy levels had reached LV5, needed to remain in high-rise buildings, away from the black mist's grasp, thereby ceasing absorption. They would only re-enter the mist when necessary, extending their operational viability. This setting bears a resemblance to an anime titled Great Sword, wherein humanity, in their quest to combat demons, willingly fuses with the blood and flesh of these creatures, transforming themselves into half-demons. However, each battle unleashes demonic energy, and the more this energy is released, the greater the risk of losing control and becoming a demon. Having located the destination, they proceed to the 3rd building of the Happiness Community, where many survivors reside and the surrounding zombies have been cleared. However, there is a metallic structure in the courtyard on the 1st floor that even my enhanced vision cannot penetrate. Captain, should we change our location? Zhao Hao gazes at the ominous black mist below and contemplates, suggesting it may be constructed from special materials, thus deciding to disregard it and head directly to the Sunshine Kindergarten across the road. The black mist interferes with the helicopter, preventing it from landing within, necessitating that Zhao Hao and his companions be dropped on the rooftop of a high-rise building before descending to the ground. Otherwise, landing directly at the kindergarten would have been far more convenient. The rooftop proves insufficient for the helicopter to land, and after the trio leaps onto the terrace, the helicopter seeks alternative parking. Armed, Zhao Hao leads the group with a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other. Luo Feng walks in the middle, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings like a radar. Tang Exin, wielding a pitch-black tang knife, brings up the rear, her brow furrowed by the pervasive stench of decaying blood. How harrowing! One can only wonder how many warriors have emerged from this community. Luo Feng muses as he observes the skeletal remains strewn across the passage. Let us refrain from idle chatter and conserve our strength for any unforeseen circumstances. With Sister Tang around, what monsters can we not vanquish? I have unshakable faith in her. Far exceeding my own confidence, Zhao Hao responds. Tang Exin grips her knife, feeling an unsettling urge to strike. Upon noticing Tang Exin's expression, Zhao Hao quickly covers Luo Feng's mouth. Shoo! No more talking. Her energy level has reached level 5 and cannot endure any further provocation. Luo Feng falls silent, aware of Tang Exin's notorious temper within the shelter. Her volatility is merely a consequence of her newfound strength. Utilizing Luo Feng's enhanced vision, the trio safely descends to the ground floor. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Luo Feng approaches the peculiar metallic structure he previously glimpsed from the air, inspecting it closely. This building lacks doors or windows. How does it ventilate? Enough with the curiosity. The mission is paramount. We must move swiftly. After the trio departs, Chao Kun emerges from the shelter, pondering the direction they took. The helicopter's noise was unmistakably loud. He couldn't have missed it. Having installed surveillance equipment on the rooftop, he had witnessed their descent from the helicopter. An official shelter? Intriguing. Fong Ting, accompany me outside. Of course. The two don their nano-battle armor and pursue the direction in which the trio vanished. Earlier, the surveillance revealed that one of the men appeared to possess some form of detection ability. Chao Kun remains uncertain whether it is a sensory skill or enhanced vision. Thus, he and Fong Ting activated the camouflage feature of the nano armor, effectively preventing energy leakage while creating a protective coloration. Nevertheless, Luo Feng soon discerned that they were being followed. It was akin to crawling stealthily through the underbrush in a ghillie suit, making it exceedingly difficult to be spotted by the naked eye. However, if one were to arise and sprint while clad in such attire, the circumstances would be entirely different. Chao Kun and Fong Ting were now trailing behind them. Although Luo Feng could not perceive the energy levels of Chao Kun and Fong Ting, he could distinctly make out the silhouettes of two individuals. Captain, there are two people following us. They emerged from that peculiar house we just passed. What should we do? As he spoke, Luo Feng made a gesture across his throat towards Tang Exin. Tang Exin gripped the hilt of her blade, her gaze shifting to Zhao Hao, awaiting the captain's command. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Hao shook his head and replied, "Let them follow if they wish. If they harbor any hostility, we can use them to absorb some of the animosity later." Luo Feng gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Truly insightful, Commander." Zhao Hao retorted, "Get lost." Chapter 026, Sunshine Kindergarten. Dark Sunflower, he has discovered us. This is intriguing. Suddenly, Chao Kun remarked to Fong Ting as they advanced. Unlike Luo Feng, Chao Kun had undergone a complete evolution under the black mist, his vision having developed to the point where he could see farther and clearer in the darkness than he could in sunlight before the apocalypse. He had essentially outperformed his opponent's magical skills through sheer foundational prowess, albeit lacking the accompanying X-ray effect. Following closely behind his opponent, Chao Kun could observe a woman wielding a Tang Dao in front, her combat stance revealing her expertise. It was evident she was a master of the Tang Dao, likely someone who had diligently honed her skills and amassed considerable practical experience before the onset of the apocalypse. In terms of combat experience, Fong Ting would take years to catch up with Chao Kun, but her advantage lay in her superior martial arts rank, complemented by agile techniques and swordplay. The adversary was akin to an F-class hero who had reached level 30, while Fong Ting was an S-class hero who had just attained level 10. In a real confrontation, The lower-level S-class hero might triumph over the higher-level F-class hero, much like a recently weaned kitten might encounter an adult mouse, though there are instances where the mouse could retaliate. The inherent disparity in their innate abilities creates a suppressive relationship. During this period, Chao Kun often took Fong Ting outside the shelter to slay zombies. Initially driven by curiosity sparked by novels, wondering if these mutated zombies might harbor crystal cores within. However, he soon realized he had been overly imaginative. Once a zombie perished, it left behind only a decaying carcass. And had there been any crystal cores, the internet would certainly have been rife with information on the matter. Ultimately, Chao Kun grew disinclined to hunt, opting instead to take Fong Ting out for practice, which also served as a means for him to stretch his legs. Nevertheless, due to Chao Kun's extraordinary vision, no previous champions of the happy community had detected the traces of his and Fong Ting's training excursions thus far. They are trailing behind, while Sister Tang forges ahead, leaving them at ease. Luo Feng occasionally glanced back at Chao Kun and Fong Ting, feeling as though they could perceive their presence. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed it improbable, unless they were like him, mutated with enhanced vision, who could discern objects over 500 meters away in the black mist. Perhaps they excelled in stealth or possessed some unknown tracking techniques. Luo Feng, accompanied by Zhao Hao and Tang Xian, deliberately took several winding routes in an attempt to shake off Chao Kun and Fong Ting, but found the pursuers to be rather tenacious. At that moment, Zhao Hao removed his backpack from his back, placing it on the ground to unveil a standard set of firearms, a handgun, a submachine gun, along with several grenades and flashbangs. After distributing the weapons, the trio continued their journey towards Sunshine Kindergarten. Chao Kun had spent this time in the vicinity of Happy Community, slaying zombies with Fong Ting, and this was his first visit to the vicinity of Sunshine Kindergarten. Upon entering the kindergarten's gates, Chao Kun immediately sensed an unusual situation. The density of the black mist here seemed excessively concentrated. Having established a connection between his meridians, Chao Kun's perception of the black mist density was exponentially greater than that of an ordinary person, and he quickly discerned the underlying issue. In the courtyard of the kindergarten, a black sunflower swayed as if imbued with life, twisting to the left and right, drawing dark mist that coalesced around it before being absorbed. Meanwhile, the three individuals, now vigilant, aimed their weapons at the sunflower, their expressions grave. In the next moment, a horde of zombies, as if responding to some unseen command, surrounded the trio from all directions. Chao Kun was momentarily taken aback. Although numerous, these three were no pushovers, and in a confrontation, the evolved individuals would likely have the upper hand. However, a sudden realization struck him. The concentration of dark mist here was several times greater than in other areas. Having consumed purification agents, both he and Fong Ting were largely unaffected, even perceiving the heightened mist as advantageous. Yet for the three before him, maintaining their mental clarity amidst such a dense concentration of dark mist was a daunting challenge. If they did not resolve the situation swiftly, they risked losing their sanity before they could eliminate the zombies. Determined to assist, Chao Kun recognized an opportunity to connect with the official shelter through these three, who had arrived by helicopter. He believed that the formidable scientific team associated with the authorities would be of immense benefit to him. Although he possessed extraordinary abilities, he had not experienced rebirth and remained unaware of the narrative that unfolded post-apocalypse. Thus, maintaining a connection with the authorities seemed prudent, while some preferred to lurk in the shadows, waiting to intervene only when others were on the brink of demise. Chao Kun was unperturbed by the absence of a perceptive individual in the opposing team. He would not hesitate to play the role of savior in a critical moment. However, if they had already discerned his presence, his attempts to remain hidden would only yield counterproductive results. As the battle erupted, Chao Kun and Fong Ting swiftly joined the fray. The trio, already struggling against the relentless zombie onslaught, felt an immediate alleviation of pressure as they noticed Fong Ting. With a sword in hand, she danced through the horde like a sprite, defying Newtonian physics with her inexplicable speed, effortlessly evading attacks while dispatching zombies with precise strikes to their ocular centers. When Tang Xian caught sight of Chao Kun beside Fong Ting, disbelief illuminated her eyes. He wielded a black iron staff that appeared weightless in his grasp. Yet, each strike against the zombie's head resulted in a violent explosion, embodying a brutal beauty. With their arrival, the duo accounted for nearly 80 of the team's output, aptly described as mowing down foes with unparalleled prowess. Tang Xian's previously inflated confidence now seemed a mere jest in the presence of these two. Zhao Hao, having expended his ammunition, swiftly coordinated with Luo Feng to hurl the remaining grenades into the throng of zombies. Once his firearms were exhausted, he retrieved his shield and hammer, positioning Luo Feng securely behind him. Luo Feng stood in the corner, wielding a machete in one hand and a pistol in the other, striving to ensure his survival. Just minutes into the battle, he witnessed Tang Xian dispatch the last zombie before them. Yet both Zhao Hao and Luo Feng understood that had it not been for the timely intervention of these two individuals, they would likely have faced a grueling struggle. Chao Kun approached the trio with a smile, introducing himself. "I am Chao Kun, a survivor from the Happy Community, and this is my companion, Fong Ting." "Greetings. We are members of the Special Operations Team 2 from the Jiangshang No. 3 official shelter. I am Captain Zhao Hao. I am Luo Feng. I am Tang Xian." After their brief introductions, Chao Kun turned his gaze toward the black sunflower in the kindergarten flower bed and, with genuine curiosity, inquired, "Could you enlighten me about what this is?" Chapter 027. Traversing the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Coordinates: Niujia Village. In response to Chao Kun's inquiry, the trio maintained a collective silence. Chao Kun did not expect to elicit answers. Rather, he sought to gauge their demeanor. After dispatching the zombies, the three stood before the ominous black sunflower, no longer displaying the same tense defensiveness as before, indicating that the black sunflower posed no inherent danger. The silence lingered, creating a stalemate. For Chao Kun, time was an asset. The longer the trio remained shrouded in the dense black mist, the more the toxic fumes accumulated within them. "Dear friends, my ability to converse with you calmly stems from my desire to acquire information regarding the official sanctuary, not from any fear of your prowess that would deter me from taking action. I hope you do not misconstrue my intentions, as it may jeopardize our currently harmonious bilateral relations. Should you persist in this uncooperative demeanor, I shall be compelled to take this sunflower with me." "You dare!" Tang Xian brandished her Tang Dao, positioning the blade menacingly towards Chao Kun. "Are you certain you will not retract your weapon?" Chao Kun inquired, directing his gaze at Tang Xian. After a silent contemplation of 3 seconds, the ever-watchful Fong Ting exchanged a knowing glance with her. In an instant, Fong Ting launched an assault, her sword aimed at Tang Xian. Tang Xian reacted with remarkable swiftness, retaliating fiercely. She disregarded Fong Ting's advance and aimed a lethal strike at Fong Ting's abdomen. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Hao attempted to intervene, but Luo Feng's complexion suddenly shifted drastically. "Brother Zhao, be cautious. This man possesses an energy level exceeding 100. However, before he could finish his warning, Chao Kun's palm struck Zhao Hao's chest. Time seemed to freeze at that instant, rendering Zhao Hao's body momentarily suspended in mid-air before he was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string. By the time Luo Feng completed his warning, Zhao Hao lay motionless on the ground, blood streaming from his orifices, devoid of breath. "You got some luck, huh? Did your eyes mutate?" In Luo Feng's perspective, Chao Kun appeared as if he had activated a speed hack in a game, exhibiting an unscientific burst of acceleration that brought him effortlessly before Luo Feng. Meanwhile, the outcome of the confrontation between Tang Xian and Fong Ting was rapidly unfolding. Under normal circumstances, Tang Xian and Fong Ting might engage in a protracted exchange, but the reckless strategy of trading injuries and lives, betting on the opponent's reluctance to fight to the death, underestimated the defensive capabilities of the nano-armor. Fong Ting, incensed by Tang Xian's disregard for defense, thought to herself, "You sought your own demise. Do not blame me." Thus, both combatants abandoned their defensive stances, opting for a life-for-a-life approach. The result was that Tang Xian's blade struck Fong Ting's abdomen but failed to breach her defenses, while Fong Ting's sword descended, severing Tang Xin's arm at the shoulder. The very arm that wielded the blade. Chao Kuan glanced at Fong Ting, who understood his unspoken command. The negotiations had collapsed. Thus, they would eradicate the threat completely. Tang Xin's complexion paled, yet her fighting spirit remained unyielding as she clutched her wounded shoulder and retreated frantically. However, Fong Ting, unbound by the rules of combat, drew her Glock, armed with infinite bullets, and unleashed a relentless barrage upon Tang Xin, determined to eliminate her. As Luo Feng was obstructed by Chao Kuan, he watched helplessly as Tang Xin was mercilessly beaten, his fists clenched and his eyes aflame with fury directed at Chao Kuan. It was reminiscent of a young boy encountering a school bully, filled with indignation yet unable to voice his grievances, silently vowing to reclaim his honor and exact revenge in the future. Chao Kuan relished in such expressions, those that echoed the adage of not underestimating the youth due to their transient misfortunes. Meeting my gaze? Luke Mays. Soul transference technique. In the next instant, Luo Feng found himself ensnared in a state akin to being injected with a truth serum. He answered every question posed by Chao Kuan, his demeanor submissive to the point of inducing tears. Fong Ting returned to Chao Kuan's side, gazing at him with adoration as he effortlessly dominated Luo Feng, exclaiming, "This is the man I choose to follow." Once the inquiries were concluded, Chao Kuan casually struck Luo Feng across the face, as effortlessly as a masterful boxer smashing a watermelon. After dealing with the trio, he approached the black sunflower. According to Luo Feng, since the black mist enveloped Blue Star, peculiar mutated plants had begun to emerge worldwide. These plants, which once absorbed carbon dioxide and emitted oxygen through photosynthesis, now extracted nutrients from the soil and released a pure, side-effect-free black mist through their leaves. Scientists had managed to precisely locate these mutated plants via satellite, sending teams to collect samples. Chao Kuan had initially believed the black sunflower merely acted as a focal point for gathering surrounding spiritual energy, akin to a nexus in a cultivation novel. However, he was astonished to discover that it could alter the density of the surrounding spiritual energy by releasing even purer forms of it. A sudden idea sparked in his mind. He found a large flower pot and transplanted the black sunflower into it, cradling the pot and returning to his sanctuary. "I'll put the sanctuary away for now. Wait for me outside. If I'm not back before dinner, help yourself to something in the fridge," he instructed Fong Ting. With her settled, Chao Kuan returned to his bedroom and prepared to traverse dimensions. At present, he possessed two modes of crossing over. One allowed him to enter worlds he had previously experienced, such as those in the legend of the Condor Heroes. This method permitted him to travel physically, with any cultivation attained in the alternate realm directly carried back to reality, though his lifespan would not be compensated upon returning. The second mode involved venturing into an unknown world, akin to creating a new character in a game. It was reminiscent of his first journey, where he had aged considerably in the alternate realm, yet returned to his original form in reality. Each method bore its own advantages. Currently, Chao Kuan aimed to take the pot of black sunflower back into an unlocked instance, treating it as a training ground for cultivation. As the scenery shifted, he descended safely, appearing much like Leon from Elon, the professional, cradling a pot of flowers at the entrance of Neo Family Village. Based on previous experience, he knew that 40 years in the martial arts world equated to merely 2 hours in reality, and with the protection of his nano-armor, he felt assured that Fong Ting would remain safe in his absence. Chao Kuan, through the utilization of an analyzer, has discerned that the absorption of spiritual energy can enhance one's constitution and prolong life. However, the precise extent of this life extension remains uncertain, as does the question of whether the added lifespan can compensate for the life consumed. Such revelations can only be gleaned through gradual experimentation following his transmigration. Furthermore, according to Luo Feng, the authorities possess the capability to locate the black sunflowers via satellite. Now that he has acquired these sunflowers, it is inevitable that his position will eventually be identified by the officials. Should he find himself subjected to an unprovoked missile attack while absent from the sanctuary, he would undoubtedly face considerable peril. Consequently, Chao Kun intends to devise a significant plan within a martial arts realm, utilizing the black sunflowers to enter a period of seclusion. Upon his return, he anticipates that his cultivation will have ascended to a formidable level. Chapter 28. Guijing and Yang Kong seek a foster father. An encounter with Lin Chaoying? In the outskirts of Linen, by the banks of the Qiantang River, lies Niujia village. A resounding noise echoed through the sky as Chao Kun made a dramatic entrance. Indeed, this is Niujia village, the very location chosen by Chao Kun as the starting point for his journey through time, reminiscent of the beginnings of the legend of the Condor Heroes. At this moment, both Li Ping and Bao Shiruo are with child, while Yang Tai Xian and Guo Xiao Tian have taken refuge in this village, leading a life of hunting and martial practice, filled with contentment and happiness. Chao Kun selected this particular site primarily to allow Guijing to experience the joy of having a father by his side. In the original narrative, the valiant hero sacrifices himself for the nation. However, Chao Kun aspires to provide him with a world where both parents are present. After all, seeking a place to cultivate martial skills could be enhanced by subtly altering the storyline, allowing Guijing and Yang Kong to grow up together and observe the intriguing dynamics that might ensue. During this era, the Jin dynasty displayed audacity, as Niujia village lies in close proximity to Linen City, and it is astonishing that one Yin Honglai could be pursued to such a location, clearly underestimating the Song dynasty. Upon entering Niujia village, Chao Kun promptly approached the village chief and the local magistrate, offering a sum of money to acquire an old residence, subsequently investing in its renovation. Niujia village is modest, comprising merely a few dozen households. And Chao Kun's new abode is situated adjacent to Yang Tai Xian's home, fostering a neighborly relationship. On the day the renovations were complete, Guo Xiao Tian and Yang Tai Xian brought an entire wild boar leg and 2 flasks of wine to celebrate Chao Kun's housewarming. Following a lively conversation, Guo Xiao Tian was pleasantly surprised to learn that Chao Kun is a descendant of the legendary warrior Chao Zheng, deepening their camaraderie. As practitioners of martial arts, the bond among the 3 men quickly intensified, and they soon referred to one another as brothers. Initially, Chao Kun had presumed he was the youngest, given the rugged appearances of Guo Xiao Tian and Yang Tai Xian. However, when Chao Kun revealed that he was 26 years old, both Guo Xiao Tian and Yang Tai Xian simultaneously addressed him as Big Brother. Chao Kun established a sanctuary within his courtyard, planting black sunflowers therein. From the exterior, his residence appeared to be an ordinary rural homestead, yet anyone attempting to trespass would be thwarted by the invisible barriers of the sanctuary. With confidence, Chao Kun nurtured the sunflowers in his backyard, unperturbed by the prospect of intruders disturbing his blooms. The spiritual energy emanating from the black sunflowers not only enveloped Chao Kun's courtyard, but also diffused into the village, bestowing significant benefits upon its inhabitants. Both Yang Tai Xian and Guo Xiao Tian noted a remarkable increase in their physical strength during this period, while even the expectant Li Ping and Bao Shiruo experienced a considerable alleviation of their previous discomforts, leading the entire village to feel as though they were under ancestral blessings. That night, as Chao Kun slumbered, he sensed a disturbance. Swiftly, he donned his garments and, like a specter, made his way to the woodshed of his sister-in-law's home next door. There, he discovered a bloodied man leaning against the wall, clutching his wound. Upon seeing Chao Kun, the man weakly uttered a single word, "Help," before succumbing to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Upon witnessing the scene, Chao Kun promptly produced the long-prepared corpse-dissolving powder and poured an entire bottle over the unfortunate individual. Alas, the pain jolted Wan Yin Honglai awake. Yet before he could utter a cry of agony, Chao Kun had already sealed his acupoint. Thus, the 6th prince of the Jin kingdom was reduced to mere remnants while still alive. Chao Kun meticulously followed the trail of blood left by Wan Yin Honglai, continuing to erase the evidence until he reached a mountain path 5 miles beyond the village. The pursuing Song soldiers, having arrived at this point, were uncertain of which route Wan Yin Honglai had taken, significantly diminishing the likelihood of tracing him to Nyojia village. Days later, a contingent of Song soldiers arrived at Nyojia village, conducting house-to-house searches under the pretext of apprehending rebels. Chao Kun, accompanied by 2 Song soldiers, courteously entered a dwelling, where he employed a soul transfer technique to subdue them before ushering them out. He wished to prevent the soldiers from rummaging through his home and potentially damaging his precious sunflowers. A few days later, Qiu Chuji visited Nyojia village. Lacking fondness for the leader of the Chuanjin sect, Chao Kun assigned Guo and Yang to handle the encounter. After Qiu Chuji departed, Guo and Yang informed Chao Kun that the Taoist had left them 2 daggers to be kept for their future children. Months passed, and Li Ping and Bao Shira successfully gave birth to their children, without any deliberate interference from Chao Kun. The names remained true to the original tale. One was named Guijing, and the other Yang Kong. At the earnest request of his 2 younger brothers, Chao Kun agreed to become the godfather of Guijing and Yang Kong, promising to welcome the 2 children into his fold in due time. 3 years later, Guijing and Yang Kong formally became disciples of Chao Kun, who generously imparted the 9-yin manual, beginning with the foundational techniques of muscle and bone refinement. The 2 boys exhibited commendable diligence, in particular, Yang Kong, possessing a sharp intellect akin to that of Yang Hua. In contrast, Guijing, while less intellectually gifted, demonstrated formidable physical prowess, learning at a slower pace than Yang Kong. Yet once he grasped a martial art, he practiced it with relentless determination. In this regard, Guijing surpassed Yang Kong. The 2 boys resembled a reimagined pair of unparalleled heroes, flourishing under Chao Kun's guidance. Yang Kong, raised in a nurturing environment, became a quintessential Song citizen, forming a bond of brotherhood with Guijing. One day, after concluding his lessons for the boys, Chao Kun instructed them to return home while he remained in the courtyard to meditate and practice. Suddenly, Yang Tiexin approached him with an air of mystery and playfully inquired, "Brother Chao, would you like a wife?" Chao Kun regarded Yang Tiexin thoughtfully, reflecting on his conduct over the years. He had always treated his 2 sisters-in-law with respect. One could only hope that Tiexin was not concerned that he harbored feelings for his mother. It must be noted that both Yang Tiexin and Bao Shirua possessed striking beauty, and Yang Kong inherited their admirable traits, embodying a captivating charm that would later lead to the saying, "One glance at Yang Hua, a lifetime of longing." However, in all honesty, Chao Kun had no intention of engaging in a scenario where he would assure his brother, "Rest easy, I shall care for your wife." After 3 years of seclusion at home, Chao Kun found himself yearning for the essence of a woman's presence. Yang Tiexin, in a state of urgency, rushed to assist his elder brother with his marital dilemmas, and Chao Kun felt inclined to consider the possibility. He believed that if the woman was attractive, he would accept her. If not, he would decline outright, for he valued clarity of thought. Over the years of brotherhood, Yang Tiexin understood Chao Kun's disposition well. If he were to introduce a woman unknown to him as a potential wife, the experience of their wedding night would be akin to unboxing a mystery, and Chao Kun would certainly refuse. "Brother Chao," he asserted, "this young lady has an extraordinary lineage. She is a descendant of the Water Margin Heroes, the great commander of the Imperial Guard and the great-granddaughter of the famed Lin Chong. Here is her portrait. Take a look." Chao Kun leaned in for a closer inspection and was struck by a sense of familiarity. "Isn't this the revered matriarch of our ancient sect, Lin Chaoying?" Chapter 29. 3 years of hard training, 90-fold experience grinding. I have become invincible. No, that cannot be correct. Guijing was born long after the Huashan Sword Conference had taken place for over a decade. Lin Chaoying, by all accounts, should have been deceased for at least 7 or 8 years. Furthermore, how could she possibly have faked her death to emerge from the ancient tomb just to arrange a marriage with me? Gazing at the portrait, Chao Kun, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, "Ironheart, may I ask the name of this young lady?" Yang Tai Xian, with a playful expression, replied, "Ah, my brother, I am aware that Brother Chao possesses discerning taste and does not admire the mundane flowers of this world. Yet this Miss Lin is truly exceptional." Akeo Konis Oding. Yang Tai Xian briefly recounted the origins of this young lady. Years ago, after Song Zhang's campaign against Fong La, Both Liangshan and the Ming sect suffered considerable losses. Subsequently, the Song court betrayed Liangshan, while the Ming sect, in a show of virtue, aided many descendants of Liangshan heroes, including Lin Chang's son, Lin Tianbao. Time flowed on, and several years later, Lin Chang's great-granddaughter became the saintess of the Ming sect, known as Lin Chaoying. This saintess had mysteriously left the Ming sect over 20 years ago, her whereabouts remaining unknown. Lin Chaoying had a younger sister named Lin Chaoshui. In recent years, had sought out her sister and thus established connections with the descendants of Liangshan. So Lin Chaoshui, being 20 years younger than Lin Chaoying, fits the age criteria. However, she descended from the bright summit of the Ming sect in search of her sister. What business does Yang, my younger brother, have in presenting her to me as a potential wife? Even if Lin Chaoshui were not in pursuit of her sister, she would hardly wish to return to the bright summit, making it rather inappropriate for you to introduce her to me in such a manner. Chao Kuan turned to Yang Tai Xen, his expression reflecting his inner thoughts. Yang Tai Xen chuckled and explained, "Brother, you're unaware that 5 years ago, when she first descended the mountain, she arrived in Linen City seeking information about her sister. Unfortunately, the local authorities took notice of her. Her identity as a descendant of Liangshan and a rebel against the Ming sect made her a prime target. By a stroke of fate at that time, Brother Gua and I had not yet settled down. We had intended to work as escorts at the Changfeng Escort Agency in Linen City when we fortuitously encountered the government as pursuit of the young lady. Just as luck would have it, she sustained an injury, and we could not stand by idly. Thus, we hid her away. Eventually, Lin Chaoying departed, and Brother Gua and I believed the matter was resolved. However, we were unaware that word had leaked, and we became wanted fugitives for harboring a notorious criminal. Brother Gua and I evaded capture for 3 long years, and only after the storm had passed did we settle in Niujiao village, embracing a life of seclusion. Just this morning, Lin Chaoying unexpectedly found us in Niujiao village, expressing her remorse for the trouble she had caused us years ago. After much inquiry, she finally tracked us down. She mentioned that Niujiao village offers a pleasant environment, ideal for a secluded life, and after years of wandering, she yearns to rest here for a few years. Brother Chao, a woman like Lin Chaoying is truly deserving of someone of your caliber. Should you express interest, I would be more than willing to facilitate an introduction. Brother Chao possesses exceptional character and martial prowess, making him undoubtedly the best match for Miss Lin. Hence, I have taken the liberty to broach this matter with you. After all, Miss Lin is a modest lady, and if Brother Chao were to take a more proactive approach, winning her heart would surely be within reach. It is worth noting that Miss Lin has expressed her desire for a husband whose martial skills surpass her own. Brother Chao nodded in acknowledgement and then instructed Yang Tiexin to lead him to meet Lin Chaoying's sister, Lin Chaoshui. Brother Chao, being from the ancient Tomb sect, has martial arts deeply rooted in its traditions, which inherently aligns him with Miss Lin. He suspected that Lin Chaoshui, after encountering Guijing and Yang Kong, must have seen glimpses of Lin Chaoying's martial artistry within them, prompting her desire to meet her martial mentor. Little did she know, her intuition was spot on. Upon arriving at Yang Tiexin's residence, he found Bao Shiro and Li Ping conversing animatedly with a woman. Upon noticing Brother Chao's arrival, Li Ping waved and exclaimed, "Brother Chao, you've come. This is Miss Lin, who is temporarily visiting us." Bao Shiro chimed in, "Miss Lin, this is Brother Chao Kuan, the godfather of our children." As we mentioned before, however, no sooner had Lin Chaoshui laid eyes on Chao Kuan than she launched an attack without a moment's hesitation. Brother Chao, perceiving the threat, quickly retreated to the courtyard, where the two engaged in a fierce duel, causing Gui Xiaotian and Yang Tiexin, who were observing, to sense something unusual. Was Brother Chao using lightness skill that resembled that of Miss Lin? After exchanging blows for a while, Lin Chaoshui proposed, "Shall we compare sword techniques?" Brother Chao waved towards his house, and a precious sword flew directly from his courtyard. Lin Chaoshui was taken aback, exclaiming, "Dragon capture, crane control? Impossible. That distance is far too great." Of course, Brother Chao would not divulge that it was a manifestation of telekinesis evolved from absorbed spiritual energy. With the combination of telekinesis and lightness skill, Although Lin Xiaoxue could discern hints of the Ming sect's lightness technique, the underlying principles differed, thus yielding distinct results. As the two continued to duel with swords, Lin Xiaoxue's martial skills, in Brother Chao's eyes, were nearly on par with those of the legendary Grand Ancestor Lin Xiaoying. Her prowess comparable to that of the little dragon girl who had mastered the Jade Maiden's heart swordplay through ambidextrous practice. However, Brother Chao was no ordinary individual. After training beside the Black Sunflower for 3 whole years, the black mist he had absorbed was akin to a 30-fold enhancement. The spiritual energy emanating from the Black Sunflower was 3 times more potent than the mist, equating to a staggering 90-fold experience boost. Thus, a day's training equated to 3 months of prior effort, and 3 years of such practice amounted to the equivalent of 270 years of relentless training since his first arrival in the world of the legend of the Condor Heroes. Under the nurturing of this spiritual energy, Brother Chao's body evolved daily, and his telekinetic abilities skyrocketed. He could effortlessly manipulate steel weighing several tons, and even lift himself for high-altitude flight for 4 or 5 hours at a time. After exchanging over 100 moves, Lin Xiaoxue inquired of Brother Chao, "Have you met my sister? Are you employing the enhanced lightness technique she perfected?" Chao Kun did not deny it, and thus conveyed the events between Lin Xiaoying and Wang Chongyang to Lin Xiaoxue. "The ancient tomb sect? Would you be willing to take me there?" "I will be delighted to." Chao Kun's motivation for escorting Lin Xiaoxue was not solely to pursue her. Rather, he yearned to visit the abode of his youthful master. Moreover, it appears that Mo Cho is 4 years senior to Huang Rong, which undoubtedly makes her older than Guojing, and she should also be residing in the ancient tomb at this moment. One wonders how the venerable master will react upon encountering Lin Xiaoxue. Chao Kun is filled with anticipation. Chapter 030. The relocation of the ancient tomb sect to Niu family village. Before setting off, Chao Kun retrieved the sanctuary, placing the black sunflower back into its pot, securing it within the refuge. This was indeed the crux of his journey, a core aspiration that must not be swayed by extraneous matters. In this era, while the Chuanjin sect on Mount Zhongnan enjoyed immense renown due to the illustrious Wang Chongyang, the 7 disciples of Chuanjin were primarily students taken in during Wang's later years. Apart from the sect leader Ma Yu and Xiu Chuji, others such as Lu Chuxian, Wang Qi, Tan Shuduan, Sun Bu'er, and Hao Datong possessed martial skills that were, frankly, rather underwhelming. Wang Chongyang had passed away over a decade ago, and now the 7 disciples were nearly all middle-aged, each over 30 years of age. The orthodox Taoist practices of the Chuanjin sect emphasized a slow cultivation speed, yet one that built a solid foundation, allowing for higher prowess in later years. However, in 30 years' time, the 7 disciples, when considered alone, would struggle to contend with a teenage Xiaolong, revealing just how inadequate their martial arts had become over 3 decades prior. From this perspective, after Wang Chongyang's demise, Lin Xiaoying had yet to perish. She had declared the back mountain of Chuanjin as a forbidden ground, leaving the 7 disciples utterly powerless. After Lin Xiaoying's death, Master Lin remained to guard the ancient tomb. Chao Kun had previously ventured into the legend of the eagle shooter under Master Lin's tutelage, aware of her formidable prowess, which would certainly provide a dimensional advantage against the 7 disciples. Chao Kun, accompanied by Lin Xiaoxue, navigated the familiar paths to the ancient tomb, activating its mechanisms to delve deeper inside. Lin Xiaoxue felt as though she were returning home, yet sensed something amiss. At that moment, a voice echoed from within. "Who dares intrude upon the ancient tomb?" Following this, a familiar figure emerged slowly from within the tomb. Chao Kun set down an emergency lamp beside him, and indeed, it was Master Lin. The internal martial arts of the ancient tomb sect were truly a beauty-enhancing marvel. During Chao Kun's previous journey to the legend of the eagle shooter, Master Lin appeared to be in her 40s, yet looked merely in her 30s. This time, however, it was even more astonishing. Master Lin was now under 30, appearing to be in her early 20s. Chao Kun's thoughts began to stir with a bold idea. If Yangguo could love his master, why could not this time traveler? Moreover, in this incarnation, he was not merely her disciple. He aspired to provide her with a complete and joyous life. However, at that moment, Master Lin's gaze was entirely fixed upon Lin Chaoshu, oblivious to the transformation of Chao Kuan's affections beside her. "Are you the second miss?" Master Lin inquired. Lin Chaoshu was taken aback. "You recognize me?" Master Lin spoke softly. "In the past, my family offended a powerful noble, and it was the miss who rescued me from my plight, even bestowing upon me martial skills that allowed me to avenge my kin. I vowed to serve the miss for life, though I have never met the second miss." The miss once spoke of her origins. "I only know that the miss has a younger sister in the Ming sect, who, by my calculations, should now be of an age similar to yours." Lin Chaoshu then asked, "Has my sister truly passed away?" Master Lin nodded and replied, in response to the second miss, "The eldest miss passed away 8 years ago and was laid to rest in the ancient tomb. Would you like to pay your respects?" Lin Chaoshu nodded, requesting Master Lin to lead the way. Master Lin glanced at Chao Kuan, yet refrained from mentioning the rule prohibiting men from entering the tomb. The two followed a maid to the secluded chamber where the stone coffin was placed. Lin Chaoshu stood silently before her sister's coffin, not opening it for verification, but remaining in contemplative silence. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Chao Kuan turned to see a delicate little girl standing behind them, curiously observing him and Lin Chaoshu. He instantly recognized her as the young Mo Cho, a beauty even in her childhood, with large, expressive eyes resembling those of a porcelain doll. "Master, this sister resembles our matriarch." Li Mo Cho, having seen a portrait of Lin Chaoying, naturally believed the person before her was indeed her ancestral matriarch. Lin Chaoshu looked at Li Mo Cho and gently crouched down to pat her forehead. "Little girl, I am not your ancestral matriarch. I am your great-granduncle. What's your name?" "My name is Li Mo Cho. My master hopes that I shall live my life free of sorrow and troubles." Chao Kuan observed the innocent and untainted demeanor of young Mo Cho and reflected on the struggles faced by the protagonists in Mr. G's writings, who often found themselves in unfulfilled circumstances. The life of Li Mo Cho in the original narrative was indeed fraught with sorrow. After Lin Chaoshu had finished her reflection by the coffin, she requested the maid to show her the belongings left by her sister. Chao Kuan chose not to intrude and wandered off to the valley within the ancient tomb to rest. Half an hour later, Lin Chaoshu, accompanied by Master Lin and Li Mo Cho, found Chao Kuan. "Let us return to Jia village," she declared. Upon exiting the tomb, Chao Kuan glanced at Master Lin and Li Mo Cho who had come along. Lin Chaoshu explained, "She is my sister's maid, and now that I have arrived, she will naturally accompany me." With that, Master Lin directly lowered the severed dragon stone at the entrance of the tomb, sealing it. Thus, Lin Chaoying's remains would remain undisturbed by the outside world. In this manner, Chao Kuan returned to Jia village with Lin Chaoshu and the duo from the ancient tomb. Unlike the reticent Wang Chongyang, who harbored feelings yet clung to his dignity. Refusing to speak first, Chao Kuan was forthright in expressing his affections to Lin Chaoshu on their journey back. Lin Chaoshu had developed a fondness for him. Since entering the Central Plains martial world, she had encountered few men whose martial prowess surpassed her own, aside from the legendary Five Masters. She had vowed that her husband must possess greater martial skills than her own, and Chao Kuan epitomized her ideal partner, superior in skill, distinguished in appearance, and openly expressing his feelings without reservation. Having stealthily escaped from a Ming sect, she had never envisioned returning to assume the role of a saint. The stronger her husband, the lesser her chances of being captured again. Both devoid of parental constraints, they did not adhere to the dictates of familial arrangements, and thus, at the village's entrance, they mutually agreed upon their union. The maid Lin, who followed behind, couldn't help but reflect that had Wang Chongyang been as devoted, the young lady would not have endured such a lifetime of sorrow. Thus, the more she gazed upon Chao Kuan, the more she found him agreeable, believing that the second young lady had encountered a worthy match. In contrast, Xiao Macho, embarking on her first adventure from the ancient tomb, found everything to be novel and delightful, flitting about like a jubilant bird, her chatter never ceasing. Moreover, Chao Kuan seemed to conjure delectable treats with the ease of a magician, and by the time the three women reached Nujiakan, They all felt as though they had gained a few extra pounds. Upon learning of Chao Kuen's return, Yang Tiexin and Guo Xiaotian eagerly expressed their desire to assist in arranging the wedding. Chao Kuen had nothing but praise for the Guo and Yang families. Not only had he imparted the unparalleled Nine manual to their children, but he had also shared his martial prowess with Guo Xiaotian and Yang Tiexin. With little time to devote to teaching disciples, he deemed it more efficient to pass on his skills to their fathers, for after all, such practices are commonplace in modern educational institutions, where family education is equally valued. Chapter 031. The tradition of the ancient Tomb sect is to be together with one's master. In the world of martial arts, the union of two souls is seldom adorned with elaborate ceremonies. Within 3 days of returning to Neo family village, Chao Kuen modestly orchestrated a wedding, with the only notable detail being that Lin Chaoxiu donned the bridal gown previously worn by Lin Chaoying. This gown had once graced the figure of Limacho, evoking the sensation of a transient bride, a timeless garment that had been passed down through 3 generations, akin to exploring different narrative branches in a game of fate. As a master of internal cultivation nearing the pinnacle of the 5 absolutes, Lin Xiaoxue quickly perceived a remarkable acceleration in her training while residing in Chao Kuen's household, though the reason for this phenomenon eluded her. Chao Kuen, however, did not conceal the truth from his wife, explaining that the black sunflower could emit celestial spiritual energy to assist in cultivation. After all, such plants were not scarce in the real world. Should any complications arise, he could simply exit the realm and procure another, simultaneously discerning Lin Chaoxue's true character. Chao Kuen's trump card was never merely the sunflower. It lay in his traversal through the myriad worlds of martial arts and the apocalyptic survival system. As long as these 2 abilities remained intact, other challenges paled in comparison. Following his marriage to Lin Chaoxue, Chao Kuen discovered that this union unexpectedly came with an additional blessing. Since Lin Chaoxue had taken Lin Shenyang as her companion, the maid readily accepted her new role as a handmaiden. Faced with such an archaic notion, Chao Kuen felt a sense of amusement and encouraged the arrangement wholeheartedly. It was during this time that Chao Kuen learned Lin Shenyang's true name, Lin Wanru. In a twist of fate, Chao Kuen took on the role of mentor, imparting the secrets of the 9 manual and the 9 yang skill to Lin Wanru, thus reversing their traditional teacher-student dynamic. No woman is devoid of a desire for love's nurturing warmth, and Lin Wanru, living alongside Chao Kuen, soon found herself softened by his genuine affections. The cynical beliefs instilled in her by Lin Chaoying, that no man was worthy, crumbled after a single evening spent with Chao Kuen, leading her to realize that her past had been wasted. It was only after being with him that Wanru understood the joy of being a woman. As Lin Wanru expressed her feelings candidly, Chao Kuen found her words vaguely familiar, though he could not place their origin at that moment. Nonetheless, this did not detract from the happiness he experienced in Neo family village. Naturally, Chao Kuen had not forgotten about Limacho, who was 2 years older than Guo Jing and Yang Kong. Despite being a latecomer, she had assumed the role of their senior sister. With Limacho, Chao Kuen adopted a more attentive approach than he had with the others, for she was, after all, his wife in a parallel universe. Even as she matured, he could never allow her to become another's bride, lest he betray himself. Since his return from the world of the legend of the Condor Heroes, which had reset upon his departure, Chao Kuen's perspective on relationships had undergone subtle transformations. Knowing that the world would reset upon his exit, he found it increasingly difficult to commit to a single woman for life. Now, it felt as though he was engaged in a solitary game, allowing him greater freedom in matters of the heart. A year later, both Lin Chaoxue and Lin Wanru welcomed offspring into the world, marking a new chapter in their lives. Lin Chaoxue gave birth to her first son, whom Chao Kuen named Chao Yun. Lin Wanru welcomed her second son, named Chao Feng by Chao Kuen. The 2 children spent their days trailing behind the older trio of Guo Jing, Yang Kong, and Limacho, enjoying a carefree childhood. Thanks to the presence of the black sunflowers, the villagers of Neojia village enjoyed robust health, with illnesses being a rarity. And even the crops thrived more than those in neighboring villages. Gradually, an increasing number of outsiders moved to Neojia village, many of whom were refugees fleeing from natural disasters. Chao Kun frequently distributed grains to assist these victims in reclaiming wasteland, improving irrigation, and building homes to settle down. Over time, the reputation of this great benefactor, Chao, spread even to Linen City. Neojia village transformed from a small settlement of fewer than 100 households into a town of thousands, eventually blossoming into a county of over 10,000 residents. Chao Kun established a martial arts school in the village to cultivate his influence, teaching basic internal skills. With the enhancement of the black sunflowers, the disciples at the school exhibited extraordinary combat prowess, not to mention Chao Kun's direct disciples and his two sons. After several years, Chao Kun upgraded the martial arts school to a sect, naming it Shenwu Men. Initially, numerous martial artists came to challenge Shenwu Men, but all were thwarted by Guo Xiaotian and Yang Tiexin, who had spent 7 to 8 years mastering the complete 9 manual, their combat abilities rivaling the 5 absolute masters. As long as challengers were not of the 5 absolutes caliber, Guo Xiaotian and Yang Tiexin could easily subdue them. During this period, the Song and Jin dynasties experienced considerable friction following the disappearance of Wanyan Honglai, though ultimately, it amounted to little more than thunder without rain. The Jin dynasty was already in decline, and with the rise of the Mongol tribes, they lacked the strength to wage war against the Song dynasty. When Guijing and Yang Kong turned 18, Qiu Chuji visited Neojia village to see Yang Tiexin and Guo Xiaotian, and he was astounded by the transformation of the village. Although Shenwu Men had only developed its influence near Linen City over the years, Qiu Chuji had heard of it. Yet he did not expect that the left and right guardians of Shenwu Men were the same two who once only possessed rudimentary external skills, Guo Xiaotian and Yang Tiexin. This time, Qiu Chuji found it hard to remain composed and sought to have Guo Xiaotian and Yang Tiexin introduce him. Ultimately, Chao Kun asked Yang Tiexin to convey a message that he was a disciple of the ancient tomb sect. Upon hearing this, Qiu Chuji could only depart quietly. As the love-hate relationship between his master and Lin Xiaoying was well known to all 7 of Chuanjin, it was clear that Wang Chongyang had wronged Lin Xiaoying, and it was understandable that the people of the ancient tomb sect wished to avoid him. 2 years later, Guojing and Yang Kong grew weary of their life in Neojia village and desired to venture into the world. Initially, they intended to take their senior sister, Li Macho, with them, but she resolutely refused, stating her wish to remain in the village to honor her master. Guojing and Yang Kong saw through her pretense. Was her intention to honor her master truly sincere if it required seeking his help to practice the Jade Maidenheart Sutra? Nevertheless, freed from their senior sister's influence, Guojing and Yang Kong felt as though they had the entire ocean to swim in and the sky to soar through. These two young men, under the tutelage of Chao Kun, not only mastered the profound martial arts of the 9 manual and the 9 Yang divine skill, but also basked in the ethereal energy bestowed by the black sunflower. With a remarkable enhancement of their cultivation prowess by 90-fold, their strength could only be likened to that of terrestrial deities. However, guided by Chao Kun and the venerable Guo Xiaotian and Yang Tiexin, while Guojing and Yang Kong possess commendable values, their characters diverged significantly from the original narrative. Guojing, devoid of the experiences of growing up in Mongolia, lacked the conflicted sentiments towards it that were present in the original tale. Conversely, Guo Xiaotian, as a descendant of the Liangshan heroes, had long endured oppression from the Song dynasty, resulting in a complete disdain for the imperial court, an attitude that undoubtedly influenced Guojing. As for Yang Kong, it is needless to say that he idolized General Yu Fei, as his ancestor, Yang Zixing, was one of the fierce generals under his command. Chao Kun perceived that in this lifetime, Yang Kong harbored a deeper sense of patriotism than Guojing, and it was quite possible that this young man would one day defend Xianyang. Chapter 32. The Enhancement of the Left Eye, Supernatural Powers. In the Shumi space, as the years passed, the tales of divine beings in Nyo family village gradually spread. The spiritual energy emanating from the black sunflowers was said to prolong life, even though this energy was concentrated in the courtyard of Chao Kun's residence. The lingering essence provided substantial nourishment to the villagers. This was particularly evident in Chao Kun and his women. Over 2 decades ago, when Chao Kun first arrived in Nyo family village, he appeared as a man in his 20s. Now, after more than 20 years, he retained that youthful visage. And even Lin Chaoxue and Lin Wanru remained unchanged in their beauty. Upon hearing this news, the emperor of Linen City could no longer remain at ease. He dispatched envoys to summon Chao Kuan to the capital. However, Chao Kuan showed no regard for the emperor's authority and instead utilized his telekinetic powers to soar directly into the palace, seeking an audience with the emperor himself. "Who dares to intrude upon the palace?" the emperor exclaimed. "Guards, protect me." Chao Kuan calmly addressed the emperor. "I am the immortal you have been searching for. The envoy you sent was rather impolite. Now that I am here, if you have something of great importance to discuss, I suggest you speak quickly. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, Chao Kuan unleashed a wave of psychic energy, causing the palace's structures to crumble as if struck by a divine force, akin to Pain's assault on Konoha. Debris and earth surged outward, yet the emperor, standing before Chao Kuan, remained shielded by the psychic force and unharmed. "You had matters to discuss with me, yet you remained silent. Since you have nothing to say, I advise you to refrain from troubling me in the future. Consider this my final act of clemency. Do you understand?" The emperor, surveying the devastation wrought upon the palace, and then gazing at the ascendant Chao Kuan, was overwhelmed with regret and fear. The display of Chao Kuan's power rendered him impervious to any conventional army. The recent destruction had utterly obliterated the palace's elite guards, and many of his concubines had also suffered dire consequences. Before long, rumors circulated throughout Linen City, suggesting that the emperor had provoked the immortal's wrath, resulting in divine retribution. Even officials below began to counsel the emperor to issue a self-reproach edict. "Whom have I offended?" he lamented. That very night, the emperor formally designated the county formed by Nyo Family Village as Chao Kuan's domain, removing the local officials and declaring that all matters would henceforth be governed by the immortal Chao. He proclaimed to the world that Chao Kuan was to be honored as the protector immortal of the nation, asserting that any encounter with him would warrant the same respect as if the emperor himself were present. It was evident that the emperor was profoundly intimidated. Consequently, Guojing and Yang Kong, disciples of the immortal, received various honors nationwide. Young women of all ages were eager to approach them. However, the formidable prowess of Guojing and Yang Kong was indeed fearsome. It was rumored that the Eastern Evil, Huang Yaoshi, had sought them out for a martial arts exchange, only to retreat to Peach Blossom Island in seclusion for several years thereafter. When Ouyang Ku attempted to abduct women in the Central Plains, he fortuitously encountered Guojing and Yang Kong, who promptly sent him to reunite with his sister-in-law, Ouyang Feng. Upon learning of the situation, Ouyang Feng was consumed by rage and hurriedly sought out the two individuals to settle the score. However, his martial prowess proved inadequate against them. Even the venomous serpent formation faltered against the invulnerability of the Nine Yang divine art. Exhausting all means to escape, he discovered that these two were swifter and more enduring than he. After vanquishing Ouyang Feng, Guojing and Yang Kong gained immense notoriety, and coupled with their identities as disciples of an immortal, they swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the martial world as celebrated male icons. On a certain day, Chao Kuan, as was his custom, rose early to practice. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. His body could no longer absorb spiritual energy. What could be the cause? He quickly accessed the system, and indeed, a notification appeared. Your body has approached saturation. The second ability will awaken upon initiating the second phase of bodily evolution. What a coincidence! It seemed to be waiting for him. Previously, Chao Kuan had accumulated over 1,000,000 points. But after purchasing 2 vials of essence for himself and Fong Ting, spending 200,000 points, and making some minor expenditures thereafter, he was left with just over 2,000,000 points. In the apocalyptic mall, each ability required at least 1,000,000 points. Chao Kuan had initially believed that by absorbing the dark mist, he could awaken psychokinesis, thus deeming the exchange of 1,000,000 points for an ability rather unworthy. Thus, it dawned upon him that the primary purpose of awakening an ability was to unlock a certain switch within his body, facilitating an expansion that would enable him to absorb greater amounts of spiritual energy and promote a higher level of evolution. With this realization, Chao Kun felt that 1 million points was indeed a worthy investment. The abilities available in the mall were broadly categorized into several types. 1. Elemental. Randomly awaken a particular elemental ability. Repeated use does not yield the same ability. 2. Enhancement. Randomly awaken a type of enhancement ability. Repeated use may lead to a secondary enhancement of existing abilities or grant a new enhancement ability. 3. Summoning. Randomly awaken the ability to summon a specific entity. Repeated use guarantees a brand new summon. 4. Special. Randomly awaken an unconventional ability. Please note that the upper and lower limits of this category are quite extraordinary. So purchase with caution. Considering these 4 categories, Chao Kun first dismissed the elemental abilities. Although the specifics were unclear, he speculated that elemental powers would likely include fire, lightning, ice, earth, and light manipulation. Having already possessed psychokinesis, which allowed him to fly and launch wide-range attacks, he felt no need to awaken another magical skill. Next, he eliminated the special abilities, as the system had already advised caution regarding their purchase. Chao Kun preferred to heed advice rather than gamble on fortune, believing that his awakening of the system had already exhausted his luck. Finally, he also passed on the summoning category, primarily due to the ambiguity surrounding what could be summoned. The system all did not specify whether the summons would be beasts, angels, demons, holy swords, or goblins. In the end, Chao Kun opted for the straightforward enhancement category. Regardless of where the enhancement was directed, it would ultimately reinforce himself, and he was accustomed to the sensation of embodying immense power. He spent 1 million points to purchase the enhancement ability potion and drank it immediately. A searing sensation emanating from the cellular level enveloped Chao Kun as he sat cross-legged in his chamber, gritting his teeth to endure the pain that stemmed from his very genes. After 10 minutes, the agony subsided, and with his eyes closed, he reveled in the newfound abilities coursing through him, a wave of joy washing over his heart. Enhanced ability, left eye enhancement, acquired eye technique, Sumeru space. This Sumeru space functioned as an upgraded storage realm, endowed not only with the time-stopping preservation capabilities of a conventional storage space, but also the remarkable ability to contain living entities. However, housing living beings would continuously deplete Chao Kun's mental energy. The greater the number of beings stored, the more substantial the demand on his mental fortitude. Yet, the initial awakening of his extraordinary powers lay in telekinesis. Telekinesis is, in essence, a manifestation of mental energy. The stronger the telekinesis, the more formidable the mental energy. Thus, when Chao Kun beheld the radius of his Sumeru space extending a full 5 kilometers, his heart soared with elation. The sole limitation was that he could not transport living entities from the virtual realm into the tangible world. Chapter 033. The completion of the second evolution and the return to the post-apocalyptic world are living beings from the virtual realm unable to be brought back to the real world? If Chao Kun has not misunderstood, does this imply that living beings from the real world can indeed be transported into the virtual domain? In the future, if I have adversaries, I could simply confine them within my space and transport them to the martial arts world. If I choose not to bring them back upon my departure, will they cease to exist after the world resets? However, this revelation serves as a reminder for Chao Kun. He cannot afford to squander time indefinitely in the unlocked realms. To prolong his existence and attain a higher level of evolution, he must venture into new, uncharted worlds to accumulate sign-in points for the exchange of novel abilities. While he possesses the ability-enhancing elixirs to acquire more powers, those fortunate evolutionists in the real world who manage to develop abilities may find themselves forever limited to a singular power, struggling to initiate their second evolution. The advantages of having a cheat are undeniably substantial. At present, martial arts holds significant meaning for Chao Kun, primarily as a means to expedite his absorption of spiritual energy. When it comes to confronting others, he finds the use of telekinesis to be far more forceful and exhilarating. Just look at how the Emperor of Linen City has become utterly compliant. The energy conversion efficiency and output multiplicity of martial arts are still too low. Perhaps this is due to the current world classification as a low-level martial arts realm. A stark contrast to the high-level martial arts worlds capable of shattering mountains and splitting seas. Having acquired the Shumi space, Chao Kun now possesses a clearer trajectory for his future. He aims to accumulate points in the new world, enhance his cultivation in the reset world, and strive for self-preservation in the real world. It must be noted that while Chao Kun may dismiss the Emperor in the Xinjiao world, he feels a twinge of trepidation approaching the ominous black coffin's back in the post-apocalyptic realm. In the face of the unknown, Chao Kun recognizes that this is a moment where valiant souls should risk their lives to gather ample information for humanity. However, he certainly does not intend to be one of those heroes. He is merely an ordinary worker living in an era of peace, and given the option, he wishes to survive and do so as comfortably as possible. The news of Chao Kun's ascension within the imperial palace swiftly spread throughout the martial arts world. The county formed in Niu family village was renamed Shunshi County, and the Shunshi sect was established in place of the former. Upon learning of this, the emperor promptly recognized the Shunshi sect as the state religion, adopting a demeanor that was both respectful and appropriate. Chao Kun harbors no ambitions for a change of dynasty. As long as the emperor does not trouble him, he has little desire to engage with the emperor. Gradually, the emperor came to understand that Shunshi City lies adjacent to Linen City, and should conflict arise in the future, any assault on Linen City would first have to breach Shunshi City. This effectively creates an invincible barrier guarded by a celestial being, which, when contemplated, brings an overwhelming sense of security. Chao Kun often isolates himself to cultivate, but occasionally visits the Shunshi sect. Over time, he noticed familiar faces among the new members of the sect. For instance, Lu Zhanyuan's son, Lu Jianping, joined the sect. Due to Chao Kun's previous encounter with Li Mo Cho, Lu Zhanyuan did not cross paths with her. After successfully marrying He Yuan Jun a few years prior, he welcomed a son, who, at just 8 years of age, was sent to the Shunshi sect through connections to bask in its celestial aura. Additionally, there is Lu Guaning, the son of Lu Qingfeng, the lord of Lujiabeo, who faced the misfortune of his father being crippled by Huang Yaoshi and subsequently expelled from his master's tutelage. Consequently, the martial arts of Peach Blossom Island could not be passed down to his son. At this juncture, the emergence of the divine martial sect, which had even subdued the emperor, stirred the hearts of all martial artists, who felt an irresistible urge to seek apprenticeship there. Had it not been for Lu Changfeng's lingering thoughts of his master Huang Yaoshi, he himself would have eagerly sought to join the divine martial sect. Almost simultaneously, Lu Guoying ventured forth, followed closely by Huang Rong, who became his classmate. It perplexed Chao Kun as to why Guijing's protagonist aura failed to intersect with Huang Rong this time. Even more amusingly, after Huang Rong entered the divine martial sect, she subtly endeavored to draw closer to Chao Kun. Were it not for the protective barriers maintained by Chao Kun's family, she might have attempted a midnight escapade over the wall. With such a tempting opportunity at hand, Chao Kun found it unreasonable to refuse her advances. After a few tentative exchanges, he decisively embraced Huang Rong. Her culinary skills were truly exquisite, and it was the first time Chao Kun had savored such delectable dishes, leading him to seek her out for months on Into-Place's orders. Regarding the Ming sect, over the years, they had sent emissaries multiple times to persuade Lin Chaoxue to return and inherit the position of the Holy Maiden. This matter was of no concern to Chao Kun, as Lin Chaoxue was an ardent martial artist, and under the influence of a 90-fold cultivation enhancement, she had become the second strongest in the entire divine martial city, surpassed only by Chao Kun himself. Initially, the Ming sect remained adamant about reinstating their Holy Maiden, but after Chao Kun's explosive destruction of the royal palace, their representatives ceased to appear. Regrettably, in this lifetime, Chao Kun had relocated the ancient Toon sect in advance, leaving the fate of the little dragon girl unknown as to who might have taken her in. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. Should he wish to engage with the storyline of the little dragon girl, he could simply enter through the episode where Zhang Jibing blindfolds her. allowing for a seamless transition into the narrative. The ability to reset the storyline is indeed delightful, as any lingering regrets can simply be revisited. Thus, Chao Kun harbored no desire to emulate those time travelers confined to a single world who yearned to collect everything in one go. It remains unclear whether his previous audacious act of demolishing the palace had repercussions, as after the Mongols vanquished the Jin dynasty, they inexplicably delayed their southern advance. According to reports from the court, following the fall of the Jin, the Mongols shifted their overall strategy towards a western campaign. Chao Kun was uncertain where the Mongolian cavalry had reached in Europe. Yet even as Guijing approached his 60s, there was no sign of Mongolian forces moving southward. This was undoubtedly attributable to the generations of disciples from the divine martial sect, who, upon mastering their skills, returned to their hometowns. The quantity and quality of martial experts in the Song dynasty had been elevated by Chao Kun to a level far superior to that of the original world across several iterations. In the original narrative, Guojing's defense of Xiangyang led many readers to ponder why he did not employ the Nine manual to train the martial artists or the defending troops of the city. One perspective posited that the martial world was akin to a scattered sand, and if everyone learned the Nine manual, Guojing's value would diminish, making it challenging for him to maintain his prestige among the martial artists of Xiangyang. However, the situation with the divine martial sect is markedly different. Chao Kun harbors no fear of you mastering any profound martial arts, nor is he perturbed by the leakage of the Nine manual to Mongolia. The essence of the divine martial sect lies in the black sunflowers cultivated by Chao Kun himself. Only within the confines of divine martial city can one practice martial arts and thereby receive a significant enhancement of spiritual energy, enabling rapid advancement in their skills. Consequently, it is solely the disciples of the divine martial sect who are continuously gaining extraordinary prowess, with masters emerging in abundance, one after another. The Mongolians, too, harbor their apprehensions. Given the considerable uproar in Linen City back in the day, they undoubtedly possess channels through which to ascertain the happenings within the imperial palace. At this moment, Chao Kun has begun to sense that he is nearing the limits of his second phase of evolution, and he must devise a means to venture out and accumulate points for the apocalyptic marketplace. Chapter 034. We now possess storage space. We shall become survival hoarders in the apocalypse. Amidst a sudden spatial fluctuation, Chao Kun materialized beneath the happy community. Instantly, he unleashed his mental prowess, enveloping a radius of several kilometers within his perception. Before long, he located Fong Ting in a nearby building. With a mere flick of his mental force, he activated his flight mode, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he approached her. At that moment, Fong Ting was locked inside an unoccupied room, meditating diligently. She understood that her strength was paramount. Only by enhancing her abilities could she remain worthy of accompanying Chao Kun. Clinging to the notion of relying on a man was a precarious endeavor. Eventually, she would find herself outpaced and cast aside. This abandonment would not stem from the man's fickleness, but rather from her own feeling of superfluity in his presence. Suddenly, Fong Ting noticed a shadow darting across the balcony. Grabbing her firearm, she prepared to defend herself when a familiar voice called out from outside, "Tir, do not fire. It is I." Relieved, she relaxed her stance, and, upon seeing Chao Kun, could not help but scrutinize his features. How could 2 short hours apart render him so transformed in essence? Chao Kun requested her phone and confirmed that his current traversal into the reality realm would not exceed 3 hours. Subsequently, he lifted Fong Ting into his arms and soared from the balcony. The black sunflower, which had previously appeared at Sunshine Kindergarten, had led to the eradication of an official squad, drawing inevitable attention from the authorities. The apocalypse in the real world was not characterized by frigid desolation or a horde of zombies. It was likely a harbinger of invasion by higher dimensional or extraterrestrial entities. Though Chao Kun had acquired the strength to confront the authorities, akin to his earlier exploits within the Grand Palace of the Song dynasty, he preferred to preserve the authorities' shelters as a buffer. After all, he could not solely rely on himself to investigate the enigmatic black sarcophagi. Temporarily, The black sunflower was ensconced within his Shumi space, evading the watchful eyes of official satellites. By relocating the shelter to a new location, even when he later retrieved the black sunflower, the satellites would merely detect an increase in spiritual energy concentration at a particular site. They would assume that a new plant capable of emitting spiritual energy had sprouted, failing to connect the dots with the events at Sunshine Kindergarten. Indeed, satellites were not omnipotent. Obscured by a thick veil of black mist, they could only observe the concentration of spiritual energy without discerning the specific flora involved. After navigating through the mist for a while, Chao Kuan spotted a large commercial complex. Previously, without storage space, he had no opportunity to stockpile supplies from supermarkets. Although his infinite sustenance alleviated concerns about food and drink, he longed to gather other essentials. Otherwise, he would find himself, as he had in the past within the world, expending precious points on mundane items like toilet paper, diapers, sanitary products, emergency lights, and mattresses. Now that he possessed the Shumi space, Chao Kuan was determined to collect every resource available, ensuring a more comfortable existence upon his future travels into martial arts realms. This commercial complex houses several large shopping centers, including Jiangchang Trade City, Baidao Plaza, and Hunglong Plaza, along with 3 expansive commercial pedestrian streets. Chao Kuan, cradling Fong Ting, descended directly before the second-floor window of Jiangchang Trade City. The building rises to a height of 42 stories, with the bottom 8 levels dedicated to shopping, while the upper floors consist entirely of office spaces and commercial apartments. Utilizing his telekinetic abilities, Chao Kuan unlocked the barred window, first ushering Fong Ting inside before following her in. He had previously scanned the entire building with his mind, discovering a number of survivors dispersed into several small groups. The window he chose to enter was situated in a secluded area, as he wished to avoid any unnecessary conflict with the survivors and quietly procure supplies before departing. With the advantage of his mental scanning, Chao Kuan navigated the space like a player in a video game, where every presence was vividly projected in his mind. He strolled leisurely through the shopping center with Fong Ting, who was experiencing her first venture into a mall since the apocalypse, her enthusiasm evident. Observing her excitement, Chao Kuan smiled and remarked, "No need to be picky. I shall take everything from this floor." With that, he revealed his storage space, causing all items within his line of sight to vanish at his command. Having read some apocalyptic novels during this time, Fong Ting was taken aback and exclaimed, "Is this the essential storage space of a male protagonist in a post-apocalyptic narrative?" Chao Kuan chuckled. "What do you think? Aren't you fortunate to be living next to the hero of the apocalypse, saved right from the start? How will you repay me?" Fong Ting leaned against Chao Kuan, playfully responding, "Whatever you wish for, I shall repay you. In your presence, I have no shame or boundaries." A rush of warmth surged through Chao Kuan's heart. While Fong Ting believed they had been apart for merely 2 hours, he had actually spent 60 years away from her. This was beyond mere separation. It was a profound reunion. Finding a vacant room, he unfolded his shelter to assess Fong Ting's martial prowess during their time apart. "Oh dear, why am I floating?" she gasped. "Is this your new ability, darling? You are truly remarkable." Chao Kuan explained, "This is known as telekinesis, a power acquired when the body absorbs a certain concentration of dark mist. You too shall eventually possess your own unique abilities, depending on your diligence." Fong Ting's eyes sparkled with determination. "I understand. I will strive even harder." Later that evening, at 8:30, after enjoying a hot pot meal, Chao Kuan stored the shelter away and continued to search for supplies with Fong Ting. As they stepped out of the room, Chao Kuan gestured for caution, sensing a feeling of being watched. Activating his telekinesis, he meticulously examined every detail around them. Soon, he discerned the source of the unease. While the survivors were concentrated in specific areas, the mall surveillance system was still operational. Moreover, those cameras visibly placed in the open appear to have blind spots. Yet, unbeknownst to many, there exist pinhole cameras discreetly installed in the inconspicuous corners of the mall. Previously, Chao Kuan, having scanned the surroundings with his telekinetic abilities and found no one nearby, let his guard down. Little did he know that his and Fong Ting's endeavors to gather supplies within the mall had already come to someone's attention. Chao Kuan was determined to keep his storage space a secret, but he had already made himself vulnerable to surveillance. Even if he were to eliminate everyone in the building now, there remained the risk that someone had already shared the surveillance footage on social media or via email. Without hesitation, Chao Kuan focused his telekinetic powers to disable all nearby cameras. After all, it was imperative to blind their eyes first. Explode. Chapter 035. I ask, you answer. Yet I have not yet formulated my questions, boss. The surveillance system is malfunctioning. If it's broken, then change your perspective. Must I teach you this? No, boss. It's the entire building's cameras that are down. What did you say? All the cameras in the building are inoperative? Can we not possess a modicum of common sense? This must surely be the result of someone hijacking the network. Boss, if you don't believe me, just look up. The cameras in our monitoring room are emitting smoke. Jiang Fei glanced up at the cameras in the monitoring room, and indeed, they were billowing black smoke. He promptly exited the monitoring room and hurried to various camera installation sites, only to find that even the pinhole camera he had secretly installed was also emitting smoke. By now, most survivors understood the advantages of remaining within the black mist. Despite the Jiangshan Commercial Center boasting 42 floors, all three factions had congregated below the 7th floor. Unlike residential buildings, the commercial center's height meant that anything above the 7th floor was beyond the reach of the black mist. The monitoring room had always been under the control of Jiang Fei's original security team, with Jiang Fei serving as the captain. After the onset of the apocalypse, he had successfully unified the security personnel within the center to establish an urgent refuge. Now that the surveillance was entirely compromised, it effectively rendered their team's most potent survival tactic useless. Eru, go downstairs and assess the situation, and bring along plenty of personnel. Leave it to me. Zhou Eru, Jiang Fei's cousin, had been by his side for a long time, but due to the effectiveness of their secrecy, no one in the security team was aware of their relationship. It was only after the apocalypse began that Jiang Fei and Zhou Eru joined forces to eliminate the property manager, thus commencing their legendary journey of survival. Zhou Eru casually selected a few capable security guards and, wielding a fire axe, hurried downstairs. Previously, the two individuals had ventured into the clothing warehouse on the 2nd floor. Jiang Fei anticipated they would emerge shortly, yet they did not reappear until 8:30 in the evening. The warehouse had originally been under surveillance, but inexplicably, the cameras had ceased functioning as soon as the two entered. Soon, Zhou Eru and his team arrived on the 2nd floor. Based on the footage previously viewed in the monitoring room, one of the two individuals appeared to possess an ability akin to a storage space. Zhou Eru was no stranger to abilities, while he and his cousin Jiang Fei had not awakened any powers themselves. The woman on the 7th floor was likely an ability user. After all, one could not lead a group of women to survive in such a dire environment without some form of extraordinary capability. Search. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Zhou Eru commanded his subordinates to commence the search. Although the opposing individual possessed an ability, it was merely a storage-related power, unless he had firearms within his storage space. Zhou Eru was confident he could neutralize the threat. Since living within the black mist, Zhou Eru had felt a transformation within himself. His strength, speed, agility, recovery, and senses were all enhancing significantly. Moreover, the pace of his improvement surpassed that of everyone around him, including his cousin Jiang Fei. Zhou Eru had become the pinnacle of martial prowess within Jiang Fei's team. Even if he faced a woman from the 7th floor, he could still retreat unscathed. As Zhou Eru walked along, he began to sense an unsettling atmosphere around him. Deluo? Xiaohui? Leopard? The surroundings were eerily silent. None of the 6 subordinates who had descended with him responded. At that moment, Zhou Eru caught sight of a vague figure in the distance, and before he could utter a word, he abruptly lost consciousness. Chao Kuan observed the survivors suspended in time within the Shumi space, reflecting on its remarkable utility. As long as their mental prowess was inferior to his, they could not resist being drawn into this realm. Thus far, he had captured 7 individuals, and he felt no drain on his mental energy indicating that his strength allowed him to hold far more living beings simultaneously than he had previously anticipated. After testing his ability to capture living beings, Chao Kun casually selected one from the space. The individual remained in a dazed state, as time had been halted, their memories frozen just a second before being drawn into the shumi space. From their perspective, they were cautiously searching for the couple as instructed by Fei Gu on the second floor, only to find themselves instantaneously transported before the very individuals they sought. With all other teammates vanished, unable to comprehend the abrupt shift, they instinctively attempted to retreat, only to discover their body immobilized by an unseen force, leaving even a finger unable to move. Now, I will pose a question. You shall answer. I hope you value your life and do not bring harm upon yourself. Chao Kun stated. The individual gazed at him, eyes wide with fear of the unknown. After a lengthy pause, the person seemed to lose focus, failing to inquire. A scene flickered through their mind, contemplating whether to speak or not, yet ultimately, they uttered, "I do not know what to ask at this moment." Suddenly, they felt a searing pain in their head, followed swiftly by blood streaming from their orifices, their brain feeling as if it had been thrust into a blender. Yet their skull remained intact. The remaining individuals were dealt with similarly by Chao Kun. After all, they had come seeking trouble, and it would be unreasonable to spare them simply because of his superior strength. Chao Kun relished in dominating with ease. He despised the notion of engaging in challenges beyond his level, for he favored exploiting the weak where safety and certainty prevailed. Thus, after thoroughly searching the second floor, Chao Kun led Fong Ting to the first floor of the mall. The first floor primarily showcased jewelry and various cosmetic counters. These items were generally overlooked in the apocalypse, allowing Chao Kun to indulge freely. Fong Ting joyfully adorned herself with exquisite jewelry she had once only dreamed of, akin to a woman blissfully shopping for wedding trinkets with her fiancé. Ultimately, finding it cumbersome, Chao Kun decided to capture the entire display case into the shumi space, much to Fong Ting's delight. Following this, Chao Kun took her to the logistics warehouse on the first floor, where a majority of the supplies from the mall's vendors were stored. It is evident that a significant portion of the food and beverages in the warehouse has been removed. However, various essential supplies such as household appliances, clothing, furniture, kitchenware, and sporting goods remain piled up, without even discerning the categories. Chao Kun collected every item he laid eyes upon into his spatial storage. In no time, he had entirely cleared the warehouse, leaving no shelf untouched, nor neglecting the several container trucks and a few forklifts tucked away in the corners. After emptying the ground floor, Chao Kun and Fong Ting made their escape through a window on the second floor. Aside from the Jiangcheng commercial city, there lay Baida Plaza, Hunglong Plaza, and several bustling pedestrian streets. Chao Kun was eager to secure the available supplies first, leaving the materials controlled by survivor groups for later selective collection. However, as he approached Baida Plaza, a grave expression overtook his countenance. Unlike Jiangcheng commercial city, Baida Plaza was devoid of any human presence. Chapter 036. The Vanguard Tiger. Even cuteness can lead to demise. Exercise caution. Something feels amiss here, Chao Kun remarked, his brow furrowing in concern. Fong Ting followed closely behind, vigilant and cautious, her demeanor unperturbed by the nano battle armor she donned. Expanding his mental energy, Chao Kun, having learned from past experiences, meticulously scrutinized the surroundings, thoroughly examining every electronic device. Soon, he pinpointed the malevolent force responsible for the absence of life in the area, a mutated tiger. In this post-apocalyptic world, certain animals had undergone mutations, with the mightiest creatures emerging even more formidable. The black mist served as an equalizing force for most organisms, and if humans absorbed it to reach the critical threshold for their first evolution, their physical strength would amplify tenfold. Likewise, animals that absorbed the black mist and achieved their own evolutionary critical limit would experience the same exponential enhancement. It was inconceivable that a mouse's evolution could surpass that of a tiger or an elephant. Thus, should a mouse enhance tenfold alongside a tiger, both would experience the same augmentation, but the tiger would undoubtedly remain the superior being. Surely, no one would confuse a tiger with a mouse. Previously, Chao Kun and Fong Ting had encountered numerous mutated creatures in the happy community, primarily household pets, such as cats and dogs, along with repugnant vermin like rats and cockroaches. Yet, this was their inaugural encounter with a mutated tiger. After 60 years of devoted training in the reawakened shooting eagle world, even with a 90-fold experience boost, the current Chao Kun could easily subdue this tiger. Having grasped the situation, he instructed Fong Ting to stay close as they began their resource collection from the lower levels. Chao Kun intentionally created some noise to alert the slumbering tiger on the third floor, signaling that intruders had invaded its territory. The tiger soon charged down, launching an immediate attack upon spotting the duo. However, it soon realized that a mysterious force had lifted its body, rendering it weightless and unable to exert any strength, its limbs flailing helplessly in the air. After gauging the tiger's strength, Chao Kun gently lowered it, allowing Fong Ting to gain some practical combat experience. Fong Ting held unwavering trust in Chao Kun. Since he had permitted her to engage, her safety was assured. Once freed, the tiger did not regain its former clarity, but instead became more furious, letting out a fierce roar as its muscles bulged ominously. To their astonishment, it stood upright like a human, and from its palms emerged a pair of razor-sharp claws reminiscent of a saber-toothed tiger. The Vanguard tiger? Chao Kun's interest was piqued, yet he refrained from intervening directly, merely using his mental energy to subtly impede the tiger's movements whenever Fong Ting exposed a critical vulnerability. The Vanguard tiger grew increasingly frustrated, perpetually thwarted at crucial moments by an unseen force, preventing its meticulously planned assault from achieving the desired impact. Instead, Fong Ting gradually adapted to the initial onslaught of the Tiger Vanguard, becoming increasingly familiar with its offensive strategies and rhythm. With each engagement, she gained experience and confidence. The only regret was that the sword she wielded was merely a cheap standard model that Chao Kun had carelessly acquired from the Doomsday Mall. As the Tiger Vanguard transformed, its defensive capabilities significantly enhanced, rendering Fong Ting's strikes to appear as mere scratches on its surface. After an hour, observing that the battle had reached a pivotal moment, Chao Kun utilized his telekinetic powers to once again immobilize the Tiger Vanguard in midair, allowing Fong Ting to retreat. He then approached the creature, poised to crush its brain with his mind's force, only to witness the Tiger Vanguard abruptly morph into an adorable little brain axe. The sight of such a charming creature instantly extinguished Fong Ting's murderous intent. However, Chao Kun was undeterred, proceeding to pulverize the Tiger Vanguard's brain matter into a mushy paste. This was not a gaming world where one could capture mythical beasts. This tiger had devoured an entire building's worth of people. Had the survivors not pleaded for mercy? Why should it be allowed to escape consequences simply because it transformed into acute form when faced with defeat? Although Fong Ting felt a twinge of regret at the thought of such a delightful little brain axe being slain, she resolved to adopt a new principle for future encounters. Regardless of whether an adversary appears ferocious or endearing, they must be dealt with decisively. After vanquishing the Tiger Vanguard, Chao Kun stored its remains in his spatial dimension, intending to examine it further after gathering resources, as it was an awakened creature, and consuming its flesh might yield unforeseen benefits. Perhaps due to the tiger's earlier arrival, the resources within the mall were noticeably more abundant than those at Jiangqing's trading center. Chao Kun and Fong Ting continued their search until midday the following day, completely depleting the resources of the building. Upon exiting Baidao Plaza, they set their sights on Honglong Plaza. As for the storefronts along the nearby pedestrian streets, Chao Kun had no intention of exploring them for the time being, as the streets were teeming with evolved zombies. Even while traveling, he cradled Fong Ting and soared at least 10 meters above ground. As they neared Honglong Plaza, a cold smile crept across Chao Kun's face. On the 5th floor, a group of individuals had gathered, 2 of whom were armed with sniper rifles. Aiming their scopes at the airborne couple, one burly gunman turned to his leader and asked, "Boss, are you sure you want to pull the trigger?" The bespectacled young man behind him replied coldly, "Strike first. Once they enter our territory, are we to merely watch them cart away all of our supplies?" Another sniper hesitated. "Boss, what if this is a ploy by Jiang Fei from the trading center to eliminate us?" We can't take his word based solely on a video, can we? The bespectacled leader responded calmly. If you accept me as your leader, it is because you trust my decisions are in the best interest of the majority. If you doubt me, it matters not whether I remain in charge. However, let me be clear, should you offend them, do not implicate me. The moment you fire, I will leave this place, and we shall not communicate again. The bearded gunman hastily waved his hand and said, Xiangge, please, if you say we won't fire, then we shall refrain. But what if Jiang Fei's video is authentic? We cannot simply stand by and watch them seize our supplies, can we? The bespectacled leader adjusted his glasses and replied, As I have stated, if you acknowledge me as your leader, you must heed my words. If you choose not to listen, I shall take my leave. At that moment, Chao Kuan had already carried Fong Ting directly to the window of the floor where everyone was gathered. The crowd watched in astonishment as the previously locked window automatically unlocked and swung open. Chao Kuan entered, cradling Fong Ting with an air of nonchalance. He glanced at the two snipers and smiled. You ought to express your gratitude to your leader. This rifle is rather impressive, and now it belongs to me. With that, the rifles in the hands of the two snipers vanished without a trace. Chapter 037. Who is in favor? Who is against? Everyone was utterly astonished by Chao Kuan's unpredictable methods. Most of those present were young individuals, many of whom had read apocalyptic novels. Never had they heard of anyone possessing a storage space capable of seizing items directly from another's grasp. It was no surprise that the video sent by Jiang Fei depicted the warehouse in the trade city resembling an unfinished shell of a building, devoid of even the most basic shelves. It was understandable that Jiang Fei refrained from retaliating when his warehouse was looted. Who would dare confront such a formidable supernatural being? Chao Kuan then turned to the bespectacled young man and inquired, Are you their leader? The young man nodded and extended his hand, introducing himself as Long Xiang. Chao Kuan, however, did not reciprocate the gesture. Instead, he calmly stated, I do not require your food or beverages, but I will take all other daily necessities from here. Who is in favor? Who is against? I oppose. A slightly older retired woman stepped forward from the crowd. Long Xiang, do you truly intend to hand over the territory we have painstakingly secured? I shall be the first to refuse. With that, a sphere of fire coalesced in her hand, and she glared at Chao Kuan defiantly. In the next moment, she vanished. Chao Kuan shrugged. Forgive me, what did you say? I did not hear you. Could you please repeat that? The crowd became increasingly apprehensive. Among them, only the leader, Long Xiang, and the retired woman, Linda Ma, had awakened supernatural abilities. Long Xiang possessed a sensing ability that allowed him to perceive danger, while Linda Ma had awakened a combat-oriented fire ability. Initially, Linda Ma had been the team leader, with Long Xiang serving as her strategist. However, when Linda Ma disregarded Long Xiang's advice and insisted on searching the nearby Baida Square, they encountered a mutated tiger. Her fireball technique proved ineffective against the formidable beast, merely leaving it covered in soot. Upon returning to Hunglong Square after the encounter, having caused a significant debacle, Linda Ma willingly relinquished her leadership to the strategist, Long Xiang. Since he assumed command, every decision Long Xiang made had steered the team clear of peril, earning the trust of his companions. Linda Ma was content to serve as the team's DPS, providing firepower. Both of her firearms were spoils from previous battles. Seeing Linda Ma suddenly disappear only reinforced Long Xiang's apprehensions. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had never felt such an acute sense of danger, as if every cell in his body trembled in fear, urging him to distance himself from this man. Yet, for the sake of the team's survival, Long Xiang summoned his courage and addressed Chao Kuan, esteemed leader, all matters can be negotiated. Linda Ma's actions were indeed impulsive. Might I offer something else to appease your ire? And what might that be? Chao Kuan inquired. For instance, I am aware of the precise location of the official shelter number 3 in Jiangcheng, Long Xiang proposed. Chao Kuan's interest was piqued. And you still maintain contact with the official shelter? Long Xiang smiled awkwardly and confessed, to be honest, I did not acquire this information myself. It was relayed to me by Boss Ian from the trade city during our exchange of intelligence. And who might this Boss Ian be? Long Xiang responded. He is the sole ability user in the trade city, reputed to possess the power of invisibility. Last month, when the officials from the sanctuary came here to gather supplies, Boss Ian, aware of my ability to sense danger, inquired if I could confront the officials, as no one wishes to be robbed without resistance. Chao Kuan asked, "Did you unite to defeat the officials?" Lung Xiang nodded, "Indeed. I can gauge the level of danger I sense to determine if we can engage. After collaborating with the individuals from the trade city, I felt confident about our chances. Boss Ian, along with 2 other leaders from the trade city, brought their men, and we caught the official search team completely off guard. The 2 rifles you took earlier were seized by Aunt Lin during that conflict." Chao Kuan pondered for a moment before inquiring, "After defeating the officials, you intentionally let them escape, allowing Boss Ian to invisibly track them back to their lair?" Lung Xiang affirmed, "Precisely. Boss Ian became invisible to strike from the shadows, which even Aunt Lin found overwhelming. However, my ability to sense danger allowed me to identify the direction of the threat, ensuring Aunt Lin and I were not vulnerable to Boss Yin's stealthy ambush." "Understood. I am quite satisfied with this intelligence. Please inform me of the location of the official sanctuary. After I finish gathering supplies, I will return Aunt Lin to you." "Thank you. May I have your phone number? It will be convenient for future inquiries." After some consideration, Chao Kuan exchanged contact information with Lung Xiang, both adding each other as friends. Lung Xiang's ability is quite intriguing. With some nurturing, it could provide additional assurance in the exploration of the Black Coffin. Moreover, this individual is astute and perceptive, aware of what to say and what to withhold, traits that Chao Kuan appreciates in his dealings. With Lung Xiang's full cooperation, Chao Kuan spent 5 hours collecting supplies from Hunglong Square. As agreed, he released Aunt Lin and returned the 2 sniper rifles to her. While these weapons held little value for Chao Kuan, they were vital for Lung Xiang's team's survival. Since he wished to maintain contact with Lung Xiang, he naturally hoped for their enhanced means of self-preservation. Once Chao Kuan departed with Fong Ting, Lung Xiang finally sank to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Aunt Lin sincerely approached Lung Xiang and, before everyone, knelt to apologize. "Once again, my impulsiveness nearly endangered us all. I, Lin Xianer, vow to the heavens that from this day forth, I shall never question any decision made by our leader." The 2 gunmen echoed her vow, genuinely feeling a sense of fear after encountering someone as unreasonable as Chao Kuan. Thankfully, their leader acted promptly to remedy the situation. Otherwise, how many of them would still be alive today? Chao Kuan originally intended to retreat to a remote area in the mountainous outskirts of the city, where transportation was scarce. However, having recently learned of the location of the official shelter, he devised a new plan. With but a single black sunflower in his possession, which could amplify the surrounding spiritual energy by 3-fold, he pondered the possibilities if he were to acquire several similar plants. Lacking control over satellites, Chao Kuan realized he would need to rely on official resources to seek out such flora. Thus, he promptly took a detour with Fong Ting, heading straight toward the direction of the Jiangxing No. 3 official shelter. Rare treasures like the black sunflower are typically claimed by those destined to possess them. I am that fortunate individual. Chapter 038. My utmost hatred is for those who bully the weak. Chao Kuan and Fong Ting arrived near the official shelter. To avoid drawing unwanted attention, Chao Kuan chose to settle in a densely populated community with a significant number of survivors. If the official shelter aimed to gather supplies and recruit survivors to bolster their ranks, such a relatively populated area would undoubtedly be their primary target. The sheer number of survivors led Chao Kuan to deduce that among them, there must be individuals with special abilities, as well as a collective strength to resist the authorities. Otherwise, the officials would not neglect the nearby population to seek recruits further afield, engaging in conflicts with the likes of Lung Xiang and his group at the commercial street several miles away. Coupled with the combat prowess of Zhao Hao and Luo Feng's specialized task force, it appeared that the strength of the official shelter might even pale in comparison to certain formidable civilian factions. In the apocalypse, physical capabilities had surged for everyone, and the obscuring black mist significantly hampered the effectiveness of the authorities' firearms. Thus, in a real confrontation, the outcome would hinge upon the prowess of the evolved and those with abilities. Chao Kuan, brimming with confidence, landed in the community courtyard with Fong Ting, startling the few survivors stationed at the entrance. "Who are you? What brings you to our Longting Huafu?" With a casual wave of his hand, 10 boxes of instant noodles materialized on the ground. The guard's expressions shifted to one of gravity. "Are you an ability user?" Chao Kuan nodded, gesturing towards the noodles. "You've read apocalyptic novels, Haven TU? I possess space abilities and wish to join you. Could you facilitate an introduction?" One of the survivors scrutinized Chao Kuan, then cast a glance at Fong Ting. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had never encountered a woman who appeared so well-kept. In such dire times, assessing another's strength could be done through various means, and the condition of a woman was indeed one of them. To ensure a woman remained well-fed in these times was a feat that would garner the gratitude of even the most beautiful and aloof women. However, maintaining Fong Ting's state, as if she underwent daily beauty treatments, was almost fanciful. Even the female ability users in Longting Huafu did not exhibit such vigor. Consequently, one of the survivors took the initiative to escort Chao Kuan to the so-called VIP lounge for a respite, while simultaneously dispatching someone to contact the higher-ups. Before long, a familiar subordinate approached Chao Kuan, saying, "Gentlemen, our leader requests your presence. Please follow me." Chao Kuan casually tossed him a spicy whopper, causing the young man to be overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the most delectable thing he had tasted was a few remaining packets of instant noodles from the initial days of the catastrophe. As a lowly worker, even before the apocalypse, he would never have dared to indulge in a $30 hamburger. "Thank you, big brother. My name is Li Wei. You can call me Shaoli." "Very well, Shaoli. Could you share with me the basic situation here?" "My dear friend, you have indeed approached the right individual. I'm a native of this place, distinct from those who arrived later. Here in Longting Huafu, there are a few matters I remain unaware of. Please, feel free to inquire about anything you wish to know." Li Wei, reluctant to partake in his meal just yet, refrained from unwrapping the packaging of his hamburger, concealing it within his clothing, fearful of being discovered by others. Chao Kuan, walking alongside him, inquired, "First, could you tell me how many leaders your community has?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Wei responded, "Our community is dominated by a single faction. However, there are 3 individuals with special abilities, including our leader. Regrettably, I cannot disclose the specifics of our leader's powers, as I must not betray my own." Chao Kuan nodded in understanding, though internally he harbored skepticism. The treachery of the apocalypse is far more severe than that of peaceful times. Loyalty often hinges on the inadequacy of betrayal's incentives. Were there sufficient benefits at stake? Where then lies the permanence of loyalty? Even Fong Ting, if she were to possess power surpassing that of Chao Kuan, would she not swiftly ascend to a position of dominance over him? Chao Kuan had never held any belief in the loyalty of women. Often, one could inadvertently utter a single misstep and find themselves the target of their ire. They may appear docile and obedient, yet one can never truly fathom the depths of their potential for vengeance. In a game set in the 3 kingdoms, even the loyalty of generals can be swayed through gifts and deceit. How much more so with living beings? Soon, Chao Kuan accompanied Li to the 9th floor, arriving at a spacious flat. Inside was a circular conference table, around which sat 2 men and a woman, each regarding Chao Kuan with varied expressions. "Li, you may step outside," Li Wei instructed, casting a glance at Chao Kuan before exiting the room and closing the door behind him. The man who had requested Li Wei to leave approached Chao Kuan, extending his hand with a confident demeanor. "I am Chen Yang, leader of the survivors here at Longting Huafu." Chao Kuan shook his hand in return, introducing himself. "I am Chao Kuan, and this is my companion, Fong Ting. We initially intended to seek refuge at the official shelter, but upon passing by your establishment and observing the favorable atmosphere within, we wondered if we might join you. After all, the official shelters are laden with regulations, restricting personal freedom. I am uncertain how they would treat individuals with abilities such as mine." Qinyang scoffed. "Those vampires at the official shelter are nothing but scoundrels. The last time they attempted to extort us, they demanded half of our supplies outright. I have never endured such indignities, and I readily confronted them. It was hardly a remarkable feat." Chao Kuan raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Leader Chun, you are indeed formidable. You are likely aware that I possess spatial abilities. Previously, I gathered a significant amount of provisions from a grain trading center. If you would be willing to accept us, I can offer 20,000 gene of grain as a gesture of goodwill. It is not that I am unwilling to provide more. Rather, I fear the perishability of excess supplies left outside. My spatial abilities can preserve them indefinitely. Excellent. Your sincerity is truly commendable, Chow. From this moment forth, you shall be regarded as the fourth chair in our Longting Huafu. Consider this place as your home, and feel free to share your thoughts with me directly. As your elder brother, I assure you, I shall not disappoint. At this point, Qinyang added, of course, as you can see, our camp differs from others. Here, even those with abilities cannot arbitrarily oppress ordinary individuals. This is likely one of the reasons you chose to join us, isn't it? I hope you will adhere to our rules. Otherwise, even if it means relinquishing our supplies, I will have to ask you to leave. Chao Kun, upon hearing this, chuckled and replied, with your assurance, I feel reassured. We are indeed of the same ilk. There is nothing I loathe more than those who take advantage of the weak. Unless, of course, I am the one wielding power. Chapter 039, Traversing a New World. There is not a single capable person in Foshan. Upon joining Longting Huafu, Chao Kun and Fong Ting found solace in their new surroundings. Besides their leader, Chun Yang, and Chao Kun himself, there were two other individuals with extraordinary abilities, a man and a woman who had previously accompanied Chun Yang. The man, named Fu Chong, was in his early 20s, possessing a rather delicate appearance, reminiscent of a character from a television drama, often bullied in school. However, he had awakened a remarkably useful healing ability in the apocalypse, capable of restoring those injured or bitten by zombies during battles. Therefore, when the community competition at Longting Huafu commenced, regardless of who assumed the leadership, they all sought to recruit him, as healers posed no threat and offered immense benefits, a coveted asset in these dire times. The woman, Zhang Jing, had been a full-time housewife before the apocalypse, appearing to be under 30. On the day the catastrophe struck, her husband met an untimely demise. Based on Chao Kun's previous observations, both Chen Yang and Fu Chong exhibited a subtle reverence towards her. Moreover, while Chen Yang freely disclosed his and Fu Chong's abilities to Chao Kun, he remained reticent about Zhang Jing's powers. This led Chao Kun to suspect that Chen Yang was merely a figurehead, and the true strength within the survivor camp of Longting Huafu likely resided in Zhang Jing. Chen Yang, on the other hand, openly showcased his strength to Chao Kun, enhancing his muscles to an exaggerated degree, as if rivaling the might of a ferocious tiger. The following day, Chen Yang informed all survivors in the community group about the inclusion of Chao Kun and Fong Ting, publicly revealing Chao Kun's spatial abilities. Chao Kun was aware that trust had yet to be fully established, and it was possible they might mistake him for an undercover agent sent from the official base. Nevertheless, Chao Kun harbored no ambitions for the base. He merely desired to leverage the survivor camp to gain access to the official sanctuary. Out of caution, Chao Kun promptly arranged for Chen Yang to utilize his room as a haven. He then placed a potted black sunflower, configuring the sanctuary to a defensive state to ensure the aura emitted by the sunflower would not escape, evading satellite detection. The two remained sequestered within their abode, not stepping outside for a full 24 hours. Upon receiving the promised supplies from Chao Kun, Chen Yang did not concern himself with what Chao Kun was up to in seclusion. As a leader of a formidable faction, he understood the importance of boundaries. The collaboration between them had only just begun, and allowing each other some space would be mutually beneficial. Furthermore, he had his own trump card in the event that Chao Kun harbored ill intentions. Zhang Jing would intervene. Gaining entry into the official sanctuary was not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight. After weighing the pros and cons, Chao Kun resolved to venture into an unknown new martial arts world for a while. Once he accumulated sufficient points, he would return to awaken a new ability, initiating a 3-stage evolution of his physique, thereby enhancing his chances of success when eventually approaching the official sanctuary. He briefly informed Fong Ting that if Chen Yang were to seek him out, she should say he had teleported outside to gather supplies. After all, he possessed spatial abilities, which could serve to intimidate Chen Yang. A person capable of teleportation could certainly instill fear in an adversary, rendering them too anxious to even close their eyes in slumber. As for whether he truly possessed the ability to teleport, who could say? After all, didn't they also harbor their own hidden cards from us? System. I wish to traverse realms. In an instant, Chao Kuen's figure vanished from Fong Ting's sight. The next moment, the scenery before him shifted dramatically. He found himself standing on the streets of an ancient city. Chao Kuen glanced around, realizing that his sudden appearance had gone unnoticed, as if he had always belonged there. He stood still, assessing himself. Just as he had anticipated, the system had granted him a youthful body of 18 years. However, unlike his previous journey to the world of the legend of the Condor Heroes, this time he retained his powers from before his transmigration, including 2 extraordinary abilities that had accompanied him. Chao Kuen surmised that in this new world, he would be able to maintain his pre-transmigration prowess, but upon returning to reality, he could only retain that strength. After returning, the soul would return to the real world, and the cultivation would not be transferable. However, memories would remain unaffected, allowing him to relearn martial arts skills in the real world. Regardless of how many years he might waste in the new world, his lifespan in reality would remain intact. Of course, drawing from his experience in the world of the legend of the Condor Heroes, he understood that the new world's dungeon crawling had a time restriction. Should he exceed the timeline established by the original novel, he would be forcibly returned to the real world. Thus, both the narrative duration of the original work and the time points of his own transmigration would influence the period he could linger. Moreover, Chao Kuen's current form was in the perfect stage of the second evolution, requiring the awakening of a third extraordinary ability to continue absorbing spiritual energy. Therefore, his primary objective in this new world was to accumulate time and gather reward points. He planned to earn points through dungeon exploration, reset dungeons to refine his cultivation, and navigate the apocalypse in the real world. An impeccable strategy. Chao Kuen found an inn, changed into ancient attire in his room, and then ventured out to meander through the quaint town. Shortly thereafter, his expression shifted to one of intrigue. He observed a group of people gathered at a noodle shop by the roadside. The leader, a burly man from the northeast, impatiently exclaimed, "Damn it. This time feels like a wasted trip. There's not a capable fighter in Foshan." The others echoed his grievances, disparaging the southern martial arts with various remarks. At that moment, the noodle shop owner brought over the noodles and casually remarked, "Defeating those fellows down the hill is nothing. If you're skilled, go challenge the strongest among them." The northeast man, intrigued, inquired, "Who is the toughest fighter in Foshan?" To which the shop owner proudly responded, "That would undoubtedly be IP Man." Upon hearing this, Chao Kuen was momentarily taken aback. Why had he been transported into the world of Ip Man? A person of such formidable strength? Was he meant to substitute for Ip Man and take on 10 opponents simultaneously? With our formidable combat prowess, it would hardly be a challenge to eradicate those insignificant days, would it? Eradicate those insignificant days? A spark of realization illuminated Chao Kuen's eyes. The burly man from the northeast before him must be Jin Shanjiao, the very individual introduced at the film's outset. Observing Chao Kuen's smiling demeanor, Jin Shanjiao immediately expressed his discontent, saying, "What are you laughing at?" Chao Kuen replied, "I was merely reminiscing about something joyous." Jin Shanjiao furrowed his brow, retorting, "It seems to me you are laughing at me." In an instant, Chao Kuen produced a handgun, aiming it at Jin Shanjiao, and declared, "You are correct. I am indeed laughing at you. What do you intend to do about it?" Jin Shanjiao promptly raised both hands. A forced grin plastered across his face. Hey. Brother, this isn't amusing at all. How can we, as martial artists, resort to drawing weapons so easily? Put the gun down, and let us converse amicably. Chapter 040. Let the world feel pain. In the presence of truth, all are equal. Even the martial arts masters like Jin Shanjiao cannot escape this principle. Chao Kuen retracted the truth into his space, and Jin Shanjiao looked down upon the manner in which Chao Kuen had disarmed him, which only heightened his wariness. Chao Kuen strode confidently to the table and took a seat beside Jin Shanjiao, beckoning, "Boss, I would like a bowl of noodles as well." The proprietor, startled by Chao Kuen's earlier display of firearms, cautiously replied, "Sir, our establishment is renowned for its beef noodles. Would you care to try? Beef noodles?" Although Chao Kuen possessed the fortitude to abstain from beef, he indeed relished beef noodles. He turned to the owner and said, "Please add extra scallions and cilantro." Seeing Chao Kuen so nonchalantly seated beside him, Jin Shanjiao internally debated whether to strike him. After all, he was currently unarmed, and it is said that a gun is swift beyond 7 paces, while within 7 paces, a fist is quicker. He reasoned that he could act before his opponent could draw a weapon. Yet, Chao Kuen's composure rendered him hesitant to act. Seizing the opportunity while the owner was occupied, Chao Kuen reached into the air and summoned a thick-bladed knife into his hand. "Ah, splendid," he remarked before casually handing the weapon to Jin Shanjiao. A martial artist, unknowingly disarmed in such a manner, without even perceiving how it occurred, was a humbling realization for Jin Shanjiao. He promptly stood and declared to the owner, "Boss, today I shall treat. I will cover the expenses for this esteemed gentleman's meal." Chao Kuen smiled and replied, "Thank you. However, it would be rather unwise to challenge you one. Be wary of being treated like a child." Jin Shanjiao, filled with defiance, retorted, "How can I know I cannot win if I have not fought yet?" Chao Kuen chose to say no more as the proprietor brought over a bowl of beef noodles. Chao Kuen bowed his head and began to eat. Within 2 minutes, he had devoured every last drop of broth, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and praised, "Your culinary skills are commendable. May your business flourish." With that, he left behind a silver ingot and stood to depart. Jin Shanjiao watched Chao Kuen's retreating figure, finishing his noodles in silence before gathering several brothers to ascend the mountain in search of Yuan. As word spread of his intention to challenge Yuan, an increasing number of onlookers followed, eager to witness the spectacle. Upon arriving at Yuan's doorstep, Jin Shanjiao was astonished to see the very same mysterious figure, who had earlier displayed a lack of martial ethics among the crowd. Was he here to spectate as well? A surge of battle spirit ignited within Jin Shanjiao. Yuan was not a despicable character who would draw a gun at the slightest provocation. He resolved to defeat Yi when using his northern fist, in a fair and honorable manner. Confidently, he entered the fray. Yet, Jin Shanjiao emerged, dejected and crestfallen. He glanced around, failing to spot Chao Kuen, and felt deep remorse for disregarding his advice. The confrontation with Yi had indeed proven to be akin to an adult overpowering a child. Being bested by Yi was a humiliating disgrace. Yet, the pivotal figure, Ip Man, consistently demonstrated restraint, leaving his adversary in a state of confusion, unable to discern whom to direct his ire towards, culminating in an overwhelming sense of frustration. Chao Kuen had long lost interest in such rudimentary confrontations. His visit to IP Man's residence was solely to ascertain whether IP Man's wife possessed the same allure depicted in cinematic portrayals. However, reality diverged from fiction, and should Mrs. IP be graded within a post-apocalyptic framework, she would scarcely exceed a score of 80. After observing the IP family, Chao Kuen turned his attention to acquiring a property along the street of martial arts academies in Foshan, embracing a life of seclusion. Ostensibly, he was merely a prosperous gentleman, residing with numerous concubines, living a carefree existence that evoked envy among others. In truth, the residents of Foshan recognized him as a formidable character. In an era rife with chaos, bandits and warlords frequently descended upon the region to plunder. Even masters of martial arts academies, when confronted by warlords demanding protection fees, could only acquiesce. Yet, any who dared to provoke Chao Kuen would meet a grim fate before even crossing his threshold, succumbing to a violent end, irrespective of their numbers or armament. In one notorious instance, a warlord named Chun encircled Chao Kuen's residence with an army of over 3,000, only for every last one of them to perish in a moment of carnage. Following this incident, Chao Kuen's reputation soared. Some regarded him as a deity, while others whispered of him as a demon from the underworld. However, no one dared speak ill of him, for he had never abused his power in Foshan, always presenting himself with utmost courtesy. Each time famine struck, he would generously distribute his own provisions to the afflicted, earning him the moniker of Chow, the Great Benefactor, with some even affectionately dubbing him a living bodhisattva. Every morning, he frequented a noodle shop for beef noodles, which subsequently became a renowned destination in Foshan. Visitors from afar would flock to sample the famed noodles that even the Great Benefactor deemed worthy of praise, while local gangs refrained from demanding protection fees. Chao Kun relished the ambience of life until December 1938, when the forces of Imperial Japan reached Foshan. On that particular day, as he savored his beef noodles, the cautious proprietor approached him, saying, "Master Chow, I have heard that the Japanese are advancing on Foshan. Do you intend to remain here?" Chao Kun patted the proprietor's shoulder and replied with a smile, "The Japanese will not breach our defenses. Continue your business without worry. With your reassurance, Master Chow, I feel at ease. They may come and go, but as long as you remain, I shall stay." Upon returning home, Chao Kun donned a superhero costume he had brought from the real world, a collection of cosplay attire sourced from Jiangxing's commercial district. Coincidentally, in June 1938, the United States had released its first Superman comic. Clad in the superhero garb, Chao Kun embarked on his daily life, seemingly intent on discrediting the grand narrative spun by the Americans. Meanwhile, at a Japanese military base less than 50 miles from Foshan, General Miura was poring over a map, strategizing an assault on the city. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. What's happening out there? General Miura, there's a flying individual outside, slaughtering our soldiers. Why don't you shoot then? We have fired our weapons, but it was of no avail. Their bodies are impervious to bullets. Curse it! With a swift motion, Miura struck the soldier across the face, prompting the soldier to promptly present the other side of his visage. After delivering a flurry of slaps, the soldier succumbed to unconsciousness. General Miura stepped outside, and for a moment, he felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Above the military camp, there hovered an individual clad in a tight blue suit, a flowing red cape, and undergarments worn over his attire. He resembled a harbinger of death, standing aloft as bullets ricocheted off his form, his expression one of utter indifference. "Let the world feel suffering," he proclaimed. "How many floors must one carry a sack of rice?" Chapter 041. The Art of Tormenting the Island. Into the instance, a thrilling experience. General Miura was unable to confront Yi when this time, and instead met his fate at the hands of the Japanese troops outside Foshan City. Of course, there were some fish that slipped through the net, deliberately released by Chao Kun, who sought to project his superhuman image to the little sunlit land. Now, the situation on their end was rather perplexing. How could they explain that mere months after the comic's release, a superhuman had crossed the Pacific to annihilate their forces? Could they truly claim no involvement? As for whether the little sunlit land believed it, Chao Kun was uncertain. But many in Foshan were convinced that he was behind it all. Having rested sufficiently in Foshan over the years, Chao Kun decided to deliver a shock to the world, embodying the essence of a time traveler. The little sunlit land had a penchant for cross-ocean invasions. As Emperor Wu of Han once stated, "The bandits may come, and I shall go forth too." The revered Guan Yu proclaimed, "If he crosses the river, I shall too." Chao Kun affirmed the wisdom of these ancients. If the little sunlit land dared to wreak havoc upon them, they would retaliate by infiltrating their territory and see whose destructive power prevailed. 2 weeks later, above Tokyo, Chao Kun appeared, disguised as a superhuman. Feel the pain, experience the agony, accept the suffering, and comprehend the torment. Those who are oblivious to pain shall never understand the essence of peace. War is invariably accompanied by death, injury, and suffering on both sides. Yet, none can truly accept the death of a close companion, perhaps underestimating their own fragility. Embrace the divine retribution. I am the superhuman. I am the deity, the great divine punishment. The little sunlit land had sensed a power akin to a nuclear explosion years prior. However, Chao Kun's destructive capabilities were far beyond that. He struck swiftly and changed locations, retreating to a Doomsday shelter to recuperate. This sanctuary, impervious to nuclear threats even in the 21st century, served as an invincible shield in this era. Once rested, he would soar into the skies, his nano-armor and enhanced physical prowess easily repelling any barrage of bullets. This was a battle where only he could strike, while his adversaries could not reach him, to stir trouble for the beautiful land. It was noteworthy that although Chao Kun echoed the words of pain, he communicated throughout in English. This only muddied the waters further, as news reached the beautiful land. Many were quick to believe that this mysterious powerhouse must be one of their own. Only a formidable warrior from their nation could so thoroughly subdue the little sunlit land. 3 months later, the entire Tokyo region lay in ruins, resembling the aftermath of an intense meteor shower, pockmarked with craters. Chao Kun's aim was to diminish the population of the little sunlit land, targeting densely populated areas with devastating strikes, and using the realm of emptiness to pillage their primary granaries. His widespread destruction, compounded by the ensuing food crisis, led to widespread famine within the little sunlit land, effectively severing their war economy. The logistical support was utterly inadequate, leading to widespread starvation in the homeland. As news of this calamity reached the land of flower cultivation, a wave of jubilation surged throughout the nation. Seizing the opportunity presented by the disruption of supply lines, various factions commenced a war of attrition against the small nation. What had initially seemed an unstoppable force soon faced a dramatic reversal in the East Asian landscape, revealing the terrifying consequences of severed support. Yet, Chao Kun was not one to relinquish his ambitions easily. He continued to wreak havoc within the small nation, embodying a superhuman persona. A year later, he orchestrated a grand upheaval, triggering the eruption of Mount Fuji, shrouding the sky in darkness and blanketing the cities below with lava and volcanic ash. Even if the small nation wished to surrender, they found no avenue for capitulation. Approaching the mighty nation, they were met with the response that this superhuman was not one of their own. Inquiring with the land of flower cultivation, the panda representatives remarked that the superhumans spoke English, questioning how they could be blamed for such an entity. Each faction disclaimed responsibility for this superhuman, leaving the possibility of him being an interdimensional traveler absurd. Chao Kun's intent was to obliterate the small nation, regardless of the war's conclusion. His singular goal was to cleanse the land of its inhabitants. Another year passed, and he mastered a novel technique for population eradication. Harnessing his mental prowess beneath the sea, he unleashed a man-made tsunami upon the coastline of the small nation. The efficiency of this method far surpassed that of any divine intervention. The tsunami surged ashore, inflicting immediate water-related devastation, and, as the tide receded, the inundated land further compromised agricultural production, exacerbating the food scarcity. Chao Kun spent an entire decade in the small nation, and upon his departure, nearly half of its territory had succumbed to the depths, with the population dwindling to such an extent that even his mental scans struggled to detect gatherings of more than 100 individuals, rendering the land more desolate than any post-apocalyptic scenario. The industrial landscape regressed to the era of the shogunate, leaving a populace largely illiterate. Upon returning to Foshan, Chao Kun was astonished to find that his numerous concubines were still awaiting him in his ancestral home. Inquiring further, he learned that the Foshan authorities had mandated the protection of his family. While others remained oblivious to the nature of the superhuman, the Foshan officials were well aware. The superhuman's initial appearance had coincided with the annihilation of General Miura's forces, and following that day, Chao Kun had vanished, with subsequent reports of the superhuman consistently detailing assaults on the small nation. The Foshan authorities maintained strict confidentiality regarding Chao Kun's identity, ensuring that upon his return, he would be reunited with his family. Now that he was back, he discovered that the Yi family still resided in Foshan, leaving little room for the narrative of Ip Man 2 to unfold. However, Chao Kun remained indifferent. He left a substantial sum of money for his concubines and engaged with the Foshan authorities to express his gratitude for their care over the years. He also provided a significant supply of food, along with steel and weaponry seized from the small nation, thereby bolstering their granaries and armories. In this peculiar juncture of time, those who understood the situation were well aware. Chao Kun, not wishing to linger in the homeland during this period, decided to take his concubines and venture to Hong Kong. The narrative of Ip Man weaves a continuous tale spanning over half a century, from the first installment to the fourth. with the timeline extending from 1930 until the passing of Ip Man in 1972. Calculated, albeit that the total reward for 42 years of continuous sign-ins would amount to an impressive 533,000 points, assuming he refrained from utilizing any of it. While there may be slight discrepancies in the timeline, the overall total should comfortably exceed 53 million, coupled with the remaining 200,000 points from before. His total upon returning would reach 73 million points. During the remaining time, Chao Kun remained industrious, often venturing to Europe and America, where he would enlist top-tier scientists through a unique channel and hand them over to specialized departments. By the time Chao Kun prepared to reintegrate into the real world, the Panda Clan had already risen to prominence. Although he was aware that everything would reset upon exiting the instance, the experience proved exhilarating. Particularly notable was the annexation of his small community by the Panda Clan, while the neighboring nation reverted to being a vassal of the Panda Clan. Such a sensation can only be described as exhilarating. Chapter 042, New Abilities, the Realm of Delays. Upon returning to the real world, Chao Kun found Fong Ting still meditating, so he encouraged her to continue her practice. He glanced at his phone and noted that this journey had taken a little over 2 hours, much like the last one. However, this time, due to the existence of the Shumi space, Chao Kun had brought back an abundance of valuable items. Among them was a vast quantity of steel, primarily seized from the small nation, along with armories from several countries he had plundered in Europe and America during the early 1970s. In addition to a multitude of firearms, landmines, and grenades, he had also acquired thousands of barrels of gasoline and diesel, various armored vehicles, tanks, helicopters, fighter jets, transport ships, speedboats, and even a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Ever since he vanquished the small nation, Chao Kun had been diligently collecting anything he deemed necessary for the future. Initially, when he first traversed into the realm of martial arts films, he lamented the utility of a world that barely qualified as a martial arts movie. Now, upon returning and tallying his spoils, he was filled with astonishment. This world, extending from the modern era into the present, was truly remarkable. Chao Kun now possessed wealth rivaling that of nations, with the weaponry and equipment in his space capable of arming a small country. Once he had finished assessing his gains, Fong Ting concluded her training and approached him with an air of mystery. "Darling, I have just awakened my special ability." "Oh!" Chao Kun's excitement surged at her words. As Fong Ting was currently his only combatant, her awakening of a special ability was undoubtedly a positive development. "What ability have you awakened?" "Hee. You will surely love my ability, dear." As she spoke, Fong Ting's facial muscles suddenly contorted, and within a mere second, she transformed her visage entirely. Not only that, her physique, clad in her yoga attire, also underwent a metamorphosis. Her bones elongated and reshaped as her height, body, and appearance altered comprehensively, revealing a completely different person before him. "Zhang Jing? Do you like it, darling?" Fong Ting, now resembling Zhang Jing, leapt into Chao Kun's embrace, offering a passionate kiss. Chao Kun savored the novelty of Fong Ting's transformed body, marveling. "This resembles the shape-shifting ability of Mystique from the X-Men, doesn't it?" "Indeed. As long as I can recall a person from memory, I can transform into them, but I can only become women, unlike Mystique, who can also morph into men. That is still quite impressive. Although it does not directly enhance combat power, the functionality of your ability is exceptionally strong." "Exactly. You want to infiltrate the official shelter, right? I can blend in and become their leader, making everything you do much easier. Let us set that aside for now. You've just awakened your ability. Allow me to assist you in exploring any areas that may require refinement." Fong Ting's ability transcended mere transformation into women from her memory. She could also freely combine elements of others' bodies, conducting a form of DIY creative alteration upon herself. In summary, Chao Kun has the ability to transform into the type of woman he desires, making various adjustments down to the finest details, akin to a romantic game where one can mold faces and adjust body proportions. This amusement is so captivating that even Chao Kun, a seasoned connoisseur of countless beauties, finds himself irresistibly drawn into Fong Ting's tender embrace. The following afternoon, upon awakening from his slumber, Chao Kun recalled that he had accumulated enough points to purchase the second vial of the Ability Awakening Potion. Among the 4 categories of ability potions, he decided to take a chance and opted for the special category. Having just returned to this realm, with such a remarkable surprise from Fong Ting, he felt fortunate. You have consumed 1,000,000 points to purchase a vial of special ability potion. Chao Kun scrutinized the potion closely, yet could discern nothing of significance. He then drank the potion. A peculiar force swiftly permeated his being, and as he attuned himself to this newfound power, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. The realm of deceleration. Upon manifesting this realm, all living and non-living entities within its bounds would experience a slowdown in their movements. The larger the realm, the lesser the effect. Conversely, the smaller the realm, the greater the effect, yet Chao Kun himself remained unaffected. After consuming a light meal, as darkness fell, Chao Kun lifted Fong Ting and soared out of the window. Survivors, who absorb the spiritual essence within the black mist, can somewhat penetrate its obscurity, but this does not grant them night vision. Exiting through the window under the cover of night, the likelihood of being discovered was minimal unless illuminated by a light source. Should he be spotted, Chao Kun had a retort ready. After all, as a spatial ability user, levitating in space was entirely reasonable. Spending the night, he had Fong Ting assist him in recording data to determine the various capabilities of his realm once it was expanded. With his current mental strength, the deceleration realm could influence a spherical area with a radius of up to 10 kilometers. However, the actual effect within this expanse approached insignificance, slowing an opponent's movement speed by less than 1, making it nearly imperceptible to an ordinary person. The true efficacy of his realm was evident at a radius of 5 kilometers, achieving a 10 deceleration in speed. If the radius were restricted to merely 500 meters, all entities within would be slowed by 50. When the realm shrank to a mere 50 meters, the deceleration rate soared to approximately 70. At the utmost contraction of 5 meters, the deceleration could reach around 90, making Chao Kun feel like a deity within this domain. After testing his deceleration realm, Chao Kun returned with Fong Ting to the Longting Huafu community. This time, he imparted the complete version of a 9E manual's internal cultivation to her, as her transformation ability did not significantly enhance her combat prowess. Clearly, pursuing the path of peculiar mechanisms was unfeasible, so Chao Kun focused on elevating her fundamental attributes, nurturing her towards becoming a powerhouse of numerical prowess. Every day, new individuals join the Longting Huafu community, while others face casualties in their quest for supplies. Chun Yang has refrained from revealing Chao Kun's spatial storage ability, preserving the air of mystery that surrounds him. This strategy also serves to maintain a sense of tension among the survivors in the community. For if the survivors were to learn of Chao Kun's extraordinary ability, many might be inclined to exploit it, expecting him to venture out for supplies while they bask in the comfort of safety. After all, one person's efficiency could surpass that of the entire community's efforts, leading to the question, why should they risk their lives battling evolved zombies? Chun Yang's approach undoubtedly pleases Chao Kun, who seems to have navigated the pre-apocalyptic world quite adeptly, considering the sentiments of the majority in his planning. On the 7th day of Chao Kun's residence in Longting Huafu, his phone unexpectedly buzzed with a friend request. Chao Kun, this is Zhou Nuolin. I just arrived at Longting Huafu today. Are you one of the leaders here? Chapter 043. I am here to join this family. Not to tear it apart, Chao Kun gazed at the contact photo on his phone, feeling a ripple of emotion. Zhou Nuolin was his first love, the belle of his high school, and they had been desk mates for a full 3 years. Being seated next to the school's beauty was undeniably a double-edged sword for Chao Kun. As a high school student raised in an orphanage, living off his parents' inheritance, he had to be frugal with every penny, which made him appear rather stingy in the eyes of the girls. Moreover, without parental support to cushion conflicts at school, he once found himself embroiled in a fight during his freshman year, incurring medical expenses that drained him of tens of thousands. The pain of such financial loss deterred him from engaging in fights thereafter. He realized that another incident could jeopardize his entire education, forcing him into menial labor. Over time, Chao Kuen's character became reclusive and self-effacing. His association with the school beauty brought a myriad of troubles stemming from her admirers. Yet he remained fond of Zhou Nuolin. She was a girl of remarkable poise. Despite having no romantic feelings for him, she consistently exhibited patience in her interactions with him. It wasn't until after graduating from university and entering society that Chao Kuen vaguely understood this phenomenon as emotional intelligence repression. Her demeanor and discourse always managed to preserve his dignity, rendering him too timid to confess his feelings. Had it not been for Zhou Nuolin's patient guidance with his academic struggles during high school, he likely would not have gained admission to a university. During his university years, he experienced several relationships, encountering girls who were either disingenuous or opportunistic. These experiences gradually eroded his belief in love, solidifying a worldview of romantic solitude. To encapsulate this unreciprocated affection, one might invoke the lyrics of a song he cherished. From this very moment, amidst the spring breeze and autumn rains, I limit my feelings for you to a mere 6 months. Settling the debts, I calmly watch my ardor wane. Hey, are you busy? I'll reach out to you later. He read in her message before finally responding with, I'm home. You know where I live, right? I'll wait for you. This simple declaration of waiting signified his regard for her. However, had it been the old Chao Kuen, he would have rushed out to greet her by now. Presently, his stance was clear. If she needed him, she should come to him. He could wait, but he would not go to her. Given Zhou Nuolin's emotional intelligence, she should have grasped Chao Kuen's attitude. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed from the door. Chao Kuen rose and opened it, revealing Zhou Nuolin's figure before him. After many years, she appeared even more stunning, clad in a white embroidered qipao that accentuated her graceful form, complemented by a pair of white high heels. In a post-apocalyptic world, someone who could navigate in high heels certainly possessed remarkable resilience. As he contemplated Zhou Nuolin's survival to this day, Chao Kuen began to reassess her. Noticing Chao Kuen lost in thought, Zhou Nuolin chuckled lightly. Aren't you going to invite me in? Please come in. Would you like something to eat? Wait, can you actually still order food here? Why not give it a try? It costs nothing. I would like to have roasted duck, the kind served with pancake and sweet sauce. Well, I happen to have some right here. With that, Chao Kuen pretended to head to the kitchen and retrieved an authentic Peking duck from the refrigerator. Observing Chao Kuen's somewhat dismissive demeanor, Zhou Nuolin's lips moved slightly. Yet she refrained from saying much. Even if you have roasted duck in your fridge, it can't possibly be warm, can it? At that moment, Fong Ting brought over 2 bottles of beverages, one being cola while the other was Assam milk tea. Zhou Nuolin expressed her gratitude, accepted the milk tea, and twisted off the cap to sip a few mouthfuls. Ah, it has been ages since I've had this bottled milk tea. It brings me such joy. Chao Kuen, do you still lack a girlfriend? What do you think of me? Please do not misunderstand, dear sister. I am not here to disrupt this household. Rather, I wish to join it. Fong Ting burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Being able to deliver such lines demonstrated remarkable mental fortitude. Chao Kuen frowned and remarked, You seem like an entirely different person now. Given our relationship, you need not act this way. Zhou Nuolin, enjoying the roasted duck, mumbled, I completed my high school education and then enrolled in Jiangchang Medical University, completing my master's program, and just graduated last year, entering the hospital. I've remained single all this time. Chao Kuen responded, I'm not concerned about your single status. It's just your current demeanor feels somewhat unfamiliar to me. Zhou Nuolin asked, Are you suggesting that I revert to my previous, unattainable self? Chao Kuen shook his head. That is not my intention. As you know, I became an orphan in middle school, and I have had very few friends. You are among the few I can count on. Even if you do not wish to be my partner, I will assist you to the best of my abilities. Gratitude shone in Zhou Nuolin's eyes. I am truly touched by your thoughts, but please believe me when I say that every word I speak has been carefully considered. I genuinely wish to be with you, whether as family or comrades. You are the kind of man I can trust to watch my back. At this point, Zhou Nuolin stood up, making a gesture that would leave anyone speechless. In the next moment, blue arcs of electricity flickered between her fingers. What do you think? This is my supernatural ability. My combat power will certainly not hold you back. With my lightning powers, I can not only attack and defend using electricity, but I can also sense the biological magnetic fields of others. Initially, I only intended to catch up with an old classmate, but the moment you open the door, I sense the vast, abyss-like biological magnetic field emanating from you. In comparison to your magnetic field strength, my combat power feels like the faint glow of decaying grass against the brilliance of the moon in the sky. Thus, I immediately decided to come and seek your support. I hope this response meets your satisfaction. While Chao Kun maintained a calm exterior, internally, he was reflecting on his recent behavior. The powers bestowed upon him by the system had led him to be overly confident in his abilities. Now, with the arrival of a lightning-wielding supernatural being, one can perceive their own formidable strength through the biological magnetic field. Coupled with my previous encounter with Luo Feng during the fierce competition for the Black Sunflower, two individuals have emerged who can discern the general extent of my abilities. If I continue to harbor this mindset, it is likely that my strength will be discovered repeatedly in the future. Contemplating this, Chao Kun rose to his feet, extending his hand toward Zhou Nuolin, and said, "Since you have made your decision, I shall no longer feign the role of a gentleman. Welcome to my team." Zhou Nuolin grasped Chao Kun's hand and, with an air of mystery, remarked, "As I ascended the stairs just now, I overheard an intriguing conversation. It appears that among the higher-ups of Longteng Huafu, apart from you, all are individuals affiliated with the official sanctuary." Chapter 044. The former White Moonlight, now the Queen of Thunder, how did you discern their identities? Chao Kun initially intended to leverage the location of the Longteng Huafu to facilitate his infiltration into the official shelter. However, he was unaware that the Longteng Huafu itself was a hidden faction of the official shelter. Zhou Nuolin produced an ordinary walkie-talkie, her fingers emitting a flicker of electricity that coursed into the device. My lightning-based abilities allow me to perceive and receive radio waves in the air, which I can then decode through the walkie-talkie to restore the dialogue between both parties. Yet, since they have concluded their radio communication, I must await their next contact with the official shelter to provide you with proof. Chao Kun was exceedingly impressed by Zhou Nuolin's capabilities. It seemed his previous understanding of elemental powers had been rather superficial, reducing them to mere game-like elemental mages. In truth, based on Zhou Nuolin's performance, elemental practitioners resembled the natural ability users from One Piece. Her current powers were akin to those of Enel, the god of thunder. Meanwhile, Fong Ting felt an intense sense of crisis upon witnessing Zhou Nuolin's abilities. Her own powers merely allowed Chao Kun to change brides nightly, proving of little assistance against external threats. In contrast, Zhou Nuolin possessed formidable combat skills, as well as various auxiliary abilities for detecting opponent strengths and intercepting surrounding radio signals. Additionally, she was a graduate medical intern from Jiangxing Medical University, and even without her powers, her medical expertise would greatly benefit Chao Kun. Thus, when it came to supporting him, she seemed to surpass Fong Ting. Noticing Fong Ting's expression, Chao Kun contemplated offering her some comfort. However, upon reflection, he realized that Zhou Nuolin's presence might also serve as a motivation for Fong Ting. Am I inadvertently instigating a rivalry among women? Since Zhou Nuolin had only just joined, Chao Kun remained cautious around her. He thus revealed to Zhou Nuolin that he was a space-based ability user, and that the roast duck they had just enjoyed was retrieved from his storage space. This statement was directed at both Zhou Nuolin and Fong Ting. As expected, Fong Ting's previous concerns about losing her husband to a newcomer dissipated significantly upon hearing this. Clearly, her husband did not trust this newcomer, affirming her status as his most trusted woman. Yet, Chao Kun sighed inwardly. Fong Ting, with her lack of guile, appeared almost transparent in Zhou Nuolin's presence. The latter had undoubtedly observed her earlier expression, and with her emotional intelligence, could glean much from it. However, despite Zhou Nuolin's superior looks and the nostalgic allure of first love, Chao Kun still favored Fong Ting's straightforward nature, as it spared him much mental exertion. After a night had passed, Chao Kun's entourage had welcomed another member. Zhou Newlin had not deceived him regarding critical issues. Until last night, she had remained single. In her words, a woman's first time is an exceedingly precious asset, and one must wield their best steel wisely. Although the conversation was grounded in reality, Chao Kun gradually accepted her forthright nature. When I infiltrated yesterday, I concealed my abilities and registered as a survivor by exchanging supplies. Initially, some individuals contemplated taking advantage of me, but upon learning that you had ascended to a managerial position here, I claimed you as my boyfriend, which effectively deterred anyone from pursuing me overtly. Chao Kun couldn't help but chuckle. What would you have done if I hadn't accepted you yesterday? Zhou Newlin, with a smile, nestled into Chao Kun's embrace, replied, Did you refuse me? Chao Kun sighed with a wry smile. You truly are confident. Zhou Newlin countered, It is not mere confidence. It is faith in you. Deep down, you are a person of great loyalty and affection. Perhaps in the apocalypse, you may become cold and ruthless, but I believe you will not treat me that way. Hey, don't resort to moral coercion. I'm somewhat sensitive to such rhetoric. This is not moral coercion, but sincerity. Do you understand? Wait, you aren't using some biological field perception to ascertain whether I'm lying, are you? That's how it's portrayed in novels. Brother, my lightning abilities are grounded in physics, not in those conceptual powers you imagine. Fine, perhaps I overthought it. However, you are now my woman, and your strength brings me joy. According to the official energy grading system, I am now at level 7. I must reside on the 10th floor or higher. Otherwise, I risk losing my sanity. Chao Kun wrapped her in his arms and said, There is no need for such complications. I can completely isolate the black mist here. As long as you stay indoors, you will remain unaffected. Zhou Newlin was slightly taken aback, but asked no further questions. She understood that Chao Kun had not yet fully trusted her. Yet the past 2 months in this apocalypse had been exhausting. A woman surviving independently in such dire circumstances, especially during the first month before awakening her abilities, relied solely on her medical skills to navigate the various factions within her community, avoiding being exploited by those formidable warriors, all while losing countless brain cells in the process. Now that she had finally encountered a man who was stronger and whom she somewhat understood, she yearned for respite, no longer wishing to endure the anxiety of sleepless nights. Moreover, her feelings for Chao Kun were genuine. Finding a reliable partner was paramount, as she could no longer withstand strain. Observing that Chao Kun had only one woman by his side, Zhou Newlin deduced that he retained his old, affectionate nature. After all, those warriors who emerged victorious in community struggles often surrounded themselves with numerous exquisite beauties. In the following days, Zhou Newlin grew increasingly content with her decision to follow Chao Kun. The provisions and comforts he provided led her to suspect that he resembled the reborn protagonists of many apocalypse novels. After all, even if one truly awakened a storage space, how could they possibly prepare such an abundance of cooked food in advance? Where do you gather the fragrant roasted whole lamb and exquisite bluefin tuna sashimi after the apocalypse? Merely by lingering around Chao Kun, Zhou Newlin feels that the experience is undoubtedly worth the investment. Chao Kun's storage space is nothing short of extraordinary, akin to that of the most affluent magnates of the pre-apocalyptic era, perhaps even more alluring. After breakfast, Chao Kun commenced imparting the secrets of the 9 manual to Fong Ting. Having ingested the purification potion, he was untroubled by the prospect of her succumbing to the overwhelming black mist. However, Zhou Newlin was a different case, as she had yet to consume the purification potion. Chao Kun feared that if she practiced the 9 manual, she might inadvertently absorb an excessive amount of the black mist virus and jeopardize her progress. Thus, he established a probationary period for Zhou Newlin, intending to administer the purification potion only after she successfully navigated this fundamental assessment. Having outgrown the age of being swayed by a woman's emotions, he resolved not to follow her lead, regardless of how much he might admire her. Chapter 045, Satellite Fall. Complete paralysis in Jiangcheng in the ensuing period, Zhou Newlin engaged in the task of intercepting radio waves under Chao Kun's guidance. It must be acknowledged that her aptitude for developing her abilities has indeed prompted Chao Kun to temper his previously inflated sense of pride. Consequently, Both Chao Kuan and Fong Ting have shifted their focus towards the cultivation of their own powers. To borrow terminology from martial arts literature, one must attend to the simultaneous development of mind, body, and skill. Mind can refer to both mentality and experience, while body pertains to the enhancement of one's physical constitution following the absorption of spiritual energy, including the control of physical strength. Skill, on the other hand, involves a profound exploration of one's abilities at an equivalent level of power. In this trio, there is always a teacher among them. Even Fong Ting has taken the initiative to seek Zhou Nuolin's insights on the development of abilities. However, in reality, Fong Ting, under the influence of a purifying agent, has surpassed the official energy level limit of 10. In a confrontation, it remains uncertain whether Zhou Nuolin could prevail against her. In merely 3 days, Zhou Nuolin assisted Chao Kuan in uncovering hidden ability users within their community. In addition to the 4 openly acknowledged leaders, several other survivors, like Zhou Nuolin, have chosen to conceal their abilities. In this apocalyptic environment, the number of survivors who adhere to the survivalist philosophy is undoubtedly significant. Currently, Chao Kuan is unable to ascertain whether these concealed ability users are merely individuals like Zhou Nuolin, reluctant to reveal their powers, or if they're infiltrators sent by the official shelter to lurk within Longting Huafu. However, it is evident that Longting Huafu, positioned so close to the official shelter and having repelled its attacks, is evidently aiding the official shelter in filtering the survivors. What one perceives as a departure from the official shelter as control is, in fact, a continued state of surveillance by the official shelter. This duality enables the official shelter to maintain effective oversight over the surrounding areas. Should one attempt to observe the official shelter from nearby, their personal information would swiftly find its way onto the official shelter's desk. Fong Ting, originally from the Sichuan Chongqing region, remained in Jiangcheng after pursuing her studies. Despite having relatives and friends in her hometown, Zhou Nuolin, a local of Jiangcheng, has never broached the subject of her family or friends, nor has Chao Kuan ever inquired about them. Chao Kuan recalls that her family was quite affluent, as she used to travel to and from school in a Maybach during her high school years. If her parents were indeed influential figures in Jiangcheng, they would likely have sought refuge in the official shelter at the first opportunity. Of course, it is also possible that an unforeseen circumstance has befallen them, and frankly, Chao Kuan has no desire to address this matter. Should Zhou Nuolin reveal that her parents are alive and nearby, would he choose to rescue them or turn a blind eye? How many protagonists in apocalyptic narratives manage to save not only a beautiful woman, but also her family? Would readers be content with a 2-star rating? It is better to feign ignorance and assume that the beautiful woman's entire family has perished. After all, with his own parents beyond reach, why should he honor anyone else's? From time to time, Chao Kuan would collaborate with Zhou Nuolin to analyze whether the individuals from Longting Huafu were attempting to manipulate them through cunning strategies. She pondered if the intercepted radio waves were intentionally disseminated falsehoods by these individuals. This was evidently beyond Zhou Nuolin's capabilities. After all, she was not truly Enel, capable of employing observation hockey in conjunction with microelectronics in the air for extensive real-time surveillance. However, it is often said that no plan survives contact with the enemy. On the 80th day of the apocalypse, an announcement suddenly topped the official app, revealing that the government, which had previously maintained power supply to several major cities, would begin to shut down services over the next 3 days. Only the official shelters would continue to provide normal electricity and water supply, urging survivors to relocate there as much as possible. This announcement left the survivors utterly dumbfounded, particularly for those like Long Xiang, who had already established a fighting force and were accustomed to being leaders. The idea of being confined within the official shelter was difficult to accept. However, for those like Chen Yang, who had long harbored intentions, this provided a legitimate opportunity to conduct a poll within the community, facilitating the transfer of survivors wishing to join the official shelter. To this end, Chen Yang had previously communicated with Chao Kuan, expressing that he, Fu Chang, and Zhang Jing had decided to join the official shelter. Chen Yang's tone was laden with resignation. But given that the official shelter wielded the powerful leverage of water and electricity, he deliberately tested Chao Kun, wondering if he could resolve the shelter supply issues. If so, they were not inclined to yield to the government without a fight. Chao Kun could only express his limited capabilities, stating that if Chen Yang chose to join, he would willingly follow and seek warmth and unity. Once Chen Yang confirmed Chao Kun's intentions, he convened a collective meeting for all the survivors in the community. As the community's supernatural beings prepared to leave, what recourse remained for the other survivors? Without the protection of those with abilities, they would be like lambs to the slaughter before rival factions. Chen Yang had previously established regulations to prevent supernatural beings from oppressing the survivors. Yet other factions did not abide by such principles. Many residents of Longting Huafu were outsiders who had willingly settled here, believing they would not face oppression. Now that Chen Yang, who upheld the rules, was departing, the arrival of new supernatural beings might not guarantee similar adherence to order. Thus, for the survivors who had grown accustomed to a relatively stable life in Longting Huafu, following Chen Yang to the official shelter appeared to be their sole refuge. Chao Kun began to sense that the official shelter had been orchestrating a grand strategy for quite some time, enticing the survivors to willingly venture into the depths of their scheme. Remarkable, this fortuitously aligned with Chao Kun's intentions, as he had been contemplating how to infiltrate the official shelter, and this pretext presented itself. As for whether he would face grievances within the official shelter, Chao Kun felt no concern. With limitless resources at his disposal, even if the shelter imposed targets for resource collection upon him, he would not need to expend time or effort. As long as he could demonstrate his value, the official shelter's attitude towards him would undoubtedly remain favorable. Should the official sanctuary truly intend to subdue him, he possesses sufficient strength to confront them, thereby compelling them to recognize who truly holds the ultimate authority. However, before Chao Kun could accompany Chen Yang to the official sanctuary, the very next day, following the announcement of water and power cessation by the authorities, the entire network of Jiangsheng collapsed completely. There were even whispers suggesting that yesterday, an inexplicable force struck the satellites worldwide, causing them to plummet through the atmosphere. The intercepted radio signals from the official sanctuary, captured by Zhou Nuolin, also contained information regarding the satellite's descent. Yet, whether the collective downfall of satellites on a global scale is indeed accurate remains shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 46, Initiating Action. The black cactus acquired when Chao Kun accompanied Chen Yang to the official shelter number 3 in Jiangxing. He was met with a grand reception from the high-ranking officials of the sanctuary. A spatial ability user, capable of gathering resources more efficiently than an entire convoy, would surely attract envy and ambition from other official shelters if they were to learn of his prowess. Consequently, the official sanctuary afforded Chao Kun the utmost privileges, providing him with accommodation in a luxurious villa situated at the heart of the shelter and even assigning several stunning women to attend to his needs. Among them was a prominent actress, previously admired only on television, who expressed no reluctance in her new role, claiming that this opportunity was one she had fought hard to attain. Chao Kun, however, refrained from probing into the depths of her determination to secure such a position. He harbored no psychological aversions. To him, as long as a woman was not a bioweapon and could ensure his comfort, he would not overly concern himself with other matters. He was aware that these women were likely tasked with a mission, yet he firmly believed that loyalty among women was a fallacy. If they could come to him as undercover agents for personal gain, they could just as easily betray the official for the same reason. As long as he continued to grow stronger, intelligent women would naturally make choices that favored their own interests. Once settled in the official shelter, Chao Kun requested to venture out for resource collection. Initially, he stated his preference to operate alone without protective escorts, but the officials insisted, citing concerns for his safety. Relenting, Chao Kun allowed several assigned bodyguards to accompany him. However, once outside, he promptly stored them within his shumi space. After spending several hours outside, experimenting with his abilities, he returned to the official shelter and released them. Due to the time freeze within the shumi space, The bodyguards were oblivious to how much time had elapsed. Upon delivering several hundred tons of grain, the officials chose to grant Chao Kun greater freedom. This decision was unavoidable, as the bodyguards were equipped with tracking devices. Yet their signals vanished the moment they left with Chao Kun. When their signals reappeared, they found themselves back inside the shelter, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. This served as a subtle demonstration of strength from Chao Kun. He was there out of respect, and should they fail to appreciate his presence, he could easily go his own way. The grain he brought back was, of course, procured through his infinite resources. The officials, observing the vacuum-sealed rice bags devoid of any production dates or origins, were unable to trace the source of the supplies, prompting a more courteous attitude towards Chao Kun. The high-quality women residing in his home indulged in the lavish meals he provided, and he candidly instructed them to report honestly. Yet, these women began to subtly evade the task, fearful of betraying Chao Kun, lest he be testing their loyalty, which left the officials in a rather precarious position. In just a few days, everyone seemed reluctant to depart from Chao Kun's side. Chao Kun himself was not in a rush to cultivate. Instead, he leisurely enjoyed life within the official sanctuary while seeking opportunities to ascertain whether there were any other spiritual plans within its confines. Zhou Nuolin dutifully assisted Chao Kun in monitoring, as the network signal was non-existent, and even the official sanctuary could only sustain basic water and electricity. Mobile phones and tablets had largely become obsolete, with the authorities providing limited audiovisual resources. One could download these resources onto their devices via a data cable to pass the time, serving as one of the few entertainment options available in the sanctuary. Currently, there were 4 female attendants at Chao Kun's residence, one of whom was a prominent actress named Lu Ruyan. Her name alone suggested that while she might lack in other aspects, her beauty and physique were undoubtedly exceptional. The other 3 were equally remarkable. One was Su Run, the secretary to the chairman of a publicly listed company in Jiangcheng, known for her strikingly long legs clad in black stockings, embodying her name perfectly. Another, named Yin Chun, was the belle of the provincial art school, possessing a pure and appealing appearance, and having practiced dance for years. Her flexibility surpassed that of any beauty Chao Kun had encountered. The last, Chunya, was a local internet celebrity with millions of fans, and Chao Kun himself was an admirer, often watching her live streams to pass the long nights before the apocalypse. Chao Kun speculated whether the authorities had utilized big data to determine his preferences, as the beautiful women sent to him were of a type that would be difficult to refuse. One must admit that the authorities understood how to entice individuals into decadence. Fortunately, Chao Kun's body had begun its 3rd stage of evolution. Otherwise, an ordinary person would hardly have the fortune to partake in such indulgences. After a week of idleness, Zhou Nuolin intercepted the information that Chao Kun needed. Indeed, there was a hidden chamber within the Jiangcheng official sanctuary containing a special plant they had gathered 2 weeks prior, capable of emitting a purer form of black mist. Chao Kun mused that this was indeed the case. The authorities possessed a plant resembling a black sunflower that could release untainted spiritual energy. This revelation exposed flaws in the previously announced energy levels. According to the official energy grading, a level 10 represented a state of utter irrationality, a consequence of absorbing contaminated spiritual energy. However, if the mutated plant released pure spiritual energy, one could create a closed environment allowing individuals to absorb this untainted energy while avoiding harmful substances, thus transcending the limitations of the level 10 energy threshold. It was evident that the official sanctuary housed even more formidable entities. Yet with the breathing techniques from the martial arts world at his disposal, Chao Kun was undoubtedly ahead in terms of absorption efficiency. Even assuming the sanctuary possessed breathing techniques on par with the 9 manual, Chao Kun's 40 years of training in the martial arts world equated to merely 2 hours in the real world, enabling him to traverse the arduous path that would take others 4 decades in just 2 hours. This was an undeniable advantage. Having determined the precise location of the hidden chamber within the official sanctuary, Chao Kun proceeded to purchase 2 spatial teleportation talismans and an invisibility talisman from the Doomsday marketplace. The price of the teleportation talisman and the invisibility talisman is both a staggering 100,000 points, a sum that even Chao Kuan finds somewhat painful to part with. However, when juxtaposed with the acquisition of spiritual plants, this expenditure seems worthwhile. In order to fabricate an alibi, Chao Kuan summoned all 4 enchanting ladies dispatched by the authorities into his chamber and concealed them within the realm of the Shumi. Subsequently, he activated the invisibility talisman and teleported to the official's secret chamber. Within this clandestine space stood a pot of black cactus, surrounded by an array of infrared alarm devices. Chao Kuan sensed the concentration of spiritual energy emanating from the cactus, confirming it was precisely what he desired, and promptly stored it within his space. He then used the teleportation talisman to return to his room, liberating the 4 ladies. In such a brief span, they remained oblivious to the passage of time, allowing Chao Kuan to establish a credible alibi. After all, he had never showcased his ability to teleport, leaving the authorities without any evidence against him. Chapter 047. Collective Betrayal. Collective Submission. Are they all just actors? As anticipated by Chao Kuan, the authorities promptly contacted the 4 undercover agent from his family the moment the cactus was stolen. At that time, Chao Kuan had just returned home using a teleportation talisman and immediately released them, aware that the officials might install tracking devices on them. He refrained from placing them directly into his space as he had done previously, knowing that even a few seconds of the device's disappearance could raise alarms. Thus, before sealing them away, he imposed certain special requests, ensuring that while they were enclosed, the trackers remained outside. The following morning, upon awakening, Lu Rian stealthily followed him into the restroom, ostensibly to engage in a bit of overtime, but in reality, she was clandestinely whispering in his ear. Last night, the officials inquired about certain details concerning you, and I disclosed everything truthfully. What? We were together all night. How could they contact you? They have an ability user who can engage in telepathic communication, but I do not know who it is. They directly question me in my mind. What do they ask you? Is there any danger in you reporting to me? I don't care. I'm with you now, and I am your woman. I would never betray you. Well, I truly appreciate your trust, but I still wish to know what they inquired about. I haven't done anything wrong here. They asked if I was with you the entire night, and whether you had left our sight for even a second. What did you say? Lu Rian's face flushed. Naturally, I told them the truth. Chao Kuan chuckled. The truth? That could take hours to explain. Oh, you are insufferable. I was discussing something serious. How could I be anything but serious? Or do you prefer me to be more earnest? I like you no matter how you are. After exiting the restroom, Lu Rian tidied her appearance, only to feel several hostile gazes upon her. After breakfast, the leggy secretary, Su Run, discreetly approached Chao Kuan, claiming she had some uncertainties regarding her cultivation and wished to seek his counsel. Once inside the bedroom, she mysteriously said, Brother Kuan, there is something I need to tell you. Noticing her demeanor, Chao Kuan closed the door and embraced her, inquiring, What is it? In a hushed tone, Su Run revealed, Last night, an ability user from the authorities contacted me mentally, asking if you had vanished at any point. Chao Kuan was taken aback, feigning ignorance. So, when did this happen? What do they possibly want to know? Surely, you know what I was doing last night? Su Run's cheeks flushed slightly, spoke honestly, but I felt it best to inform you. I understand that my identity raises concerns for you, Brother Kuan, but I genuinely wish to be your woman, and I will prove my determination through my actions. Chao Kuan sighed. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I am quite curious about what transpired at the sanctuary. Su Run shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. After all, in their eyes, she was merely a disposable tool. Chao Kuan embraced her tightly, reassuring her. You are not a mere tool. Do not belittle yourself. Regardless of your past, from the moment you chose to stand by my side, you have become my woman. I shall do everything in my power to ensure your safety and grant you a life filled with happiness. Women require sweet words. And while Chao Kuan spoke like a devoted admirer, he would not hesitate to resort to unsavory means if she ever betrayed him. Upon hearing Chao Kuan's words, Su Run was moved to tears and felt compelled to reciprocate his kindness through her actions. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Chao Kuan opened the door to find Chunya and Yin Shun standing there, both speaking in unison, Kuan-ge, we have something to discuss with you. Chao Kuan turned to Su Run, suggesting, shall you step outside for a moment? Chunya quickly interjected, there's no need for that. What we want to say has likely already been addressed by Sister Su. The women present were not naive. They had observed that Lu Ruyan had spent an extended period with Chao Kuan in the bathroom that morning, clearly to express her commitment. Ying Chun was the first to react, having called Chao Kuan aside after breakfast, no longer wishing to pretend. Her demeanor indicated that if they were to betray him, they might as well do so openly. She was unequivocally aligning herself with Kuan-ge. The other two women felt uneasy. With two of their group already having declared their allegiance, how could they remain in the household without making a stance? The longer they waited, the more trust Chao Kuan would lose in them. It was better to be decisive and declare their intentions now, establishing their positions openly, and later assess the situation. If Chao Kuan could shield them from official pressure, they could remain loyal to him. But if he were to falter against the authorities, they could still choose their side later. This collective declaration of loyalty would at least foster a more harmonious atmosphere within Chao Kuan's household. Chao Kuan remained skeptical of their words, even questioning whether they were merely reciting lines fed to them by the authorities' telepathic agents. Not only had these four women failed to earn his trust, but even Fong Ting and Zhou Nuolin had not gained his confidence. Having been hurt by treacherous women multiple times, he was unwilling to extend trust in any measure. Observing the contrast between Jiao Ge and Cheng Ge, it was clear that a man seeking stable happiness must avoid genuine emotions. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how he met his demise. Just as Chao Kuan had anticipated, the authorities, after covertly contacting the undercover agents around him, refrained from overtly testing him, as if the cactus had never been stolen. However, Chao Kuan understood that they simply lacked sufficient evidence, and due to the recent satellite crash, their means of locating mutated plants had been severely hampered. Henceforth, the authorities would have to rely on primitive methods of gathering intelligence through manpower to find these mutated plants. Consequently, the method of cultivating super beings through mutated plants would no longer be monopolized by the authorities, allowing underground forces to secretly develop as they acquired these rare specimens. After acquiring the second mutated plant, Chao Kuan resolutely confined himself within his chamber, opting to traverse into the realm of the Ip Man universe. Unlike the initial exploration instances, the already unlocked reset instances are devoid of time constraints, allowing Chao Kuan the liberty to remain for as long as he desires. However, within these reset instances, he must expend his own lifespan. Thus, once he completes the third stage of his bodily evolution, he shall choose to return to the real world. Otherwise, lingering in the instance world would merely constitute a waste of life. This time, he directly chose to traverse to the 1970s in the Lighthouse Nation, coinciding with the conclusion of Ip Man 4, a period that affords him a more indulgent lifestyle. Even after his transition, he is reluctant to cause chaos in the realm of the pandas. Rather, the Lighthouse Nation proves to be more suitable for a traveler of his kind. Chapter 048, The Lighthouse Nation, Earth's Sphere Flower, and the Black Heart of Consumption. Upon arriving in the land of the Lighthouse, Chao Kuan, with a flourish of wealth, acquired a local identity and promptly purchased an opulent estate in the grand city of New York. It is undeniable that in this era, New York City stands as a veritable paradise for the affluent, with a plethora of entertainment venues that left Chao Kuan utterly awestruck. Here, he liberated himself entirely. And even the starlets of Hollywood as 1970s, who seemed to exist solely within the confines of film, found it challenging to resist the allure of his financial prowess. Chao Kuan harbored no fear of being targeted by any gangsters or local authorities. Anyone daring to trespass upon his estate would find themselves confined within the realm of the Shumi, to be disposed of in a volcanic inferno every few years. On days when his mood was particularly buoyant, he might even employ the art of soul transfer to discern who is plotting against him, tracking down leads with the utmost efficiency. In this age, with surveillance technology and forensic methods, as they were, tracing Chao Kuan would prove utterly futile. If one were to act unreasonably, Chao Kuan would reciprocate in kind, and should one attempt to engage him in rational discourse, he would remain impervious to the arguments of foreigners. To put it bluntly, in this age, Chao Kun resembled a deity descended from his homeland, free to pursue his desires without any moral constraints. As anticipated, the simultaneous display of black sunflowers and black cacti resulted in a synergistic release of spiritual energy. Moreover, Chao Kun discovered a novel and more efficient method for absorbing this energy. Initially, he confined the spiritual essence within the confines of a small room, allowing it to reach a state of saturation over the course of a month. Then within a few hours, he would consume all the energy in one go, necessitating only half a day each month for cultivation, leaving the remainder of his time for the pleasures of life. It took approximately 20 years for Chao Kun to complete the evolution to the third stage. Reflecting on his journey, he noted that his first encounter with a bottleneck occurred within the legend of the Condor Heroes reset instance. With the aid of the black sunflower, he watched as Guo Jing rose to prominence from birth to his early 20s, eventually consuming a potion that awakened his special abilities, leading to the discovery of the Shumi space. It was not until Guo Jing reached his 60s that Chao Kun achieved the second stage of bodily evolution. Thus, the transition from the first stage to the second took him 40 years, bolstered by the black sunflower. The addition of the black cactus enabled him to ascend from the second stage to the third stage in merely 20 years, effectively having his cultivation time. During these 2 decades, he even awaited the legendary Earth Sphere flower to mature, ultimately bringing it home, fulfilling a cherished dream from his student days. In comparison to the Sphere flower, which only gained global recognition at the age of 36, its youthful form was even more dazzling, prompting Chao Kun to contemplate lingering in this world for a few additional years. Ultimately, however, with a resolute spirit, he chose to exit the instance and return to reality, harboring a lingering affection for Monica, who had accompanied him for 8 years. Unfortunately, the Shumi space could not transport individuals from the instance to the real world. And although the Doomsday Mall possessed means to accomplish this, the cost was currently beyond Chao Kun's means. Only a small favor is required from Fong Ting to assist him in recalling this emotional journey through a transformation spell. In the span of 2 decades, merely an hour has elapsed in the realm of reality. When Chao Kun emerged, it was still not yet time for lunch. However, during these 20 years, Chao Kun not only refined his third stage evolution to the limits of his physical capabilities, but also expanded the applications of the 3 supernatural abilities he currently possessed. Notably, he ingeniously combined telekinesis with a field of deceleration, resulting in the development of a composite domain that not only slows down everything within it, but also allows him to perceive minute changes within the field. Upon the domain's activation, Chao Kun could diffuse his telekinesis within, forming a 3-dimensional image that granted him comprehensive perception. He could even detect fluctuations in spiritual energy within the domain, swiftly pinpointing the source and ultimate trajectory of such energy. Had he possessed this ability earlier, there would have been no need for Zhou Nua Lan's assistance in locating the hidden chamber. Once the domain was established, no corner of the official sanctuary could escape his perceptive reach. Furthermore, his Shumi space expanded by 1/3, and in conjunction with his composite domain, he could directly draw items within a 500-meter radius into his space, even through walls. Over these 20 years, he had thoroughly mastered the intricate interplay of various supernatural abilities. With his horizons broadened, any future awakening of new powers could seamlessly integrate into this composite system, a thought that filled him with delight. After lunch, Chao Kun intended to stroll within the sanctuary. However, before he could step outside, he noticed a familiar figure knocking at the door. Chen Yang, what brings you here? The visitor was none other than Chen Yang, the leader of the Longting Huafu Sanctuary. He presented a card to Chao Kun, smiling as he said, "The supplies you previously gathered for the sanctuary were just accounted for yesterday. All transactions in our sanctuary are conducted using contribution points. The materials you provided have been converted into contribution points and 2A-level permissions. I am not certain of the exact amount on the card. You will need to swipe it at the consumption area to find out." Chao Kun was not particularly interested in the contribution points and inquired about the purpose of the A-level permissions. Chen Yang's eyes gleamed with envy as he explained. A-level permissions allow you to exchange for the latest gene enhancement serums developed by the official sanctuary, as well as an upgraded version of the Black Fog breathing method, known as Black Fog Breathing Method 2.0, based on the earlier official release of Black Fog Breathing Method 1.0. I have also heard whispers that the official has mastered the technology for purifying black fog, though this remains unverified. No one has seen the actual product. Chao Kuan nodded in acknowledgement and then invited Chen Yang to stay for a drink. Chen Yang glanced around Chao Kuan's home and chuckled. There are too many beauties here. I prefer to avoid any misunderstandings. Let's go to a bar next time, just the two of us. Chao Kuan agreed. Definitely next time. After bidding farewell to Chen Yang, Chao Kuan raised the card in his hand and waved it, asking, "Who wants to go out and make some purchases?" Instantly, the women in the house gathered around him. Despite the fact that Chao Kuan lacked nothing, it is inherent in women to enjoy shopping. Chao Kuan treated all equally and ventured out accompanied by 6 enchanting ladies. Lu Rian retrieved a consumption card from her bag. Unlike Chao Kuan's black card, hers was a striking blue. The consumption cards within the sanctuary are categorized into 5 tiers, ascending from white to blue, gold, red, and finally black. The white card can hold a maximum of 100 contribution points. The blue card can accumulate 500. The gold card, 3,000. The red card, 10,000, while the black card exceeds 10,000 with no upper limit. The others also presented their respective cards. Su Run and Chunya possessed white cards, whereas only Yin Shun and Lu Rian shared the distinction of holding blue cards. As for Fong Ting and Zhou Nualan, they had remained by Chao Kuan's side and had not ventured out to acquire consumption cards at all. Chapter 049. An unexpected encounter with childhood friend Li Qinghao. It has been quite a while since I have enjoyed such blissful shopping. As we stroll along the commercial street of the sanctuary, several women carry numerous bags, their faces radiant with happiness. With a black card containing a staggering 500,000 contribution points, Chao Kuan feels akin to a pre-apocalyptic tycoon within this official refuge. In these times, the most valuable commodity here is food, rendering previously coveted treasures, such as exquisite jewelry and luxury watches, nearly worthless. Chao Kuan led them to a bar, the remnants of its former opulence still discernible despite the city's water and electricity outage. Within the sanctuary, only select areas maintain a consistent power supply. The bar now exudes an ambience reminiscent of a Western film set in a dilapidated town, illuminated only by a solitary emergency light. Fortunately, the daylight mitigates the oppressive black mist that lingers inside, and most patrons remain unperturbed by its presence. The establishment's business is lackluster, with only 3 or 4 tables occupied out of 20, and the drinks consist solely of the cheapest industrial beer from the days before the apocalypse. Approaching the bar, Chao Kuan perused the menu displayed above. To his astonishment, a bottle of beer that once cost less than $3 is now priced at 20 contribution points. Outside, a Patek Philippe watch was priced at merely 5 contribution points. The bartender, sensing Chao Kuan's disbelief, smiled and remarked, "This beverage is now in scarce supply. At this rate, if we do not receive a resupply, we shall run out by next month." Nodding in acknowledgement, Chao Kuan replied, "Then we shall have 6 bottles of beer and some appetizers." Selecting a few items from the menu, he and Fong Ting found a cozy booth in the corner. Shortly thereafter, the bartender delivered their order. When Chao Kuan presented his black card for payment, the bartender's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Esteemed guest, we have a hidden menu for distinguished patrons such as yourself," he said, offering Chao Kuan a delicate booklet. Upon opening it, Chao Kuan discovered a selection of premium offerings, including companionship services. Noticing his gaze linger on that section, the bartender cautiously explained, "The ladies listed here are affiliated with my establishment. Should you desire one, simply call, though I cannot guarantee their availability, as many do not leave their contact information solely with me." Chao Kuan chuckled and shook his head, questioning whether he truly appeared in need of female company. Lu Ruyin, glancing at the photographs of the escort girls, recognized a few from her past acting endeavors and let out a soft sigh. In these dire times, she realized the importance of prioritizing her own well-being, for embodying a saint in the apocalypse is the most imprudent choice. Displeasing Chao Kun could swiftly jeopardize her relatively stable and content existence. The hidden menu at the bar offers food and beverages that are merely a slight improvement over what was previously available, and they pale in comparison to the lavish feasts at Chao Kun's home. However, happiness is often derived from comparison. They're certainly indulging in high consumption. Observing a nearby table, I noticed a group of 4 patrons sharing a single bottle of beer, managing to imbibe the industrial lager as if it were a fine Moutai. At that moment, a man at another table suddenly exclaimed in delight, "Ah, Kun?" Chao Kun lifted his gaze and took a moment to recognize the person. "Chung Hao? Is that really you? Haha, I never expected to see you here." With a beaming expression, Li Chung Hao approached Chao Kun's table. Finding the booth already occupied, he promptly pulled over a chair to join them. Li Chung Hao and Chao Kun were childhood friends, having been classmates from elementary through high school. His eyes quickly scanned the beautiful women surrounding Chao Kun, and then, as if he had seen a ghost, he turned to Zhou Nualan. "Oh my, isn't this the campus belle, Zhou? How did you two end up together?" Upon uttering this, he immediately realized his faux pas and rushed to amend his words. That is not what I meant. I should say congratulations on being together." Spotting Lu Ruyan beside Zhou Nualan, he was at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing without producing any coherent sentences. Chao Kun observed Li Chung Hao and raised his hand to summon the bar owner for a bottle of beer. Li Chung Hao, unreserved, popped the tab and began to drink heartily. After downing nearly half the bottle, he set it down on the table, chuckling as he said, "It's been ages since I've drunk like this." "Ah, Kun, you seem to be doing well?" Chao Kun smiled and replied, "I am managing. Just able to support myself. What about you? When did you come here?" Li Chung Hao grinned. "To be honest, after graduating from university, I started working in this industrial park. Later, when the authorities transformed the industrial park into a shelter, I decided to stay." A reminiscent look crossed Li Chung Hao's face as he continued. "In the early days of the apocalypse, life was quite tough. The shelter initially received an overwhelming influx of people, and after the black mist ascended, the zombies evolved, surrounding us in droves. The military exhausted their ammunition, barely managing to hold the fort. Eventually, the authorities announced the black mist breathing technique. You know, I have always been fond of martial arts novels and often experimented with internal cultivation on my own. Perhaps I have a natural aptitude for it. My energy level increased rapidly, and I joined the patrol team of the official shelter to scavenge for supplies, which stabilized my living conditions. However, I became concerned that my rapid advancement might lead to a breakdown of rationality like that of my predecessors in the patrol team. So I Haven T dared to venture out for supplies recently. Fortunately, the authorities have recently developed a black mist toxin suppressor. While it doesn't fundamentally address the issue of rationality breakdown, it has managed to keep my energy level at level 7 without further escalation. However, the suppressor is quite costly and has a limited efficacy. Did you notice the table I was previously sitting at? We find ourselves in a similar predicament. A group of us has pooled our contributions to purchase a vial of the toxin suppressant, which we share amongst ourselves. Our intention is to form a team to venture forth in search of supplies to exchange for more contributions, for remaining idle is not an option, and the uncertainty of our future looms large. This is the first time Chao Kun has heard that the authorities have actually developed a suppressant for the black mist toxin. Previously, when he encountered a woman named Tang Qian at the Black Sunflower, she could only administer a tranquilizer to herself. It is astonishing how swiftly the authorities have advanced in their research and development of this suppressant, although its efficacy pales in comparison to that of my own purification agents. It nonetheless offers a glimmer of hope to the survivors. Chapter 050. A friend of mine from Li Qinghao's words, Chao Kun discerned much. The fact that the authorities could openly sell this substance indicated that they had mastered the method of mass-producing inhibitors. This was indeed a cause for celebration for all of humanity. Yet, after expressing this, Li Qinghao displayed a hesitant demeanor. Observing this, Chao Kun couldn't help but inquire, "Do you have something to say to me?" Li Qinghao's expression shifted, revealing a look of inner turmoil as he replied, "I have a friend, Keu Kun, Fang Tsing," and the others exchanged knowing glances. "Do not misunderstand. He is truly a friend of mine. Indeed, we believe you. Please continue. What has happened to this friend of yours? Li Chenghao, somewhat flustered, steeled himself and said, My friend is a fellow from my university dormitory. His name is Shimin Wuqing. Upon mentioning this, Li Chenghao glanced at the group and emphatically clarified, I am not fabricating this name. That is indeed what he is called. All right, continue. What about Shimin Wuqing? Li Chenghao took a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. My friend is an angler living in the Linjiang No. 1 community near Binjiang Park. After the apocalypse arrived, several abilities users established a survivor camp in that area, and he joined them. By the way, I mentioned he was an angler, right? That is the crux of the matter. After the arrival of the dark mist, he devised an electric fishing apparatus and took people to the banks of the Yangtze River to fish with electricity. Electric fishing? The group began to regard this angler with newfound respect, realizing that desperation in the apocalypse could drive individuals to undertake extraordinary actions. After a brief pause, Li Chenghao continued. Initially, everything went smoothly. They were able to catch a substantial amount of fish daily, alleviating some of the food shortages within the camp. However, things soon took a turn for the worse. You all know that fishing requires prior baiting, right? Electric fishing is no different. One must be willing to use bait to attract the fish. However, they had consumed all the edible supplies at home and had no normal bait left. Thus, my friend had a brilliant idea. Since they lacked conventional bait, they were surrounded by an abundance of zombies. They began chopping up the fallen zombies and using them as bait in the Yangtze River, which indeed attracted a multitude of fish. Yet, as many anglers eventually become the legendary baiting sages, this was also the reason why most fishing areas along the Yangtze River prohibited fishing while allowing anglers to continue. In the initial attempts using zombie bait, they consistently reaped rewards. However, as they continued, they discovered a pattern. The weight of the fish they caught was generally equal to half the weight of the zombies they had used as bait. At first, they thought it was merely a figment of their imagination, but after numerous attempts, they realized it was a consistent phenomenon. My acquaintance began to speculate whether the fish in the Yangtze River were, in fact, sentient beings engaging in transactions with them. Chao Kuan's eyes lit up. Sacrificing a portion of their kin in exchange for a stable food source? Do fish truly comprehend the distinction between a hearty meal and mere sustenance? Li Chenghao nodded in agreement. Indeed, my friend shares the sentiment. Each time he engages in electric fishing, he meticulously calculates the ratio of input to output. This peculiar notion caught the attention of several extraordinary individuals in their community, one of whom happened to possess water-based abilities. He resolved to investigate the underwater realm. To their astonishment, he discovered a congregation of mermaids. The crowd fell silent. Mermaids? Li Chenghao confirmed, the kind with a human upper body and a fish's tail. Initially, the water manipulator was filled with trepidation, despite his aquatic prowess. He felt intimidated by the throngs of mermaids. However, the mermaids exhibited a willingness to communicate, employing body language to convey their intentions, even proposing an exchange of zombies for sustenance. Following this, a dedicated team was established in the Linjiang No. 1 community, tasked with collecting zombie corpses to barter with the mermaids for their catch. They no longer needed to fish electrically. The mermaids even facilitated the process, expertly preparing their catches and nets for seamless exchange. As familiarity grew between the two parties, it became apparent that the mermaids, as enchanting beings, captivated many human hearts. At that time, Jiangsheng had not yet completely ceased its power supply. My friend sent me several photographs, and truthfully, if one only considered the upper half, I could understand the allure of such an experience. Consequently, some survivors in Linjiang No. 1 began to entertain bold ideas. Chao Kuan inquired, elaborate on their thoughts. Li Chenghao displayed a pained expression. My friend, known as Shimin Wuqing, was the first to take action, given that the mermaids had no record of harm. He succumbed to temptation and, the crowd urged, don't pause at such a critical moment. What transpired? Details. Li Chenghao recounted. Initially, my friend relished the experience, even sending me photos declaring, this is my future sister-in-law. Chao Kuan interrupted, raising a hand. Wait, the mermaid has a fish's lower half. How could they possibly? Li Chenghao replied, how would I know? My friend wouldn't film such things for me. Chao Kuan chuckled awkwardly. Please continue. Li Chunghao presented his phone to Chao Cohen. This is my sister-in-law. Oh no, the mermaid my friend has taken a liking to. The crowd gathered to peer at the image, exclaiming in awe, a blonde beauty? With such a figure and allure, it is indeed difficult for any man to resist. Li Chunghao continued, as you can see, in just a few minutes, I transitioned from questioning my friend to understanding him and ultimately aspiring to become his companion. Chao Cohen nodded in acknowledgement, pondering the question, which man has never fantasized about the tale of the Little Mermaid? Unless, of course, he were a dark fish. Li Chunghao retracted his phone and added, however, a few days ago, specifically on the day the Jiangshang authorities announced the water and power outage, my friend messaged me, declaring his pursuit of eternal happiness. I inquired about the matter, and he revealed that there exists a portal at the bottom of the Yangtze River, leading directly to the homeland of the mermaids. He claimed to have completed a life transformation ritual and intended to return to his hometown with my sister-in-law to wed. The crowd fell into a moment of speechlessness, questioning if this friend had truly lost touch with reality. Chapter 051. The troubles of the high-rise sanctuary. The atmosphere within the bar was palpably nuanced. Li Chunghao animatedly recounted the illustrious exploits of his comrade, Shimin Wuqing. At last, he turned to Chao Cohen and inquired, what do you think? Are you interested in joining me for a look? Chao Cohen regarded Li Chunghao with curiosity. Why me? Li Chunghao candidly replied, I just noticed you made a purchase with a black card at the official sanctuary. The color of the consumption card subtly symbolizes one's personal prowess. While I am unaware of the extent of your strength, possessing a black card indicates you are among the elite. Had I not encountered you just now, I would surely have hesitated to embark on this venture alone. However, fate has brought us together, has it not? Of course, if it were merely to gaze upon a mermaid, I would not have approached you. The true reason I sought your assistance is that my friend mentioned there are peculiar aquatic plants near that portal, which seem to alleviate the effects of the black mist toxin. Initially, I dismissed this claim, but recently our official sanctuary, Jiangshang No. 3, has begun dispatching search teams towards Linjiang No. 1. I cannot shake the feeling that these two matters are intertwined. My own strength is insufficient. I must safeguard the lives of my teammates. I share this with you in hopes that, should you possess the capability to accompany us, it would be most fortuitous. If you find it inconvenient, you may venture alone. Given our relationship, I trust that any fortune you encounter will not be forgotten in aiding your brother. Is that truly the case? Chao Cohen's eyes shimmered with an unusual psychic resonance, a technique he had developed in the previous instance world. Utilizing the soul transference method from the 9 Yin scriptures, powered by his formidable telekinetic force, Li Chunghao maintained a facade of nonchalance, smiling as he affirmed, Indeed, I would never deceive you, not from childhood until now. Chao Cohen chuckled lightly. Very well, I shall investigate when time permits, though not in the immediate future, as I have other commitments. With that, Chao Cohen requested a POS machine from the bar owner and transferred several thousand contribution points to Li Chunghao, who graciously accepted the transaction without hesitation. Li Chunghao proceeded to share various matters of caution regarding the sanctuary and recounted his experiences living there, before departing the bar with his companions. After spending a brief spell in the bar, Chao Cohen found it lacking in intrigue and led the group back to the villa in the central district of the sanctuary. Just before leaving, he discreetly cast a sidelong glance at the bar owner, who had been subtly projecting his psychic energy to connect with Li Chunghao. It was highly probable that he was the psychic ability user covertly communicating with Lu Ruyin and her associates. Due to Chao Cohen's vastly superior psychic strength, the bar owner remained blissfully unaware of his exposure. As they departed, he cheerfully encouraged Chao Cohen to visit whenever he had the time. Li Chunghao bore no ill intentions towards Chao Cohen. His words were indeed truthful. Yet, at times, honesty serves as a more effective means of persuasion. Chao Cohen suspected that Li Chunghao was likely being manipulated by the officials of the sanctuary, serving as a mere conduit. And even his good friend Shimin Wuqing might be in collusion with the authorities. Li Chunghao's actions likely stem from good intentions gone awry, having been unwittingly used as a pawn. However, Chao Cohen perceives that Li Chunghao harbors no malice toward him. It seems the official shelter has not yet given up on him. But as long as he refrains from engaging, they will have no leverage over him. In the central district of the shelter, the temporary office of the officials is abuzz. Several high-ranking members of the Jiangqing know. 3 official shelter are gathered around a circular conference table. The shelter's highest authority, Deng Wanchuan, furrows his brow. Old Su has just briefed me on the situation. It appears that Chao Kuan has no intention of venturing out anytime soon, showing little interest in the bait we cast. Huang Wei, in charge of military affairs, coldly remarks, The disappearance of the mutated cactus is undoubtedly linked to him. I suggest we escalate our approach. Your hesitance is merely a waste of time. Deng Wanchuan raises his hand to signal for calm. Old Huang, I understand your perspective, but when we previously dispatched members of the 1st Special Operations Group to follow him, they returned as if in a daze. Are you certain that confronting him directly would yield any favorable outcome? The other high-ranking officials nod in agreement with Deng Wanchuan's assessment. Indeed, Old Huang, you must realize that 80% of our food supply comes from this individual. Consider the repercussions of turning against him. Another adds, if it weren't for Chao Kuan's arrival, you would know just how dire our food shortages have become. Even if we must take action, we should at least allow him to procure more supplies first. Deng Wanchuan turns to Qin Yang, seated across from him, and inquires, what is your take on this? Xiao Chun. Qin Yang shakes his head with a bitter smile. Chao Kuan possesses a remarkably comprehensive skill set. Back at Longting Huafu, Zhang Jing witnessed him flying out of a window at night, his speed surpassing even our swiftest ability users. Deng Wanchuan is left speechless, having never encountered such a frustrating predicament since the establishment of the official shelter. After a moment, he presses on, what is the current situation with Zhang Jing? Qin Yang's expression grows more conflicted. Zhang Jing still refuses to join us. She merely wishes to maintain a collaborative relationship. Huang Wei erupts in anger. One Zhang Jing and one Chao Kuan, who truly holds the reins of the shelter. They are both insubordinate. Qin Yang clarifies, Commander Huang, there is a distinction between Zhang Jing and Chao Kuan. Zhang Jing seeks to preserve her relative independence, while Chao Kuan is our most pressing concern. The value of the contribution points we allocate to Chao Kuan is far inferior to the worth of the provisions he supplies. I have observed his micro-expressions, and he seems uninterested in the A-grade privileges we offer, such as the black mist breathing technique 2, 0-foot, and gene enhancement potions. I suspect he may possess breathing techniques superior to what our officials provide. Huang Wei remains unconvinced. We have already consulted the archives regarding his background. Both of his parents were ordinary workers, and he became an orphan at a young age. Before the apocalypse, he was merely a lowly laborer. What advanced breathing techniques could he possibly have? Deng Wanchuan interjects, but what about after the apocalypse? The young man seemed to have vanished entirely. In their once thriving community, only a handful of survivors remained, barely 20 souls, yet none of them had any recollection of this Chao Kuan. It was as if he had never participated in the tumultuous events that had unfolded in the neighborhood. Yet curiously, he and Fong Ting had managed to endure until now. Do you not find this discrepancy rather troubling? Just then, the office landline rang abruptly. Deng Baichuan answered the phone, and a panicked voice came through. Sir, we have a situation. What is the matter? Why the urgency? There has been activity at the Black Coffin. Chapter 052, The Dissipation of the Black Mist. The Yin sisters at the end of the 3rd month of the apocalypse, the pervasive black mist enveloping the globe gradually began to be reabsorbed into the colossal black coffins. The surviving humanity finally basked in sunlight once more, as survivors poured into the streets, rejoicing. The black mist has lifted. Is the apocalypse coming to an end? Such fanciful thoughts. As long as the black coffins exist, the apocalypse shall never truly vanish. However, at the very least, we need not worry about succumbing to the poison of the black mist any longer, right? Indeed, but without the black mist, our official black mist breathing technique has also become ineffective, hasn't it? Nonetheless, this is far better than languishing in the black mist, passively awaiting death. I have grown weary of the days spent confined to high-rise buildings, afraid to venture downstairs. This situation is actually advantageous. Without the black mist, we can seize the opportunity to cultivate some crops that can be harvested in the near term. I must find my wife. I wonder how she is faring now. I share your sentiment. I am deeply conflicted. If my wife has survived, it is highly probable she has allied herself with another, a thought I find exceedingly difficult to accept. Yet, if she has perished, that too is a heavy burden to bear. Brother, try to lighten your heart. At least now, we have the chance to pursue those exquisite beauties that we could only dream of before the apocalypse. Enough of this idle chatter. The foolish continue to squander their time, while the resolute have already formed teams to scavenge for supplies. In the bar of his shelter, Chao Kuan listened to the conversations of the gathered survivors while discreetly employing his domain to eavesdrop on the bar owner's mental communication with the higher-ups of the shelter. A few days prior, as the black mist began to thin, Chao Kuan had initiated his surveillance of the dialogues among the shelter's leadership. Initially, these individuals were preoccupied with devising strategies against him. However, with the onset of this unexpected situation, their focus shifted entirely to restructuring the power dynamics of Jiang City following the dispersal of the Black Mist, leaving them unable to concentrate their efforts on confronting him. With the Black Mist now fully dissipated, Chao Kuan strolled down the streets of the shelter, experiencing an illusion that the apocalypse had indeed concluded. The disappearance of the Black Mist signified that henceforth, only those who possessed knowledge of the mutated flora would be able to continue evolving. Ordinary individuals gained a semblance of a comfortable existence, yet at the cost of losing their pathways to further empowerment. During this period, Chao Kuan had gradually completed his assessments of several close companions. Fong Ting had proven to be the most steadfast in her allegiance to him. Chao Kuan had resolved that once he accumulated enough points in the next world, he would take Fong Ting into the instance world to enhance her training. Zhou Nualan had successfully passed Chao Kuan's initial evaluation, and he imparted to her the internal cultivation methods of the Nine Scriptures. Even in a world devoid of spiritual energy, the Nine Scriptures could swiftly cultivate internal power. He aimed to familiarize her with the cultivation techniques before considering taking her into the instance world to expedite her advancement after she successfully passed the second phase of his assessment. As for the other four women, although Chao Kuan had assessed them with his mental prowess and found little rebelliousness, they were, after all, individuals sent by the authorities, and he needed to remain vigilant regarding them. However, Chao Kuan was still generous with the benefits he offered. Utilizing his 2 A-level privileges, he procured 2 vials of gene-enhancing serum. After employing the analyzer, which previously tested the components of the Black Mist, to scrutinize this so-called gene-enhancing serum released by the authorities, he discovered that its effect on his enhancement was negligible. Consequently, he simply allowed Fong Ting and Zhou Nualan to each consume a vial. Zhou Nualan's lightning ability fared relatively well, exhibiting increased power and enhanced agility in her operations. Conversely, Fong Ting, who had always felt somewhat insecure about her powers, mastered a new technique, cloning. At present, she could only manifest one clone, yet the clone possessed equal strength to her original self, and they could seamlessly switch identities at will. As long as she did not meet an instantaneous demise, her original self could exchange places with the clone before death, effectively granting her an extra life and doubling her combat potential. Most gratifying for Chao Kuan, however, was that Fong Ting's clone could also wield transformation abilities. On the very night she developed her cloning power, she surprised Chao Kuan with a remarkable revelation. The details of this surprise are left to your imagination, as the author prioritizes safety above all else. Perhaps due to Chao Kuan's preferential treatment at home, Lu Ruyin and a few others adopted an even more obsequious and compliant demeanor towards him. Chao Kuan insisted that he was not fostering any rivalry among the women at home. During this period, he had been rather lackadaisical within the official sanctuary, having already reached his training limits and lacking in combat experience, while enjoying a comfortable life. After dinner, Yin Chun suddenly turned to Chao Kuan and said, "Kuan Ge, can I trouble you with a request?" Chao Kuan embraced her, savoring the unique warmth of the art school's bell, and gently whispered in her ear, "Let us see how you perform." Blushing, Yin Chun replied, "I'll do as you wish." The following morning, Chao Kuan departed the sanctuary without informing the higher-ups. Yin Chun's request was for him to accompany her in search of her sister, Yin Jing, the very same elusive figure he had heard about from Lung Xiang at the Jiangxin Commercial Center. Chao Kun promptly enveloped Yinshan within his shimi space, intending to facilitate a direct dialogue between the sisters when they encountered Yinjing, thus minimizing potential misunderstandings. The Jiangqing Commercial Center was not far from the official sanctuary. Within 20 minutes, Chao Kun soared to the destination. He expanded his domain to cover the entire commercial area, swiftly discerning the distribution of power within that region. It wasn't long before he sensed a strikingly similar visage to Yinshan's, at least a 9/10 resemblance, but with a more mature and voluptuous allure. Previously, Yinshan had informed Chao Kun that her sister, Yinjing, was a nationally recognized dance instructor, proficient in classical dance, belly dance, and even pole dancing. Chao Kun remarked, "Now that you mention it, I'm no longer tired. Your sister is essentially my sister, and we are destined to be one family." Having pinpointed Yinjing's location, Chao Kun released Yinshan, cradling her in a princess carry as he flew to the window of Yinjing's resting room. "Sister," Yinshan exclaimed excitedly, tapping on the window. At this moment, Yinjing was in her room performing squats on the Smith machine, clad in a vibrant pink yoga outfit. The sight of her full and curvaceous figure stirred something deep within Chao Kun, akin to a wolf howling in hunger. When she spotted her sister and Chao Kun's figures suddenly appearing outside the window, Yinjing hurriedly approached and opened the window, embracing her sister tightly. "Sister, I'm so relieved to see you safe. Ah-chun, you look remarkably well." After confirming each other's well-being, Yinjing turned to Chao Kun with gratitude, saying, "You must be Brother Chao Kun, right? Thank you for taking such good care of my sister." Chao Kun replied, "You know me?" Yinjing nodded. "I secretly came down to see you when you had a conflict with Jiang Fei and the others." Gao Kun understood. It had been a full month since he left for the official shelter, and it was natural for the survivor teams here to exchange information. Furthermore, Yinjing seemed to have a cooperative relationship with Lung Xiang, which likely provided her with insights about him. Just as Yinjing was about to engage in further pleasantries with Chao Kun, Yinshan suddenly leaned and close to her ear, covering her mouth as she whispered something clandestine. Chapter 053. Crossing into a New World, the embroidered spring blade with the dissipating black mist. The living conditions of the survivors have dramatically transformed. Chao Kun observed that the survivors of the trading city no longer congregated in the lower floors, yearning to practice the black mist breathing technique. Even the high-rise buildings, which were once occupied solely by those nearing the threshold of black mist toxicity, now housed a considerable number of residents. Yinshan exchanged hushed words with her sister, and Chao Kun, eavesdropping with keen perception, savored the moment while feigning ignorance. His intention for venturing out was to assess the current state of the survivors outside. It was not that he aspired to establish his own faction at this juncture, but the solitary existence of a lone wolf was not in alignment with Chao Kun's nature. Ultimately, humanity is a social creature. He did not wish to survive the apocalypse accompanied by a few beautiful women while all others perished. The real world constituted Chao Kun's foundation, and if possible, he sincerely hoped for a stable societal order to prevail at the conclusion of the apocalypse. Without the contrast of ordinary people, his strength would merely be a solitary brilliance, lacking fulfillment. Having been away from the trading city for a month, he noted that a new wave of reorganization had transpired among the factions there. Survivors from several commercial establishments, including Jiangqing's trading city and nearby pedestrian streets, had formed an organization called the Trading Alliance, currently led by Lung Xiang, with Yinjing and Lin Xian as vice leaders. As for Jiang Fei, he had become untraceable, evidently eliminated by the combined efforts of Lung Xiang and Yinjing. Given that Jiang Fei's side lacked any abilities, his absorption was merely a matter of time, a scenario Chao Kun had anticipated. Previously, Jiang Fei's strongest subordinate, Zhou Eru, had already been dealt with by Chao Kun, destabilizing Jiang Fei's team further. Against the invisible Yinjing, an ordinary person would find resistance increasingly arduous. Coupled with Lung Xiang's enhanced danger perception and the collaborative efforts of Lin Xian, the fire element ability, user known as Antlin, it was only natural for them to assimilate other factions surrounding the trading city. Moreover, the zombies in this world were not akin to those in typical zombie apocalypse novels, where they could infinitely evolve from first-tier zombies to ninth-tier zombie kings. Following the official release of the Black Mist Breathing Technique version 1.0, even ordinary survivors without awakened abilities gained a significant advantage over zombies. As long as the zombies did not form a horde, ordinary survivors could band together to enhance their combat effectiveness, rapidly clearing the streets of zombies. This was also the premise behind what Chao Kuan had heard from Li Chunghao regarding his good friend at Linjiangno, one being able to trade food with mermaids using zombies. The survivors had now gained the upper hand over the zombies. The streets of the trading city had largely been purged of zombies, and there were more ability users emerging beyond just Antlin and Yinjing. The Commercial Alliance has developed a formidable collective combat strength, and organizations akin to the Commercial Alliance abound in Jiang City, numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. Humanity's adaptability has been awakened in the apocalyptic environment. Life invariably finds a way, while those who cannot have already been swept away by the currents of history. Chao Kuan did not expect that a mere few words from Yin Chun could persuade Yin Jing to relinquish her power and obediently follow him as his seventh lover. After the sisters reunited, Chao Kuan wandered around, eventually meeting with Lung Xiang. Upon encountering Chao Kuan again, Lung Xiang's fear had intensified, becoming more palpable than it had been a month prior. He had initially believed that consolidating the Commercial Alliance would bolster his strength, and that facing Chao Kuan again would not invoke the same overwhelming sense of alarm as before. However, after this meeting, his sense of crisis surged to such an extent that it could be described as a frenzied dance of panic. The vast expanse of the horizon is my love. I am but a dish in Chao Kuan's banquet. Upon learning that Yin Jing's sister, Yin Chun, was Chao Kuan's woman, he swiftly reassessed his previous evaluation of Yin Jing's influence and extinguished any thoughts of annexing her power in the short term. Lung Xiang was a clever individual. As the saying goes, a resounding drum needs no heavy hammer. Chao Kuan's mere appearance served as a warning, preventing him from causing any trouble with the woman he coveted. That evening, Chao Kuan stayed for a simple meal with Yin Jing. The best food they could offer consisted merely of canned meats, which Chao Kuan graciously accepted without complaint, though Yin Chun's face betrayed a hint of distaste. "What is the matter? Are you not accustomed to this?" she asked. Yin Chun quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "Sister, how could I possibly disdain it? In this apocalypse, having something to eat is a blessing." It was only after a month with Chao Kuan that her palate had become refined. She realized that before meeting him, she had endured days of hunger, relying on her performances in the official shelter's live streams to earn contribution points, just enough to barely sustain herself. Moreover, she felt fortunate to have maintained her dignity, resisting the urge to sell out under the pressure of survival. Although Chao Kuan seemed indifferent about the novelty of women, she sensed that he was markedly gentler upon discovering she was a virgin. After dinner, Chao Kuan left Yin Chun behind and returned to the official shelter. He would not allow himself to grow complacent with the dissipating black mist. Until the black coffin was removed, he would remain uneasy, to prepare for the impending crisis. Chao Kuan resolved to continue opening new instances to accumulate points. In the early hours, he sequestered himself in his study, choosing to traverse into a new world. As he closed his eyes and reopened them, Chao Kuan successfully arrived in the new realm. The surroundings were still shrouded in darkness, and he found himself amidst a forested area. Beneath his feet lay moss-covered stone steps, indicating that this was no desolate wilderness. As he expanded his domain, he noticed movement on the mountainside ahead. Two individuals clad in attire reminiscent of the Imperial Guards stealthily infiltrated a house, where a woman was also concealed within. Due to the relatively short distance, Chao Kuan's mental acuity allowed him to discern the features of those individuals clearly. A subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth revealed that he was already aware of his surroundings. Swiftly, he activated his flight mode, soaring above the building and observing the unfolding drama from the rooftop through the power of his mind. At that moment, one of the Imperial Guards was unfastening his belt, clearly intending to assault the woman. However, another guard stood with clenched fists, resembling a character from film who had been wronged by a minotaur. Just then, Chao Kuan exerted his mental prowess to seize control of the guard, preparing to commit the act of violence. The woman, pinned against the table, hurriedly retreated to the corner, curling up in a ball. Her expression, fraught with panic, exuded a vulnerability that could instantly awaken a protective instinct in any man. Chapter 054. I am a time traveler. I shall do as I please. Suddenly, a circular hole erupted in the roof, and Chao Kuen's figure gracefully descended from the sky. Shun Lian swiftly drew his embroidered spring knife and called out loudly to Chao Kuen. "Who are you?" Chao Kuen surveyed the formidable presence of Shun Lian's embroidered spring knife and smiled. "I am here to assist you. After all, you cannot bring yourself to harm a colleague, and the consequences would be quite troublesome." As he spoke, Chao Kuen extended a hand towards the airborne commander Ling Yunkai of the Jinui Bizenfu, performing a gesture reminiscent of Gaara's sand burial technique. And with a mere pinch of the air, Ling Yunkai was reduced to countless fragments, scattering like confetti. The beauty cowering in the corner had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. Though this mysterious figure had just saved her, she fainted instantly in shock. Shun Lian, confronted by the terror before him, decisively tossed aside his knife and raised his hands, stepping back a few paces. "My friend, we harbor no grievances, and you have just aided me. Rest assured, I am tight-lipped. I will not betray you." Chao Kuen, pleased with Shun Lian's astute judgment, smiled back. "Excellent. I relish dealing with intelligent individuals like you." With that, he approached the beauty, gently laying her on the bed and tucking her in. Observing Shun Lian retreating further, Chao Kuen turned and remarked, "If you wish to leave, do so. Speak of it as you will upon your return. I require no cover from you." Shun Lian's conviction deepened. This man was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. "Wait, what else do you require? Take your colleague with you." Shun Lian fell into silence as he gazed at the mangled remains of Ling Yunkai on the ground. "How am I to carry this?" Chao Kuen casually tossed Shun Lian a large garbage bin, commonly found in residential areas. Witnessing Chao Kuen's seemingly magical ability to conjure a trash bin, Shun Lian felt a chill run down his spine. Yet he steeled himself to gather the countless fragments of Ling Yunkai scattered across the ground, preparing to report back later. Seeing Shun Lian's slow pace, Chao Kuen, growing impatient, used telekinesis to assist him, magically sweeping the remains into the garbage bin. As Shun Lian watched the bloody fragments seemingly flow into the bin like a dragon drawing water, he sensed that he had encountered a celestial being in the mountains this night. He clutched the garbage bin and dashed out of the house, making his way down the mountain. Once at the base, he launched a signal flare reserved for Jinui communications, summoning several nearby Jinui officers. They quickly lifted the garbage bin, heading toward the Jinui Qianhu office. Not long after Shun Lian departed, Zhou Miaoshuan, an attendant of the Prince of Xian, who was disguised as Beijai, regained consciousness. "Are you all right?" I am unscathed. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance today. I have no means to repay you." "No means to repay me?" Chao Kuen raised an eyebrow. "Think again. Are you truly without means to express your gratitude?" Zhou Miaoshuan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the bluntness of his words. However, upon reflection, she realized that had this enigmatic figure not appeared, she would undoubtedly have been captured by the Jinui. Upon entering the secret prison of the Jinui, she was acutely aware of the dire consequences that awaited her. Although she had mentally prepared herself, an overwhelming fear gripped her, an intense trepidation. Reflecting on her situation, she felt as though she were indebted to her savior, akin to a scoundrel taking advantage of a benefactor's kindness. It seemed as though her words were indeed flawed. With this thought in mind, she quickly rephrased her statement. "Miaoshuan is profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace, esteemed elder. Please, command me as you wish, and I shall exert every effort to repay you." Chao Kuen reached out, intending to pinch the exquisite, upgraded visage of the young maiden before him. However, Miaoshuan instinctively recoiled, evading his advance. "Please refrain from such actions," she implored. Chao Kuen retracted his hand, his tone icy as he remarked, "Is this what you call repaying me with all your might?" With a steely resolve, Zhou Miaoshuan replied, "I beseech you, esteemed elder, do not demean me thus. If you persist in your obstinacy, I would rather perish at the hands of the Jinui than endure such humiliation." Chao Kuen smirked coldly. "Did you truly believe you had a chance to perish at the hands of the Jinui?" Had I not intervened, consider what fate awaited you. Zhou Miaoshuan paused, realization dawning upon her. Indeed, had it not been for the intervention of this man, her fate would have been far more tragic, and even the Jinyui, who had merely observed, might have harbored sinister intentions toward her. Contemplating this, her expression darkened. She recognized that escape from this man's grasp was futile. Furthermore, she had yet to fulfill the ambitions of Prince Xian. She would endure humiliation if it meant living to serve him. The silence in the room was deafening. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Miaoshuan gently let her garment slide from her shoulders. Yet, just as the fabric began to fall, it swiftly returned to its original position. She looked up at him, only to find no hint of malice in his gaze, merely an unprecedented softness. "Very well," he said, "you passed my test. Remember, survival is paramount. Only then can you hope to see the dawn. The Jinyui will soon arrive. You must depart now, lest you find yourself trapped." With that, Chao Kuan ascended towards the opening in the ceiling. Zhou Miaoshuan, watching him soar, called out, "Esteemed elder, I am Zhou Miaoshuan. May I inquire your honorable name?" "I am Chao Kuan, Chao, as in Chao Chao, and Kuan as in the cosmos," he replied. "Why did you save me?" she asked. "Simply because you were exceptionally beautiful." Zhou Miaoshuan had her own means to evade the pursuit of the Jinyui, and Chao Kuan followed her through the night sky until they reached her hidden refuge. This sanctuary was remarkably concealed, resembling a safe house devoid of any other presence. It appeared that Zhou Miaoshuan intended to remain for the foreseeable future, prompting Chao Kuan to take flight towards the Forbidden City. Clearly, this world was that of Xiao Chun Dao, specifically during the timeline of its second installment, often referred to as the prequel. Could this be considered a martial arts realm? Indeed, it must be, after all. Ding Beiying severed the martial dreams of countless heroines with but a single stroke. As Chao Kuan flew, he pondered, soon arriving above the Forbidden City. Gazing upon the Ming capital, soon to be breached by the northern invaders, Chao Kuan let out a sigh. A staunch supporter of the Ming dynasty, he found himself grappling with the absurdity and helplessness presented by the hellish predicament of the late Ming era. This was the inevitable consequence of societal capital deeply entwining itself with the state, akin to a future world where the beacon of freedom is merely a fade, with the president serving as a puppet controlled by capitalist conglomerates, solely responsible for deflecting blame onto the populace. The true architects of this nation are the parasitic capitalists, reminiscent of the great landlords and affluent capitalists of this age. Should I endeavor to make a difference in this era? Reflecting on this, Chao Kuan experienced a sudden clarity. As a time traveler endowed with power, I can shape my destiny as I please, as long as it brings me inner satisfaction. Chapter 055. We are the Jinyui, and we fear not breathless. Shun Lian returned to the northern town protectorate of the Jinyui. His comrade, the Jinyui Qinhu Lu Wenjiao, noticed him and a few others hauling back an oddly shaped barrel, his nostrils flaring slightly. As a veteran who survived the Battle of Sara, Lu Wenjiao possessed a keen sensitivity to the scent of blood. Approaching the refuse bin, he lifted the lid and, despite his extensive experience within the Jinyui, found himself slightly nauseated by the sight before him. Pointing at the minced flesh within, he inquired, "What is this?" Having grown somewhat accustomed to the grim spectacle, Shun Lian replied, "My lord, this contains the remains of the Lingyun armor." General Ling Lu Wenjiao gasped. "What? This is the Lingyun armor? Are you aware that this belongs to the son of the Ninth Lord? How could he end up like this while on a mission with you?" Shun Lian urged Lu Wenjiao to lower his voice, and the two sought refuge in a discreet chamber, ensuring the door was securely closed before taking their seats. Years ago, during the Battle of Saru, it was Shun Lian who had saved Lu Wenjiao's life. Though their relationship had since evolved into a hierarchical one, in the absence of others, they still addressed each other as brothers. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Shun Lian carefully articulated, "What I am about to disclose may be unsettling." Lu Wenjiao nodded. "We are Jinyui. We have witnessed countless horrors. Speak freely." Shun Lian condensed his thoughts and continued. "I was with General Ling while we apprehended a suspect believed to be associated with Beijai. The operation proceeded seamlessly, and General Ling successfully subdued the alleged culprit. Lu Wenjiao asked, and then, Shun Lian recounted, the roof suddenly erupted, and a mysterious figure descended, floating down like a leaf from the gaping hole above. Observe closely. He did not fall, but drifted downwards, at a leisurely pace, reminiscent of a dandelion seed carried by the wind. What is amusing you? Shun Lian challenged. I am not jesting. It was truly as I described. Lu Wenjiao replied, I did not laugh. Please continue. After a moment of reflection, Shun Lian added, before his arrival, General Ling had subdued the suspect, a young woman. Considering they had already captured her, he thought it prudent to indulge himself, requesting that I keep watch. Lu Wenjiao interjected. He expects you to stand guard while he conducts his affairs. Do not presume me to be Navi. You have repeatedly referred to her as a suspect associated with Beijai. Are you attempting to exonerate this woman? General Ling insulted her in your presence, perhaps testing whether you would dare to defy him for her sake. Shun Lian met Lu Wenjiao's gaze in silence. Patting Shun Lian on the shoulder, Lu Wenjiao sighed. Given our bond forged over these years, would I ever betray you? I permitted you to accompany me when I sent General Ling to apprehend Beijai. How could I not understand your intentions? Yet I still allowed you to follow. One could argue I abused my authority for personal gain or, on a smaller scale, that I favored a friend over justice. And now you return to me with half-truths? At this, Shun Lian could no longer maintain his composure, taking a deep draught of tea as he began to reorganize his words. Well, to speak candidly, everything I said earlier was true, except for the part about the wind. That was fabricated. Lu Wenjiao, is it truly possible for someone to descend slowly from the rooftop? Shun Lian nodded. Not only that, but before that person appeared, Ling Yunkai attempted to humiliate Beijai. Just as he was about to exert his will upon Beijai, he suddenly found himself paralyzed. At that moment, the rooftop exploded, and the mysterious figure floated down, reaching out a hand towards Ling Yunkai and grasping the air. And then, subsequently, Ling Yunkai was compressed into a pulp by an enigmatic force, which was contained in this barrel that I was tasked to bring back for reporting. Lu Wenjiao's imagination failed to conjure the scene and could only gaze at Shun Lian. Shun Lian, in a state of urgency, insisted, I swear I am not deceiving you. Every word is the truth. Indeed, with just a lift of his hand, Ling Yunkai was propelled into the air like beans soaked in water being ground into paste. Lu Wenjiao, it is not that I doubt your credibility, but do you believe those in higher authority would accept my report of your account? Shun Lian fell silent. Even as a witness to the event, he found it utterly absurd, and if his closest friends struggled to believe him, how could anyone else? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wenjiao said to Shun Lian, how about this? I will summon the personnel from the Southern Town Protectorate. Given that there has been a fatality within their jurisdiction, this matter should fall under their purview. You must recount the situation to them accurately. Such ludicrous events cannot be fabricated, as the absurdity would render the lie untenable. Shun Lian, very well then, I truly wish to avoid excessive involvement in this matter. That man is far too perilous, instilling in me a sense that even the full might of our forbidden city would stand no chance against him. Lu Wenjiao had never witnessed Shun Lian in such a state of terror, and his trepidation towards this enigmatic figure deepened. Meanwhile, as Shun Lian was briefing Lu Wenjiao, Chao Kuan had already arrived within the Forbidden City. He first inquired about the residence of the Minister of Justice and then, under the cover of night, flew to the minister's home. The minister was still reveling with his newly acquired 13th concubine when, suddenly, she vanished into thin air. This startled him, and just then, he noticed someone appearing beside him. Before he could react, he felt a heaviness in his mind, and everything that followed became a blur. When he awoke the next morning, the concubine lay peacefully in his embrace, with no recollection of the previous night's events, merely wondering if they had perhaps indulged too much in merriment. The following evening, Chao Kuan arrived at the warm fragrance pavilion, operated by the Teaching Bureau, bearing the special pardon document signed by the Minister of Justice, which he had obtained through the soul transfer technique. This young gentleman appeared quite familiar. Which young lady was he here to seek? Chao Kuan casually tossed a gold ingot to the doorman. I am looking for Zhou Miaodong. The doorman, initially intending to mention that Miaodong had a guest that evening, reconsidered upon encountering such a generous patron. After a moment's thought, he decided to first escort Chao Kun to the first floor to enjoy the performances, while he scurried off to fetch the matron of the warm fragrance pavilion. Upon seeing the gold ingot in the hands of the gentleman, the Madam's eyes widened in astonishment, and she hurriedly approached to welcome him with fervor. Without any unnecessary conversation, Chao Kun produced a silver note from his bosom and presented it forth. "I wish to redeem Yaodong. If you consent, splendid. If not, I shall take my leave and never return." The madam, upon glancing at the sum inscribed on the note, was rendered speechless, her legs trembling with excitement. "Esteemed guest, your generosity leaves us with no reason to deny your request. However," Chao Kun then handed her a special pardon document from the Ministry of Justice, revealing that he had come well prepared. She promptly arranged for the document to be verified by the officials of the Bureau of Music before eagerly accepting the silver note and personally guiding Chao Kun to retrieve the lady. Chapter 056. The Redemption of Zhou Miaodong. The revelation of Prince Xian's affairs. Until Zhou Miaodong departed from the Jiafangxi, her mind remained a tumultuous cacophony. She had no recollection of this young Master Chao. What compelled him to redeem her? Zhou Miaodong was acutely aware of her own worth, having gained considerable insight during her years in the Jiafangxi. Thus far, only young Master Yan had offered 200 taels of silver for her redemption, persistently citing family objections and requesting time from her. Nevertheless, young Master Yin was her only lifeline, and she had resolved to place her bets on him. Unexpectedly, young Master Chao emerged, swiftly redeeming her without a hint of hesitation. In contrast, young Master Yan's constant promises appeared somewhat hypocritical and laughable. Earlier that day, Chao Kun had purchased an opulent residence within the Forbidden City, a grand establishment with 3 courtyards. The former owner, a high-ranking official, had recently fallen victim to the political machinations of the Jinyui, and his family had suffered greatly, leading to the house becoming vacant. As Zhou Miaodong entered the residence with Chao Kun, she regarded him with a mix of wariness, gratitude, and a touch of infatuation. It was undeniable. Chao Kun's visage was striking, and after several genetic enhancements, one might even say he was stunning enough to captivate the heavens. Men appreciate beauty, and beautiful women, in turn, are drawn to handsome men. To be frank, Zhou Miaodong had already contemplated the names for their future children. Upon reaching the master bedroom, Zhou Miaodong approached Chao Kun, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. "Young master, the night is deep. May I attend to your rest?" she inquired softly. Chao Kun, encircling her delicate waist, replied, "Not in haste. Are you hungry?" Zhou Miaodong glanced at the darkening sky and shook her head with a smile. Her greatest asset was her meticulously crafted physique, and she could not bear the thought of compromising it for mere indulgence. Chao Kun, gazing at Zhou Miaodong, was indeed struck by her beauty. The most significant advantage of traversing into a cinematic world is that the beauty of the actresses portraying these characters is often significantly enhanced. To illustrate, if the unadorned visage of a renowned actress rated an 85, with makeup it might reach a 90, and post-production effects could elevate it beyond 95. However, in this cinematic realm, Zhou Miaodong's beauty naturally exceeded 95. The makeup and digital enhancements of the real world merely showcased her true essence. To the naked eye, the allure of Zhou Miaodong and Zhou Miaoshuan, the 2 leading ladies from the embroidered spring blade duology, diverged entirely from that of ordinary individuals. What would typically require digital effects to achieve a complexion as smooth as silk in this world was her inherent quality. As Chao Kun beheld the tender glimmer in Zhou Miaodong's eyes, he refrained from discussing matters of the heart. His sole desire was to experience the allure of a high-caliber starlet. Should genuine feelings develop in the future, that was a matter for another day. The night passed in silence. In the following days, Chao Kun began to take Zhou Miaodong to the market, where they hired a steward and servants for their household. Zhou Miaodong, like a jubilant little bird, nestled in Chao Kun's embrace, feeling as though the heavens had finally smiled upon her after enduring hardship, particularly when Chao Kun introduced her to the steward, declaring, "This is my wife. In my absence, all household matters shall be directed by her." Zhou Miaodong was filled with uncontainable joy, constantly longing for Chao Kuan by day and cherishing tender thoughts of him by night. Chao Kuan also presented the 9 manual to Zhou Miaodong for her cultivation, aware of the chaos in the late Ming Dynasty's Forbidden City. It was prudent for his beloved to possess the ability to protect herself. He transformed the master bedroom into a sanctuary, placing 2 mutated plants within, setting up barriers to prevent intrusions while also accumulating spiritual energy. His own spiritual energy was already saturated, and these energies were solely intended to enhance Zhou Miaodong's martial prowess. Under Chao Kuan's forceful yet nurturing guidance, her progress in martial arts could only be described as meteoric. With the aid of the 2 mutated plants and the 9 inner skill, her training speed was accelerated by a staggering 180 times, meaning that a single day of training here equated to 6 months outside. In just 5 short days, Zhou Miaodong's abilities matched those of someone who had trained for 2.5 years. Should an ordinary person fall victim to her petite fists, the impact would likely be as devastating as the blood-spraying scene from Tang Bohu's Spots, the Autumn Fragrance. Shun Lian, ever prudent, had noted that during these many days, Chao Kuan had not encountered any wanted posters with his likeness plastered by the Jinyui. This could either mean that Shun Lian had not accurately described his appearance to his superiors, or he had led them astray, misrepresenting himself as another. Furthermore, the narrative had shifted. Originally, Shun Lian had killed Ling Yunkai and had been coerced by Ding Beiying and others to steal documents from the Jinyui archives. Now, however, it was Chao Kuan who had slain Ling Yunkai, with Beihai as a witness, rendering Ding Beiying and his associates incapable of threatening Shun Lian into thievery. The Eastern Factory successfully uncovered the documents regarding the construction of the treasure ship, tracing the leads back to eunuch Guizhen. And further investigation would inevitably lead to the subordinates of Prince Xin, Zhu Yujian. Now, it was Prince Xin who found himself in a precarious position. The turn of events had escalated beyond merely silencing Guizhen. All individuals involved would have to be eliminated to ensure that Wei Zhongxin's faction could not trace the matter back to him. On the second day following the theft of the treasure ship construction documents, Lu Wenjiao received a secret summons from Prince Xin to meet at a stronghold outside the city. Disguised, Lu Wenjiao ventured beyond the city walls, and upon arrival at the secret location, he found Ding Beiying and his 2 apprentices already present, alongside a slender figure in the corner, none other than Zhou Miaoshuan, who was masquerading as Beihai. Additionally, there were several other acquaintances, all subordinates of Prince Xin. Lu Wenjiao frowned slightly, sensing a hint of danger. The possession of the treasure ship documents by those in the Eastern Factory posed a significant threat to His Highness, the Prince. Should this information surface, implicating that the Emperor's downfall was orchestrated by Prince Xin, all those involved would face ruin. Lu Wenjiao now harbors a tinge of regret for having accepted the overtures of Prince Xin in his earlier years. Yet he decides to first ascertain the prince's intentions. For the situation has not yet descended into utter despair. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. Just then, an arrow suddenly pierced through the window. Lu Wenjiao hastened towards it, extracting the arrowhead from the wall, and subsequently retrieved a small note affixed to the shaft. The outside is teeming with ambushers. Flee swiftly. Lu Wenjiao promptly concealed the note, maintaining a calm demeanor as he addressed Ding Beiying. The prince has betrayed us. Outside lurks a multitude of assassins. Fortunately, I had foreseen this and instructed Shun Lian to lie in wait outside. However, this arrow has undoubtedly alerted the hidden foes. We must depart at once. Ding Beiying, possessing unwavering trust in Lu Wenjiao, immediately led her 2 disciples to follow him in a bid to escape. Only Zhou Miaoshuan remained in a daze, exclaiming, "It cannot be. His Highness would never forsake me." At that moment, a horde of cloaked figures burst through the window, brandishing gleaming blades aimed directly at her. Chapter 57, Sisters' Reunion. Songs under the moon at the brink of life and death. Zhou Miaoshuan finally comprehended everything. To Prince Xin, she was merely a pawn, easily disposable at any moment. As she beheld the numerous cloaked figures surrounding her, their cold gazes fixed upon her with drawn blades, Zhou Miaoshuan shut her eyes in anguish. However, After a moment of silence that stretched into seconds, the world around her suddenly fell into a profound stillness. Slowly, she opened her eyes, only to find her surroundings transformed entirely. She was now lying in a bed, cocooned in blankets. With a surge of relief, she lifted the covers to confirm that her clothes remained intact. Yet, she recalled being in a secret stronghold on the outskirts of the city. The haunting images flooded back, and a wave of torment engulfed her heart, as if it were being mercilessly squeezed by an unseen hand. She had often contemplated sacrificing her life for Prince Xian should he ever require it. Yet, that was far from the treachery she had just endured, lured to a secluded location under false pretenses to be silenced. Even if Prince Xian himself had implored her that her death was necessary to safeguard secret, she would have willingly offered her life without hesitation. But why could he not afford her a modicum of trust? Breathing heavily, beads of cold sweat trickled down her smooth cheeks, cascading from her chin onto the embroidered silk of the quilt. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open caught her attention. Instinctively, she became alert, removing a hairpin from her hair and clutching it tightly, concealing her makeshift weapon beneath the covers. In the next moment, an unexpected figure stood before her. Though 8 years had elapsed since their last encounter, it was her very own sister. When the Zhou family was raided by the Jinui, the sisters were forcibly separated. Zhou Miaodong was taken to the capital's Bureau of Music, while Zhou Miaoshuan was sent south to be trained as a courtesan in Yangzhou. Zhou Miaoshuan had attempted to end her life by jumping into the river during her journey, only to be saved by Prince Xian's men. Since then, she had followed him, entangled in clandestine affairs. The sisters, living worlds apart, had not anticipated this reunion. "Sister, you have awakened?" Zhou Miaodong's eyes were red-rimmed, a testament to her prior weeping. Observing her sister's concerned demeanor, Zhou Miaoshuan hurriedly inquired about her experiences over the years. The sisters exchanged tales of their past, conversing for an extended period, when suddenly, Zhou Miaoshuan recalled her recent ordeal and urgently asked, "Miaodong, do you know how I arrived here?" Gently patting her sister's shoulder to soothe her, Zhou Miaodong replied softly, "Do not worry. It was Miaodong's husband who rescued you from outside the city." "Your husband? The one who redeemed you from the Bureau of Music?" "Yes. He has treated me exceedingly well, not only rescuing me, but also teaching me martial arts." "How did your husband learn that I was in danger?" With a smile, Zhou Miaodong responded, "Sister, you and my husband met not long ago." "I met him? Who is your husband?" "Do you recall the evening 7 days ago when 2 Imperial guards nearly apprehended you? Who was it that rescued you?" "It was he." Suddenly, Zhou Miaoshuan's eyes widened, and a strikingly handsome visage emerged in her mind. Chao Kuan. For some time, Chao Kuan had been discreetly observing several key figures within the Forbidden City, including Prince Xian, Zhu Yujian. By keeping an eye on Prince Xian, he could ascertain their precise movements, whether it be Lu Wanzhao, Ding Bing, or Zhou Miaoshuan. All were under Chao Kuan's vigilant watch. Coincidentally, that very night, Prince Xian intended to eliminate all those involved in the Tianqi shipwreck incident, prompting Chao Kuan to lie in wait near their clandestine hideout. Just as Zhou Miaoshuan was on the brink of peril, he swiftly transported her into the Shumi space from a distance. Subsequently witnessing Lu Wanzhao and the others break through the encirclement before returning home and entrusting Zhou Miaoshuan to Zhou Miaodong for care. Zhou Miaodong, astonished that her husband could retrieve her long-lost sister with a mere outing, listened as Chao Kuan explained that Zhou Miaoshuan had merely been frightened and would be fine upon awakening. He then imparted some instructions, detailing how Zhou Miaoshuan should respond to inquiries once she regained consciousness, leaving the rest to Zhou Miaodong. While the two sisters were alone, Chao Kuan reclined atop his own roof, sipping wine and admiring the moon. The ancient moon was indeed vast and round, no matter how many times one gazed upon it. It never lost its allure. Time passed, and Zhou Miaodong gracefully leapt onto the rooftop to join Chao Kuan. Observing her sister ascend so effortlessly, Zhou Miaoshuan began to comprehend the true nature of her sister's martial training, imparted by her husband. Upon seeing Chao Kuan again, Zhou Miaoshuan felt a whirlwind of emotions. This man had rescued her once before, and it would seem only fitting to express her gratitude. Yet, after their parting, she had been at a loss as to how to find him. and his display of prowess had instilled a sense of trepidation in her. Now, having been saved a second time, this time, not only herself but also her sister, she felt overwhelmed by the weight of the gratitude she owed. Furthermore, his parting words, a whimsical remark about her beauty, left her utterly perplexed regarding the true character of Chao Kun. As she lost herself in contemplation, a mysterious force once again lifted her, gently carrying her to the rooftop. Come, let us share a drink. Wine is a splendid elixir, capable of amplifying joy in times of happiness and erasing sorrow in times of grief. Zhou Miaoshuan accepted the wine jug offered to her and without hesitation took several swigs. Almost immediately, a look of realization spread across her face, a sense of having been fooled. How is it? Is this wine to your liking? What exactly is in it? The signature product of Cha Bai Dao, soy milk jade qilin. Zhou Miaoshuan found herself utterly bewildered, unable to grasp Chao Kun's words. Yet, the contents of the wine bottle sweetened her heart, alleviating some of her hidden sorrow. Chao Kun refrained from further persuasion. The betrayal by those to whom one is wholly devoted is a matter beyond the counsel of outsiders. Only a few snacks were prepared as the three of us sat atop the roof, indulging in food and drink to pass the time. Chao Kun retrieved a wooden guitar from his space and began to gently strum a melody, softly singing to the night sky. I had never witnessed the aurora in a village nor seen anyone setting off fireworks in the deep of night. The evening stars resembled your eyes, both bewitching and fierce. Yet you remained silent, the wild wind disturbing my thoughts. Both women possessed a wealth of artistic talent. One was a master of calligraphy and painting, while the other was the head performer of the music hall, proficient in all forms of art. The evening breeze caressed their hair as the two sisters sat beside Chao Kun, quietly listening to the transcendent music that defied time. The bright moon illuminated Zhou Miaoshuan, while the surrounding chirping of insects seemed to accompany Chao Kun's performance. As she listened, she unknowingly closed her eyes and leaned against Chao Kun's shoulder. Chapter 58. If our roles were reversed, I would show you the true meaning of cruelty. In comparison to the previous two worlds, the timeline of the realm depicted in The Assassin is undoubtedly much shorter. From the moment Chao Kun traverses into the period when Shun Lian apprehends Bei Shai, it is merely half a year until Prince Zhu Yujian ascends the throne, followed by the demise of Wei Zhongxian and Zhao Jingzhou. This narrative reaches its culmination swiftly. All in all, Chao Kun can only remain in this world for about a year. Thus he adopts a rather tranquil mindset, since accumulating 1 million points seems unattainable. He resolves to embrace the experience with abandon. Regarding Emperor Chongzhen, Chao Kun harbors mixed sentiments. Undoubtedly, he is a diligent monarch, genuinely striving for the survival of the Ming dynasty. However, the essence of his efforts is flawed. In the twilight of the Ming era, both Emperor Xian and Emperor Chongzhen were essentially chosen by the bureaucratic elite to succeed the throne. Consequently, neither had received a proper education in imperial authority, and it can be further argued that they were deliberately selected as ineffectual puppets by the bureaucratic powers. If one were too capable, they would not be chosen as emperor. Thus, upon ascending the throne, the more Chongzhen yearned to rejuvenate the Ming dynasty and take decisive action, the more he found himself constrained by various forces. Ultimately, he felt that every decision he made was erroneous, leading to a volatile temperament that resulted in executing anyone who faltered in their duties. Such behavior may sometimes appear as mere venting of frustration, yet it is, in truth, a helpless outpouring of his inability to contend with the bureaucratic elite. As Li Zicheng approached, he solicited donations from the officials, with the empress leading by contributing 5,000 taels, only to have 3,000 taels seized by her family, leaving a mere 2,000 taels for Emperor Chongzhen. In stark contrast, when Li Zicheng breached the capital, he discovered vast sums of silver in the officials' homes, ranging from hundreds of thousands to over 1 million taels. The emperor could not even maintain control over the Forbidden City, reminiscent of the current plight faced by the rulers of Sichuan. While the notion of making the Ming dynasty great again sounds appealing, the execution of such a vision is fraught with insurmountable challenges. The very foundation of the Ming dynasty was rotten, The central authority had utterly lost control over the provinces. How could one even entertain the idea of revitalizing the Ming? Historical accounts of Emperor Chongzhen reveal a similar scenario. And the portrayal of him in the film The Assassin is even more tragic, as he is depicted as capable of betraying his own brother. Is this what one would call an unfeeling monarch? Indeed, but Chao Kun finds no admiration in such a character. It would be a divine justice for such a vile person to meet a fitting end, and when the time comes for reckoning, how would he justify his actions to his brother waiting at the bridge of helplessness? Upon awakening, Zhou Miaoshuan found herself alone, with neither Chao Kun nor her sister in sight. She dressed and stepped outside, only to catch sight of Chao Kun instructing Zhou Miaodong in swordplay. Over the years, Zhou Miaoshuan had encountered numerous masters, yet the duo before her clearly operated on an entirely different plane than the so-called experts she had previously known. Their movements were so swift that she could scarcely perceive them, occasionally soaring through the air like a pair of celestial lovers. Zhou Miaodong, observing her sister's blissful demeanor, momentarily lost herself in thought. The recollection of resting her head on Chao Kun's shoulder the previous night ignited a warm blush upon her cheeks. Whether it was the enchanting moonlight of that time or the gentle melody of Chao Kun's song, it is hard to say. However, it is rather miraculous that now, when she reminisces about Prince Exine, her heart no longer aches as it once did. She cannot quite fathom the reason behind this transformation, but she feels that being here with Chao Kun and living alongside her sister allows her to escape the burdens of the past. Ah, you're awake? Yes. I've met young Master Chao. We're all family here. No need for formality. If you wish, you may call me Kun Go, just like Miaodong does. Kun Go haha. That's the spirit. Come, let's have breakfast. Sister, I must tell you, our husband is quite remarkable. In what way? In every way. You'll gradually discover it. In the days that followed, Chao Kun began to impart martial arts skills to Zhou Miaoshuan. With Zhou Miaodong's prior experience, he found the instruction of Zhou Miaoshuan to be effortless. The two sisters practiced internal martial arts daily, absorbing spiritual energy, and with Chao Kun, a formidable master, guiding them through techniques each morning and evening. Their skills progressed rapidly. Lu Wenjiao and his companions had fled back to the northern pacification office of the Forbidden City, and Prince Exin's men dared not cause trouble within the palace, leading to a temporary peace between both parties. However, the document concerning the construction of the treasure ship falling into Wei Zhongxian's hands posed a lingering threat, casting dark clouds over the Forbidden City, where nightly conflicts and skirmishes unfolded in various corners. Chao Kun did not restrict Zhou Miaoshuan's freedom. She often ventured out shopping with Zhou Miaodong, accompanied by servants and carriages. One day, while the sisters were browsing through a ready-to-wear store, Zhou Miaoshuan suddenly spotted a secret signal in the corner. Sister, what's the matter? This is a communication signal from Prince Xian's residence. Is Prince Xin looking for you? Yes. Do you plan to go? One must confront him eventually. Would you accompany me? Very well. With the items given by Kun Go, I shall not fear danger. Thus, the sisters instructed their accompanying servants to return home and discreetly made their way to the location indicated by the signal. It was a dilapidated old courtyard in the southern part of the Forbidden City. Zhou Miaoshuan used the unique knocking method of Prince Xin's residence and knocked several times. The door was opened from within. A man in his 60s stood at the door. Zhou Miaoshuan recognized him as Uncle Ma, a trusted aide of Prince Xin, who often conveyed messages on his behalf. Upon seeing Zhou Miaodong beside Zhou Miaoshuan, Uncle Ma hesitated and said, "Miss Zhou, this seems to be against protocol." Zhou Miaoshuan glanced at Uncle Ma and coldly retorted, "Who was it that first disregarded the rules?" Uncle Ma replied angrily, "Remember your position. Prince Xin is your master. How dare you be so presumptuous?" Zhou Miaoshuan calmly responded, "It is not you who has been betrayed, so you cannot comprehend. Today, I will take her inside. If you have the ability, try to stop me." Just as tensions escalated, a somber voice emanated from behind Uncle Ma. "Uncle Ma, let them in." Uncle Ma, maintaining a stern expression, stepped back and gestured for them to enter. Zhou Miaoshuan and Zhou Miaodong proceeded into the courtyard and then into the room directly opposite the main entrance. At this moment, a slender man stood before the window, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently outside. He then turned to face Zhou Miaoshuan and softly inquired, "Miaoshuan, are you finally willing to meet with this prince?" Zhou Miaoshuan replied calmly, "Your Highness, the Prince of Exan wishes to silence me. I have managed to survive against the odds. Do you appear disappointed?" Zhu Youjian's expression twisted in anguish as he responded, "Miaoshuan, I am aware of your hatred towards me. Yet do you comprehend the pain I felt when I made that fateful decision?" Zhou Miaoshuan laughed derisively. "You still feel pain? You possess no heart." Observing her reaction, Zhu Yujian quickly concealed his previous sorrowful demeanor and stated, "In that case, I shall no longer indulge in past sentiments. I have several inquiries for you, and I hope you will answer truthfully." No sooner had he spoken than a throng of figures clad in black surged forth, the front ranks armed with blades and axes, while those behind wielded bows and crossbows. Zhou Miaoshuan regarded the Prince of Xian with profound disappointment. "Is this the extent of your cunning? Last time, you escaped under the cover of night with your tricks. This time, in broad daylight, I shall see where you flee." In the confidence reflected in the prince's gaze, Zhou Miaoshuan exchanged a glance with Zhou Miaodong, both of them retrieving the universal protection devices bestowed upon them by Chao Kuan from their sleeves. "If we were to swap roles, I would demonstrate to you the true meaning of cruelty." Chapter 059. A Sudden Journey Through Time. The Arrival of a Fierce Man. The firearms of the late Ming dynasty had indeed reached a considerable level of advancement. Certain hand cannons bore the nascent form of modern pistols. However, the potency of the hand cannons in this era was, to put it mildly, less than impressive, proving far inferior to the practicality of long guns and artillery. Thus, when the Prince of Xian observed the two women brandishing objects akin to hand cannons, he felt not fear, but a flicker of amusement. With so many people around, even if each shot claimed a life, they could only fell two. Who were they truly intimidating? Emboldened, Zhu Yujian swiftly retreated behind the crowd and commanded, "Loose the arrows. Leave no survivors." Upon hearing this decree, the last vestiges of hope in Zhou Miaoshuan's eyes evaporated. This man had been manipulating her from the very beginning. In a swift moment, the black-clad men under the prince's command unleashed a volley of arrows, while Zhou Miaoshuan and Zhou Miaodong fired upon the surrounding assailants. It was at this juncture that the greatest flaw of the prince's forces became glaringly evident. His contingent of black-clad soldiers was an unarmored troop clad only in dark cloth. In the heavily monitored Forbidden City, where the Jinyui were ever present, even the prince would find it difficult to extricate himself from the consequences of possessing concealed armor. Without armor for protection, the black-clad men stood vulnerable against modern firearms. As the saying goes, a gun is swift beyond 7 paces, yet accurate and rapid within that distance. However, what good is your weaponry if you too lack armor? As the rain of arrows descended, how could they hope to survive? Yet, the subsequent scene utterly shattered Zhu Youjian's worldview. Arrows rained down upon the two women, their garments rippling with concentric circles akin to raindrops striking the ground, and then, as if they had suddenly lost their strength, the arrows fell limply to the ground. Wave after wave of arrows met the same fate, while the short cannons in their hands continued to roar incessantly. Just 2 minutes prior, the advantage lay with him. Yet 2 minutes later, only Zhu Yujian remained standing and speaking. Even the previously insolent old Ma fell into a pool of blood. Zhou Miaoshuan aimed her weapon at Zhu Youjian's head and softly inquired, "Have you ever loved me in these years?" At that moment, Zhu Yujian was drenched in cold sweat. The situation had veered entirely from his expectations. What he had thought would be an easy matter had transformed into a hellish scenario that could claim his life at any moment. Confronted by the dark muzzle of the gun, Zhu Yujian closed his eyes, then slowly reopened them, his gaze filled with profound emotion. "Miaoshuan, my status forbids me from loving anyone, yet I cannot utter falsehoods about you. You are the woman I cherish most." Bang! A gunshot echoed as Zhou Miaoshuan spat contemptuously at the corpse. "Humph! Even at death's door, not a word of truth escapes your lips." After dispatching the Prince of Xian, the sisters' nano-armors automatically cleansed the bloodstains, and they strolled down the street as if nothing had transpired, leisurely returning to the Chao residence. Upon entering, they found Chao Kun in the courtyard, having brewed a pot of tea, smiling as he sat there, with a heart still tinged with unease. Zhou Miaoshuan gazed at the man before her, and in an instant, her apprehension dissipated. It was as if the mere presence of this man rendered her worries inconsequential. Chao Kun poured 3 cups of tea, handing 2 to the 2 women who had just engaged in a fierce battle, and gently inquired, "Have you avenged yourselves?" Zhou Miaoshuan nodded in affirmation. Chao Kun stepped forward and enveloped her in a warm embrace, saying, "From now on, let the 3 of us live in peace. I shall bear the burdens of the outside world for you." Leaning against Chao Kun's broad and comforting chest, she blissfully nodded. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of her sister, her gaze momentarily evasive, sensing that she had intruded upon her sister's marital bliss. However, Chao Kun casually drew Zhou Miaodong into his embrace as well, reminiscent of the iconic scenes of Li Xuanhuan, surrounded by beauty. After gathering both women, Chao Kun took them on a journey across the nation, exploring mountains and rivers. The death of Prince Xian indeed stirred the waters of the Forbidden City, but soon, the ripples faded into stillness. Emperor Tianshi met a fate as ambiguous as recorded in history. With Prince Xian gone, those in power would merely select another to ascend the throne without hindrance. The wheels of history rolled relentlessly onward, and so did Chao Kun, accompanied by the 2 enchanting women, traversing the realms of reality, bringing along several luxurious RVs. Although the ancient world lacked the infrastructure for such vehicles, they served as delightful temporary abodes in the wilderness. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye a year had passed. As Chao Kun watched the 2 sisters slumber peacefully, he silently resolved to intervene directly at the Battle of Saru, rescuing them before the Zhou family met its tragic end. Thereafter, Chao Kun transformed into a beam of white light and joyfully departed from this world. Though the year felt fleeting, it was rich in reminiscence. Upon returning to the real world, only 2.5 minutes had elapsed, unnoticed by those around him. Gradually, Chao Kun began to appreciate this way of life. Each return from the martial arts realm alleviated the oppressive atmosphere of the apocalyptic world he inhabited. The instances of crossing over would reset each time. In the martial world, he could indulge in genuine emotions or embrace a more roguish demeanor, depending on his whims. This time, he had amassed over 35,000 points, and combined with his previous unspent points, he barely exceeded 74,000. With a shortfall of 26,000, Chao Kun intended to persist in his endeavors to traverse new worlds. As long as it wasn't a repeat of the last experience in the world of the Stitching Springblade, where he had only a year of narrative time left, he could accumulate the required points in 8 years. Heavenly spirits and earthly deities, grant me a martial world with a longer duration this time. System, I wish to traverse into a new world. When Chao Kun opened his eyes once more, his expression shifted slightly. He found himself standing in what appeared to be a rather ancient village, where some villagers were clad in animal hides, and most walked barefoot. Where has the system brought me this time? Just then, Chao Kun sensed a commotion emanating from a nearby, thatched cottage, where several men were attempting to impose their will upon a woman who was desperately pleading for mercy. This was evidently a serious crime, warranting a minimum sentence of 3 years. Chao Kun, with a surge of mental acuity, gauged the situation. Should the woman possess an unattractive visage, he would feign ignorance. However, if she were a beauty in distress, he could not allow such malevolence to persist in the world. The result of his perception revealed a striking woman. Thus he felt compelled to intervene. With a resounding crash, Chao Kun forcefully kicked open the door, causing the men inside to turn and glare at the entrance, unleashing a torrent of curses. Who dares intrude upon Master Jiao's affairs? Count to 3, and then be gone. Chao Kun retrieved the truth from his spatial realm, contemplating its use, yet wary of startling the young lady. Hence, he chose to ensnare the ruffians within the confines of the Shumi space instead. Where are Jiao Du and the others? Just as Chao Kun intended to converse with her, his mental perception detected an object plummeting from above at a remarkable speed. His expression shifted to one of peculiarity, yet he ultimately employed his telekinetic abilities to gently catch the falling entity and lower it into the courtyard. It was a man nearly 2 meters tall, robustly built, sporting a modern hairstyle with sharp, discerning eyes that betrayed his training as a soldier. This scenario felt remarkably familiar, did it not? Chapter 060, My Mine All Mine. As Xiang Xiaolong descended from the heavens, he found himself cursing Zheng Tsueji and her entire family in his heart. In an act of personal vendetta, she had introduced him to a special department for temporal travel experiments, assuring him of absolute safety. Yet, the moment the experiment commenced, the machine exploded. He plummeted directly from the sky, and had it not been for a mysterious force that caught him just before impact, he would have surely been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. At this moment, he surveyed the humble village surrounding him, feeling somewhat reassured that his time travel was stable, though he remained oblivious to the whereabouts of Qin Shihuan. Just then, Chao Kuan emerged from a dwelling, accompanied by a woman who had recently been on the verge of humiliation. Spotting them, Xiang Xiaolong inquired, "May I ask if this is Xianying?" Chao Kuan deliberately responded in Cantonese, "Who are you?" Xiang Xiaolong was taken aback. What manner of person from the Qin dynasty spoke Cantonese? Where had he truly landed? To make matters worse, a strikingly handsome man, even more so than Xiang Xiaolong, suddenly produced a handgun and aimed it at him. Xiang Xiaolong's mind went blank. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I headed? Why is there someone pointing a gun at me? However, the man promptly tossed the firearm to him. Instinctively, Xiang Xiaolong caught it, realizing the safety was still on, awakening to the fact that he was merely being intimidated. Brother, you must be new here. Take this for your protection. The times are perilous, and while you seem capable, it's better to have this for peace of mind. Xiang Xiaolong was even more bewildered. The man then threw him another item, which he discovered to be a Rolex watch. Feeling as if his brain was overheating, Xiang Xiaolong could not help but ask, "Who on earth are you? I mean, no offense. I'm just curious." His tone was notably meek, for he recognized that a person capable of handing him a gun surely had no fear of being shot. He did not perceive his counterpart as lacking common sense. Chao Kuan approached Xiang Xiaolong, glancing up at him in awe. No wonder the original text describes you as nearing 2 meters tall. As a former Special Forces soldier, your muscular physique is indeed imposing. Yet, to Chao Kuan, this was of little concern. The Tiger Vanguard's build was far more exaggerated, and even he had to play the meat cat to survive. Let us go inside. We can eat and converse. With that, Chao Kuan turned and entered the dwelling of Mei Qinyang, retrieving a dining set and an array of delicacies from thin air. Upon witnessing this, a peculiar sensation washed over Xiang Xiaolong. We are both modern individuals. How is it that you, having traveled through time, possess everything, while I nearly met my demise upon arrival? Nevertheless, encountering a fellow modern person from the same era brought him joy, and judging by this gentleman's demeanor, he seemed experienced in the art of time travel. Xiang Xiaolong was eager to seek his counsel. The time machine that had brought him here had already exploded, and he had assumed he would never return. However, if this gentleman possessed a means to return to the modern age, Xiang Xiaolong was determined to shamelessly hitch a ride. At this moment, Chao Kuan was quite certain that he had traversed into the fictional realm of the legend of the Qin, for in the television adaptation, Xiang Xiaolong encounters Shan Ro after falling, whereas in the novel, he lands in Sanglin village, inadvertently killing Jiao Du and saving Mei Qinyang. Additionally, in the dramatization, Xiang Xiaolong is portrayed as a police officer, equipped with a firearm upon his arrival, while in the literary version, he possesses no weapon at all, relying solely on his own efforts. Mei Qinyang had never tasted such exquisite delicacies in her life. She excitedly recounted her past to Chao Kuan. At the tender age of 14, she was wed to this place by 2 hunters from a neighboring village, who offered a bridal price consisting of a tiger skin, a bear skin, 10 minks, 5 cattle, and 100 sheep. At this revelation, Chao Kuan nodded inwardly, recognizing that with Mei Qinyang's beauty, such a price was indeed warranted. He had not anticipated that hunters from the Warring States period could be so affluent. Setting aside the value of the animal pelts, the 5 cattle and 100 sheep would amount to nearly 200,000 in modern bridal prices, even without adjusting for inflation. Unfortunately for the 2 brothers, misfortune struck. Shortly after their marriage, They were conscripted by the authorities to participate in the Battle of Chongping and never returned. Mei Qingyang was left to raise their 2 children alone, who soon succumbed to illness. It was only later that she learned the art of sericulture, which enabled her to sustain herself until now. Now, 9 years had passed since her marriage at 14, and she was 23, the prime of a woman's life, resembling a ripe peach, tempting all who beheld her. Both Chao Kuan and Xiang Xiaolong expressed their sympathy for Mei Qingyang's plight. Chao Kuan gently patted her back and assured her, "From now on, you shall be with me. I promise you shall never go hungry." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly grasped Chao Kuan's arm, fearful that he might change his mind. Xiang Xiaolong observed this scene with an inexplicable sense of loss, though he could not articulate why. After a few glasses of beer, Chao Kuan opened up. "Xiaolong, to be honest, I'm not much better off than you. I, too, am a subject of a temporal science experiment. However, this is not my first journey. This marks my 3rd traversal through time. Sometimes decades pass, other times only a few years, but I am destined to leap through time again and again. Do you comprehend the implications of that? Just as I establish roots in one era, with a wife and children, they whisk me away to another world without regard for my feelings. Thankfully, they possess a modicum of conscience. If I crave something to eat, they can send it via the time machine. If I desire a weapon, they can procure it for me. Yet, they steadfastly refuse to return me to the modern era. What logic is there in that?" Xiang Xiaolong sighed in response. "In light of this comparison, we seem to be kindred spirits. Though I cannot return, at least I am spared the turmoil you endure and can remain in this era." Chao Kuan raised his glass to clink with Xiang Xiaolong's, declaring, "It is a rare occasion to encounter a fellow countryman. This time, I shall not feel alone. Let us journey together and look out for one another." Xiang Xiaolong downed his beer in one gulp, exclaiming heartily, "Good brother, loyal and righteous. I hope you will look after me in the future." Chao Kuan smiled and nodded. In truth, he had surpassed a century in age, and it would not be an exaggeration for Xiang Xiaolong to address him as grandfather. However, Chao Kuan's decision to accompany Xiang Xiaolong on this journey was not motivated by a desire for mutual care. With his formidable prowess, did he truly require protection from Xiang Xiaolong? Frankly speaking, it was the awakening of the ancestral spirit within him, ignited as soon as he realized he was in the world of the legend of searching for Qin. This realm was abundant with stunning women, and every enchanting lady that Xiang Xiaolong encountered was a rare gem. The thought that even one of these beauties might fall into Xiang Xiaolong's hands filled him with an overwhelming sense of loss. They were his, all his. Chapter 061. The Utilization of Waste, Xiang Xiaolong, and the Embroidered Spring Blade after a hearty meal. Chao Kuan took Mei Qingyang to their room to explore the essence of life. Outside the door, Xiang Xiaolong sat enviously, contemplating that with just a slight effort, finding a beautiful woman in this ancient setting would be an effortless task. He had no habit of eavesdropping and did not hear any sounds from within. He believed Chao Kuan to be a gentleman, far too gentle with the fairer sex. Thus, he wandered aimlessly around Sanglin village, preferring to avoid being a third wheel, which felt rather odd to him. Inside the room, however, Chao Kuan was not engaged in the sordid activities Xiang Xiaolong imagined. He was imparting martial arts knowledge to Mei Qingyang. As before, he first set up a protective barrier in the room to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy, then brought out 2 pots of mutated plants. Dark spiritual energy swiftly filled the space, enveloping Mei Qingyang in a warm, comforting sensation. Unlike the women he had previously taught, Mei Qingyang was a complete novice, only aware that her hometown was 3 days' journey towards the sun, while utterly oblivious to anything else. Consequently, she had no concept of the meridians and acupoints within the body, making instruction rather cumbersome. Chao Kuan had no choice but to guide her hand in hand, using psychic energy to facilitate the flow of the mutated plant's essence within her body, allowing her to experience the circulation of internal power. If one lesson did not suffice, he would repeat it several times, only to find that Mei Qingyang's interest in cultivation paled in comparison to her fascination with Chao Kuan himself. Xiang Xiaolong, a former Special Forces soldier, possessed a remarkably resilient physique. Chao Kuan and Mei Qingyang remained in the bedroom until the following morning. Outside, Xiang Xiaolong had fashioned a hammock between two trees and burned some leaves to ward off mosquitoes, enduring the night outside. Upon seeing Chao Kuan and Mei Qingyang emerge together in the morning, his face was filled with resentment. Was it not said that brothers should uphold loyalty? How could they revel from the previous afternoon until morning, leaving him outside unattended? What was this? His sister-in-law's attire today? Naturally, Chao Kuan would not allow Mei Qingyang to wear the same outfit as yesterday. Now that she was his woman, she deserved something more appealing. He had collected numerous garments from the late Ming dynasty during his time in the world of the embroidered spring blade, with styles for both men and women, including many that Miao Xuan and Miao Dong frequently wore, now adorned in these exquisite clothes. Mei Qingyang presented herself in a manner reminiscent of Xiang Xiaolong's own time period in the 1990s. His understanding of ancient attire was limited to the outdated styles from old TVB dramas. He had never encountered the refined costumes of later mainland productions. Chao Kuan had even applied a light touch of makeup on Mei Qingyang. Upon gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she nearly decided to keep Xiang Xiaolong waiting for several more hours. It was only Chao Kuan's realization that if they did not leave soon, Xiang Xiaolong might take matters into his own hands, that he finally curbed Mei Qingyang's eager demeanor and led her out to meet him. Seeing the mosquito bites on Xiang Xiaolong's face, Chao Kuan chuckled apologetically. "My apologies. It was my fault. Yesterday, well, you understand." "I understand what, exactly?" Xiang Xiaolong was about to express his anger when Chao Kuan tossed him a bag of glass beads. "What is this?" During the Warring States period, the currencies circulating in various regions differed greatly, and gold and silver were not universally accepted. It was far more practical to use something that was evidently valuable and could be utilized anywhere. If you had given the villagers a glass bead last night, they surely would not have spent the night without a place to rest. Xiang Xiaolong understood this instantly, placing the bag of glass beads into his pocket, all the while expressing his gratitude. "You see, he even felt the need to thank us." The three of them enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast, after which Chao Kuan suggested they visit a nearby market. Originally, Mei Qingyang had intended to bring the freshly woven silk from her family to sell at the market, but Chao Kuan promptly dismissed this idea. "We are not in need of household goods at the moment. Trading silk for a handful of knife coins would only weigh us down." Chao Kuan had a clear objective for going to the market: to locate the steward Tao Fong from Wu family fort, so he could pursue the main storyline related to Zhao's Wu family fort. The timeline of seeking Qin spans from 9 years after the Battle of Chongping, continuing until the unification of the Six Kingdoms by Qin Shi Huang, who would then seek out the reclusive Xiang Xiaolong. The period from the Battle of Chongping to the unification by Qin Shi Huang encompasses a total of 40 years. Thus, there should be a span of 31 years from 9 years after the battle until the conclusion of the plot. This return promised to yield over 1 million points. And Chao Kuan's mood mirrored that of Mei Qingyang at this moment, immersed in the present while brimming with anticipation for the future. Upon arriving at the market, Chao Kuan purposefully strolled with Mei Qingyang. It was unclear whether it was due to her markedly transformed demeanor or the intimidation felt by Jiao Du's brothers that they refrained from confrontation with Chao Kuan and Xiang Xiaolong. Chao Kuan wandered from one end of the market to the other, repeatedly traversing the space without anyone daring to instigate trouble. Given the situation, Chao Kuan prepared to activate Plan B. Yesterday, he had merely confined Jiao Du and his associates within the confines of a Shumi space, not eliminating them. Now, upon their release, would they dare to confront him? With this thought in mind, Chao Kuan discreetly found an unoccupied corner and released Jiao Du and his companions, who remained fixated on the events of the previous day when Chao Kuan had barged in and disrupted their plans. Although they were uncertain how they had suddenly found themselves in the market, upon spotting Chao Kuan, Jiao Du, filled with rage, led his brothers to encircle both Chao Kuan and Mei Qingyang. He glanced at Xiang Xiaolong, whose imposing height of nearly 2 meters certainly commanded attention. But in the world of outlaws, does height truly confer an advantage? Jiao Du had 3 defining traits that served him well in his endeavors: ruthlessness, loyalty, and a multitude of brothers. Soon enough, aside from the released Jiao Du and his companions, several more of his brothers emerged from the surroundings, uniting the two factions to exceed a dozen individuals, all armed. Chao Kun looked at Xiang Xiaolong and inquired, "Can you take on 10 of them?" Xiang Xiaolong laughed heartily. "If killing were not a crime here, I could take on 100. With that, he drew forth the instrument of equality that Chao Kun had gifted him the previous day. Chao Kun, in a fluid motion, handed him a beautifully crafted spring knife, stating, "Use this." Xiang Xiaolong sheathed his weapon, unsheathed the spring knife, and immediately exclaimed, "This knife is splendid." Chao Kun chuckled lightly. "Indeed, it is far superior to the battle knife you forged later." With the spring knife in hand, Xiang Xiaolong charged toward Jiao Du and his band of men. It is evident that he possesses no true mastery of blade techniques, apart from relying on the physical prowess and combat experience of a special forces soldier. He merely employs the rudimentary skills of bayonet fighting and dagger combat prevalent in elite military units. Yet even so, the likes of Jiao Du are no match for Xiang Xiaolong. In the original narrative, Xiang Xiaolong could effortlessly subdue them with a mere spatula found on the street. So now, armed with the legendary spring embroidery blade, which transcends centuries, how could they possibly withstand him? Within mere minutes of confrontation, several members of Jiao Xie's group lay dead, while the remaining individuals, upon witnessing the formidable weapon in Xiang Xiaolong's hand, scattered in utter despair. Xiang Xiaolong did not pursue them. His initial strikes were purely for self-preservation, as he had yet to acclimate to the brutal realities of this ancient world, so starkly different from the modern civilization he had known. However, Chao Kun harbored no such sentiments of mercy. Before Jiao Du's subordinates could flee far, they crumpled to the ground, clutching their heads, lifeless. Just as the three intended to depart, a voice called out from behind, "Esteemed warrior, please wait." Chapter 062. The ever-helpful Chao Kun turned to glance at the middle-aged man who had been vying for the spotlight with Shun Gongbao, whose appearance could only be described as utterly unremarkable. Indeed, he was truly plain, devoid of any pretense. However, the garments he wore were considerably more lavish compared to those of the villagers from Sanglin village, and he adorned his hands with rings set with gemstones, as if to proclaim his wealth boldly. Xiang Xiaolong cast a sidelong glance at Chao Kun, and the man quickly shifted his gaze back to him, fully aware of who held the authority between the two. Approaching Chao Kun, the man introduced himself. "I am Tao Fong, one of the 12 stewards under the esteemed Wu Lord. This valiant warrior possesses remarkable prowess. May I inquire as to your esteemed identities?" Chao Kun replied with a smile. "We are but reclusive practitioners who have resided in the mountains nearby. Recently, we descended to Sanglin village for leisure. My master has spoken of the left and right arms of the Zhao kingdom, which are the steeds of the Wu family and the iron of the Guo family. Might your esteemed Wu lord be the renowned horse lord of Zhao?" Upon hearing this, Tao Fong erupted in a hearty laughter. Though this valiant warrior may not have ventured far, he is well informed about the affairs of the world. I am truly impressed. Chao Kun then inquired, "You called us over, Steward Tao. Is there some matter in which we can be of assistance?" Tao Fong paused for a moment, then smiled. "I would like to ask if you two valiant warriors are interested in earning some coin. Our trading caravan has acquired a substantial amount of goods, but the road is fraught with bandits. Should you agree to become our caravan's bodyguards, I will be willing to offer you a monthly wage of 200 copper coins." Meikan and I exclaimed in delight. "That is enough to sustain us for several years." Chao Kun observed the Na-Vi and simple-hearted Mei Kanenai, silently lamenting her lack of arithmetic skills. He recalled the substantial dowry that her 200 brothers had provided, which included not only the 5 oxen, but also 100 sheep, not to mention the furs of bears, tigers, and martens. Chao Kun then produced a glass cup from his possession and presented it to Tao Fong, asking, "Pray tell, what price would you offer for this exquisite glass cup?" Tao Fong carefully accepted the glass cup, examining it with great interest, his exclamations of wonder punctuating the air. In this era, pottery was the norm, and even the porcelain used by nobles was often of inferior quality, rife with impurities. The first mastery of porcelain production did not occur until the Eastern Han Dynasty. In this time, a glass cup, which could be purchased for a mere 9 yuan for 4 with free shipping in the future, would be regarded as a tribute worthy of presentation to kings. Tao Fong quickly grasped the implication of Chao Kuen's inquiry. These two brothers were not short on funds, and to offer them such a meager sum in exchange for their service was nothing short of an affront. After returning the glass cup to Chao Kuen, Tao Fong apologized. I was remiss earlier. I extend my sincerest apologies to you both. However, during my travels, I have procured many beautiful women. Would you gentlemen be interested in negotiating your fees for protection in exchange for such treasures? At this revelation, neither of them felt weary anymore. Both Chao Kuen and Xiang Xiaolong exchanged knowing smiles, understanding that Tao Fong had struck the right chord. They had all said it. Just coming down from the mountains for some leisure. Two men descend from the heights. What could they possibly seek to enjoy? Ah, brave gentlemen, please follow me. My merchant caravan is resting not far from here, and I assure you, the quality of these lovely ladies will not disappoint. The trio followed Tao Fong as he led the way, while Mei Kenyang displayed no hint of enthusiasm, as if all of this were merely commonplace. Before long, they arrived at Tao Fong's caravan, surrounded by robust warriors. Several horse-drawn carriages were filled with young women dressed in light attire, their faces adorned with smiles as they engaged in lively conversation, some even preparing meals beneath the carriages, chatting merrily with the warriors. As Chao Kuen and Xiang Xiaolong approached, nearly all the young women regarded them with glimmering eyes, and the bolder ones exchanged flirtatious glances. Xiang Xiaolong could not help but inquire, how can they show no sorrow being sold as commodities? Tao Fong cast a puzzled look at Xiang Xiaolong and replied, if women are not commodities, then what are they? Back in their hometowns, they suffer from hunger and cold, with some serving a dozen men alone. We purchase them to sell to affluent households, ensuring they will no longer want for food or clothing. Is this not preferable to enduring hardship in their homeland? Unaware of Mei Kenyang's past experience of marrying two brothers, Xiang Xiaolong felt that this era truly was a paradise for men. Tao Fong generously addressed Chao Kuen and Xiang Xiaolong. Gentlemen, feel free to choose. If unsatisfied, you may exchange. Xiang Xiaolong felt a surge of eagerness, but had resolved to lean on Chao Kuen, believing it wise to let his elder brother select first. Chao Kuen scanned the beauties without hesitation, striding directly to the most enchanting woman and inquiring, what is your name? The woman gazed at Chao Kuen with sparkling eyes. Despite Xiang Xiaolong's towering stature, Chao Kuen had reached an impressive height of 186 centimeters through genetic evolution. Not to mention, Chao Kuen's strikingly handsome features had evidently captured the lady's interest more fervently. This esteemed sir, my name is Ting Fong. I have never seen a man more handsome than you, she replied. Chao Kuen turned to Tao Fong with a grin. I'll take her. You truly have a fine selection here. He then glanced back at Xiang Xiaolong. I'll take my leave now. Take your time, Xiaolong. Tao Fong sent someone to guide Chao Kuen to a vacant tent. Upon entering, Chao Kuen noticed the floor was covered with waterproof animal skins, topped with a soft carpet for resting and sleeping. When he had read the novel Seeking Qin back in elementary school, it had indeed opened a new world for him. The beauties within that narrative possessed a natural and untamed allure, unlike those in later martial arts tales. Desire was straightforward, love was sincere. There were no convoluted paths or emotional entanglements. Before him, Ting Fong embodied this simplicity, and from the moment she had followed Xiang Xiaolong until the fall of the Qin state, her dying words remained that encountering Xiang Xiaolong in her lifetime had left her without regrets. What a splendid young lady! If you, Xiang Xiaolong, cannot safeguard her life, then allow me to shoulder this responsibility on your behalf. I, Chao Kuen, am ever so eager to assist. Thus, Chao Kuen and his companions set forth alongside Tao Fong's caravan towards Handan in the state of Zhao. Throughout the journey, Chao Kuen refrained from broaching the subject of money with Tao Fong. Xiang Xiaolong had chosen a woman of striking physique, and he finally experienced a moment of joy, the first since his time-traveling adventure began. During their travels, Chao Kuen indulged himself and the two women in the carriage, enjoying a feast composed entirely of food he had conjured. The delectable delicacies of this era were, indeed, somewhat challenging for him to savor. Chapter 63. The subtle tactics unworthy of the stage. After enjoying a meal with Tao Fong, Xiang Xiaolong found himself rather overwhelmed. He brought along a captivating beauty he had just met to dine with Chao Kun, indulging in the feast without a hint of reservation. Although he had trained in special forces and could devour raw meat with ease, who would willingly endure hardship when delectable food was readily available. The enchanting beauty beside him, known as Yunyang, often gazed eagerly at Chao Kun, who had the remarkable ability to conjure an array of culinary delights, leading one to wonder if he were a legendary immortal. However, Xiang Xiaolong instructed Yunyang to enjoy the meal, but cautioned her against spreading word of their indulgence, lest Tao Fong join them and spoil the jovial atmosphere he had cultivated in the carriage. Time flew, and 2 days later, one evening, Xiang Xiaolong hurried to find Chao Kun, declaring there was a situation. What situation? Chao Kun inquired. A band of horse bandits has set their sights on Tao Fong's convoy. How do you know this? Chao Kun pressed. Well, at the market near Sanglin village, I encountered a few white tribesmen. Do you recall them? Chao Kun's expression shifted as he remembered. In the original tale, a young maiden from the white tribe had pursued Xiang Xiaolong for 2 days, merely to share a moment with him. As Xiang Xiaolong recounted the events with measured detail, he turned to Chao Kun and asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" Chao Kun smiled and produced a Maxim machine gun, responding, "Surely, we need not be the ones to feel anxious." This machine gun was among the many arms Chao Kun had amassed from the world of Ip Man, enough to equip a medium-sized nation's arsenal. Upon witnessing this powerful weapon, Xiang Xiaolong felt reassured, silently mourning for the horse bandits who had unwittingly crossed paths with his formidable ally. Yet, in an effort to strengthen his bond with Tao Fong, Xiang Xiaolong sought Chao Kun's counsel and proceeded to meet Tao Fong. He relayed the message from the White Maiden and his suspicions regarding an infiltrator within the ranks. Tao Fong quickly devised a plan to root out the traitor, altering their course to observe who might venture out at night to relay information. Soon enough, they uncovered a subordinate named Do Liang. "Brother Tao, it seems the traitor is indeed Do Liang. What shall we do now?" "Naturally, we will eliminate him. Do Liang hails from Wei, and the Wei people can never be trusted. I only recently uncovered his origins. Had I known sooner, I would have expelled him from the convoy." Xiang Xiaolong, puzzled by the assertion that the Wei were untrustworthy, felt it smacked of regional bias. Was it true that the Zhao, Wei, and Han had once cooperated against the Qin? Nevertheless, he said nothing further, taking the embroidered spring knife provided by Chao Kun and directly heading to Do Liang's tent, swiftly dispatching him with a single stroke. In this era, the spring knife was far superior to even the famed heaven-defying sword. One strike was often sufficient to sever the weapon of any adversary not wielding the pinnacle of armament from this time. After the grim deed was done, Tao Fong and Xiang Xiaolong began to formulate a new retreat plan. Xiang Xiaolong refrained from informing Tao Fong that their comrade, Chao Dage, possessed a significant cache of truth. Ideally, they would evade their pursuers. However, should the marauders catch up, it would be an opportunity for Tao Fong to witness the transformation of the nomadic tribes once humanity had devised the Maxim machine gun. With the revelation of the traitor Do Liang by Xiang Xiaolong, Tao Fong recognized that the duo was financially secure and thus approached them to inquire if they wished to procure additional beauties for their journey's diversion. Yet, Chao Kun showed little interest in other women. His intention in acquiring Ting Fong was solely to assist Xiang Xiaolong, ensuring that the fair maiden did not meet an untimely demise under his care. Conversely, Xiang Xiaolong exhibited an open disposition towards the allure of women, willing to accept any who were offered, truly liberating his nature in this era. If this lad could navigate his way back to the apocalypse, he might carve out a notable existence for himself. The caravan traveled day and night for over 20 arduous days, and exhaustion began to take its toll. They settled at a defensible mountain peak to rest and regroup. Chao Kun had long since locked onto the band of marauders, trailing them for miles, numbering over 800, while Tao Fong had merely 50-odd trained warriors alongside Chao Kun and Xiang Xiaolong. From the perspective of the gray-bearded leader, an 800-to-50 ratio presented a clear advantage. Yet, from Chao Kun and Xiang Xiaolong's viewpoint, it was akin to a dragon riding upon the face of the earth, with no notion of defeat. Only Tao Fong was engulfed in trepidation as the world around him grew increasingly tense. Chao Kuan and Xiang Xiaolong set up a machine gun at the summit, creating a crossfire network, awaiting the approach of the gray-bearded marauders to claim their heads. Unable to withstand the mounting pressure, Tao Fong soon returned to inquire if the womenfolk should be allowed to depart first. The women depart first? You wish to lead them away while we remain to cover your retreat? Chao Kuan saw through the facade without voicing it, instructing Tao Fong to lead his warriors away while he and Xiang Xiaolong would stay behind to confront the marauders. Overwhelmed with emotion, Tao Fong's eyes brimmed with tears as he declared, "Brother Chao, Brother Xiang, should you both survive this ordeal and return to Handan, I pledge to reward you generously." With that, he hurriedly set forth. Observing Tao Fong's hasty departure, Chao Kuan mused upon the darkness in the man's heart. In the original tale, Xiang Xiaolong had selflessly covered the retreat of the main force, sustaining an arrow wound that delayed his return to Handan by several months. Upon arriving at Wu family fort, he learned that Tao Fong had presumed him dead, having given Ting Fong to another. Though Tao Fong ultimately aided Xiang Xiaolong in reclaiming her, his credibility had certainly been compromised. Yet, as time passed, and Xiang Xiaolong became the son-in-law of Wu family fort, while Tao Fong remained his loyal servant, it was easy for one to forget how Tao Fong had treated Xiang Xiaolong in the early days. This could be attributed to the constraints of their era. Initially, Xiang Xiaolong was an outsider, and Tao Fong treated him as such, whereas later, as Xiang Xiaolong became one of their own, Tao Fong's demeanor shifted accordingly. Shortly after Tao Fong led the caravan away, the marauding forces of the gray-bearded leader began their assault on the mountain. Both Xiang Xiaolong and Chao Kuan, seasoned marksmen, lay in ambush, waiting for the main body of the enemy to draw near, poised to pull the trigger in unison. The echoes of gunfire reverberated through the night as chaos erupted along the mountain path, with cries of despair filling the air. Bullets transformed into golden flashes, tearing through the darkness, while the thunderous roar of machine guns drowned out the lamentations of the bandits. Once Chao Kuan and Xiang Xiaolong had exhausted 2 crates of ammunition, the group, led by Graybeard, dared not ascend the mountain any longer. They scattered in panic, calling for their mothers, abandoning their horses in their haste to flee. After regrouping, Chao Kuan and Xiang Xiaolong mounted the 2 horses left behind by Tao Fong and soon caught up with his retreating party. Tao Fong inquired, "Was that commotion behind us instigated by you?" Chao Kuan shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Just a minor tactic of little consequence. Dear Brother Tao, please do not dwell on it." Chapter 064. Confirming the glance. I encountered the right person at this moment. Tao Fong felt as if his CPU was overheating. Previously, when they were pursued closely by bandits, his subordinate, who remained behind to assess the situation, reported the approximate number of assailants. Yet, how much time had passed since then? Why had the bandits behind not made any further moves? Tao Fong glanced at Chao Kuan, his expression conflicted. "It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that this situation." Chao Kuan chuckled. "Brother Tao, feel free to send someone back to check the situation. I have no objections." Instantly, Tao Fong signaled several of his subordinates with his eyes, urging them to hasten back and ascertain the reality of the situation. An hour later, the subordinates returned, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Chao Kuan and Xiang Xiaolong, as if they had seen a ghost. Understanding that it was inappropriate for Tao Fong and his men to converse freely in his presence, Chao Kuan retreated to the carriage, embracing Mei Kenyang and Ting Fongshi to rest. Following his elder brother's example, Xiang Xiaolong also returned to the carriage for a nap. The memory of the Maxim guns sweeping through the gray-haired bandits stirred his blood, and he felt invigorated by the exhilarating battle. Meanwhile, Tao Fong was listening to his subordinates' reports, but they could only stammer vague details, repeatedly exclaiming that they were all dead, as if paralyzed by fear. Eventually, Tao Fong pieced together the fragmented information and managed to reconstruct the scene. The gray-haired leader had led 800 bandits to assault the mountain, and Chao Kuan and Xiang Xiaolong employed their unsophisticated tactics to decimate more than half of the bandits, with many dead and others fleeing. I can't possibly believe this. When I report this back to my master, he will surely have me torn apart and fed to the dogs. Nonetheless, It was evident that the bandit force had indeed suffered significant losses, and the remaining ones had ceased their pursuit. The reality was undeniable. At this moment, Tao Fong felt a surge of fear. If Chao Kuan and Xiang Xiaolong could effortlessly eliminate at least 400 bandits, then the armed strength of their merchant convoy must seem trivial in their eyes. It was no wonder that the brothers rejected monetary compensation in favor of beautiful women. They possessed extraordinary capabilities. Tao Fong meticulously recalled his initial encounter with Chao Kuan. What had been the first words spoken to him? Now he remembered. Is there anything I can assist you with? Assistance. He had been extending his help all along. While Tao Fong had foolishly believed he could win him over with a few beautiful women. If Chao Kuan desired, he could easily annihilate their convoy. All those women would then belong to him. Good news. A super formidable individual was serving as the bodyguard for my convoy. Bad news. If he turned against me, I would surely perish. The following morning, Tao Fong sought out Chao Kuan and Xiang Xiaolong once more. This time, his demeanor was markedly humble. Chen Nan's father, Chen Zhan, had once stated that in life, what mattered most was not the position one occupied, but the direction one faced. Tao Fong had clearly identified the correct direction, recognizing who were the significant players and who stood atop the food chain. Several days later, the convoy arrived in the capital of Zhao, Handan. Chao Kuan also experienced his first journey to the Warring States period. The sights within Handan City genuinely left him feeling the stark contrasts of the era. Xiang Xiaolong, having just traversed through time, found himself in a quaint place like Sanglin Village after landing in the Novice Village. Along the way, he had encountered several larger county towns. Yet the scale of Handan City still stirred his emotions. Once the Maxim gun was expended, his elder brother reclaimed it. Keeping it was futile since the ammunition was depleted. Throughout the journey, his elder brother and 2 sisters-in-law remained mostly inside the carriage, seldom emerging. Xiang Xiaolong could not help but feel that his elder brother truly deserved the title, eclipsing him in every regard. Meanwhile, Chao Kuan continued to instruct Mei Kenyang and Ting Fongshi in the carriage, teaching them the cultivation of internal energy. Mei Kenyang had begun her training 2 days earlier than Ting Fongshi. They had spent over a month on the road, virtually never leaving the carriage, and upon arriving in Handan, each had accumulated over a decade's worth of internal energy. Seeking the Qin is a pseudo-martial arts world devoid of internal energy settings, where even the pinnacle of combat prowess, the sword Saint Chao Chiu Dao, merely possesses exceptional innate strength. It is worth mentioning that Chao Chiu Dao seems to be a relative of ours. Perhaps there is an opportunity to meet this esteemed sword saint of Jixia and his disciple, Shanro. In the television adaptation, Chao Chiu Dao was drastically altered into a leader of assassins, a cowardly figure lurking in shadows. Chao Kuan often criticized this portrayal while watching the series. The king of Qi, upon meeting him, would respectfully bow and address him as his teacher. A veritable sword saint renowned for decades of unparalleled combat strength. Yet the series tarnished his image so. Fortunately, we have traversed into the realm of novels. Otherwise, we would have been subjected to a plethora of distressing plot lines. While Chao Kuan's mind wandered, the caravan came to an abrupt halt. Observing from his vantage point, he noted a luxurious carriage approaching from across the street, within which sat a stunning woman clad in palace attire, captivating in every aspect. He lifted the curtain to gaze at the carriage, locking eyes with the beautiful lady within. Upon confirming their connection, he realized he had encountered the right person. This woman was undoubtedly Princess Zhao, the esteemed first female spy of the Zhao royal family, the foremost femme fatale of seeking the Qin, who had ensnared Xiang Xiaolong multiple times, yet still managed to earn his forgiveness. Zhao Ya. How could Chao Kuan be so certain she was Zhao Ya? While there might be a few other remarkably beautiful women in Handan City, none possessed such intense and fiery eyes as Zhao Ya. Upon seeing Chao Kuan's face through the carriage window, Zhao Ya felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her. She had never encountered such a handsome gentleman in her life. She felt compelled to test his abilities. Soon, Lady Ya instructed her knights to summon Tao Fong, whispering a few words before departing in her carriage. Upon returning, Tao Fong bore a conflicted expression. He dared not disobey Lady Ya's words, yet Chao Kuan was a formidable figure he could not provoke. If he unwittingly deceived Chao Kun into meeting Lady Ye, who could foresee the repercussions upon Chao Kun's return? Although Lady Ye was indeed the most exquisite beauty in Handan City, her reputation was somewhat tarnished. Should a conflict arise between Chao Kun and Lady Ye, could her modest armed forces possibly restrain him? If Chao Kun and Lady Ye were to fall out, would Chao Kun come to eliminate me? For a moment, Tao Feng's mind was overwhelmed with thoughts. Approaching Chao Kun, he found himself at a loss for words. With a smile, Chao Kun reassured him, "Do not fret, Brother Tao. I have long held Lady Ye in high esteem. Whatever she instructs you to convey, you shall relay." Tao Feng was taken aback, wondering how it was possible that you had just descended the mountain and yet your master had already divulged matters concerning Lady Ye to you. Taking a deep breath, he hesitantly recounted Lady Ye's instructions, articulating them precisely as Chao Kun had just heard. Chao Kun nodded, appreciating Lady Ye's forthright nature. He too was intrigued by the allure that this woman possessed, which could compel Xiang Xiaolong to forgive her betrayals on multiple occasions. However, before they could delve deeper into such matters, they needed to first visit the Wu family stronghold to meet the Lord of Wu. Chapter 065. The first despicable hand of Handan is indeed quite despicable. The Wu family is renowned for its legendary status in the state of Zhao. The head of the family, Wu Luo, carries the bloodline of the Qin, yet has managed to flourish into a formidable power capable of influencing the cavalry of Zhao. This remarkable achievement is largely attributed to the visionary entrepreneur Wu Luo, while the second-generation heir, Wu Yingyuan, possesses both ambition and tenacity. The Wu estate, located in the northern part of Handan, stands as a prominent landmark within the city. Due to its vast expanse, it is often referred to as Wu Family Fortress. Upon first encountering Wu Family Fortress, Chao Kun found it rather absurd. The outer walls resembled a gate tower within the city of Handan. Guard from the Wu family patrolled the walls, lending the place an air reminiscent of a miniature royal palace. It is no wonder that when the king of Zhao later attacked Wu Family Fortress, it resembled a siege. Clearly, the Wu family and the state of Zhao were not entirely in unison, each harboring their own reservations. Upon entering the fortress, the carriage traversed for several minutes before arriving at the main architectural complex. As Chao Kun disembarked with Mei, Kenyang, and Ting Fong, they encountered a man and a woman approaching them. The man, of a stature comparable to Chao Kun and bearing a countenance of a similar delicate charm, seemed to pale in comparison to Chao Kun's own striking appearance, which drew a slight frown from him. Realizing the awkwardness, Tao Feng promptly introduced them, stating, "This is our esteemed young Lady Wu Tingfang, and beside her stands the renowned swordsman of Handan, Lian Jin." Chao Kun paused, deliberately inquiring in a tone neither too loud nor too soft. "The first despicable hand of Handan? TSK, 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 Brother Tao, do you harbor any grievances against him? Moreover, the name seems rather inappropriate. Lian Jin? How can one still speak of Lian Jin after so many years since the Zhao, Wei, and Han divided Jin? Is your king not concerned?" Upon hearing this, Lian Jin swiftly unsheathed his sword, coldly declaring, "This esteemed brother dares to critique my name upon our first meeting. If I do not receive satisfactory explanations today, you may well forfeit your life." Tao Feng, sensing the tension, grew anxious. Lian Jin was a rare talent that Wu Luo had painstakingly recruited, yet Chao Kun's prowess was unfathomable. However, Lian Jin was one of Wu Luo's 12 subordinates, recruited by Wu He, Tao Feng's bitter rival. If Lian Jin were to falter against Chao Kun, Tao Feng would undoubtedly relish the opportunity. Chao Kun's gaze wandered to the young woman beside Lian Jin, whose demeanor bore a resemblance to a youthful version of the famed milk tea sister. However, her years spent riding on the ranch endowed her with the athletic grace of a female athlete. It was no wonder Lian Jin sought to impress her at the first opportunity. Yet, alas, Chao Kun too was not to be outdone. As Lian Jin drew his sword, Chao Kun leisurely approached him. Lian Jin, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Do not presume that your lack of a drawn sword renders me afraid to strike." Chao Kun dismissed him entirely, walking directly to Wu Tingfang and remarking, "Lian Jin is unworthy of you. Come with me instead." Before she could grasp the situation, Chao Kuan playfully pinched her cheeks, noting their delightful firmness, abundant with collagen. At this moment, Lien Jin could no longer contain himself, striking at Chao Kuan with his sword. However, in a flash, Chao Kuan calmly extended 2 fingers, deftly pinching Lien Jin's sword with remarkable speed. Even as Lien Jin exerted every ounce of his strength to reclaim his sword, Chao Kuan expressed his disappointment, remarking, "Is this truly the most despicable hand in Handan? Indeed, it is quite contemptible." With that, he flicked his finger, and Lien Jin's treasured sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing back into his throat. Lien Jin gazed downward in disbelief at the scene resembling suicide, his face a canvas of incredulity and profound resentment before he finally succumbed to the ground. Chao Kuan, brushing off his hands, disdainfully circled around Lien Jin's fallen form. "What level are you at to dare compete with me for women?" This proclamation not only instilled fear in Tao Fong, but also in Xiang Xiaolong, who felt relieved that he always allowed his elder brother to choose first whenever women were involved, thus avoiding any missteps in that regard. Wu Tingfang, observing Lien Jin's lifeless body, squatted down and wept inconsolably. As a blossoming young woman, her heart had been swayed by Lien Jin, the devoted admirer who had surrounded her daily. A considerable portion of her affection stemmed from a female inclination towards a strong. Despite Lien Jin's demise at Chao Kuan's hands, she found it difficult to harbor hatred towards him when she recalled Chao Kuan's captivating visage. Tao Fong led Chao Kuan and Xiang Xiaolong to the guest quarters at Wu family fortress, before reporting the situation to the family patriarch, Wu Shiluo. Chao Kuan felt no trepidation regarding the repercussions of slaying Lien Jin. In this era, he was more patriotic than the natives themselves. In a time of cold steel, he stood as the ultimate answer of this realm. After resting in the guest quarters until evening, Tao Fong returned to summon Chao Kuan and Xiang Xiaolong for a banquet hosted by Wu Shiluo, who invited all the warriors involved in the recent commercial expedition. Despite the harrowing pursuit by the Grey Hu cavalry, and even though Chao Kuan and Xiang Xiaolong's appearance spared them from a deadly battle, the warriors had endured 20 consecutive days of relentless travel without a single deserter before the Grey Hu's arrival. Wu Shiluo sought to convey a message, ensuring that all in Wu family fortress understood that loyalty would not go unrewarded. The banquet unfolded in a rather conventional manner, with Wu Shiluo seemingly oblivious to Lien Jin's demise, as the subject was not broached at all during the festivities. After the feast concluded, Chao Kuan returned to his quarters, only to find 5 unfamiliar figures awaiting him. Servants, Chun Ing, Xia Ing, Qiu Ing, Dong Ing, they announced in unison. Upon hearing their names, Chao Kuan recalled that these 4 maidservants had faithfully followed Xiang Xiaolong until the very end, demonstrating their resilience. The remaining beauty, whose allure rivaled that of Wu Tingfang, approached Chao Kuan with a charming demeanor and said sweetly, "I am Shuer, honored to meet you, Master Chao." Shuer, with his heightened mental acuity and improved memory, Chao Kuan recognized her as the noble woman from Yin, gifted by Prince Yin to Wu Shiluo, who had tragically perished shortly after being taken under Xiang Xiaolong's wing. Another woman lost due to his protection. It seemed fate had intertwined their paths. Chao Kuan embraced Shuer, savoring the beauty's docility and compliance, and inwardly lamented how wonderful it would have been if the system had transported him to the world of the legend of the seeking Qin sooner. For that truly was his destined realm. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed as rain began to pour outside. The tempest raged throughout the night. When Chao Kuan awoke the following day, he found himself surrounded by Mei Qingyang, Ting Fangshi, and Shuer, all vying to assist him in dressing. Meanwhile, the official maidservants, Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong, could only stand by and watch, unable to intervene. Such was the blissful life he led. On the other hand, Xiang Xiaolong also received attention from Tao Fong, who had not left his room since the banquet concluded the previous evening, resembling a human teddy bear. In the original novel, during this time, Xiang Xiaolong faced various provocations from the forces of Wu family fort, living with utmost caution. Now, under the protection of a great brother, he was completely liberated, reveling in the pleasures of life. Chapter 066. Just the right moment to establish authority. After breakfast, Chao Kun set up a protective barrier in his home, instructing the women not to venture outside until his return. He recalled a certain young master from Wu family fort, specifically Wu Tingwei, the brother of Wu Tingfong, who had previously come to take Shu away, boasting that it was an honor for Chao Kun to have his woman played with by him. Although Mei Qingyang and Tingfong possessed a decade's worth of internal energy, they lacked experience in combat, making them vulnerable in such situations. Thus, Chao Kun meticulously arranged the sanctuary, refusing to show any leniency to visitors. He had no desire to return home only to find Wu Tingwei had pilfered his belongings. With a serious tone, Chao Kun assured the women that no one, except himself, would be granted entry, and with their promises, he felt emboldened to step outside. In this journey through the realm of the search for the Qin, Chao Kun harbored no intention of leaving any regrets. He sought to gather all the beautiful women whom Xiang Xiaolong could not protect in the original narrative, declaring with determination, "I want them all." His primary objective for this outing was a beautiful courtesan named Su Nu at a brothel in Handan City. In the original story, she had encountered Xiang Xiaolong on her first day of receiving clients, moved by his respectful treatment of women, and fell for him at first sight. However, their budding connection was abruptly interrupted by the son of the noble Zhao Sheng, Xiao Yuanjun, who seized her away. Xiang Xiaolong, unwilling to offend Xiao Yuanjun, allowed him to take Su Nu, leading her to eventually seek solace in a dressing room, where she tragically chose to end her life to preserve her chastity for him. She was indeed a woman of remarkable tenacity, and many readers of the past lamented her fate. Handan City boasted numerous brothels, but locating Su Nu proved to be a straightforward endeavor for the assertive Chao Kun. He merely needed to inquire with an insider at the entrance of a brothel using a soul-shifting technique to ascertain her presence. After visiting 3 establishments, he finally discovered the one housing Su Nu. Although he could have easily purchased her freedom with wealth, he refrained from doing so. Upon arriving in Handan City, he had displayed some level of power, yet the influential aristocrats of Zhao had yet to grasp the full extent of his capabilities. Seizing the opportunity presented by Xiao Yuanjun, he intended to establish his authority and demonstrate his strength to the nobles of this era. As Xiang Xiaolong wisely noted, "It is better to be feared than loved," a sentiment Chao Kun wholeheartedly embraced. Originally the daughter of a Zhao noble, Su Nu bore similarities to the Zhou sisters from the Spring Needle. Though unlike Zhou Miaodong, she had not yet entertained clients, which perhaps explained her later fierce demeanor. Chao Kun reserved a private room, and, noticing Su Nu's somewhat restrained demeanor, conjured 2 cups of bubble tea as if performing a magic trick. Initially mourning her fate of having to take on clients, Su Nu's spirits lifted slightly at the sight of Chao Kun's handsome visage. His magical display immediately captured her attention. After inserting straws into the cups, Chao Kun offered one to Su Nu, asking her to taste it. Having resigned herself to her circumstances, she cared little for any potential deception and accepted the cup, taking a few sips, her eyes sparkling with clarity. "How sweet!" she exclaimed. Upon witnessing the situation, Chao Kun took the initiative to break the silence and inquired, "Is Su Nu your true name?" Su Nu set down her cup of milk tea, dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief, and replied, in response to Master Chao, "My birth name is Zhao Su, the daughter of the Marquis of Shoyin, Zhaoda. Earlier this year, my father was falsely accused of treason and met with misfortune, leading me to this plight. Su Nu is the name bestowed upon me by my mother." Unfamiliar with the Marquis of Shoyin Zhaoda, Chao Kun pressed further, asking who had slandered her father. Su Nu hesitated, unwilling to disclose the information, mentioning that the individual in question wielded immense power and that revealing their identity would only bring harm to Master Chao. As their conversation unfolded, Su Nu found herself increasingly captivated by Chao Kun's eloquence, and her words began to flow more freely. After a few cups of wine, she positioned herself beside him, her eyes sparkling with enchanting brilliance. "Master Chao, would you consider taking me? Meeting you is an honor for me." Chao Kun embraced Zhao Su's delicate waist and playfully pinched her nose, chuckling, "Do not rush. I am awaiting someone." Zhao Su's complexion instantly paled. Master Chow, this is unacceptable. It truly cannot be. Realizing her misunderstanding, Chao Kun quickly clarified. I have heard that Xiao Yuanjun is coming to take you away, so I arrived early. When he arrives, do not be afraid. I will protect you. Upon hearing the name of Xiao Yuanjun, Zhao Su's expression grew even graver. Master Chow, you should leave at once. You cannot afford to offend Xiao Yuanjun. His father, the Marquis of Pingyuan, Zhao Sheng, is a close relative of the current Zhao King. And although the Marquis passed away last year, Xiao Yuanjun has inherited his influence. Even the Zhao King must show him some deference. Observing Zhao Sui's anxious demeanor, Chao Kun remarked with a smile, Are you concerned for my safety? Zhao Su rose and gently urged Chao Kun toward the exit. Master Chao, please hurry and leave. I promise to be your woman for life. Chao Kun laughed heartily and drew Zhao Su into his embrace. I have told you not to worry. Just sit back and enjoy my performance. With that, he produced a set of nano battle armor for Zhao Su to wear. After she donned the armor, she glanced at Chao Kun, only to see him suddenly brandish a knife and swing it toward her. If I must perish, let it be at the hands of Master Chao. That would be preferable to falling into the hands of Xiao Yuanjun. But to her astonishment, the blade struck her only to create ripples upon contact, the point of impact causing no pain whatsoever. What is this? Zhao Su exclaimed in shock. Chao Kun embraced her and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. Chuckling, I was concerned about accidentally injuring you during the fight, so I prepared this insurance for you. Moreover, this armor has remarkable capabilities. If you doubt it, try hitting the wall. Zhao Su approached the wall and, following Chao Kun's instructions, delivered a punch. Boom! The wall was instantly punctured, leaving a hole the size of her fist. From the other side, a cacophony of angry shouts erupted. Chao Kun leaned in to investigate, noticing that an unfortunate fellow had been startled at a most inopportune moment. What a blunder! At that moment, the madam suddenly knocked on the door from outside. Master Chao! Master Chao! This is terrible! Xiao Yuanjun is on his way here. Zhao Su glanced at Chao Kun, increasingly convinced of his foresight. Unfazed, Chao Kun raised a hand to silence the madam using his telekinetic powers. The brothel keeper gazed at Chao Kun in terror, her lips quivering, unable to articulate a single word. Hush, do not make a sound. Allow me to engage with this young Lord Xiaoyuan, Chao Kun declared, as he proceeded with Zhao Su towards the group surrounding the young lord. His domain remained ever active. Whatever exchanges transpired between the young lord's entourage and the brothel keeper were clearly orchestrated. The brothel keeper found herself ensnared by Chao Kun's telekinetic grip, rendered immobile. As he approached the young lord and his companions, before the young lord could utter a word, Chao Kun snapped his fingers. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, as the heads of a dozen attendants beside the young lord burst apart like watermelons, scattering crimson and ivory across the ground. The young lord stood frozen, his legs trembling, utterly a loss for words. Chao Kun, nonchalantly draping an arm around the enchanting Zhao Su, strode past him with an air of confidence, departing without a backward glance. Chapter 67. Wu Tingwei's Severed Arm. Upon returning to Wu Family Fortress, Chao Kun was met with a throng of individuals surrounding his home, confronting Xiang Xiaolong. Scattered across the ground were several injured figures, and Tao Fong appeared to be mediating on Xiang Xiaolong's side. What transpired? Upon noticing Chao Kun returning with a woman, Xiang Xiaolong let out a sigh of relief, while Tao Fong hastily approached, exclaiming, Brother Chao, it's all a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. Chao Kun paid no heed to Tao Fong and turned his gaze to Xiang Xiaolong. You explain. Xiang Xiaolong responded, Brother, I heard commotion from your direction and came to investigate. It turns out this fellow brought a group to pound on the door. He gestured toward the young man adorned in finery not far away. Unperturbed by Xiang Xiaolong's words, the young man declared, I am Wu Tingwei, the grandson of Wu Family Fortress. This is my home, and I shall go wherever I please. What's the issue? Chao Kun cast a sidelong glance, prompting Tao Fong to hastily clarify. It's a misunderstanding, Brother Chao. Young master merely wishes to visit Miss Xu. They were once good friends. Chao Kun regarded Tao Fong with an astute glance. Tao, Does one require such a retinue to visit a good friend? Do you think me a fool? Tao Fong felt a chill from Chao Kuen's piercing gaze, but bravely maintained, Brother Chao, I owe my sustenance to the Wu family. Regardless of young master's actions, I must stand with him. Should you harbor grievances against him, any punishment shall fall solely upon me. Oh, do you fancy yourself bold? Very well, I shall oblige. With that, Tao Fong vanished into thin air, and all those who stood behind Wu Tingwei, save for him, disappeared without a trace. The once arrogant Wu Tingwei, confronted with this scene, stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed with fear. Chao Kuen approached Wu Tingwei, patting his shoulder as he spoke. You possess quite the audacity, daring to set your sights on my woman. Who grants you such courage? Wu Tingwei retorted, trembling yet defiant, impudent. You are but a dog raised by our Wu family. You dare to rebel. Chao Kuen sighed. You squander the opportunity given to you. Were it not for the desire to woo your sister, you wouldn't even have the right to speak. With that thought, a murderous glint surfaced in Chao Kuen's eyes as he seized Wu Tingwei by the throat. Desist. Show mercy. Let's discuss this amicably. A voice rang out from the entrance, prompting Chao Kuen to look up and see Wu Yingyuan hastening towards him, accompanied by several subordinates. Wu Yingyuan, the eldest son of the Wu clan and father to Wu Tingfong and Wu Tingwei, rushed forward while imploring his men to show restraint. Without further ado, he delivered more than 30 resounding slaps to Wu Tingwei. After administering punishment to his son, he turned back to his subordinates, commanding, Come here, restrain this wretch. Several subordinates swiftly approached, seizing Wu Tingwei and straightening one of his arms. Wu Yingyuan drew his sword and gazed coldly at his son, stating, One must take responsibility for their misdeeds. My previous indulgence has led you to confuse right and wrong. Consider this a lesson. With that, Wu Yingyuan swung his sword, severing Wu Tingwei's arm at the shoulder. Wu Tingwei let out a cry of anguish and collapsed, clutching his injury. Only then did Wu Yingyuan turn to Chao Kuen, speaking in a conciliatory tone. This is a consequence of my poor parenting. If you are not appeased, I shall leave your judgment to you. Chao Kuen chuckled lightly. Your information seems quite timely. I returned, and shortly thereafter, you followed, having witnessed the fate of Xiao Yuanjun. Wu Yingyuan, drenched in cold sweat, replied, Chao Kuen, he is my only son. If you seek retribution, direct it at me instead. Chao Kuen shook his head. We have no enmity. Why would I take my frustrations out on you? Hurry and take your son back to stop the bleeding. Be wary of him bleeding to death. Do not hold me accountable. Relieved, Wu Yingyuan summoned several subordinates to carry his unconscious son back. Wait, take these people as well, Chao Kuen commanded, releasing Wu Tingwei's subordinates and Tao Fong from the space he had confined them in. The newly freed individuals were bewildered by the turn of events. But Wu Yingyuan ordered them to leave without delay, as Chao Kuen's voice echoed behind them, expressing disbelief at Wu Yingyuan's actions toward his own son. Once the Wu family departed, Chao Kuen observed the bewildered Xiang Xiaolong without further explanation, simply thanking him for his timely assistance and suggesting he return to rest. After Xiang Xiaolong left, the beautiful ladies, including Mei Qinyang, entered and rushed into Chao Kuen's embrace, visibly shaken. Chao Kuen affectionately patted the heads of Chun Ying and the others, praising them for their loyalty in not betraying him despite Wu Tingwei's status as a member of the Wu family. Chun Ying looked up at Chao Kuen and remarked, We are given to you by the master, so we shall be devoted to you from now on. Very well, such good behavior deserve a reward tonight, Chao Kuen replied. The mere fact that you allow us to serve you is the greatest reward, one of the ladies chimed in. You are quite the charmer. Let me see if your sweet words match the sweetness of your lips. Upon returning home, Wu Yingyuan's expression was a complex mixture as he regarded his son. Now missing an arm, he felt fortunate to have arrived in time. Otherwise, Chao Kuen would have indeed killed his son. Ever since Tao Fong returned and recounted the events of Chao Kuen and Xiang Xiaolong defeating 800 bandits, he had dispatched individuals to discreetly monitor their activities. This morning, the commotion at the brothel had left Xiao Yuanjun so frightened that he wet himself, a tale likely spreading throughout Handan City. Meanwhile, Chao Kuen ambled leisurely through the streets with Zhao Su, returning to Wu family fortress after receiving news that Wu Tingwei had gone to Chao Kuen's residence with his entourage. The character of his own son was abundantly clear to Wu Yingyuan. If he were merely an average expert, akin to the likes of Lian Jin, Wu would not have bothered at all. However, the strength displayed by Chao Kuen was exceedingly terrifying, seemingly beyond the capacity of mere numbers to suppress. Wu Yingyuan, struck by fear, hurried towards Chao Kuen's residence, almost missing the chance to see his son. After a while, Wu Tingwei regained consciousness, and upon learning the circumstances, Wu Yingyuan sternly admonished him to refrain from causing further trouble. Yet, Wu Tingwei remained obstinate. Chao Kuen is merely someone we, the Wu family, have nurtured. Hey, father, what are you doing? I was wrong. I realize my mistake. Please put away the whip. With a stern countenance, Wu Yingyuan raised the riding crop in his hand and delivered 5 sharp strikes, rendering his son unconscious once more. Unfilial son, you are utterly incapable of alleviating my worries. Someone, keep a close watch on him. Without my command, he is not to step outside this room. Having said this, Wu Yingyuan hastened to meet his father, Wu Shiluo, aware that failing to manage this situation could lead to grave trouble for the Wu family. Chapter 68. Xiang Xiaolong joyfully acquires the 9 manual. Wu Tingfang gallops forth after resting for a brief 2.5 hours indoors. Chao Kuen suddenly recalled a matter of significance. It appeared that Xiang Xiaolong had missed the opportunity to learn the Mozi swordplay from the illustrious Yuanzong of the Mo school, having accompanied him directly to Handan. Just moments ago, Xiang Xiaolong had decisively vanquished the subordinates brought by Wu Tingwei, earning Chao Kuen's utmost satisfaction with this young disciple. Since Xiang Xiaolong had forfeited a crucial opportunity by following him, yet demonstrated a commendable loyalty, Chao Kuen would undoubtedly be generous towards his own. Wait for me at home, adhering to our usual practice. As long as you do not open the door, outsiders shall not intrude. Understood? The response from those at home was a chorus of lethargic voices, with only Mei Kenyang and Ting Fong possessing the energy to escort him to the door. Upon closing the door and arriving at Xiang Xiaolong's quarters, Chao Kuen gently rapped on the door. Who is it? It's me. Xiang Xiaolong opened the door, allowing Chao Kuen to enter, while the fisherwoman and several newly acquired maidens promptly rose. You may return to your rooms. I wish to converse with my elder brother. Once the women were dismissed, Xiang Xiaolong could not help but exclaim, Elder brother, your recent display of making people suddenly vanish resembles the mythical sleeve of the divine. After taking a seat, Chao Kuen remarked, I actually intended to discuss this with you. First, take a look at this. He produced a volume of the 9 manual and presented it before Xiang Xiaolong. The 9 manual? Having grown up in the world of martial arts novels, Xiang Xiaolong was exceedingly familiar with the 9 manual. Chao Kuen nodded affirmatively. I am not jesting. Did I not tell you that I have traversed multiple dynasties, including the Song dynasty? Xiang Xiaolong scratched his head. Elder brother, I understand that the legend of the Condor Heroes is set in the Southern Song, but martial arts novels are fiction, and history is history. Chao Kuen leaned closer and said, hence, I suspect that Mr. Jin is a time traveler. When I arrived in the Southern Song, I truly encountered Guijing and Huangrong. Xiang Xiaolong exclaimed, I have read little. Do not deceive me, elder brother. To substantiate his claim, Chao Kuen demonstrated, pressing a single claw onto the table and leaving 5 distinct finger holes. Xiang Xiaolong gasped, the 9 white bone claw. Chao Kuen opened the lower section of the 9 manual. You seem to be rather uninformed. Mei Chaofeng, lacking in education, misinterpreted the manual. The technique mentioned in the 9 manual is called the crushing divine claw, or the 9 divine claw. It does not require practicing with a skull. This manual includes my annotations with Taoist terminology. Study it and practice. I believe with your aptitude, you shall soon cultivate your inner strength. Clutching the 9 manual, Xiang Xiaolong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who among the boys of the 1990s did not harbor a dream of martial heroism? A significant reason for Xiang Xiaolong's enlistment in the Special Forces was his long-standing yearning for a life filled with the thrill of combat and the swift resolution of grievances characteristic of the martial world. Chao Kuen, having accepted Xiang Xiaolong as a subordinate, naturally chose to take decisive action, personally using his internal energy to assist Xiang Xiaolong in finding his qi sensation. The two men toiled until the late hours of the night, and only then did Chao Kun depart from Xiang Xiaolong's residence to return home. The following morning, Wu Yingyuan visited once more, accompanied by his daughter, Wu Tingfang. At this moment, Wu Tingfang bore no animosity towards Chao Kun. Rather, she observed him with keen interest. Since childhood, she had looked down upon her ineffectual brother, who spent his days idly living off others and bullying women. Even Wu Tingfang's maid had once been driven to despair by Wu Tingwei's torment, leading her to take her own life by jumping into a well. Now, the prospect of someone teaching Wu Tingwei a lesson filled her with delight. Moreover, the fact that Wu Tingwei's arm had been severed by their father absolved Chao Kun of any blame. It was rumored that Chao Kun had disciplined Xiaoyuan Jun the previous day, given Xiaoyuan Jun status, even if he had bullied Wu Tingfang. The Wu family stronghold would struggle to provide her with support. Deep down, Wu Tingfang was a girl who admired strength. When Lian Jin ascended to become the foremost swordsman in Handan, she quickly developed a fondness for him. Had it not been for the Wu clan's intentions to marry her off to royalty, Lian Jin might have already fulfilled his desires. In contrast, Chao Kun, having arrived in Handan for only 2 days, had already defeated Lian Jin on the first day, terrified Xiaoyuan Jun into submission on the second, and incapacitated her ineffectual brother by severing his arm. Wu Tingfang was left in a state of astonishment, akin to witnessing Qin Shi Huang operating a tractor, an utterly bewildering sight. Of course, at this time, Qin Shi Huang had yet to exist. "Uncle Wu, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Chao Kun inquired. "Brother Chao, I have come to apologize for my son's disrespectful behavior yesterday. This is my daughter, Tingfang, who, having heard of your esteemed name, insisted on meeting you. I hope you will not take offense," Wu Yingyuan said. "Father," Wu Tingfang exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson as she listened to her father's embellishments. "You were the one who urged me to establish a connection with Brother Chao. How has it turned into me insisting on coming? Very well. I shall not interrupt your youthful conversation any longer. Outside, Xiaoyuan Jun has been making threats about seeking trouble with you. However, fear not, for the Wu family stronghold is not easily trifled with. As long as you are within our domain, we will not allow Xiaoyuan Jun to act recklessly." With that, Wu Yingyuan turned and departed. Chao Kun extended his perception towards Xiang Xiaolong, recognizing him as a true martial enthusiast. After obtaining the 9-yin manual the previous night, Xiang Xiaolong had even refrained from approaching women. Those aware of his practice understood he was studying the 9-yin manual, while others might mistakenly believe he was mastering the sunflower manual. Xiang Xiaolong was judicious in his actions, although he had faced numerous opponents alone yesterday. He had not drawn the pistol that Chao Kun had provided. Chao Kun felt a sense of reassurance regarding Xiang Xiaolong, with a firearm in hand. This modern special forces soldier's combat prowess undoubtedly surpassed the martial capabilities of this era. One bullet from him would be enough to fell even Chao Qiudao. Wu Tingfang led Chao Kun to the backyard, where 2 robust horses grazed peacefully. With a sharp whistle, the horses approached, obediently stopping beside her. With a graceful leap, she mounted one and turned to Chao Kun, saying, "Did you not express a desire to pursue me? If you can win my heart, I shall agree to be yours." Having spoken, he mounted his horse and galloped towards the rear mountains. The Wu family fortress is indeed vast, encompassing a significant expanse within Handan City. Complete with its own mountainous backdrop, Chao Kun swiftly saddled his steed, pursuing with urgency, yet he found it impossible to close the distance between himself and Wu Tingfang. As he expanded his domain, he perceived that Wu Tingfang was incessantly whistling. Astonishingly, his horse seemed to be under her control, evading Chao Kun's commands and refusing to run at full speed. A smirk curled at the corner of Chao Kun's mouth. "So, she wishes to engage in underhanded tactics? Very well. Let us see whose methods are more unscrupulous." In the next moment, Chao Kun's horse suddenly felt its hooves leave the ground, soaring as if gliding just above the grass. From a distance, it appeared as though the horse was still running on the earth, for the elevation was but a few inches, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. Yet, the speed at which it flew surpassed that of a mere gallop. Wu Tingfang, witnessing her beloved horse, raised from childhood, defy her commands, continued to whistle fervently, yet the steed showed no sign of slowing down. Ultimately, resigned to her fate, she decreased her pace and dismounted when he caught up with her. Chao Kuan cradled her gently in his arms, placing her delicately amidst the grass. "You said that if I caught you, you would become my woman. No turning back," he declared. "Brother Chao Kuan, do you think Tingfang appears to desire a change of heart?" The two horses, aware of the unfolding scene, galloped away, frolicking freely across the meadow. The birds in the trees, startled by the commotion in the grass, took flight in all directions. Chapter 069. The Grand Wedding of Chao Kuan. Officiated by King Zhao in light of the Wu family's proactive offer of Wu Tingfang, Chao Kuan could only commend the perspicacity of the Wu clan's formidable patriarch. While others lingered in a state of indecision, he boldly wagered on his granddaughter, investing everything in Chao Kuan, seemingly unfazed by the loss of his grandson's arm. Such a man can only be described as a chaotic hero of his time. He acts solely for the benefit of his clan, setting aside all personal sentiments. In the original narrative, when King Zhao besieged the Wu fortress, the patriarch even orchestrated the secret escape of Wu Yingyuan and Xiang Xiaolong through a concealed passage, while he himself remained atop the fortress walls to draw the king's attention. He understood that as long as he stayed, King Zhao would assume the inhabitants of the Wu fortress had not fled, for he was indeed the pillar of the Wu family. No one anticipated that he would possess the audacity to remain alone, ultimately poisoning tens of thousands of horses from the Wu ranch. A calamity that left the Zhao state reeling until its eventual downfall. 2 hours later, Chao Kuan and Wu Tingfang visited Wu Yingyuan. Chao Kuan took the initiative to express his desire to marry Wu Tingfang. Wu Yingyuan glanced at his daughter, who affirmed that she would leave the decision to her father. Chao Kuan sensed that women often had two stances in such matters, either letting their parents decide or resolutely refusing to marry. Wu Yingyuan had already calculated the situation and, seeing his daughter's compliance, began to navigate the proceedings smoothly. When Chao Kuan first arrived at the Wu fortress, he addressed Wu Yingyuan as Brother Wu, but this morning, upon meeting Wu Tingfang, he switched to Uncle Wu. Wu Yingyuan could not be oblivious to the implications behind Chao Kuan's words. With both parties willingly engaging, the arrangements progressed swiftly. Wu Tingfang, unperturbed by convention, moved into Chao Kuan's residence before their marriage, and no objections arose from the Wu household. Chao Kuan treated all his women equally, and Wu Tingfang harbored no grievances, even finding admiration in Chao Kuan's willingness to confront Xiao Yuanjun for her sake, nearly provoking a rift with the Wu family. For a romantic-minded daughter, such a man was the epitome of her dreams. Handsome, powerful, enigmatic, loyal, and physically robust. He appeared devoid of flaws. However, Xiao Yunjuan's audacity to threaten trouble was somewhat presumptuous. Chao Kuan was not one to wait for trouble to find him. He planned to settle matters with Xiao Yuanjun after his marriage to Wu Tingfang. Reflecting on the comic, Xiao Yuanjun's mother, the graceful Lady Ping Yuan, was also a woman of remarkable charm. Chao Kuan particularly favored such resilient, solitary figures. Surely, the spirit of Chancellor Chao would bless him. Wait, wasn't he our esteemed ancestor not yet born in this era? That is inconsequential. What matters is that we inherit his spirit. 5 days later, the Wu fortress extended invitations to the esteemed dignitaries of Handan City to attend the wedding of Chao Kuan and Wu Tingfang. Even King Zhao was invited to grace the occasion, seated prominently, his gaze towards Chao Kuan shimmering with an enigmatic light. Upon witnessing the scene, Chao Kuan felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and eliminate the Zhao Wang. This individual seemingly harbored an inappropriate emotional connection with the Duke of Jiulu, Zhao Mu, which was utterly repugnant. At the wedding, Chao Kuan cast a glance at the Zhao Wang's entourage, and Wu Yingyuan quietly introduced him to the figures at the table. To the left of the Zhao Wang sat Zhao Mu, the Duke of Jiulu, who was undoubtedly the most influential person in Handan. Even the Lord of Xiaoyuan had to bow his head in his presence. Only Chao Kuan knew that Zhao Mu was in fact the adopted son of Chunxin Jun Huang Xie, who had infiltrated the Zhao state long ago as a spy. On the Zhao Wang's right sat Guizhong, the iron magnate of Handan, of whom Chao Kuen's only memory was a beautiful daughter named Guoxiao. Is it you, Xiao? Next to Zhao Mu lingered a man with a brooding demeanor, rumored to be a newly recruited expert, Yan Ping of the Mo Men Guild. Chao Kuen recalled that this man was responsible for the demise of Yuan Zhong. Yet Yuan Zhong had entrusted the Great Sun's order to Xiang Xiaolong, leading to this man's repeated confrontations with Xiang Xiaolong. It remained uncertain whether Yuan Zhong had fallen to this man or if he had acquired the 3 devastating techniques of the Mozi swordplay from Yuan Zhong. However, to Chao Kuen, such swordplay was merely a collection of ineffectual techniques. Additionally, the Lady of Pingyuan, whom Chao Kuen had been thinking about for several days, had also arrived. Although he did not see her son, the Lord of Xiaoyuan. Upon spotting the Lady of Pingyuan, Chao Kuen smiled and nodded at her from distance, even using his mental prowess to make a few gentle touches on her shoulder. The Lady of Pingyuan glanced around before fixing her gaze on Chao Kuen. Upon realizing he was the source of the peculiar sensations, she did not feel anger. Instead, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her eyes revealed a profound interest. After the wedding ceremony concluded, the guests commenced their banquet under the Zhao Wang's toast. Chao Kuen, accompanied by Wu Tingfang, moved about the gathering, offering toasts to the attendees. Naturally, they first approached the Zhao Wang to pay their respects. However, as they were about to offer their toast, the Zhao Wang intercepted them. With admiration sparkling in his eyes, the Zhao Wang regarded Chao Kuen and remarked, "Chao Qing, your reputation in Handan has resonated far and wide. Once your marriage is concluded, be sure to visit my palace. I have matters of great importance to discuss." Perhaps fearing that Chao Kuen might not fully appreciate the significance, the Zhao Wang emphasized, "You must come, Chao Qing." After toasting the Zhao Wang, Chao Kuen noticed Zhao Mu approaching with a glass of wine in hand, uninvited. Upon their introduction, Zhao Mu winked at Chao Kuen and declared, "Brother Chao, you truly embody the most remarkable character of our great Zhao. I feel as though we have known each other for ages. While you may not yet know me well, I am confident that in time, you will understand the kind of person I am." With that, Zhao Mu downed his drink in one gulp and jovially added, "I have arranged a congratulatory gift for you, which has been delivered to Wujiabeo. I hope you find it to your liking." Without waiting for Chao Kuen to finish his drink, he stylishly took his leave. After toasting a few more tables, Chao Kuen and Wu Tingfang approached the Lady of Pingyuan. Wu Tingfang, upon seeing the Lady of Pingyuan, mistakenly assumed she had come to defend her son's honor. As a result, Lady Pingyuan approached Chao Kuen and, surprisingly, was the first to offer a heartfelt apology. "My son has been spoiled by me, his mother. Last year, he lost his father, and with no one to discipline him. I would be immensely grateful if young Master Chao could provide him with some guidance. I cannot express how I would repay you, young Master Chao. I kindly ask you to visit my residence on another day, so that I may have the opportunity to thank you in person." Wu Tingfang's eyes widened in astonishment. She could hardly believe her ears. Just as she was processing the words, she noticed Lady Pingyuan had unconsciously taken Chao Kuen's hands in hers, as if imploring him to indeed visit her home. Observing Wu Tingfang's growing jealousy, Chao Kuen seized the opportunity of drinking to gently withdraw his hands from Lady Pingyuan's grasp. This scene left many present utterly speechless. Even King Zhao was tempted to approach Wu Tingfang and inquire about how her grandson-in-law had become entangled with Lady Pingyuan. However, this incident served to indirectly affirm that Chao Kuen's capabilities far surpassed their present perceptions. Chapter 070. A visit to Lady Pingyuan on the morrow for the powerful. Many matters in this world are hardly veiled in secrecy. The acts of Chao Kuen at Wu family fortress spread like wildfire on the very day they occurred, including his astonishing ability to render individuals invisible in an instant. Upon learning of this news, Lady Pingyuan even deemed Chao Kuen's actions at Wu family fortress too lenient. Had it been her son's entourage, the outcome would have been a scene of utter carnage. Some individuals are not to be trifled with, and one must decisively yield to those with great power, for they are often the ones who hold their lives dear. What strength does Wu family fortress possess? Even the Zhao King must deploy the Imperial Guard to contend with them. If not for an utter lack of alternatives, would Wu family fortress have knelt so swiftly? With a son losing an arm, the very next day, they send their daughter forth? In this era, no one is a fool, especially not the self-made billionaire Wu Shiluo. No one would question Wu Shiluo's discerning eye, and thus the aristocrats of Han Dan swiftly adjusted their attitudes toward Chao Kun. Even if they did not seek to befriend him, they would not dare to provoke him recklessly. This wedding served as a demonstration from Wu Shiluo, conveying to the world that this man named Chao Kun is worthy of the family's sole granddaughter. As for the reasoning behind this action, it is up to one's discernment to interpret. After the wedding, Chao Kun and Wu Tingfang returned to their bridal chamber, with the other women tactfully refraining from intruding upon their nuptial night. Chao Kun gazed at Wu Tingfang, adorned in her bridal gown, their youthful, radiant eyes meeting in a spark of love. "Chao Lang, I truly feel fortunate to marry you," she proclaimed. "He, dear wife, I possess many remarkable talents yet to be unveiled, and in due time you shall witness my extraordinary abilities." With the night passing, Chao Kun officially became the son-in-law of Wu family fortress. After introducing Wu Tingfang to Wu Yingyuan and Wu Shiluo, they returned to their residence. At this juncture, Shuer approached. "Greetings, Master Chao." Mississippi Wu Tingfang took Shuer's hand and said, "As I have mentioned, you may call me Tingfang from now on. We are all women of Chao Lang now, and we shall be like sisters moving forward. Besides, your origins were not inferior to mine. Fate simply played its hand. Now that we are family, we should refer to each other as sisters. Come, let me hear you call me sister." "Sister," Shuer replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Since following Chao Kun, the stars in her sky had shone brighter. "Oh, by the way, Master Chao, yesterday the steward Tao delivered 2 women, said to be a wedding gift from Duke Zhao Mu of Jiulu. They are currently in the room. Would you like to see them?" Upon hearing Shuer's words, Chao Kun's eyes sparkled, and his pace quickened slightly. Wu Tingfang, witnessing his reaction, joined the other women in laughter. Such was the spirit of the times. Chao Kun's behavior mirrored that of a young boy eagerly unwrapping his birthday presents. Nothing extraordinary about it. Upon entering the room, Chao Kun beheld 2 slender maidens gracefully approaching him. "This servant is Tian Jun. This servant is Tian Feng. We greet you, Master Chao." "Ah, so it is you too?" Zhao Mu is truly generous. These 2 sisters were gifts he bestowed upon Xiang Xiaolong only after the latter had discerned Zhao Mu's connection to the Chu spy. It is indeed perplexing that Zhao Mu, having made such a sacrifice, sent them over years in advance for the sake of his marriage. No wonder he confidently declared yesterday that he would cherish his gift. Who could resist the allure of these enchanting twins? The sisters Tian Jun and Tian Feng hail from the state of Yu. Even though Yu has been obliterated by Wu, many in this era still identify with their former homeland. This mirrors the case of Lin Jin, who, after being swiftly defeated by Chao Kun, proclaimed his origin from the state of Wei. Chao Kun, unable to distinguish between the sisters, found himself entranced as they bore an uncanny resemblance, akin to a magical doppelganger. However, there will be ample time to discern their differences in the future. On the following day after the wedding, Xiao Yuanjun rescinded the various retaliatory proclamations against Chao Kun and insisted to all that the previous events were merely a misunderstanding. It remains uncertain how Lady Pingyuan educated her son upon returning home, but her demeanor certainly suggested a change. Chao Kun intended to seize an opportunity to visit her, aspiring to forge a deeper friendship with this influential woman within Zhao. Yet today was not suitable. The enchanting twin sisters sent by Zhao Mu had utterly captivated him. He resolved to visit her tomorrow, on the 3rd day post-wedding. As Chao Kun gazed at the twilight sky outside, surrounded by exquisite beauties, he realized time had slipped away. Tomorrow, he vowed, he would visit Lady Pingyuan. On the 4th day, Chao Kun lounged on a swing beneath the grape trellis with Zhao Su, while the Tian sisters catered to him, peeling grapes, a delightful distraction from his concerns. Tomorrow, he promised again, he would make an effort to visit Lady Pingyuan. By the 5th day after the wedding, Chao Kun awoke early. His principle of keeping promises compelled him to visit Lady Pingyuan as he had pledged. However, before he could depart, he encountered Wu Yingyuan. "Greetings, esteemed father-in-law," he said. "No need for such formality, Akun," Wu Yingyuan replied. Not presuming to accept such an honor from Chao Kun, he politely acknowledged Chao Kun before conveying. The king of Zhao has dispatched an envoy to invite you to the palace for an urgent discussion. Is there any inconvenience for a Kun? Wu Yingyuan inquired. Not at all, Chao Kun responded, silently apologizing to Lady Ping Yuan before following Wu Yingyuan to meet the royal messenger. They soon boarded a carriage bound for the Zhao palace. Upon arriving at the palace gates, Chao Kun dismounted alongside the inner servant, adhering to the protocol of leaving weapons behind, a habit he had not cultivated. After undergoing a series of inspections at the entrance, the servant guided him through the palace until they reached the area where the king of Zhao conducted his affairs. Your Majesty, I pay my respects, Chao Kun exclaimed. Ah, no need for such formality, Chao Qing, the king replied with a smile. Our Zhao state values talents like you immensely and spares no effort in welcoming you. Please have a seat. Since the initiation of nomadic attire and mounted archery by King Wuling of Zhao, the cultural atmosphere of the Zhao state has gradually adopted a more barbaric essence, even incorporating Hu-style stools within the royal palace. After Chao Kun seated himself upon one of these stools, King Zhao spoke. The purpose of summoning you, Lord Chao, is quite simple. My sister has developed an admiration for your distinguished demeanor and wishes to make your acquaintance. Might you entertain such a notion? Upon hearing this, Chao Kun found himself immediately envisioning the figure of Zhaoye. Has this woman finally succumbed to her desires towards me? I had pondered how long she could maintain her restraint. Chapter 071. The mother sees her child still alive. Release the 7 wolves. Reflecting upon Zhaoye, Chao Kun felt a deep sense of emotion. She was originally the wife of Zhao Kuo, the son of the renowned General Zhao, she from the Zhao state. However, shortly after their marriage, Zhao Kuo was thrust into the position of commander to lead the Battle of Chongping in place of Lian Pe. Consequently, Zhaoye became a widow, devoid of her husband's protection, ultimately reduced to a mere tool of beauty for both King Zhao and Zhao Mu. The term tool here does not merely refer to a superficial socialite. She had undergone formal training as a spy. She once ventured alone into the Wei Kingdom to seize the Lu Gongmi Lu, engaging in a battle of wits and deceit with Lord Xinling Wei Wuji. Her role as a socialite was merely the facade of her true identity. In the original text, when Xiang Xiaolong collaborated with her on a covert infiltration in Wei, he was astounded by her adept infiltration skills, mastery in diving, scaling walls, traversing rooftops, and rope climbing. Chao Qing, how do you feel? The king's favor is overwhelming. I cannot refuse. I humbly request that the king send someone to guide me. Ha ha ha, splendid. My sister has endured much hardship, remaining a widow for many years. Chao Qing, with your gallant demeanor, I hope you both can foster a good rapport. At this juncture, King Zhao bestowed upon Chao Kun a waist token. This is the token of the commander of the palace guards. Of course, I understand that you are accustomed to a life of freedom, so you need not come to the palace to serve. Consider it merely a pass for unhindered access to the royal palace. Chao Kun received the token, expressed his gratitude to King Zhao, and then followed the eunuch to a secluded courtyard. The eunuch halted at this point and said, Commander Chao, this is the place. I shall not enter. Thank you for your trouble. Once the eunuch departed, Chao Kun entered the courtyard and was met with a scene that caused him to frown. A boy, seemingly around 12 or 13, was cornering a palace maid, skillfully teasing her. Upon hearing movement behind him, the boy turned and bellowed, Who are you? Who permitted your entrance? Get out here at once. It was then that Chao Kun realized that the sister the king had summoned was not Zhaoye, but rather Zhao and I, Zhaoye's close companion. Both Zhao and I and Zhaoye had faced their share of misfortune. Their husbands were both sons of the famed General Zhao Shi. Zhaoye had married Zhao Kuo, while Zhao and I wed Zhao Xing. In contrast to Zhao Kuo, Zhao Xing was far less renowned, yet both brothers perished in the Battle of Chongping, leaving behind these 2 exceptional widows. In the narrative, when Xiang Xiaolong sought the son of Zhu Ji, only to discover he had long since perished, he used this boy as a stand-in, ultimately leading him to become Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang, require funds? Chao Kun disregarded the child's provocations, snapping his fingers to render him immobile, allowing the palace maid to escape in haste. What have you done to me? Release me at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure you regret it. Chao Kun, Intrigued by the situation, mused that in this world, he alone sufficed. The existence of Qin Shi Huang was inconsequential. You enjoy being arrogant, do you? Excellent. I share your enthusiasm. As Chao Kuan advanced towards him step by step, Zhao Pan was engulfed in panic, his threats incessant, yet his eyes reflected a profound despair. Chao Kuan approached Zhao Pan, employing his mental prowess to levitate him. Subsequently, he removed Zhao Pan's shoes and socks, employing a method reminiscent of Zhang Wuji's treatment of Zhao Min, thus doubling the delight of the moment. Please stop. I have erred. I truly acknowledge my transgressions. Who are you? If you do not cease, I shall ensure your demise. Zhao Pan implored. Enough, truly. That is sufficient. I concede, I fully concede. No. I sense you have not yet surrendered. I intend to introduce a new form of amusement. Please, esteemed sir, you seek my mother, do you not? Hurry inside. What do you gain by quarreling with a mere child? And now you remember you are but a child? Were you not just boasting of my untimely end? Esteemed sir, I merely spoke in jest. What can I truly do to you? I cannot harm you. Please enter swiftly, and do not delay important matters. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Pan was abruptly dropped to the ground, landing in an undignified manner. Ouch, that hurts. I have no quarrel with you. No, I misspoke. Disregard that last remark. Very well, put on your shoes and rise quickly. I await your guidance to meet your mother. Zhao Pan hastily donned his shoes, his gaze toward Chao Kuan gradually shifting from hostility to curiosity. Zhao and I, compared to Zhao Ye, possessed the significant advantage of having borne a son, thereby securing the protection of Zhao Zhe's lineage. In contrast, Zhao Ye, devoid of offspring and likewise a daughter-in-law of the Zhao family, faced various indignities from Zhao Wang and Zhao Mu, who utilized her to host foreign dignitaries. Although Zhao Ye was ostensibly Zhao Wang's sister, she had effectively become a mere tool of his. Zhao Ni's son and her unwavering fidelity over the years, unmarred by scandal, garnered her a modicum of respect from Zhao Wang. However, Zhao Ni's reclusive nature confined her to the palace following her husband's death, rarely venturing beyond its confines. Consequently, Zhao Pan was limited to the activities within this secluded courtyard, often finding no companions to play with. Over time, he resorted to teasing the palace maids as his sole form of amusement. After Chao Kuan had given him a slight reprimand, Zhao Pan, having regained his composure, not only harbored no anger, but also trailed Chao Kuan like a devoted shadow, incessantly inquiring about various matters. It was evident that he had not encountered a stranger in quite some time, particularly one who regarded him without deference. Chao Kuan retrieved a remote-controlled racing car from his spatial storage, equipped it with batteries, and handed it to Zhao Pan for his enjoyment. Zhao Pan quickly grasped the mechanics of the racing car, his face illuminating with the joyful expressions typical of a boy his age as he raced it around the courtyard. At that moment, Lady and I was concealed within the house, peering through the window slits. Upon witnessing her son's genuine expression of joy, she composed herself and stepped outside. I am Zhao and I. Honored to meet you, Commander Chao. Chao Kuan cast a glance at Zhao and I, noticing that she bore a resemblance to Zhao Ye, albeit faintly, possessing the striking and elegant features of an egg-shaped face. His initial impression of her was that of a refined lady from the capital, embodying a blend of strength and gentleness. Zhao and I, aware that Chao Kuan was observing her, felt no sense of aversion. She had never encountered a man as handsome as him in her lifetime. Coupled with the warm and harmonious scene she had just witnessed between Chao Kuan and Zhao Pan, her first impression of him was exceedingly favorable. It was as if the parched landscape of her heart had finally welcomed the nourishing rains. Yet, constrained by the persona she had cultivated over the years, she found herself at a loss for words on how to engage with Chao Kuan. At that moment, Zhao Pan approached with a remote control car, addressing Zhao and I. Mother, if you wish to befriend this Commander Chao, I promise not to cause any trouble this time. Zhao and I stamped her foot and expertly retrieved a whip from her waist. What are you talking about, child? Observing this exchange, Chao Kuan felt a sense of warmth emanating from the harmonious relationship between mother and son. For after all, a mother's love for her child remains unwavering. even amidst playful banter. Chapter 072. Young Lord Xiao Yuan. If you do not forsake me, I wish to kneel and acknowledge you as my adoptive father. Zhao Pan, maneuvering his beloved remote-controlled car, discreetly vanished from sight before the two. Both Chao Kun and Zhao and I were acutely aware of the Zhao Wang's intentions to orchestrate a union between them. In the past, the Zhao Wang had made several attempts at matchmaking, all of which were thwarted by Zhao Pan's interference. However, if Zhao and I were genuinely inclined, Zhao Pan's meddling would be futile. Presently, Zhao and I felt quite amenable to the idea, aside from Chao Kun's exceptional qualities. His harmonious rapport with Zhao Pan further endeared him to her. Chao Kun, familiar with Zhao Ni's character from the original narrative, recognized her as a paragon of virtue. Having upheld her chastity for over a decade, he could not employ the same crude tactics he had used with Wu Tingfang in approaching her. Furthermore, since Zhao Wang had not overtly broached the subject and merely suggested that Chao Kun meet Zhao and I, there was no need for him to rush. Upon entering the house with Zhao and I, she instructed her servants to bring forth an assortment of delicacies and tea to entertain him. It was evident that she had not engaged in conversation with strangers for quite some time, displaying a degree of timidity in her speech. Yet she endeavored to initiate dialogue with Chao Kun. A woman genuinely interested in you would not be preoccupied with her phone, ignoring you entirely. Noticing her demeanor, Chao Kun retrieved a deck of playing cards from his space and began teaching Zhao and I the simplest game of drawing 5 cards. Despite her reticence, Zhao and I exhibited a keen interest in cards. He started with basic Arabic numerals, and as she played and learned, she quickly grasped the concepts of the game. Once Zhao and I became familiar with the rules, Chao Kun introduced a playful twist. The loser would have to affix a small note to their face. Given the lack of advanced paper-making techniques in this era, he produced sticky notes he had brought from the modern world. With vibrant hues, the small notes were playfully adhered to their faces as they unwittingly accumulated a collection of them. As the evening wore on, Chao Kun rose to leave, reaching over to gently remove the notes from Zhao Ni's face. This modest display of intimacy fell perfectly within her comfort zone. When his fingers inadvertently brushed against her cheek, she held her breath, standing there with her head bowed, her face beginning to flush. Seeing her reaction, Chao Kun leaned in and placed a brief kiss on her right cheek before promptly making his way toward the door. As he reached the threshold, he glanced back at Zhao and I and cheerfully remarked, "I shall return at this time tomorrow." Zhao and I, half concealed behind the door, responded, "And I will await your return." With a hearty laugh, Chao Kun turned and departed with flair, while Zhao Pan, resembling an eager attendant, escorted him to the courtyard's entrance, reluctantly calling after him to visit again. In this era, it was commonplace for women to marry and bear children by the age of 13 or 14. Zhao and I, still shy of 30, was in the prime of her youth, a period most favored by suitors. It is difficult in later generations to envision a mother in her early teens retaining the purity of youthful charm, yet Zhao and I epitomized just that. Yet this pure aura is intertwined with the allure of a mature woman. When Chao Kun had just torn a small note for her, it evoked memories of his school days when he would tug at the ponytails of the beautiful girls in class. Upon returning to Wujia Fortress, Chao Kun casually inquired about Xiang Xiaolong's recent circumstances. Learning that he had scarcely ventured out in recent days, he refrained from questioning further. Wasn't it similar when he first traversed into the world of the legend of the Condor Heroes? Secluded in the ancient tomb, practicing martial arts, and cherishing his love with Limacho, he felt that life had reached its zenith. At present, Xiang Xiaolong was surrounded by several stunning beauties, living a life devoid of worries, revolving around the trifecta of eating, training, and sleeping, exhibiting a terrifying level of self-discipline. To become a top-tier Special Forces soldier, Xiang Xiaolong possessed a certain fierce tenacity, which was beneficial to Chao Kun. If Xiang Xiaolong were to become complacent, relying on Chao Kun's protection, it would not be imperative for Chao Kun to stay by his side. After all, having a compatriot from the future nearby could provide a companion with whom to share thoughts. Wait a moment, did I forget something today? I was supposed to visit Lady Ping Yuan. Glancing up at the sky, he realized it was already afternoon. Never mind, he decided to postpone the visit until tomorrow. Tomorrow, I shall certainly not disappoint her. The next day, Chao Kun rose early once more. This time, he resolved to visit Lady Pingyuan first. He would arrive at Zhao Ni's later, allowing her to wait a bit longer, thus building her anticipation. Chao Kun gradually learned the art of tugging at a woman's emotions, and he had finally transformed into the time management master he once despised. Arriving at the grand residence of Lord Pingyuan, Chao Kun stated his purpose and was escorted to a side hall to await her. In his perception, Lady Pingyuan was presently surrounded by 7 or 8 maidservants, frantically preparing her makeup. Chao Kun found it amusing, yet he chose not to interrupt, quietly enjoying the delicate pastries served in Lady Pingyuan's abode while he waited. After a brief half hour, Lady Pingyuan finally made her entrance. Upon seeing her, Chao Kun's eyes brightened. Indeed, an elegant presence. Lady Pingyuan was a few years older than Zhao and I, and Chao Kun estimated her age to be no more than 35. Due to her pampered lifestyle and meticulous self-care, combined with her current deliberate adornment, Chao Kun couldn't help but think, why hadn't he come sooner? Just then, he noticed a familiar figure trailing behind Lady Pingyuan. It was Xiaoyuan Jun Zhaoda. At that moment, Zhaoda looked at Chao Kun with a complex expression, seemingly struggling to articulate something. "Dear," Lady Pingyuan uttered softly, her voice imbued with a bloodline authority that sent a chill down Zhaoda's spine. He hurriedly approached Chao Kun and knelt before him, saying, "Mr. Chao, I must apologize for my previous rudeness. I sincerely beg your pardon." "And what else?" Lady Pingyuan pressed, prompting Zhaoda to grit his teeth and continue. "It is indeed a stroke of fortune for Zhaoda to encounter Mr. Chao. Should you not reject me, I wish to take you as my adoptive father. I implore you to grant me this honor." Chao Kun glanced at Zhaoda, then turned his attention to the Lady of Pingyuan. He observed her approach, placing a hand upon his arm as she spoke. "Mr. Chao, this matter has been contemplated deeply by me. If you'd accept my child, I assure you that I can bestow upon you all that encompasses the Pingyuan Duke's residence in the future. May I inquire about your thoughts on this?" Chao Kun regarded the Lady of Pingyuan with a smile and replied, "Are you referring to everything within this estate?" He deliberately emphasized the word everything, confident that she would grasp his implication. The Lady of Pingyuan nodded and responded, "After the passing of my husband, it has been quite a challenge for a woman like me to sustain this household. It was only upon encountering you, Mr. Chao, that I began to see a glimmer of hope." Chao Kun looked at her intently and gently probed, "Surely, it encompasses more than just this?" After a brief silence, the Lady of Pingyuan slowly nodded and admitted, "There are also the intentions of the king at play here." Chapter 073. From the residence of the Plain Lord to the city gates, Chao Kun furrowed his brow. "Can the king truly meddle in your domestic affairs?" Lady Pingyuan replied, "The king merely offered me a suggestion. Yet, as long as I am unwilling, what power does he possess over me?" As she spoke, Lady Pingyuan drew closer to Chao Kun, and he could even detect the fragrance of her powder, which made his senses tingle. Oblivious to Chao Kun's expression, she continued, "Since the Battle of Chongping, the king has languished in despair, indulging in wine and merriment while the state of Zhao has weakened significantly. However, upon your arrival in Zhao, the king has glimpsed a hope for revitalization. It has been many years since I have seen such light in his eyes. You must have sensed the king's genuine regard for you during this time. For the sake of Zhao and for my own sake, I am willing to offer my modest possessions as a token of sincerity, and I hope for your compassion, Mr. Chao." What a bold move to offer both herself and her wealth. Young Zhaoda appeared somewhat discontented, yet what could he do? These scions of noble families often lacked true grit. In just a few days, Chao Kun would tame him even more than Zhao Pan. With this thought, Chao Kun looked down at the young Lord Zhaoda and smiled. "Do call me your adoptive father. I wish to hear it." Zhaoda glanced at his mother, feeling his lineage once again suppressed. With no means to resist, he chose to surrender. Exhausted, he thought, let it all end. "Adoptive father, I am Zhaoda, greeting you," he declared, bowing deeply and knocking his head thrice against the ground. As soon as he finished, a mysterious force lifted Zhaoda up, preventing him from kneeling further. "Enough. You have called me adoptive father now. I shall protect you henceforth." Chao Kun patted Zhao Da's shoulder and, after a moment's consideration, produced a remote-controlled airplane equipped with a gyroscope from his spatial realm, one that could be acquired for just over 30 coins in Yiwu toy market. This is a welcoming gift from your adoptive father. Take it. Although Zhao Da was a few years older than Zhao Pan, he was still merely a boy of 15 or 16, unable to resist the allure of the toy. After Chao Kun patiently instructed him on the operation of the remote control, the boy became utterly absorbed in play. Adoptive father, mother, please enjoy your conversation. I shall not disturb you any longer. Having secured the young lord, Chao Kun took Lady Pingyuan's hand and led her indoors, whereupon she gracefully closed the door with her heel. May I inquire whether you wish to share a seat and a bed with me tonight? Feigning ignorance, she teased him. You rogue. After lunch, Chao Kun grew weary of pretense and, using his telekinetic powers, soared toward the royal palace. As Zhao Da watched his adoptive father's majestic ascent while playing with a remote-controlled plane, any lingering reluctance vanished. He felt only gratitude for his mother's discerning eye. If the plain Lord Zhao Sheng were to discover the current state of affairs at home, he would surely find it impossible to contain his shock. Chao Kun soared to the palace gates, brandishing the insignia of the commander of the Imperial Guards. At that moment, he encountered Lu Cheng, the true commander of the Imperial troops, who was arriving to change shifts. Initially, Lu Cheng harbored a sense of resentment towards Chao Kun, the unexpectedly emerging commander. But upon witnessing his remarkable descent from the heavens, all feelings of discontent evaporated. Clearly, Chao Kun possessed the ability to fly directly into the palace. His decision to land at the gates was a mere gesture of respect. Chao Kun had performed his aerial feats in Handan City, garnering widespread attention and sparking much speculation among the populace. In his view, since the king of Zhao had expressed a desire to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, the more formidable his displays of power, the more resolute the king's commitment would become. Unlike Xiang Xiaolong and Yi Xiaochuan, who held a deep reverence for history, Chao Kun believed that if he could secure the king's favor, the unification of the 6 states by Zhao was entirely feasible. The notion of embarking on a long journey to persuade El Buwei and Ying Yiren with a Zhao plate, enduring hardship to elevate a false Qin Shi Huang, was simply not within his inclination. As he approached Zhao Ni's courtyard, it was as he had anticipated. She stood at her doorstep, eagerly awaiting his arrival. As he drew near, she hastily retreated, feigning a chance encounter. Meanwhile, Zhao Pan, the child, scampered over, inquiring, Commander Chao, when will you marry my mother? She hasn't extinguished the candles since last night, clutching the paper token you provided. Zhao Pan. Zhao and I deftly retrieved a small whip from her waist and playfully swatted him. Oh dear, must you mention my actions? Commander Chao, I shall take my leave now. I support you in spirit. Zhao Pan exclaimed, making a hasty exit, eliciting laughter from both Chao Kun and Zhao and I. It had been far too long since she had seen her child express such unbridled joy, all thanks to Commander Chao. Still calling me Commander Chao? Is it not a tad too formal? Then what should I call you? I wish for you to call me by my name. Call me Brother Kun. Is that appropriate? Given my age. Fear not. You are certainly younger than I. I merely appear youthful. Upon contemplating Chao Kun's extraordinary nature, Zhao and I accepted this assertion. When in his presence, she felt enveloped and protected by a paternal warmth, a sensation she had previously been unable to comprehend. Now, with Chao Kun's explanation, she realized that his greater age and experience afforded her this unparalleled sense of security. Kun. Brother Kun. Haha, you are truly obedient and I err. Chao Kun embraced Zhao and I, who made no effort to resist, allowing him to hold her. Joy surged through him. Previously, he had thought he would need to emulate Liu Bei's persistent visits to summon Zhuge Liang. Yet merely a day later, Zhao and I had already reached this level of intimacy. Chao Kun has never been a paragon of virtue. He is merely filled with gratitude towards the beauty, vowing to treat her well in the future. While Chao Kun and Zhao and I were engaged in a game of Ludo within the confines of the room, Zhao Wang had already received a comprehensive report on Chao Kun's activities throughout the day. The Lady of Pingyuan had sent word that Chao Kun had taken Zhao Da as his adopted son. Had Chao Kuan lingered at the Lady of Pingyuan's residence for 2 hours? Then, did he soar directly from her abode to the palace? And now, how long has he been with the royal sister? Almost an hour, perhaps? What were they up to? Playing Ludo? What sort of game is that? According to a maidservant from the residence of Lady Ni, she had just overheard Lady Ni utter the word takeoff, after which it seemed as though a barrier had silenced everything in the room, rendering her unable to hear anything further. Takeoff? Zhao Wang held no understanding of the terminology related to Ludo and was oblivious to the nature of this game. Yet, reflecting on the deck of cards crafted by artisans at Zhao Ni's behest yesterday, playing cards was indeed entertaining, and this Ludo must surely be even more delightful. Chapter 074. The appearance of Ji Yanran and Chao Kuan's night visit to Zhao Ye's residence in less than a month since his arrival in Handan. Chao Kuan had already ascended to the pinnacle of the Zhao state's power hierarchy, initially becoming the son-in-law of the Wu family. He subsequently acquired Lady Pingyuan along with her son and fortune, and ultimately made a lifelong pact with Zhao Ni, the sister of King Zhao. Furthermore, both Guizhong and Zhao Mu maintained exceptionally amicable relations with Chao Kuan. Particularly noteworthy is Zhao Mu, a notorious antagonist in the original narrative known for his relentless persecution of Xiang Xiaolong, who now regarded Chao Kuan as a brother. The steel magnate Guizhong frequently extended invitations for meals, even attempting to facilitate a match between Chao Kuan and his daughter Guixioer. Remarkably, Zhao Ye had also completely reformed her previous demeanor during this period, refraining from any scandalous behavior within Handan. As the saying goes, the worth of a man rises in the eyes of others as he gains strength. In times of weakness, one is surrounded by ill-intentioned individuals. In times of strength, one is accompanied by allies. Currently, there was no trace of malevolence around Chao Kuan, though there were discontented voices lurking in the shadows. This dissent, however, did not originate from the Zhao state, but from the distant Qin state. What an absurdity! El Bouet violently shattered the inkstone he had just purchased. Initially, he and Wu Shiluo were on the verge of an agreement for her assistance in locating the imprisoned Zhu Ji and her son in Handan. Everything was progressing smoothly, given that the Wu family possessed Qin bloodlines, and El Bouet held this leverage, ensuring their cooperation. However, recently, the Wu family had become somewhat uncooperative. Reports from spies indicated that a newcomer named Chao Kuan had entered their ranks, seemingly formidable enough to garner the favor of King Zhao himself. In the Qin state, ever since he fully invested in the hostage Yi Ren during his time in Zhao, leveraging unique goods to rise to the position of chancellor, El Bouet had enjoyed tremendous influence. However, following Yi Ren's ascension to the throne, his health had been deteriorating day by day. Should the king of Qin pass away, it was highly likely that El Bouet's years of careful maneuvering would be entirely consumed by the local aristocracy of Qin. He was in urgent need of the child who had been a hostage in Zhao to return to Qin and help him sustain his power. After all, even El Bouet himself could not discern whether that child was the son of the king or his own. With the Wu family refusing to cooperate, how could El Bouet remain calm? Nevertheless, being astute and calculating, he understood that this matter could not be rushed. He needed to send someone to investigate Chao Kuan's background thoroughly to avoid any unforeseen complications. Investigate. I demand to know everything about this individual, including his vulnerabilities. Leave no stone unturned. Not only was El Bouet probing into Chao Kuan, but the various states of the warring states were also conducting clandestine inquiries. The more they investigated, the more astonishing the revelations became. For instance, had Chao Kuan actually flown? Many witnesses in Handan attested to this phenomenon. Was this not a deliberate ploy orchestrated by King Zhao? In Wei, De Liang, Zhou Yin gazed at the stars, his expression contorted in dismay. The celestial patterns are shifting. The artifacts are becoming more elusive. This is a sign of change. At this moment, a stunning figure approached Zhou Yin and inquired, "Godfather, you have been gazing at the stars every night lately. What could possibly be the matter?" Zhou Yin sighed and replied, "Originally, the purple tenuity stars shone brightly in the West Qin. It was merely a matter of time before the world fell under Qin's dominion. However, recently, the Zhao kingdom has been ablaze with stellar brilliance, overshadowing the purple tenuity star of the West Qin, signaling the imminent shift of fate. Upon saying this, Zhou Yin glanced at the exquisite figure beside him and urged, Yinji, it would be prudent for you to journey to Handan in the Zhao Kingdom at once, to assist your adoptive father in discerning the happenings there. I suspect that the Destined One has already emerged in Zhao. Ji Yinji observed her adoptive father's distressed demeanor and quickly reassured him. Rest assured, father, I shall set off for the Zhao Kingdom immediately. Do you have any further instructions? Zhou Yin studied the northern sky, his gaze softening at Ji Yinji's rare smile. Go ahead. Perhaps you shall encounter a gentleman who captures your heart. Ji Yinji chuckled lightly. Godfather, you jest. I intend to remain by your side forever, honoring you. Is that not sufficient? Ha ha ha. Let us revisit this conversation upon your return. Ji Yinji, undeterred by her godfather's words, was a remarkable talent. Though she was a woman, she had been tutored by the eminent Yinyang master Zhou Yin since childhood, becoming renowned as the stone talent of the realm. Mastery over music, chess, literature, painting, medicine, divination, astrology, and the philosophies of various schools was but a fraction of her accomplishments, alongside her unparalleled martial prowess. Xiang Xiaolong had once clashed with the formidable general of Wei, Xiao Weimu, suffering defeats each time. During their last encounter, when he nearly met his demise at Xiao Weimu's hands, Ji Yinji single-handedly drove him away, saving Xiang Xiaolong. Netizens affectionately dubbed this leading lady of the Seeking Qin narrative the scene stealer of Seeking Qin, for her performance often eclipsed that of the male protagonist, Xiang Xiaolong. It was no wonder the adaptation cut her role significantly, as her presence would have overshadowed the narrative entirely. Zhou Yin remained concerned for his daughter's safety, suggesting she accompany the Wei diplomatic entourage to the Zhao Kingdom after some time, ensuring she had protection. Meanwhile, in the Zhao Kingdom, Chao Kuan had become quite the master of time management. Just tonight, upon returning home, he received an invitation from Zhao Ye to visit her residence the following day. The woman's timing took Chao Kuan by surprise, as she had waited until now to extend her invitation. Considering her recurring personality traits within the narrative, Chao Kuan decided not to wait for the next day. After a modest dinner, he set off that very night under the cover of darkness, heading straight to Zhao Ye's residence outside the royal palace. Upon arrival, he witnessed a dramatic scene unfolding. Zhao Mu, visibly agitated, demanded, "When did you begin your liaison with Chao Kuan? Why was I not informed?" Zhao Ye, hearing this, replied, "My lord, please calm your anger. I never intended for this to occur. That fateful night, I was peacefully asleep at home when he descended from the heavens." At this point, Zhao Ye's voice faltered. "You know well, my lord, that I am but a frail woman. Faced with Lord Chao, I had no means to refuse." Zhao Ye spoke with increasing fervor. Before Chao Kuan departed, he issued a stern warning, commanding me to refrain from engaging with other men. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to eliminate any intruder. What recourse do I have? If you, my lord, are intent on sharing a tender moment with me today, I assure you I shall not refuse. Even if questioned later, I would never betray you. However, I have received your immense kindness over the years, and I genuinely wish for you not to fall into enmity with Lord Chao over a mere woman like myself. Lord Chao's methods are inscrutable, and even if I remain silent, can he not uncover your identity? I have heard that your relationship with Lord Chao is quite amicable, and it pains me to see you undervalue yourself. Zhao Mu, with his head bowed in contemplation, suddenly erupted in fury. "Wretched girl, how dare you deceive me at such a time? You claim that Chao Kuan sought you in the dead of night? From this moment forth, I shall remain by your side. Let us see when he dares to come here. Oh, is the Duke of Julu waiting for me?" A voice echoed from the night sky. Zhao Mu and Zhao Yu were both momentarily stunned. Chapter 075. Would Lady Chao be willing to become the Chancellor of Zhao? As Chao Kuan suddenly appeared, Zhao Mu's countenance shifted dramatically. He turned to Zhao Ye, incredulous. "You truly did not deceive me?" Zhao Ye was equally flustered. Her initial plan was to leverage Chao Kuan's reputation to escape Zhao Mu's grasp, for it was well known throughout Handan that Chao Kuan had the ability to soar. Previously, under the control of King Zhao and Zhao Mu, she had resigned herself to her fate. Yet, when Chao Kuan first locked eyes with her upon his arrival in Handan, She discerned a distinct ambition within him, not the frivolous kind often exhibited by men towards women, but rather a desire to claim her for himself. At that moment, Zhao Yu was unaware of the full extent of Chao Kuan's capabilities. She merely found him irresistibly attractive, stirring a longing within her. Subsequent events gradually unveiled the possibility of liberating herself from King Zhao and Zhao Mu's dominance. This woman exhibited remarkable decisiveness. Ever since Chao Kuan's entrance into Handan, she shed her previous reckless demeanor, biding her time for a chance to meet him. While she could dismiss any man in Handan, she could not reject Zhao Mu, as he was inseparably linked to King Zhao. Even in the face of Zhao Mu's most egregious actions, she knew the king would never speak a word in her defense. In her desperation, she had resorted to using Chao Kuan as a shield against Zhao Mu on several occasions. Initially, this tactic bore some fruit, as Zhao Mu remained somewhat skeptical yet intrigued. However, as her deceptions grew more frequent, Zhao Mu's trust in her waned. After all, she repeatedly claimed Chao Kuan was her man. Yet where was he? At that pivotal moment, Chao Kuan truly arrived. Zhao Mu's composure fractured. Zhao Yu, too, was in a precarious position. After all, she had just spoken to Zhao Mu, and it was likely that Chao Kuan had overheard everything. Anxiously, she glanced at him, only to find herself suddenly lifted off the ground, suspended in midair by an unseen force, and standing alongside Chao Kuan. With heartfelt sincerity, Chao Kuan grasped her hand and spoke, "I apologize, for my tardiness." At that instant, the burdensome weight that had pressed upon her for years was abruptly lifted. She could finally breathe freely, as if this oppressive world had been shattered by a single blow. "My lord, I share a profound connection with you. I implore you to grant me a favor and bless our union, allowing me to owe you a debt of gratitude," Chao Kuan stated. The world of martial arts is not solely about combat. Chao Kuan is not one who enjoys frivolous confrontations. Since his arrival in Handan, Zhao Mu had either presented him with gifts or invited him to revel in his estate, and the courtesans of the had ensured his comfort. Their relationship had flourished to a reasonable extent, and Chao Kuan found Zhao Mu to be quite adept in interpersonal relations. As the adopted son of the Spring and Shun Lord of Chu, his rise to prominence in Zhao was undoubtedly a testament to his intelligence and emotional acumen. Indeed, Chao Kuan graciously provided Zhao Mu with a comfortable avenue for retreat. Zhao Mu chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Ah, Brother Chao, had you mentioned earlier that Lady was under your patronage, there would have been no misunderstandings. This time the fault lies with me. Next time you visit my residence, I shall prepare a grand gift for you." Chao Kuan nodded in acknowledgement. "I appreciate your kindness, my lord. However, I stand by my previous words. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Mu hastily departed. Chao Kuan turned to gaze at Zhao Yu and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned a large circular bed from the ether, designed for couples. They settled upon the bed, which Chao Kuan then levitated into the sky above Handan City. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, Zhao Yu beheld her childhood city from such an elevation for the first time, her heart swelling with emotion. "Chao, sir, I have waited long for you," she remarked. "Is that truly the case? I find it hard to believe. What must I do to convince you?" She replied playfully, "Oh dear Yu, you are so astute. Do you require my guidance? From this day forth, I shall belong solely to you, Sir Chao. I hope you will cherish me," she declared. As dawn broke, Chao Kuan returned home before the sun graced the horizon. At that moment, he transitioned from doubting Xiang Xiaolong to understanding him. Even if this woman had innocently betrayed him, he could never bring himself to harm her. She possessed an uncanny understanding of men. Upon arriving home, he fell into a deep slumber until 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Awaking, he found the women of the household engaged in their training. Occasionally, when present, he would hasten their progress with the aid of mutated plants, but strictly for his own women. The unfortunate demise of so many of Xiang Xiaolong's women had instilled a sense of apprehension within him, fearing that one day he might unwittingly lose his household. If his abode were filled with formidable female warriors, the dynamics would be vastly different. Any intruders would have far more to fear. Days later, following Zhao Mu's potential discussions with King Zhao, Chao Kun ventured to the royal palace to nurture his relationship with Zhao and I. The king summoned him, directly addressing the matter at hand. Chao Qing, I have heard about your involvement with my two royal sisters. I intend to betroth them to you. How do you feel about this? Upon hearing this, Chao Kun immediately expressed his gratitude. I am most honored by your esteemed favor, your majesty. The king raised a hand, signaling him to pause. Do not rush. I have not yet finished. Please continue, your majesty. The beauty of my sisters is undeniable, yet they are widowed and, moreover, are my half-sisters from beyond the 5 dynasties. Even if you were to marry them, it would not deepen our ties. What, then, is your majesty's intention? Gao Kun inquired. I have a daughter named Zhao Qian, who has been spoiled by me since childhood. I wish for you to assist in her upbringing. What are your thoughts on this? Chao Kun scrutinized the king, ensuring he was not jesting, his mind conjuring the image of the princess Zhao Qian, once betrothed to the crown prince of Wei, who tragically perished mid-escape with Xiang Xiaolong. Is the king truly willing to utilize even his daughter, intended for an alliance with Wei, to win my favor? It appears that during this period, the Zhao king has become somewhat unsettled due to the recent displays of grandeur in Handan. However, since your majesty is so gracious, I am not one to simply take without giving in return. With this thought in mind, Chao Kun produced a small booklet he had prepared some time ago, titled Strategies for Prosperity and National Strength in Ancient Times. After presenting the booklet to the Zhao king, Chao Kun quietly observed as the king perused its contents. Half an hour later, the Zhao king rose and approached Chao Kun with fervent enthusiasm, grasping his hand and exclaiming, Chao, you are indeed a pillar for the revival of our great Zhao. If you do not refuse, I would be honored to appoint you as chancellor of our esteemed Zhao. Would you be willing to undertake this significant responsibility? Chao Kun smiled and nodded, responding, Your Majesty regards me as a national hero, and I shall reciprocate your trust with unwavering loyalty. Chapter 76. Chancellor Chao, Grand Tutor Chao, Queen Han Jing thanks for the invitation. In the Warring States period, within a month, from being an obscure figure to becoming the Chancellor of Zhao, the speed of Chao Kun's rise astonished even Zhao Mu, who had a close relationship with the king of Zhao. After the Battle of Chongping, Chancellor Lin Xiangru passed away in obscurity. In Pingyuan Jun, Zhao Shang succeeded him as Chancellor of Zhao. Last year, Zhao Shang also departed this world, leaving the chancellorship vacant. With various factions in Zhao vying for this influential position, no one anticipated that the king of Zhao would decisively appoint Chao Kun, a mere newcomer in Handan, for just a month, to such a prestigious role. However, no one expressed dissatisfaction. For Chao Kun's displayed abilities were indeed formidable enough to instill a sense of trepidation in everyone. Moreover, the king of Zhao announced several new technologies that Chao Kun had contributed to the state. The curved plow, the dragon backbone water wheel, traditional methods of steel production, papermaking, and the hand-cranked loom. Each of these innovations was a significant boon for the nation and its populace. These advancements would directly benefit the aristocratic class of Zhao. As the saying goes, mutual prosperity is true prosperity. Chao Kun provided sufficient advantages to the upper echelons of Zhao, making many matters fall into place seamlessly. Additionally, there was another reason for the acceptance of Chao Kun as chancellor. He preferred to adopt a hands-off approach. The king of Zhao permitted him to abstain from court meetings, only requiring his presence at the palace during major state affairs. Besides his chancellorship, Chao Kun also took on the role of tutor to the king's son, Zhao Yan, serving as the grand tutor. Occasionally, he would enter the palace to teach the crown prince, although it was evident that this prince was not particularly promising. The first son of King Zhao Xiaoqing passed away at a young age, marking the loss of the first heir. Subsequently, Chumping Jun Zhao, he was detained by El Bu Wei during peace negotiations with Qin and remains a hostage in the Qin state to this day. Now, only Zhao Yan, the king's biological son, remains as the sole heir to the throne, regardless of his willingness to succeed his father. It is akin to a young man, previously unable to compete in the city, suddenly becoming the sole heir of a wealthy family, enjoying a life he once dared not even dream of without effort. Chao Kun, in fact, did not disapprove of Zhao Yan's lazy disposition. During his time as a laborer in Jiangcheng, His dream life resembled that of Zhao Yan's current existence. Thus, he not only refrained from pressuring Zhao Yan academically, but occasionally presented him with small trinkets to pass the time, resulting in an unexpectedly harmonious relationship between the two. In contrast, Queen Han Jing, the first to witness her son speak highly of the Grand Tutor, began to regard Chao Kun with newfound respect, especially as Zhao Yan willingly completed the assignments Chao Kun occasionally assigned. Han Jing was the sole original beauty in Han Dan that Chao Kun had no intentions of pursuing. Originally a noblewoman from Han, she married the king of Zhao and became the queen. In the original narrative, Xiang Xiaolong returned to Zhao seeking revenge against Zhao Mu, taking on the guise of the horse enthusiast Dong Quang, and had a fleeting romance with Han Jing. After Xiang Xiaolong avenged himself, he utilized the persona of Dong Quang to feign death and escape. This led Han Jing to fast for 3 days and nights, revealing her genuine affection. However, Chao Kun is currently enjoying a harmonious relationship with King Zhao, making it unnecessary to pilfer from his household, as it would yield more losses than gains. Whenever Chao Kun visits the palace to instruct Zhao Yan, Lord Xiaoyuan Zhaoda and Lady Ni's son, Zhao Pan, accompany him to serve as Zhao Yan's study companions. The 3 boys address Chao Kun in various affectionate terms. One calls him Grand Tutor, another refers to him as Foster Father, while the third addresses him as Master, each enjoying their own camaraderie. On this particular day, after lessons, Zhao Pan proudly showcased the remote-controlled car that Chao Kun had gifted him, exclaiming, "Look, this is the remote-controlled car my master gave me." Zhao De, producing a remote-controlled airplane seemingly from nowhere, chimed in, "And this is the airplane my foster father gifted me. It can soar through the skies." Zhao Yan glanced at Zhao De and then at Zhao Pan, blinking in curiosity. "Why is it that I have none?" Zhao De sighed, handing the remote-controlled airplane to Zhao Yan. "You are destined to be the future king. Our possessions are inherently yours." Zhao Ban, Kachinon, promptly placed the remote-controlled car into Zhao Yan's hands. Though Zhao Yan regarded the toys with a somewhat conflicted expression, he articulated his thoughts. "What I mean is, why did the Grand Tutor bestow such delightful gifts upon you, yet not upon me?" Zhao Pan's eyes twinkled with mischief as he ventured. "Could it be due to our mothers?" "Oh, Zhao De, why are you covering my mouth?" Zhao De pulled Zhao Pan aside, whispering urgently, "What were you about to say? Do you wish for the Crown Prince's mother to end up like ours? Are you out of your mind?" Realizing the gravity of their words, Zhao Pan understood that such matters should not be uttered carelessly. If Zhao Yan were to take it to heart, it could lead to unforeseen calamities. The 2 boys shared a light-hearted banter to steer the conversation away from the delicate topic, yet Zhao Yan was not lacking in intellect. He quickly discerned the disparity between himself and his companions. However, this realization bore no actionable solutions. Both Zhao Pan and Zhao De hailed from single-parent households, having lost their fathers, while Zhao Yan's father was still alive. Yet, in recent years, King Zhao had been infatuated with Zhao Mu, leaving Zhao Yan somewhat disillusioned with his father. His mother had endured nearly a decade of widowhood, while Grand Tutor Chao was renowned for his charm and distinguished appearance. The thought flickered through Zhao Yan's mind. If my mother were to be with Grand Tutor Chao, could I accept that? It seemed there was nothing inherently unacceptable about it. Nevertheless, he decided to quell such thoughts, wary of the consequences that might befall his mother should they lead to her being cast aside. That morning, Xiang Xiaolong arrived early at the Prime Minister's residence to seek out Chao Kun. Since relocating to the Prime Minister's estate, Chao Kun had arranged for Xiang Xiaolong to acquire a house next door, allowing them to be neighbors. Most of Xiaolong's time was devoted to mastering the 9-yin manual, leaving little opportunity for outings. "Xiaolong, it has been quite some time since your last visit. Shall we indulge in a few drinks tonight?" Chao Kun proposed. "Indeed, I shall not decline. The wine here is unparalleled and cannot be found elsewhere," Xiaolong replied. "Now, do enlighten me as to the purpose of your visit," Chao Kun inquired. "The ones who gave me life are my parents, but the one who understands me is my elder brother. I have come to seek your assistance, hoping you might facilitate my entry into the military," Xiaolong stated. "What brings you to such a decision?" Chao Kun asked, intrigued. "Do you wish to enlist?" Xiang Xiaolong nodded. "Brother, You're already the prime minister of Zhao, so the unification of the 6 states by Qin is surely doomed. In my previous life, I emerged from the prestigious Royal Special Forces, and it is only within the military that I can truly demonstrate my worth. Chao Kuan concurred with his assertion. Indeed, Xiang Xiaolong was an exceptional soldier, which justified his elevation to general in Qin. His advantage lay in his familiarity with the modern combat strategies of late 20th century special forces, granting him a perspective far broader than that of the people of this era. While Chao Kuan had never served in the military and lacked Xiang Xiaolong's expertise, the latter had his own shortcomings, as evidenced by the significant losses he suffered during a night raid by Li Mu's cavalry. How about this? I will see if I can arrange for you to study the commanding techniques of this era under General Lien Pe. When the time is ripe, I shall send you north to General Li Mu to tackle the Huns. Hee, I appreciate it, brother. Chapter 077. The Rapid Transformation of Zhao State. Ji Yanran faces rejection. Chao Kuan is characterized by an unwavering resolve once he sets his sights on a goal. His execution capabilities are often proportional to his strength, and Chao Kuan's current prowess allows his execution to flow seamlessly. The monarchs of the 7 warring states may display various flaws in historical accounts, yet mere snippets do not encapsulate the entirety of a person's character. Take King Xiaocheng of Zhao, for instance. Historically perceived as indecisive and disengaged, he can, when presented with an opportunity, exhibit a ferocity that even impresses Chao Kuan. The ancient strategies for wealth and power that Chao Kuan presented to him were treasures in his eyes, and he boldly proclaimed them as the dawn of an unprecedented transformation. While Chao Kuan indulged in the pleasures of life amidst blooming flowers, the king of Zhao entered a state of relentless dedication. The defeat at the Battle of Chongping 9 years prior had thoroughly deflated his morale, but now Chao Kuan had injected him with renewed vigor. He understood that his forthcoming actions would directly influence Zhao's fortune for decades, if not centuries, to come, and with his ancestors watching, he dared not be complacent. Should a formidable ally descend to assist Zhao, if he chose to remain idle, how could he face the ancestors of Zhao in the afterlife? Innovations such as the curved plow, the dragon bone water wheel, rock salt production, and local steel smelting were underway, alongside secret reforms in cavalry involving stirrups and high-arch saddles. Modern advancements in papermaking and printing, the Song dynasty's powerful crossbows, as well as weapons from the Yuan and Qing dynasties, were all brought forth from the treasure trove of knowledge within Chao Kuan's modern tablet. Chao Kuan fearlessly bestowed these advantages upon Zhao, untroubled by the prospect of other states emulating them, for Zhao had his unwavering support of boundless provisions. Had Chao Kuan traversed through time 9 years earlier, the Battle of Chongping would not have necessitated the exchange of Lien Pe for Zhao Kuo. The reason Lien Pe retreated to the banks of the Dan River to establish a camp against the Qin army was due to Zhao's excessively long supply lines, which hampered adequate food provisions. Furthermore, Lien Pe's steadfast refusal to engage was also attributed to the arduous task of transporting supplies across the Taiying Mountains from the Hebei Plains, where 100 tons of provisions reaching the front lines would be considered miraculous if only 5 tons remained. The king of Zhao repeatedly urged Lien Pe to confront the Qin forces, yet Lien Pe feigned ignorance, adamantly refusing to engage in battle. Embodying the essence of a workplace non-contributor, with such scant resources, how could he be expected to fight? He would rather report a shortage once supplies ran out, asserting that his unwillingness to fight stemmed not from a lack of desire, but rather from the constraints of national strength. Thus, the king's intent in exchanging Zhao Kuo for Lien Pe was to prevent Zhao Kuo from engaging in a protracted war of attrition against Qin, as Zhao could no longer sustain such a struggle. In essence, even if Zhao Kuo were to adopt Lien Pe's strategy of steadfast defense, his ability to hold out would be limited. Given the king's directive to attack rather than defend, Zhao Kuo appeared to have 2 choices, yet he was, in truth, confined to a singular path. This was the overt strategy of Qin. Zhao Kuo could either emulate Lien Pe and endure until provisions dwindled, leading to the army's collapse. One may either choose to gamble everything, seizing the moment while the soldiers still possess strength before succumbing to hunger, to venture forth and confront the enemy. Yet it is undeniable that the Qin state would undoubtedly have countermeasures prepared. Chao Kun pondered that, were he in Zhao Kuo's position, he might struggle to perform any better. This individual had withstood a siege by the Qin army for over 40 days within a valley, enduring a complete cutoff of logistical support. Yet his troops managed to avoid a large-scale collapse. This speaks volumes about his command capabilities. Indeed, the Zhao state has been severely weakened by the slaughter of 400,000 troops in the Battle of Chongping. Yet if Chao Kun could assist in replenishing the food supplies, the situation would transform dramatically. An offensive against the Qin might prove challenging, but defending the borders would be a task well within grasp. Even sending Lian Pe with a contingent of 100,000 fresh recruits would ensure a solid defense. The tactical approach of the Qin during this era, whether under the command of Bai Qi or the young Wang Jian, primarily revolved around attrition warfare. With hundreds of thousands of soldiers amassed at the front, the strategy was clear. If your numbers dwindled, we would strike. If you had the advantage, we would engage in a battle of endurance, determining who could outlast whom. Wang Jian had taken this methodology to its extreme in the conquest of Chu, positioning 70,000 troops at their doorstep, forcing Chu to allocate 400,000 to defense. When Chu could no longer sustain the strain and discreetly reduce their garrison, Wang Jian seized the opportune moment for an all-out assault, leading to the collapse of Chu. As King Zhao sought to revitalize his state, envoys from various nations began to stir, descending upon Zhao to gather intelligence. Among them was the delegation from Wei, led by the renowned Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji, with Ji Yanran accompanying this mission to Handan. The recent upheaval in Zhao was too significant to conceal, and thus the Zhao court adopted a strategy of allowing these envoys to ascertain the situation on their own, resolutely refusing to assist them in their inquiries. Upon her arrival in Handan, Ji Yanran separated from the Wei delegation, accompanied by a few personal guards as she roamed the city. Her focus was singular. She was solely invested in the prophecy of her esteemed mentor, Zhou Yin, concerning the rising northern star destined to alter the fabric of the world. Who could this figure be? In Handan, it was common knowledge that it must be none other than Chao Kun, the Chancellor of Zhao. Farmers utilized the improved agricultural tools devised by Chancellor Chao, expediting their labor. Artisans employed the enhanced instruments he introduced, making production swifter and more efficient. Women benefited from the upgraded looms, significantly alleviating household burdens. Even in unseen realms, the vast stores of grain provided by Chao Kun had stabilized grain prices throughout much of Zhao, resulting in a remarkable economic equilibrium compared to previous years. Has it really only been a few months? The transformations within Zhao could only be described as revolutionary. Ji Yanran could perceive these changes, and naturally, the other delegations were not blind to them. Daily, swift riders traversed Handan, dispatching the latest news back to the other 6 states. The more they learned about Zhao's metamorphosis, the more unsettled the other nations became. This was far more formidable than the reforms of Shangyang, which had threatened the fundamental interests of the Qin nobility, encountering immense resistance during implementation. However, Zhao is currently experiencing unbridled advancements in productivity without any formal reforms, causing national strength to surge uncontrollably. Who could withstand such a phenomenon? Every day, the Prime Minister's residence of Chao Kun is filled with members of the 6 Kingdoms envoys seeking an audience. Yet Chao Kun refuses to meet any of them, finding it bothersome. This has led Ji Yanran to experience several rebuffs, an unprecedented treatment she has never encountered from men in her life. Paradoxically, the more elusive Chao Kun becomes, the more her curiosity about him deepens. What manner of man could instigate such momentous changes in Zhao Guo in such a brief span of time? At that moment, Ji Yanran was suddenly enveloped by a shifting scenery, and to her astonishment, she found herself in a courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a stone table, behind which was an exceptionally handsome man, gazing at her with a warm smile. Chapter 078. The hub of controversies and joys outside the Prime Minister's residence today. Chao Kun indulged in a leisurely slumber, awakening to conduct his customary scan of the visitors gathered at his doorstep. Among them, he fortuitously detected the presence of Ji Yanran. Although Chao Kun had never met Ji Yanran, He could not help but be astounded by her remarkable attributes, even as someone well acquainted with countless individuals. He found her beauty and figure to be undeniably among the top 3 he had ever encountered. Especially striking was her unique blend of scholarly elegance and an aura reminiscent of a fierce warrior, an attribute that immediately captured Chao Kuan-'s attention. With a wave of his hand, he summoned her from outside into his spatial domain, releasing her into his courtyard, which felt akin to teleportation for Ji Yanran. The young woman had been lingering outside, yearning to meet Chao Kuan. She had never before encountered a man exuding such an overwhelming presence, as if nothing in the world could command his regard. This was not merely a fade, it was a profound confidence that radiated from him, suggesting he was born to transcend the ordinary realm, like an immortal surveying the myriad of life below. Before meeting Chao Kuan, Ji Yanran had numerous thoughts and questions she wished to share with him. Yet, upon their encounter, she found her inquiries trivial and absurd. His very existence seemed to embody the ultimate truth of the universe. "I am Ji Yanran, a humble woman who has come to meet the Prime Minister," she declared. "Ji Yanran, the talented woman of the Wei State?" Chao Kuan responded, seemingly bestowing undue praise upon her. "In your presence, I hardly deserve the title of a talented individual." Such excessive modesty could be construed as arrogance. In truth, few women could rival her, and she indeed merited the title. Observing Chao Kuan's composed demeanor, Ji Yanran felt a satisfaction that surpassed the extravagant compliments she had previously received. As she gazed at him with admiration, Chao Kuan reflected on the significance of status in a man's allure. Had he been merely an unknown newcomer, even his finest attributes would have failed to evoke the fervent admiration she displayed, reminiscent of an ardent fan encountering a beloved star. It was likely that she had envisioned their meeting countless times in her mind before their actual encounter. The act of self-fantasy can be most perilous, particularly for someone as proud and accomplished as Ji Yanran. In contrast, women like Mei Kan and Yang Tingfang would not indulge in such fantasies, finding their interactions with Chao Kuan to be more natural. Chao Kuan gestured toward the stone bench beside the stone table, inviting Ji Yanran, "Now that you are here, please feel free to enjoy some refreshments." With a gentle wave of his sleeve, a variety of exquisite delicacies appeared before them, items she had never seen before. As she took a bite of a circular pastry, her eyes sparkled with delight. Chao Kuan, amused by her enjoyment of the treat, captured the moment with a photograph for posterity. Subsequently, upon observing Ji Yanran's expression of confusion, he presented his phone to her, inviting her to admire her own exquisite dining demeanor. Ji Yanran had already concocted numerous fantasies regarding the identity of Chao Kuan, and now, upon seeing the photograph of herself on the phone, she began to engage in self-hypnosis. This must be the work of celestial beings. I must remain composed. After indulging in food and drink for a while, their conversation gradually blossomed. Ji Yanran, resembling an obedient student, began recounting amusing tales from her past under Chao Kuan's inquisitive prompts. These conversational techniques were reminiscent of Chao Kuan's own experiences when he had been ensnared by manipulative women in the past. Back then, he had not yet felt the sting of betrayal and had unwittingly revealed too much of himself. After finishing their meal, those with a conscience would express their incompatibility, while others with ulterior motives would simply cast them aside, promising to reconnect at a later time. It can only be said that the halo surrounding Chao Kuan was too radiant, placing Ji Yanran at a psychological disadvantage as she approached him as an adoring fan. Once the meal concluded, Chao Kuan escorted her to the anxious guards waiting outside and bestowed upon her a pass to the Prime Minister's residence, ensuring she would not be turned away on her future visits. In truth, Ji Yanran was a woman with a profound yearning for love. Her years of disdain towards men stemmed from the fact that she had encountered individuals whose intellect did not resonate with her own. It was akin to the disparity between prodigious students in elite universities and the average populace, making meaningful conversation difficult. In the original narrative, her brief encounter with Xiang Xiaolong consisted of only a few casual exchanges, yet she firmly believed him to be her destined partner, willing to risk betraying the state of Wei to be with him. Thus, upon returning to the exterior of Chao's residence, she had resolutely made her choice in this life. Besides Prime Minister Chao, she would find no other man worthy of her esteem. Outside Chao Kuen's residence, the number of those waiting grew increasingly substantial each day. Some, finding direct visits ineffective, began to devise underhanded tactics. Among them, a newly recruited swordsman named Guan Zhongxie, under the command of Elbu Wei, became particularly audacious, incessantly challenging various martial arts academies throughout Handan City. Each time he triumphed over an academy's master, he would issue threats, declaring that as long as Chao Kuen continued to refuse him an audience, he would systematically defeat every martial arts school in Handan until Chao Kuen acquiesced. Chao Kuen held a vivid impression of Guan Zhongxie, as this individual served as the official nemesis of Xiang Xiaolong in the tale of Seeking the Qin. Had Xiang Xiaolong not acquired the 100 Battles blade later on, it would have been exceedingly challenging to best Guan Zhongxie solely in swordsmanship. Moreover, this individual had wed El Buwei's daughter, El Nyangrong, in a subsequent narrative regarded as a sequel to Seeking the Qin. He and El Nyangrong retreated to Pei County after the unification of the 6 states, adopting the surname El and giving birth to a daughter named El Ji, who later became the mother-in-law of Liu Bang, thus intertwining their fates with Xiang Xiaolong's family. Initially, Chao Kuen paid little heed to the uproar caused by Guan Zhongxie, allowing him to create disturbances, confident that the king of Zhao would find a way to handle the situation. However, Guan Zhongxie grew increasingly reckless, ultimately challenging the Zhao family's official martial arts academy, where its master, Zhao Ba, met a grim fate at the tip of Guan Zhongxie's sword. This act constituted a direct affront to the Zhao royal family, prompting the king of Zhao to beseech Chao Kuen for assistance. Lamenting the lack of formidable warriors among his ranks, Chao Kuen, in his current capacity, found it implausible to engage directly with Guan Zhongxie. Thus, he requested King Zhao to procure an individual to assist him in enhancing his training. In response, the king recommended a person he described as the chief disciple of Zhao Ba. Upon the arrival of this individual at Chao Kuen's residence, he was astonished to discover that she was a tall and striking beauty. Zhao Ji, the esteemed disciple of Zhao Ba, the head of the Zhao Martial Arts Academy, presented herself before Minister Chao. Immediately, Chao Kuen's mind conjured her backstory. In the past, the distinguished official of the Qi state, Shan Qin, was wrongfully imprisoned by his political rival, Tian Dan. The Shan family sought refuge in Zhao, only to be ensnared by the treachery of Zhao Mu. The Shan family was left with only 2 sisters who survived the calamity. The elder sister, Shan Rou, became a disciple of the renowned sword saint of Qi, Chao Chiudao, while the younger sister, Shan Ji, entered the Zhao Martial Arts Academy and adopted the name Zhao Ji. Chapter 079, The Thriving Era of the Zhao Kingdom. A long-awaited system notification. After Zhao Ji became a disciple of Chao Kuen specifically cleared the surroundings for her, allowing her to bask in a week's worth of spiritual energy. Furthermore, he directly imparted 10 years of martial prowess to Zhao Ji. With the abundance of double spiritual energy, her inner strength could be replenished in less than a month. The swordsmanship of Guan Zhongxie was indeed perilous, and Chao Kuen, wary of Zhao Ji encountering misfortune, even equipped her with nano-armor during their duel to thwart any underhanded tactics from Guan Zhongxie. Thus, 7 days after Zhao Ji became Chao Kuen's apprentice, she was thrust into a confrontation with Guan Zhongxie to put an end to this farce. In this battle, Guan Zhongxie profoundly realized that 2 decades of relentless sword practice paled in comparison to her 7 days of extraordinary enhancement. Zhao Ji, originally the favored disciple of Zhao Ba, possessed commendable martial skills. Now, bolstered by Chao Kuen's epic elevation, she pierced Guan Zhongxie's heart with a single strike before he even had the chance to utter an apology. The arena for this martial contest was intentionally arranged by the Zhao King in the most bustling street of Handan, where many familiar with Zhao Ji were awestruck by her astonishing transformation over just 7 days, elevating their admiration for Chao Kuen to unprecedented heights. Naturally, Zhao Ji quickly became devoted to her master, moving into Chao Kuen's residence and proclaiming her eternal gratitude, vowing to repay the great kindness of the chancellor. Inwardly, Chao Kuan chuckled. If a woman was smitten, she would be bound to serve him in this lifetime, whereas if she was not, she would toil in the next. Presently, the allure he held over these original beauties paled in comparison to when he first traversed into this world. With his current strength and status, women like Zhao Ji gravitated towards him, ardently seeking to become his consort without him needing to make the first move. Thus, should he merely hint at mutual affection, it would present Zhao Ji with a monumental opportunity to alter her destiny, compelling her to seize it tightly and grasp her future resolutely. Chao Kuan's reforms in the Zhao kingdom were characterized by an utter disregard for cost and consequence. His intentions were straightforward. With a maximum of approximately 30 years to remain in this world, he aspired to unify the 6 kingdoms within that time frame, necessitating unconventional methods. He planned to use a preparatory period of 20 years to first augment the population base of the Zhao kingdom. With the existence of unlimited provisions, the Zhao king, after amassing a mountain of grain, declared a suspension of grain tax collection. Each year, Chao Kuan ensured the 4 major granaries in the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest of Zhao were sufficiently stocked with grain. Given his current flying speed, he could manage this task within half a day, simply traversing the confines of Zhao. With the boundless supply of food, the Zhao kingdom began to experience a population explosion. Other nations watched anxiously, particularly the Qin kingdom, which began massing troops the following year, intent on continuing their military endeavors against Zhao. However, faced with Zhao's fortified defenses and refusal to engage, it was the Qin kingdom's logistics that ultimately faltered. It is worth noting that Xiang Xiaolong accompanied Lin Po to the battlefield of Qin and Zhao for practical training. As a sworn brother of Prime Minister Chao, Xiang Xiaolong made considerable progress in cultivating the 9 manual. On the battlefield, he frequently achieved remarkable feats, earning the mentorship of the 2 legendary military figures of Zhao, Lin Po and Li Mu, who regarded him as a successor. Furthermore, Xiang Xiaolong covertly trained a special forces unit for Zhao, adept at operating in extreme environments, which inflicted significant suffering upon the Qin army. The 2 nations engaged in fierce conflict along the border for a full 2 years, ultimately culminating in a retreat by Qin and a historic victory for Zhao. This triumph for Zhao struck like a powerful blow, shattering the confidence of the Qin state, which hesitated to confront Zhao again in the near future. Following Zhao's victory over Qin, other states reassessed their views on Zhao. After deliberation, King Zhao and Chao Kuan resolved to adhere to their original strategy, engaging in battle should their adversaries choose to fight, while pursuing peaceful economic development in times of tranquility. This approach mirrored that of the Panda family's tactics against the formidable beauties before Chao Kuan's time, ready to engage in conflict should it arise, yet content to endure a slow demise in the absence of hostility. In essence, following this battle, Qin could no longer speak to Zhao from a position of strength. However, Chao Kuan underestimated the profound impact his empowerment of Zhao would have on the era. The mere fact that Zhao imposed no agricultural taxes attracted a considerable influx of people from the other 6 states. Despite the prevalent national animosities and linguistic barriers of this age, the 7 warring states had, to varying degrees, origins rooted in the annexation of other territories. For instance, even those from Jin claimed to be from Wei, and survivors like Tianjun and Tianfeng identified as from Yu. Many among the remnants of the conquered states did not possess a strong sense of allegiance to their current nations. Upon hearing that Zhao levied no agricultural taxes, a multitude of individuals began migrating there, citing a plethora of reasons and using various routes, prompting the other states to hastily construct border walls to stem the tide of emigration. Within a mere decade, Zhao's demographic structure had nearly returned to its former strength, bolstering its confidence to once again challenge the world. King Zhao grew increasingly unperturbed. As long as Zhao did not make any mistakes, victory was inevitably destined for them. Even Zhao Mu found himself ruthlessly abandoned by King Zhao, as the king discovered that several of Chao Kuan's wives harbored grievances against Zhao Mu. It was not solely Zhao Ye or Zhao Ji. Even the Su Nu, who had clashed with Xiao Yuan Jun in the brothel, had suffered devastation at the hands of Zhao Mu. Although Zhao Mu had been adept at ingratiating himself with Chao Kun over the years, showering him with gifts during festivals and sending beautiful women from various states to the prime minister's residence, he was oblivious to the fact that while Chao Kun had not yet sought retribution, King Zhao had already betrayed him. King Zhao was unaware that Zhao Mu was the adopted son of Chun Shinjun Huangxia. He simply believed that he was destined to become the greatest monarch in Zhao's history and could not allow Zhao Mu to remain as a blemish on his legacy. The heartlessness of a sovereign was vividly illustrated at that moment. On this particular day, Chao Kun was swimming in the prime minister's residence's swimming pool with Qin Qing. A few years ago, the state of Zhao took the initiative to launch an attack on the state of Qin. Unable to withstand Zhao's onslaught, King Qin proposed a truce. Aware of Chao Kun's singular interest in the beauties of the world, King Zhao added a clause to the ceasefire agreement that stipulated the widow Qin would serve our minister Chao and Zhao. Without even attempting to negotiate, King Qin readily acquiesced. Qin Qing and Ji Yanran both serve as the dual heroines in the narrative of the legend of Seeking Qin. Naturally, Chao Kun could not let such exquisite beauties slip through his fingers, and he occasionally alluded to them in the presence of King Zhao. If Ji Yanran is likened to the female Zhuge Liang in the household of Xiang Xiaolong, then Qin Qing assumes the role of the family's financial steward, displaying unparalleled expertise in managing a large clan. Since aligning herself with Chao Kun, Qin Qing's horizons have broadened immensely. He has taken her across the heavens and into the depths of the seas, indulging her in the utmost romance, and she has long since devoted herself wholly to him. In the swimming pool, adorned in the pristine white swimsuit gifted by Chao Kun, Qin Qing presented a breathtaking visage akin to a lotus emerging from the water. Yet, at that moment, Chao Kun's expression suddenly froze. The long-absent system notification had returned. Chapter 080, Epic Enhancement. Century reward from the system. You have survived in the apocalypse for a whole century, activating the super upgrade of the apocalypse system. Upgrade Item 1. Your infinite diet has been enhanced, allowing you to endlessly acquire all consumable items from the realms you have traversed. Upgrade Item 2. The outer defenses of your apocalyptic shelter have been further upgraded, capable of withstanding planet-destroying forces and unlocking 3 new forms: Fortress, War Vehicle, and Spaceship. Upgrade Item 3. Your nano battle armor can now be equipped in unlimited quantities for your subordinate factions. Upgrade Item 4. Your right eye has gained an eternal level talent, the Eye of Omniscience. Chao Kun had not encountered a system notification in quite some time, and upon suddenly seeing the century reward list, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He meticulously examined each item on his century rewards list. First came the upgrade of the infinite diet. Previously, he had attempted to procure some elixirs, but the system was exceedingly restrictive, only providing basic sustenance. However now, with a mere thought, the bountiful delicacies from the realms of the legend of the Condor Heroes had become available in unlimited supply. The mystical Boseek snake was now at his disposal in abundance, along with the medicinal snakes from Liang Zaiwang and the 9-flower jade dew pills from Peach Blossom Island, as well as the great and lesser rejuvenation pills from Shaolin Temple, and the love flowers and heartbreak grasses from the Valley of Unrequited Love. All conceivable edible items were now fully unlocked. If he ventured into the world of Fengyan, could the dragon essence and phoenix blood also be supplied without limit? Should he journey into the realm of Journey to the West? With a 9-turn golden elixir from Taishang Lao Jun, the celestial peaches from the Peach Garden, and the ginseng fruits from Jinyuan Daxian also be available in infinite quantities? With this singular enhancement, he felt his already formidable strength ascend to a new zenith. Next, he beheld the second wave of enhancements. The outer defenses of the apocalyptic shelter had been significantly fortified, evolving from nuclear bomb resistance to the capability of withstanding planet-destroying assaults. Additionally, the shelter had unlocked 3 novel forms of functionality: land, sea, and air. Previously, his shelter's maximum area was merely 500 square meters, insufficient even to encompass an entire villa. Now it could cover the entirety of the Forbidden City and could even adopt the fortress mode. allowing him to contemplate the establishment of his own faction upon his return. As for the war vehicle and spaceship forms, they fulfilled the necessity for a mobile shelter, especially the spaceship, which could not only soar through the skies but also navigate beneath the waves. This was a marked improvement compared to the previous fixed-location shelter. Lastly, regarding the nano battle armor, ever since the system rewarded him with it, Chao Kuan had been troubled by its quantity. While the system all offered similar items for sale, their exorbitant prices dissuaded him from purchasing more, as he preferred to save his points for the acquisition of supernatural fruits. Now, with the direct unlocking of unlimited equipment for all subordinates, anyone affiliated with Chao Kuan, be they his women or his followers, could don a nano battle armor. He hurriedly equipped each of his women with a set and even arranged for Xiang Xiaolong to receive one, directly equipping it onto him from a distance. Certainly, the most astonishing reward bestowed upon Chao Kuan by the system was the Eye of Omniscience. At this moment, through the lens of this eye, the origins of the system were laid bare before him. The highest authority entrance of the multiverse. Current status: bound, current activation level, second-tier authority. Naturally, this Eye of Omniscience of his was still in a pseudo-omniscient state, capable only of perceiving information related to what his naked eyes could see, rather than possessing the all-knowing capability of instant comprehension. However, Chao Kuan was thoroughly content with this. He was eager to uncover the mysteries behind the colossal stone tablets that awaited him upon his return to the apocalyptic world. Moreover, another significant function of the Eye of Omniscience was its ability to enhance the techniques he possessed. It instantly revealed which cultivation paths were effective, which were futile, which could be streamlined, and which could be improved, presenting them as clear answers before Chao Kuan, ready for replication. Thus, he began to deconstruct and reorganize the 9-yin manual, 9-yang skill, and the ancient techniques he had learned in the worlds of the legend of the Condor Heroes and the return of the Condor Heroes. The Eye of Omniscience displayed the optimal routes and improvement strategies, and within a mere 3 days he devised a new technique, far surpassing the efficiency of the 9-yin and 9-yang skills, which he named the return to origin of all methods. Additionally, his original 3 abilities, including telekinesis, the space of Shumi, and the domain of deceleration, rapidly expanded into numerous novel applications with the aid of the Eye of Omniscience. This enhancement made even Chao Kuan, who was initially a mere novice, feel overwhelmingly powerful. At this moment, filled with an indomitable spirit, he believed that even if faced with formidable adversaries from the heavens, he could confidently engage them in a contest of strength. Finally, when Chao Kuan gazed upon the 2 pots of mutated plants in his possession, the Eye of Omniscience swiftly analyzed the mechanism of spiritual energy conversion in these plants. Just as ordinary plants absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen through photosynthesis, mutated plants operated on a similar principle, absorbing nutrients from the air and soil and exhaling spiritual energy. After his analysis of the mutated plants, he seamlessly integrated this spiritual energy conversion mechanism into his return to origin of all methods. Henceforth, Chao Kuan possessed a mechanism akin to that of the mutated plants, enabling him to breathe in air and convert it into spiritual energy stored within his body. Of course, due to the structural differences between human bodies and plants, the absorption efficiency could not match that of the mutated plants. Nevertheless, Chao Kuan believed that with the continued assistance of the Eye of Omniscience, his return to origin of all methods would be subject to constant enhancement, and improved efficiency would be but a matter of time. He devoted the majority of his energy to refining the return to origin of all methods, while only sparing a small fraction of his time to establish a unique army within the Zhao state. Equipped with nano battle armor, he commanded this army to sweep across the realm, rapidly unifying the 6 nations with an unstoppable momentum. However, these achievements seemed trivial to Chao Kuan. His mind was wholly consumed with the desire to accumulate enough points to return and engage with the enigmatic Black Coffin in the apocalyptic world, eager to uncover the true nature of the entity within. At long last, after spending 31 years in the world of the legend of the Condor Heroes, Chao Kuan concluded this immensely rewarding journey through the Warring States period. Upon returning to the real world, less than 2 hours had elapsed. Chao Kun gazed at Lu Ruyin, who was busily preparing a meal in the kitchen. Under the omniscient gaze, she revealed almost no secrets. Name, Lu Ruyin. Age, 28. Profession, actress, singer. Official agent. Current affection level, 88. Current loyalty level, 75. Current state of mind, an undercover agent placed beside Chao Kun by the official shelter. Yet swayed by the prowess displayed by Chao Kun, she is increasingly inclined to follow him. However, due to her sister Lu Ruming being under the control of the official shelter in the capital, she harbors reservations about fully committing to Chao Kun, resulting in fluctuations in her loyalty. The omniscient gaze is indeed remarkable. Chapter 081. The Truth of the Black Coffin and the Star Beast Incubator. Humanity is an intricate species, shaped by the complexities of their past experiences which dictate their behavioral logic. Chao Kun has never harbored the belief that his partner could remain eternally faithful. Yet he does not dismiss the notion of a woman with ulterior motives lingering by his side. Some matters are judged by actions rather than intentions, while others are assessed by intentions rather than actions. It was an anticipated development for Chao Kun that Lu Ruyin would approach him with ulterior motives. But as long as she refrains from crossing his boundaries, he has no intention of acting against her. The essence of this world lies in the exchange of interests. As long as Lu Ruyin can gain greater benefits by aligning with him, her stance is likely to shift. In the absence of the all-seeing eye, Chao Kun had confidence in keeping Lu Ruyin close. But with the advent of this omniscient vision, he felt even less apprehensive about any scheme she might harbor. It is entirely natural for a woman to possess her own calculations. Rather than concern oneself with her thoughts, one ought to observe her actions to alleviate life's myriad troubles. After reflecting on Lu Ruyin, he gazed at the others in his household, once again marveling at the efficacy of the all-seeing eye, which meticulously unveiled her life experiences layer by layer. After observing his family, Chao Kun took a few deep breaths and stepped outside, raising his gaze towards the immense black stone coffin standing in the distance. Star Beast Incubator. It nurtures various valuable star beast embryos and can continuously alter the atmospheric composition of planets, transforming them into environments conducive to the growth of star beasts. Currently, the incubator has produced a total of 100 first-tier star beasts, 5 second-tier star beasts, and 1 third-tier star beast. There are still 2 years and 19 days until the first star beast deployment. The surface strength of the incubator has reached a star-destroying level of defense, beyond the reach of current earthly technology. Incubator entry and exit code. The internal defenses of the incubator are controlled by advanced artificial intelligence. During an intrusion, the following methods can be employed to shield its sensing signals. First-tier star beasts can seize their life essence through the following methods. Currently feasible, safe operations. The Star Beast Incubator was deployed by the Bellied Star Pirate Group, with Blue Star merely serving as a ranch for the Star Beasts. The regulatory intensity is low, allowing for considerable operational latitude. In total, 500 Star Beast Incubators have been deployed on Blue Star, distributed throughout. The key monitoring areas of the Bellied Star Pirate Group include: the Bellied Star Pirate Group plans to return to Blue Star in 350 years to capture Star Beasts. Currently, Blue Star is in a free-range phase. Chao Kun gazed at the colossal stone coffin in the distance, his eyes gleaming with increasing intensity. The greatest fear of humanity is the unknown. This black coffin resembled a boss in a game whose health bar is concealed, leaving one oblivious to the consequences of an assault. However, with the insight granted by the all-seeing eye, he now perceived its intricate data, dispelling the fear of the unknown. Moreover, the all-seeing eye could more aptly be termed the eye of vulnerability, revealing to Chao Kun the paths to exploit its weaknesses. Within the confines of the black coffin, the embryonic star beast had transformed into an extraordinary elixir for Chao Kun, enabling him to transcend the fundamental essence of life. After digesting the pertinent information regarding the black coffin, he refrained from hastily embarking on an expedition within its depths. Instead, he first procured a new ability awakening potion from the apocalyptic marketplace. Prior to entering the realm of searching for the Qin, he possessed a staggering 740,000 points. Throughout the 31 years within that world, he accumulated over 130,000 points, culminating in a total of just above 870,000. After expending 1,000,000 points to acquire a bottle of Elemental Ability Awakening Potion, only 870,000 points remained at his disposal. However, through the insight provided by the all-knowing eye, Chao Kuan discerned that this Elemental Ability Awakening Potion did not induce a random awakening of abilities. Rather, it allowed for a precise awakening of elemental categories through energy guidance. The elemental abilities were categorized into 9 distinct types: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Upon awakening all 9 elemental abilities, he would unlock the mastery of elemental laws. This marked the first instance where Chao Kuan encountered an introduction to the power of laws within the system, igniting a fervor within him. Anything related to laws in the realm of fantasy novels was typically reserved for the most formidable of beings. If he could wield the power of laws, dealing with interstellar pirates would be a mere trifle. Upon consuming the Elemental Ability Awakening Potion, Chao Kuan utilized the energy operation method provided by the all-knowing eye to first awaken his dark elemental ability. With the all-knowing eye at his disposal, he no longer needed to rely solely on his own intuition to gradually develop his abilities. The methods of utilization and cultivation were plainly laid out before him, akin to copying answers from a textbook. The primary characteristic of the dark element was its capacity to absorb various materials and energies. Enveloping himself in the dark element, Chao Kuan devoured all energy signals and mental signals. Although he remained visible to the naked eye, all thermal imaging and perceptual methods were rendered obsolete before him. Coupled with the optical invisibility and energy shielding of his nano-battle armor, he effectively concealed himself from all detection methods within the Star Beast incubator, not to mention the domestic surveillance equipment on Blue Star. Furthermore, the extraterrestrials responsible for deploying the Star Beast incubator would not arrive to hunt the Star Beast for another 350 years, affording Chao Kuan ample operational space and time. According to the timeline of Blue Star, he had only experienced a few months of the apocalypse. He could hardly fathom how formidable he would become after spending a century on Blue Star. After a brief period of recuperation at home, Chao Kuan ventured out alone after dark, bidding farewell to Fong Ting and the others without divulging his specific destination. The night of the apocalypse was particularly dark, and as he soared through the skies, gazing upon the once revered Jiang city, now diminished, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. As a manifestation of the most profound human emotions, he harbored a deep resentment towards the arrival of the apocalypse. Yet, without this cataclysm, he might have remained merely one among the many innate sacred bodies on Blue Star, deceived by unscrupulous women, with his anguish swallowed silently within. Upon such contemplation, a sense of comfort enveloped him, for a woman like Lu Ruoyan, on the eve of the apocalypse, would scarcely spare him a glance. Yet now, she was compelled to exhaust every cunning stratagem merely to remain by his side. Before long, Chao Kuan approached the vicinity of the black coffin. He discerned that at least several survivor groups were concealed in the surroundings. Through his perceptual abilities, he recognized that these groups comprised official scientific researchers accompanied by combat teams tasked with their protection. Clearly, these researchers, after arduous days of effort, had concluded that they were unable to unravel the mysteries at hand. Their daily duties had devolved into mere vigilance over various instruments, monitoring for any anomalous occurrences outside the black coffin, leaving them with little else to do, resulting in a profound sense of ennui. Chao Kuan remained undetected by these individuals, utilizing the cover of night and his dual invisibility to ascend to approximately 200 meters above the black coffin, placing his hand upon its surface. Chapter 82. From Retail to Wholesale, My Zero-Cost Acquisition at the Alien Nest. The passage of the black coffin was activated using an energy wave password, which Chao Kuan had previously observed. Following the guidance of the all-knowing eye, he pressed his palm against the black wall and input 16 different intensities of energy waves in succession. In the next moment, he found himself seemingly traversing through walls and entering the interior of the black coffin. The inside of the black coffin resembled a structure akin to a beehive or anthill, with a labyrinth of passages that obscured the overall view. Under the direction of the all-knowing eye, Chao Kun quickly arrived at a relatively spacious inner chamber, where he beheld a massive object resembling an insect cocoon, standing nearly 30 meters high. First-order star beast, 8-winged mammoth larva. This 30-meter-high cocoon contained the curled form of a star beast larva, which, if it were to break free and stand upright, could reach a staggering height of nearly 40 meters. And this was merely an unhatched larval star beast? How immense would an adult star beast be? This was only a first-order star beast. What the second and third-order star beasts? Chao Kun did not dwell on these thoughts. He hurriedly placed his hand against a particularly vulnerable section of the star beast cocoon, using dark elements to erode the shell, swiftly creating an opening through which he could enter. Without hesitation, he crawled inside. Upon reaching the vicinity of the star beast larva's forehead, he faced this colossal creature up close. The overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from its eyes was not something an ordinary person could endure. With resolute eyes, Chao Kun directed his mental energy to form a spike that violently pierced into the larva's brain, severing one of its internal glands and disrupting its central nervous system. This would prevent the larva from struggling and triggering the alarm within the incubator. Now, the star beast larva was in a state akin to brain death, allowing Chao Kun to do as he wished. He collected the carcass of the star beast into his storage space and quietly retraced his steps, exiting the incubator. Given his current life level, absorbing such a star beast larva would require at least 2.5 years. Naturally, Chao Kun would not waste time in the apocalyptic world. Instead, he took the carcass to a dungeon world for digestion and absorption. The more powerful a life form, the more astonishing the vitality contained within its juvenile body. Chao Kun chose to venture into the world of the legend of the Qin, this time devoid of any inclination for romance. He sought out a deserted island, where he meticulously refined the energy of the star beast. How to refine the vast life force within the star beast? There were two methods. First, to bathe in the star beast's blood combined with a dozen medicinal herbs. Second, to consume the flesh of the star beast, which would accelerate the absorption of the medicinal bath. Skinning, bleeding, and feasting on the flesh. Was there not a sense of the dark force principle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong? As he indulged in the flesh of the star beast and soaked in its blood, 2 pots of mutated plant specimens surrounded him. To Chao Kun's surprise, the enhancement he experienced from the star beast's blood and flesh was distinctly different from the augmentation he had previously felt when absorbing spiritual energy. To illustrate, previously, the absorption of spiritual energy to enhance oneself was akin to perpetually filling a reservoir within one's body. Once the reservoir reached its capacity, one would need to unlock new abilities to transcend the internal limitations of their level, subsequently allowing for the addition of extra reservoirs to continue the influx of energy. However, after assimilating the strength derived from the flesh of star beasts, Chao Kun effectively expanded his existing reservoir. This elucidates why, despite being a third-tier ability user, the energy within him still pales in comparison to that of a first-tier star beast. It is reminiscent of the stark contrast between a mouse and a dragon. If categorized within a game, a level 1 mouse and a level 1 dragon represent entirely disparate species. Even should the mouse reach level 99 and undergo multiple transformations, its foundational attributes would hardly rival those of a newly hatched dragon. Tier represents the frequency of evolutionary advancement, yet it does not signify the quality of that evolution. For an ordinary human to transition from first to second tier, it is presumed that their spiritual energy reserves must reach 10,000. Conversely, a first-tier star beast must amass 100,000 to evolve to the second tier. The disparity in life levels is vast. Fortunately, humanity possesses a remarkable genetic compatibility, enabling them to effortlessly expand their energy reserves through the consumption of star beast flesh. Nevertheless, for the average person on Blue Star, this remains an arduous task. Absent the extraordinary presence of Chao Kun, Blue Star would likely succumb to a fate akin to the countless planets in the universe reduced to mere star beast farms, despairingly facing oblivion. It is no wonder that the system includes cosmic battleships. They are likely preparations for the future relocation of human survivors. However, contemplating the exorbitant price tag of hundreds of billions, Chao Kuan mused that accumulating such a fortune would require him to traverse through realms akin to the journey to the West for eons. Yet, with that much time, he might have already gained the power to confront extraterrestrial civilizations, rendering escape unnecessary. After 2.5 years, having exhausted the flesh of star beasts, Chao Kuan had completed his 4th-tier evolution due to the unlocking of new abilities. Yet, owing to the expansion facilitated by the star beast flesh, he realized he had not yet reached the upper limit of the 4th tier. With the all-seeing eye, he observed that his lifespan had now surpassed 8,000 years. As long as his lifespan endures, he would retain his youthful physique. Over the span of 2.5 years, Chao Kuan had also gleaned numerous essential considerations regarding the absorption of star beast flesh. Upon returning to the apocalyptic world, he boldly embarked on a wholesale acquisition, procuring 31st-tier star beast larvae from the incubators. Transitioning from retail to wholesale, he essentially acquired them at no cost. Subsequently, he returned to the world of Sun Qingji with Fong Ting and Yin Chun, the two women with the highest loyalty, to devour and strengthen together. This marked Chao Kuan's first revelation of his world-traversing abilities to his women. Fong Ting, having spent the longest time with him, had grown accustomed to his ever-evolving capabilities. Yin Chun is in the late stages of infatuation. Ever since she became involved with Chao Kuan, she has made the impulsive decision to wholeheartedly dedicate herself to him in a remarkably short span of time. She even took the initiative to persuade her sister, Yin Jing, on his behalf. However, Yin Jing, accustomed to being a leader herself, proved difficult to convince in such a brief period. Fortunately, during this time, Chao Kuan transported her to a parallel world, where she received epic enhancements. Upon her return, she felt emboldened to persuade her sister to remain steadfastly by her side as eternal companions. After all, the benefits bestowed upon her by Chao Kuan were nothing short of extraordinary. 1 month after arriving in the parallel world, Yin Chun awakened her unique ability, which turned out to be his summoning power. Bladed Mantis, a 1st-tier summoned beast, proficient in slicing attacks and capable of low-altitude flight. Chao Kuan conducted a brief assessment of the Bladed Mantis's combat capabilities and concluded that it could effortlessly handle mutated zombies, capable of taking on 100 adversaries alone. Even against formidable opponents like Ant Lin, it would not falter, although its combat strength fell short of the Tiger Vanguard. The true advantage of the summoning ability lies in its potential. She is not limited to summoning just one beast. In the future, as her strength grows, she could summon a legion of Bladed Mantises or even higher-tier summon creatures, undoubtedly becoming a formidable ally for Chao Kuan. Chapter 083. Crossing the Island of Ice and Fire, the world of the Heavenly Sword. In a flash of golden light, Chao Kuan returned to the present world with Fong Ting and Yin Chun. Upon their return, both Fong Ting and Yin Chun were oblivious to the whereabouts of their previous journey. After all, they had spent over a decade on a solitary island, devoid of other human contact. Chao Kuan had merely informed them that the flow of time on this island was distinct from that of the outside world, encouraging them to focus on their cultivation without worry. Once they arrived back at the official number 3 sanctuary in Jiang City, they discovered that less than an hour had elapsed since their departure, rendering their absence almost negligible. Although they had diligently trained under Chao Kuan on that island for a full 5 years, the explosive power surging through their bodies served as undeniable proof of the time that had passed. Fong Ting's extraordinary abilities had continually evolved alongside her physical transformation, enabling her to create 9 clones. As long as one of her clones remained alive, she herself could not perish. These 9 clones, in conjunction with her original form, not only possessed the capability to execute transformation techniques, but also shared their senses and conveyed real-time information, proving even more effective than mere shadow clones. Yin Chun, too, had significantly enhanced her prowess over the past 5 years, augmenting both the quantity and level of her summoned beasts, while also mastering the skill of fusion summoning. Upon entering her fused combat form, she sprouted a pair of wings, wielded dual scythes, and was enveloped in a mantis-like exoskeleton, presenting a striking appearance reminiscent of clad in the armor of the mantis constellation. Moreover, this merely reflects their skill sets. Their physical strength had outstripped that of the survivors on Blue Planet by a considerable margin. The disparity in raw physical capability alone had expanded to a staggering 200 times that of an ordinary individual. Had it not been for the looming threat of extraterrestrial forces, they could have easily been regarded as the apex combatants in a post-apocalyptic world. Chao Kuan aimed to utilize them as a model for others, preparing for the impending full-scale invasion by extraterrestrials. He had no desire to play the role of a firefighter, rushing to rectify crises as they arose. Instead, he sought to cultivate his own faction, with Fong Ting and Yin Shun serving as the initial building blocks for the expansion of his influence. Over the course of many years, the trio had consumed 30 star beasts entirely. Upon his return, Chao Kuan's first order of business was to replenish their stock in the incubator. With the assistance of the all-knowing eye, this replenishment proved to be both fortuitous and uneventful. The all-knowing eye provided him with a maximum quantity of star beast embryos he could transport, beyond which an alarm would be triggered, while remaining within that limit allowed him to take freely. Having successfully acquired another 30 star beast embryos, Chao Kuan noted a remarkable item in the Doomsday marketplace: the blood essence extractor priced at 1 million points. This device could significantly enhance his speed in absorbing the flesh and blood of star beasts. However, he currently possessed a mere 870,000 points, leaving him short by 130,000. Although the all-knowing eye could guide him in crafting a similar blood essence extraction device, several required materials were unavailable on Blue Planet, compelling Chao Kuan to resort to spending in the marketplace. To accumulate 130,000 points, one requires a world with a storyline lasting at least 4 years. Given his prior experience traversing the Ip Man universe, Chao Kuan now harbors concerns that the system may thrust him into a cinematic realm featuring Wang Fei Hung or Fong Shizhou, where the narrative spans merely a few months. He muses that it would be delightful to be placed in a Xinxia drama system I wish to traverse. In the next moment, the scenery around Chao Kuan transforms, and he finds himself suspended in the sky at an astonishing height. What a peculiar experience. It is his first time encountering a situation where he appears in the air post-transmigration. What on earth is this system, if not for his ability to fly? A fall from such altitude would surely be fatal, even for the likes of Xiang Xiaolong. Stabilizing himself in midair, Chao Kuan gazes downward and discovers he is amidst a vast ocean. To the east, the outline of a continent is faintly visible, yet it lies nearly 100 miles away. Oh, upon closer inspection, he spots a small island nearby, crowned with an active volcano and surrounded by a blanket of ice and snow. It appears there are a few living souls on the island, and through his domain perception, he discerns that 3 of them possess considerable internal strength. Intrigued, Chao Kuan swiftly glides towards the island. As he approaches, his all-seeing eye reveals the identities of the figures below: Zhang Cuishan, In Susu, Xie Sun, and the young Zhang Wuji. Ah, have I arrived at the Ice and Fire Island? The world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. He notes that Zhang Wuji appears to be around 5 years old, still 5 years away from returning to Wudong Mountain to commence his main narrative arc. By the conclusion of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Zhang Wuji will be approximately 24 years old, which grants Chao Kuan at least 19 years to accumulate points in this realm. Certainly enough to amass 1 million points for the blood essence extractor. With this thought, Chao Kuan's spirits soar, and he finds the characters below, who remain oblivious to his approach, increasingly appealing. Father, look, there's an uncle in the sky, smiling at us. At that moment, the young Zhang Wuji feels something blocking the sun and instinctively glances upward, catching sight of Chao Kuan descending toward them. Zhang Cuishan and In Susu instinctively shield Zhang Wuji, their faces etched with apprehension. Xie Sun, noticing a disturbance, inquires loudly, "Brother, sister, what is the matter?" Before he can finish his question, the dragon-slaying saber unexpectedly slips from his grasp and flies into Chao Kuan's hand. Zhang Cuishan and his wife are taken aback. Yet paralyzed by the overwhelming presence of Chao Kun, they dare not act recklessly. Do you wish to uncover the secret of the dragon-slaying saber? The first words Chao Kun utters leave Zhang Suishan and Xie Sun in stunned silence. Xie Sun has two lifelong ambitions: to eliminate Cheng Kun and to unveil the mystery of the dragon-slaying saber. In his earlier years, avenging himself upon Cheng Kun was his foremost goal. However, after years of research on the dragon-slaying saber on Ice and Fire Island, the saber's secret has become even more paramount to him than seeking vengeance. Hearing such words from Chao Kun, regardless of their veracity, stirs Xie Sun's curiosity. Chao Kun pauses, taking in the expressions of those before him. In the twilight years of the Southern Song dynasty, the valiant Gua from Peach Blossom Island and the valiant Huang, guarding the city of Xiangyang, fought valiantly to the last breath as the Mongol forces breached the city, sacrificing themselves for their country. Surely, you're all aware of this tale? Zhang Sushan nodded and remarked, in my youth, I have heard my master recount the deeds of Gua and Huang. Indeed, they are deserving of the title of great heroes of their time. Chao Kun also nodded, adding, prior to their noble sacrifice, Gua and Huang reforged the treasured sword of the divine eagle hero, Yanggua, into the dragon-slaying saber. They also combined the exquisite blades once wielded by the divine eagle couple in their youth with the finest gold to forge the heaven-relying sword. You must have heard of this as well. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, while Zhang Suishan was somewhat informed, having been frequently enlightened by the martial arts sage Zhang Sanfeng regarding the legends of yore. Others like In Susu and Xie Sun found themselves delving into the realms of uncertainty, unable to discern truth from fiction, reliant solely on their experiences in the martial world. Chapter 084. The Overconfident Zhang Suishan. In the past, when crafting the Sword of Heaven and the dragon-slaying saber, the esteemed hero Gua and the leader Huang concealed two iron pieces within these blades. Once these two pieces are brought together, they reveal a map that can lead one to the relics left behind by Gua and Huang. Among these treasures are the renowned martial arts manual, the 9-in manual, the 18 palms of the dragon subduing, and a martial memorial authored by General Yu. The dragon-slaying saber contains merely half of a map. Even if one possesses it, they still need the other half hidden within the Sword of Heaven. The author refers to the latest interpretation where the map is composed of iron pieces rather than the earlier version where the manuals and military texts are directly concealed within the swords. Upon hearing Chao Kun's words, Xie Sun felt as though his years of studying the dragon-slaying saber had become a farce. But that was not the end. Chao Kun continued. Do you know who first uttered the phrase of supreme martial arts? The dragon-slaying saber commands the world, none dare defy it, while the Sword of Heaven remains hidden. Who can rival it? A profound silence enveloped the three, for upon discovering the secret of the dragon-slaying saber, any rational person could deduce that possessing such an object could hardly command the world. If it were otherwise, Xie Sun would have long returned to the Central Plains with the saber, rather than living in seclusion on this Ice and Fire Island. Zhang Suishan thought to himself, no wonder Master maintained his dominance over the martial world for decades without seeking the dragon-slaying saber. He saw through the illusions of fame and fortune that had clouded our judgment, obscuring the simplest of truths. After hearing Chao Kun's words, Xie Sun felt like a deflated balloon. His spirit diminished considerably, leaving him to ponder the meaning of his existence. Chao Kun observed Xie Sun. As his all-seeing eye began to analyze the martial arts within him. Hunyuan Gong, Thunderclap Fist, Lion's Roar, Seven Injuries Fist. Tiger Felling Blade Technique, the all-seeing eye swiftly copied the martial arts from Xie Sun into Chao Kun's mind, dissecting them to extract optimizable elements for incorporation into his own comprehensive technique, discarding the rest. Next, using the same method, Chao Kun extracted the martial arts from Zhang Suishan and In Susu, merely casting a glance at the trio, hardly spending any time at all. Unbeknownst to them, their martial arts had been assimilated into Chao Kun's repertoire, with the essence seamlessly integrated into his own skills. Subsequently, Chao Kun expanded his refuge on Ice and Fire Island into a fortress-like structure. In the next moment, a magnificent edifice rose from the ground. Chao Kun opened the doors of his refuge and invited the three. Would you care to visit my home? The three exchanged glances. Xie Sun took the lead, indicating for them to follow his lead. Only Zhang Wuji trailed behind, his eyes alight with curiosity. Upon entering Chao Kuan's refuge, the warmth within astonished the four. Zhang Suishan and Yin Susu gazed at the crystal chandelier overhead, wondering if they had stepped into a celestial abode. Chao Kuan casually handed over several sets of new clothes to them, stating, "There is a bathing area at the back, if you do not mind. You may wash up and change in a clean attire. I shall prepare some delectable dishes to entertain you." Although his words were courteous, the others were not foolish. Zhang Chuishan and Yin Susu discerned the underlying message. "You all smell rather unpleasant. Please wash yourselves thoroughly to avoid soiling my home." Chao Kuan even took the initiative to enter the bathroom first, explaining the various amenities available, how to use the shampoo, body wash, and the shower head, as well as the distinctions between hot and cold water. Zhang Chuishan and Xie Sun, being men, were rather indifferent, but Yin Su, a beautiful woman by nature, felt a surge of joy. Cleanliness was ingrained in her essence. After his explanations, Chao Kuan left the bathroom, and the four of them, without much fuss, began their bathing ritual together. Zhang Chuishan and Yin Su were a married couple. Zhang Wuji was Yin Su's son, and Xie Sun was blind. Thus, bathing together was of little consequence. Approximately half an hour later, the four emerged, adorned in the new garments provided by Chao Kuan. Upon entering the dining area, Zhang Wuji was greeted by an array of exquisite dishes he had never encountered, nor even seen before. There were grilled Wagyu beef, spicy hot pot from Sichuan, an assortment of hot pot ingredients piled high on the table, along with various fruits such as watermelons, grapes, mangoes, and bananas. The aged Huangjiu brought tears to the eyes of Zhang Chuishan and Xie Sun, for it had been 5 long years since they had tasted wine since arriving on this ice and fire island. Zhang Wuji savored the food with delight, while Yin Su patiently wiped her child's mouth as she enjoyed the fruits. Chao Kuan had cleverly crafted an identity as an overseas cultivator, which did not raise their suspicions. After all, the evidence of his prowess was undeniable. None could offer an alternative explanation for his abilities, save for that of an immortal. Chao Kuan expressed that this ice and fire island was a most suitable place for cultivation and intended to reside there for a few years, requesting their understanding for any inconveniences he might cause. Xie Sun, while outwardly chuckling, felt a sense of helplessness, grasping the dragon-slaying saber. He realized that with such a vast disparity in strength, there was little they could do to drive him away. In contrast, it was Zhang Wuji who, within the span of a meal, began to refer to Chao Kuan as Uncle Chao. Chao Kuan warmly invited them to stay at his home, a stark contrast to their previous dwelling in a cave on Ice and Fire Island, which was akin to a primitive existence. Yin Su had no qualms, for the prospect of enjoying a hot shower every day was enough to make her reluctant to leave. Moreover, she sensed that Chao Kuan harbored genuine affection for Zhang Wuji and contemplated whether she should have him adopt another father figure. Thus began Chao Kuan's life on Ice and Fire Island, as he disregarded any potential impact on the plot and directly took Zhang Chuishan, his wife, and Zhang Wuji as his disciples. As for Xie Sun, Chao Kuan frankly stated that the weight of his past sins rendered him unsuitable for learning his techniques. Xie Sun, acknowledging his misdeeds from years past when he had resorted to indiscriminate slaughter to draw out Chang Kuan, bore no resentment towards Chao Kuan's judgment. As long as his sworn brothers and sisters, along with the unrestrained child, can acquire Chao Kuan's martial arts, he shall harbor no regrets. Chao Kuan placed the black sunflower within the sanctuary's encrypted chamber, ensuring that the energy within was abundant and that Xie Sun and the others remained oblivious to the potted plant. Unexpectedly, with the passage of time, Xie Sun's once blind eyes gradually began to regenerate. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Suishan, Yin Su, and even Zhang Wuji were filled with joy. The martial arts imparted by Chao Kuan to the trio were the result of his continual refinement of the myriad techniques returning to their essence. This martial art proved to be remarkably potent, with a cultivation speed of inner strength that far surpassed the 9 Yang divine skill. After only 3 years of practice, Zhang Zuishan felt confident that he could engage in sparring with his master upon his return, brimming with self-assurance. Chapter 085: Abundant Harvest of Martial Arts Secrets. Initially, Zhang Zuishan and Yin Susu had no intention of learning martial arts from Chao Kuan, as each possessed their own lineage and traditions. At first, Chao Kuan only took Zhang Wuji as his disciple, imparting to him the internal martial arts techniques of all methods returned to origin. However, the nature of martial arts is such that comparisons often lead to discontent. As the couple observed their son's internal strength burgeoning day by day, their own mental equilibrium began to falter. Furthermore, Chao Kuan did not compel them to become his students. It was Zhang Zuishan who felt that learning Chao Kuan's martial arts necessitated addressing him as master, lest they be deemed ungrateful. Zhang Zuishan bowed to him as master, prompting Yin Susu to follow suit. After calling Chao Kuan master for 2 months, Zhang Wuji swiftly elevated his address to grandmaster, a rapid shift in hierarchy. In the years past, Chao Kuan had ventured to the Central Plains only once, where he made copies of the notable martial arts from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. His first destination was Shaolin Temple. Previously, he had only acquired the I Jing Jing and 9 Yang Divine Skill, avoiding the 72 unique skills of Shaolin due to their hidden dangers, without the corresponding Buddhist scriptures to mitigate the negative energies. Practitioners often found themselves either succumbing to madness or suffering debilitating injuries. However, the situation had changed with the omniscient eye. The hidden flaws in any martial art became inconsequential to Chao Kuan. He effortlessly modified the 72 unique skills into versions devoid of adverse effects, seamlessly integrating their essence into his all methods returned to origin. Given the vast disparity in strength, Chao Kuan even copied the Vajra suppression circle that the 3 old monks were practicing, and they remained blissfully unaware of his presence. His second destination was Wudong Mountain. Although Chao Kuan had once held a deep admiration for Zhang Sanfeng while watching television, this did not inhibit him from gathering martial arts to enhance his own all methods return to origin. It is said that while others practice martial arts, Zhang Sanfeng cultivates immortality. Hence, Chao Kuan approached with caution, covertly copying his techniques. Although the old Taoist seemed to sense something amiss, he ultimately did not detect Chao Kuan's presence. After assimilating Zhang Sanfeng's martial arts into his own, Chao Kuan continued his journey without pause. The third stop was Zhuwu Lianhuan Manor, where Chao Kuan discovered portions of the martial arts heritage from Peach Blossom Island, including the coveted One Yang Finger. Upon obtaining this technique, his omniscient eye began to reverse engineer the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, resulting in a martial art that Chao Kuan felt was even superior to the original. Not only could it unleash swift, invisible sword chi, but it could also accumulate power to launch a more potent version of the sword chi. Chao Kuan mused that it would be more fitting to name its 6 Meridians Demon Piercing Light Cannon, as its strength was somewhat preposterous. The fourth destination was the bright summit of the Ming sect. This required no elaboration. He traversed the secret passage to locate the remains of Yang Dingtian and retrieve the sheepskin scroll that documented the Qinkuan Great Shift. Understanding Persian was not a barrier. As the omniscient, I provided the answers directly, rendering any comprehension issues moot. Chao Kuan completed the first 6 layers in under 2.5 minutes, achieving his goal in one seamless motion. The all-knowing eye commenced the intricate analysis of the 7th layer of the Great Shift of the universe, a feat that, according to legend, even the founders could only envision. Yet, the all-knowing eye's capabilities defied belief, propelling the analysis to the 10th level in a single breath. After departing from the Ming sect, Chao Kuan continued his journey, reaching his 5th destination, the Snowy Mountains. Here, he not only discovered the dragon-elephant prajna skill, once practiced by the former Mongolian national master, King Jinluan, but also uncovered numerous martial arts tomes left behind by the former Tibetan national master, Jamozi. Among these were Jamozi's lesser, formless skill, the Flame Blade, and the 72 ultimate techniques of Shaolin, among others. The Snowy Mountains proved to be a remarkable place, preserving such ancient legacies. Upon returning to the Central Plains from the Snowy Mountains, Chao Kun reflected and ultimately decided to visit Peach Blossom Island. The treasure locations marked on the maps within the heaven-defying sword and the dragon-slaying blade were situated on this very island. The moment Chao Kun laid eyes on the dragon-slaying blade, the all-knowing I had already deciphered the treasure map contained within. Upon arriving at Peach Blossom Island, Chao Kun felt it was indeed a suitable sanctuary for seclusion. Once he returned to the Ice and Fire Island, he contemplated bringing Zhang Suishan and others to reside in Peach Blossom Island. Soon, Chao Kun located the site where Guo Jing and Huang Rong had buried their martial arts manuscripts and military texts, which turned out to be the very cave where Zhou Badong had once sought refuge. This locale was familiar to Chao Kun, as he had once teamed up with Li Macho to spar against the old eccentric, giving the old fellow quite the challenge. In the cave, he unearthed the relics of Guo Jing and Huang Rong, and nearby, he also found their mausoleum. It seemed that Guixiang had erected this in honor of her parents after returning to Peach Blossom Island, especially since Guo Jing and Huang Rong had perished in the Battle of Xianyang, with their bodies seized by the Mongol soldiers as spoils of war. Having once been a mentor and adoptive father to Guo Jing in a parallel world, seeing the mausoleum stirred a wave of emotions within Chao Kun. However, Guixiang had passed away many years ago, and now Peach Blossom Island had become utterly deserted. The Wu Mu manuscript and the 9 manual were of little use to Chao Kun, who simply cast them into a space to gather dust. Only the 18 dragon-subduing palms held some practical value for him. Thus, the all-knowing I activated its optimization mode, refining the technique to better suit Chao Kun's needs. Throughout his journey, Chao Kun had primarily utilized the sword techniques of the Tomb Sect and the martial arts from the 9 manual. While these were indeed rare in their own right, they paled in comparison to the top-tier techniques, such as the 18 dragon-subduing palms, the 6 meridians divine sword, the great shift of the universe, and the dragon-elephant prajna skill, revealing slight deficiencies in specialization. This world of the heaven-defying truly served as a perfect realm for Chao Kun to rectify his shortcomings, with various divine manuals preserved within. The only regret Chao Kun harbored was the absence of the martial arts from Lingzhou Palace and the Xiaoyao sect, as even the all-knowing I could not trace their existence. They seemed to have vanished from the annals of history. Fortunately, he had discovered the lesser, formless skill in Jamozi's homeland, rendering his efforts not entirely fruitless. As his strength grew, Chao Kun found his desire to engage with ordinary people diminishing. Encounters with Zhu Chongling and Wu Lai in Zhu Wu's continuous manner, Yang Xiao atop Bright Summit, Zhang Sanfeng at Wudong Mountain, and Sandu at Shaolin Temple elicited little interest in conversation or exchange. This, perhaps, was the solitude that legends spoke of, experienced by those who had reached the pinnacle of mastery. In my eyes, when I can effortlessly extinguish your existence without consequence, you resemble an ant devoid of significance. Cultivating the likes of Zhang Wuji and the couple Zhang Suishan seems to be a mere whim of Chao Kun, a desire to observe how these enhanced individuals might distort the original storyline. Completely devoid of the notion of engaging in an equal dialogue with the characters, as I did during my first traversal. To encapsulate Chao Kun's current state in 4 words, he is merely toying with existence. If one were to append an additional descriptor to this phrase, it would be, he is cheating at the game of life. Upon returning to Ice and Fire Island, Chao Kun dedicated himself to self-cultivation while imparting martial arts knowledge to the Zhang Suishan family. Thus, 2 years passed, and when Zhang Wuji turned 10, Chao Kun inquired whether Zhang Suishan wished to return to Wudong Mountain to celebrate Zhang Sanfeng's centenary. At this juncture, Zhang Suishan had adopted a mindset akin to Wang Chongyang's upon emerging from seclusion, eager to showcase his prowess in the Central Plains. Only Xie Sun voiced his concerns, remarking that there were too many enemies in the Central Plains and that remaining on Ice and Fire Island would be preferable. Chao Kun expressed understanding, transforming their sanctuary into a spacecraft, and promptly departed from Ice and Fire Island with the Zhang family. Xie Sun, oh, why have you taken your home with you? Am I to sleep in a cave once more? Chapter 086. Really? I can't believe it. At the foot of Wudong Mountain, a throng of people surged forth, as martial artists from various sects converged here in a matter of less than a month. The news of Zhang Suishan and Yin Susu accompanied by their son Zhang Wuji, boldly returning to Wudong Mountain to celebrate Zhang Sanfeng centenary, quickly spread throughout the martial world. Various sects, including Shaolin, Amei, Huashan, Kongtong, Kunlun, the Beggar Sect, the Haisha Gang, the Giant Whale Gang, the Diansong Sect, and the Qingshang Sect, all gathered under the pretense of honoring Zhang Sanfeng on his birthday. However, apart from the Amei sect, which genuinely prepared gifts, the other sects presented their offerings with the same lack of sincerity as co-workers reluctantly contributing to a colleague's wedding gift. At the foot of the mountain, the youthful Zhao Min gazed at the corpses of the twin elders of Xianming, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Speak. How'd they die? It was Zhang Wuji who killed the two elders. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How old is Zhang Wuji this year? You dare to claim that he killed the twin elders of Xianming? Your Highness, this is a verified fact. I'm not the only one who witnessed it. Many at the foot of Wudong Mountain saw it. Zhao Min, hearing this, calmed slightly and inquired, then tell me, how did Zhang Wuji defeat the twin elders of Xianming? What of Zhang Suishan and Yin Susu? Did they not assist? One of the black-clad subordinates stammered, yes. At that time, the twin elders of Xianming were commanded by the princess to capture Zhang Wuji, intending to use him to coerce Zhang Suishan and his wife into revealing Xie Sun's whereabouts. However, as the twin elders charged forward to attack Zhang Wuji, he transformed into a shadow and actively launched an assault on them. Despite his young age, Zhang Wuji possessed extraordinary martial prowess and executed his techniques with remarkable ferocity, sending the twin elders flying with a single palm strike, causing them to crash to the ground, coughing up blood. Then, we witnessed Zhang Wuji releasing an invisible sword energy from his fingers, resulting in two blood blossoms erupting from the foreheads of the two elders, leading to their certain demise. A tall figure in black standing beside Zhao Min spoke. Princess, that palm's strength resembles our beggar's sect's 18 dragon-subduing palms, does it not? Ada, are you serious? Ada, whose real name was Fong Dongbai, was the foremost elder of the beggar's sect, renowned as the eight-armed divine sword. Years ago, he had betrayed the beggar's sect to join the Mongolian court, aligning himself with the Prince of Riyong. He had once vied for the position of the sect leader with Shi Huolong and had first-hand experience of Shi Huolong's 18 dragon-subduing palms. Although Shi Huolong had only mastered the first 12 palms, their might was still enough to overwhelm him, forcing him to seek refuge with the Prince of Ruyang after failing in his power struggle. Ada nodded, there is no doubt. That palm strength is undoubtedly the 18 dragon-subduing palms. However, the blood holes on the foreheads of the two elders, this invisible sword energy, it bears some resemblance to Master Yi Dang's one-yang finger from years past, though its power should not be this formidable. Regardless, the plan to capture Zhang Wuji had initially seemed foolproof. The only miscalculation was underestimating Zhang Wuji, who was not the harmless little rabbit he appeared to be, but rather a superlative expert masquerading as a simpleton. Even more unsettling was the thought of how formidable Zhang Wuji had become. What of his parents? Zhang Wuji's martial prowess surely required a mentor, one would think. Contemplating this, Zhao Min turned to Ada and instructed, keep a vigilant watch on the developments at Wudong Mountain. Report any disturbances immediately. With that, Zhao Min departed with several subordinates, sensing that lingering in this place would inevitably lead to trouble. As she made her exit, various martial factions had already converged before the Jinwu Hall at Wudong Mountain. Song Yuanxiao and others were stationed outside to receive guests. Yet the palpable tension suggested an impending clash. At last, when Zhang Suishan and Yin Susu made their entrance, the atmosphere became utterly uncontrollable. At that moment, Yuan Songhai, the leader of the Haisha gang, stepped forward and declared, Zhang Wuxia, at the knife-brandishing tournament years ago, Xie Sun took the life of my father, the former leader of the Haisha gang, Yuan Guangbua. As the saying goes, a father's murder is a vendetta that cannot be overlooked. I implore you, Zhang Wuxia, to provide me with an explanation. Zhang Suishan regarded Yuan Songhai, recognizing the truth in the young man's words. Xie Sun had slain his father, and retribution was thus warranted. However, Zhang Suishan could never betray his sworn brother. And after spending 5 years with Chao Kun, he had softened, no longer as unyielding as before. Suddenly, Zhang Zuishan drew the dragon-slaying saber from behind and asked, "Yuan gang leader, would you care to see what this is?" Many in attendance instantly recognized the legendary weapon, sparking a flurry of murmurs. Zhang Zuishan began the performance that Chao Kun had instructed him to deliver. It is well known that the villain Xie Sun ruthlessly slaughtered the innocent and seized the dragon-slaying saber. After a decade of trials and tribulations, I, Zhang Zuishan, finally avenged my father by vanquishing Xie Sun and reclaiming the saber. Now, with all esteemed martial artists present, I feel unworthy of possessing this weapon. Since you, young Master Yuan, harbor a vendetta against Xie Sun, I hereby entrust this dragon-slaying saber to you, so that you may honor your father's spirit. With that, Zhang Zuishan flung the saber towards Yuan Songhai. Instinctively, Yuan Songhai caught the saber, but before he could examine it, he became acutely aware of the collective gaze of those around him, focused squarely on the weapon in his grasp. Alarmed, he realized Zhang Zuishan's cunning ploy to use him as a pawn. Hastily, he tossed the saber to Master Kongwon of Shaolin Temple, declaring, "Master Kongwon, as a man of great renown, the dragon-slaying saber should rightfully be entrusted to the care of the Shaolin Temple." Master Kongwon, suddenly burdened with this hot potato, felt his composure falter. He brandished the saber a few times, extolling its virtues, yet refrained from questioning its authenticity. Holding the saber, Master Kongwon surveyed the surrounding martial artists, and the awkwardness of the moment escalated to an unbearable level. The gathering of martial factions at Wudong Mountain was orchestrated by the Shaolin Temple, aiming to pressure Wudong through the issues surrounding Xie Sun and the dragon-slaying saber. As long as Zhang Zuishan refused to surrender the saber, the martial community would not relent in their pursuit of the Wudong sect. After all, how much bloodshed was Xie Sun responsible for? And how many heroes coveted the dragon-slaying saber? However, he never anticipated that Zhang Zuishan would simply lie down and declare that he had slain Xie Sun, now possessing the dragon-slaying saber. Such a claim bore a remarkable credibility. Presently, he discarded the dragon-slaying saber, and the Wudong sect instantaneously alleviated all animosity. Whoever wielded the dragon-slaying saber became the public enemy of the martial arts world. Could Shaolin Temple truly suffer such a silent grievance from Zhang Zuishan and the Wudong sect? Upon contemplating this, Kongwon's eyes sparkled with realization, uncovering a glimmer of insight. "Zhang Zuishan, did you truly claim to have killed Xie Sun? Is that so? I find it hard to believe." Chapter 087. The Terror of Zhang Zuishan upon hearing Kongwon's underhanded words. Zhang Zuishan recalled the conversation he had with Chao Kun on the road. The ultimate aim of the Shaolin Temple this time was to undermine the Wudong sect. The matters of Xie Sun and the dragon-slaying saber were merely pretext to them. Initially, Zhang Zuishan found it hard to believe that the ancient and venerable Shaolin Temple could harbor such sordid intentions and shameless tactics. However, observing the demeanor of Master Kongwon, he could not help but feel that his master truly deserved the title, for the perspective of a celestial being was indeed far beyond that of mere mortals like himself. Naturally, to spare Zhang Zuishan's feelings, Chao Kun had refrained from allowing him to address his master as such while at Wudong Mountain, and they referred to each other as brothers instead. Turning to Master Kongwon with a smile, Zhang Zuishan inquired, "Oh, how might I, Zhang? Prove that I have slain Xie Sun?" Master Kongwon replied solemnly, "Xie Sun is one of the 4 great kings of the evil sect, possessing formidable strength. Although the valiant Zhang Wuxia is a favored disciple of Zhang Zhenren, there remains a considerable gap between his martial prowess and that of the nefarious Xie Sun. It is difficult to believe your claim of having killed Xie Sun. Thus, the old monk wishes to test Zhang Wuxia's skills to ascertain whether he truly possesses the ability to defeat that villain. Would you dare to accept this challenge?" After uttering these words, Master Kongwon glanced toward the Wudong sect. He anticipated that Song Yuanxiao and the others would be indignant and rise up in protest against his perceived bullying. Yet, to his surprise, the members of the Wudong sect merely regarded him with peculiar expressions, as if to say, "You are quite brave." Recalling Chao Kun's instructions, Zhang Zuishan stepped forward and said, Master Kongwon, I believe that merely sparring with you is insufficient to demonstrate my capability of having killed Xie Sun. I have a suggestion that I hope you and the esteemed monks of Shaolin might consider. Intrigued, Master Kongwon responded, "What suggestion does Zhang Wuxia have? Please, speak freely." Zhang Zuishan smiled and declared, "The reason I was able to slay Xie Sun is due to the fortuitous encounters I have experienced over the years, which have elevated my martial arts far beyond what any of you could imagine. However, my overwhelming strength makes it difficult for me to control the intensity of my strikes, and any engagement with me would likely result in either death or severe injury for my opponent. Therefore, I propose that I sign a death contract with your Shaolin Temple, challenging all of your monks to a duel. Today, I seek only to either defeat you or be defeated by you." Such audacity! Not only were the Shaolin monks taken aback, but the other martial factions were equally stunned. Zhang Zuishan continued, "You may also use the dragon-slaying saber during our match. Should you manage to injure me, it would simply indicate my lack of skill, and I would accept my fate." How arrogant! Zhang Zuishan's confident demeanor left the Shaolin monks, who had previously doubted his abilities, in a precarious position. It was evident that he possessed unwavering confidence in his victory. Otherwise, he would not have dared to engage in such a gamble. The challenge now lay before the Shaolin Temple, and the frown on Master Kongwon's brow could have squashed a fly as he scrutinized Zhang Zuishan, analyzing the source of his confidence. Perhaps this young man was merely employing trickery, intending to claim that the Shaolin Temple was bullying him with numbers, so that even in defeat, he would not lose face. However, should he lose, it would indicate his inability to vanquish Xie Sun. Ultimately, the Wudong sect would still be implicated in shielding Xie Sun. Zhang Zuishan, in a desperate act, would resort to self-destruction in combat, failing to absolve the Wudong sect of its suspicions. Thus, this possibility can be dismissed outright, leaving only one potential outcome: that he truly possesses the strength to overcome every member of our Shaolin Temple. Master Kongwon, upon contemplating this, resolved not to be deceived, addressing Zhang Zuishan. "Ah, Zhang Benefactor, there is no need for such theatrics. Should I lose in our duel, I shall represent the Shaolin Temple and henceforth cease to concern myself with Xie Sun's affairs. Would that be acceptable?" Zhang Zuishan, with a disdainful expression, retorted, "That will not suffice. You are no match for Xie Sun. My victory over you does not equate to my ability to defeat him. Let the entire Shaolin Temple engage, for anything less would lack persuasiveness." The onlookers beheld Zhang Zuishan's brazen demeanor, as if he were inscribing upon his face, "Today, I shall annihilate all of you from Shaolin." At this moment, the Shaolin monks found their composure shaken by Zhang Zuishan's audacity. The older monks retained their calm, yet the younger martial monks were visibly perturbed. How could the esteemed Shaolin Temple, the pinnacle of martial prowess for so many years, endure such indignity? Before ascending the mountain, they had thought, no matter how formidable Zhang Sanfeng might be, could he truly slay us all? Yet now, faced with a man intent on their destruction, they faltered in their resolve. Observing the hesitant members of the Shaolin Temple, Zhang Zuishan expressed his impatience. "Why do you delay in battle or retreat?" Such disrespect was intolerable. Master Kongwon's companion, Master Kongxing, could no longer contain his irritation and leaped forth to challenge Zhang Zuishan. "Stop your pretentiousness. If you possess any skill, come forth and experience the might of our Shaolin Dragon Claw technique." Hidden in the crowd, Chao Kuan swiftly identified the practitioner of the Dragon Claw technique, whose combat prowess was a mere 6,000, while Zhang Zuishan's was surely above 80,000. Zhang Zuishan, with a look of disdain, inquired, "Master,